Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
Hogwarts, chill, I'm not that Tom Riddle. Chapter 51, Tom vs. Bork. The Burke family, one of the Sacred 28, and among the oldest of the lot. These days, the most well-known member was none other than the co-owner of Borgin and Burke's down in Knockturn Alley, Caractacus Burke. To know, old Burke had serious pull in the darker corners of the wizarding world. Even Lucius Malfoy, when he got his hands on some particularly sketchy dark artifacts, would pass them off to Burke. That said a lot. It meant Lucius trusted Burke to cover his tracks and keep the ministry off his back. The entire Burke family was shrouded in secrecy. You almost never saw them working in the ministry. For generations, they'd been obsessively collecting and experimenting with dark magic and cursed objects. So naturally, Tom had already flagged Bork Burke, the seventh-year prefect, as someone to watch. He was probably the most low-profile, deep-cover type in the whole school. It wasn't that Tom could sense overwhelming magical power from Bork. Magic didn't exactly come with a readable number you could scan. Not even Dumbledore could measure it like that. But Tom had been paying close attention to his reactions. No matter how quickly or decisively Tom took down the other prefects, Bork never flinched. At most, he furrowed his brow and looked serious. Not scared. Not shaken. Just focused. Like he was already running calculations in his head. That intrigued Tom. Why are you so calm? You really that confident? Honestly, it was a relief when Yorkshire Carrow surrendered. No need to waste time on a boring warm-up. Looking forward to our duel, Prefect Burke, Tom said politely. As always, his manners were impeccable. Which somehow made it worse. At least, that's how Bork felt. He had the distinct impression that Tom was studying him the way someone might watch a lab rat in a cage. Snape gave the signal to begin, and Bork moved instantly. Nebulous. A thick fog filled the common room. Indoors, with little airflow, the effect was almost instant. Visibility dropped to 0. The younger students scrambled to hide under the stairs, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. Snape calmly cast a shielding charm over himself and stayed put, standing like a stone sentinel in the corner. Tom, meanwhile, went with a familiar strategy, raising his wand to conjure a windy spell, hoping to blow the mist away. But it didn't work as well as he'd hoped. Because they were indoors, the fog had nowhere to go. It thinned slightly, but not enough to make a difference. Visibility was still awful. Smart, Tom muttered, genuinely impressed. Bork had accounted for the layout of the room. You didn't see that kind of tactical thinking often, especially not in duels, where it was usually just spell versus spell. FWIP. FWIP. 2 spells zipped through the air. Tom quickly raised his wand, batting them aside with expert timing, and returned fire in the same direction without missing a beat. Guess I should really look into some detection spells. Relying on eyesight alone isn't cutting it. He'd found a flaw in his spell arsenal. There was no good way to handle vision-obscuring spells. Then an idea sparked. Blowing doesn't work. What about sucking? The tip of Tom's wand morphed into a trumpet-like shape. With a flick, he unleashed a powerful vacuum force. Immediately, the fog started getting pulled toward him, sucked away like dust being hoovered up. Within seconds, the air began to clear, visibility improving by the moment. Snape nodded in approval. Say what you want about the brat, but that was brilliant. It wasn't some fancy, advanced magic, just a clever modification of a basic cleaning charm, the kind used to clear away dust and grease. Repurposing it to clear fog. That took serious creativity. Snape's academic side was downright delighted. He even felt a flicker of temptation, should I take him on as a personal student? But he quickly shut that thought down. With all the chaos Tom had stirred up tonight, Snape would have thought the kid was Voldemort reincarnated if Dumbledore hadn't personally vouched for him. Powerful. Ambitious. Unpredictable. A dangerous combination. He'd definitely need to report this to Dumbledore. Let him decide what to do about Tom Riddle. Meanwhile, Bork was stunned that his fog had been dispelled so easily. He fired off 2 more spells, hoping to break Tom's rhythm, but Tom moved like a shadow, dodging both with minimal effort. Realizing things were slipping fast, Bork played his trump card. Toxinema Nebula. Venom Mist. The fog that still lingered suddenly turned a sickly, glowing green. The walls and floors began to hiss and bubble as if sprayed with acid. This wasn't just a poison mist. It was more like magical acid. Tom's face turned serious. He instantly recognized it as a dark spell, and not a common one. And now, his wand suction trick wasn't working anymore. That was the thing with dark magic, it wasn't just about raw damage. It was insidious. Some of it couldn't even be reversed, no counter curse, no undo button. Tom cast a quick glance at Snape. Seeing that the professor hadn't intervened, he figured it wasn't lethal, just very dangerous. CONF Ringo. A fireball exploded into the toxic mist. Boom. Half the venomous fog evaporated in a fiery blast. But the rest still lingered, thick and deadly. Hiss. Two serpent-like tendrils of toxic mist lashed out at Tom's legs, fangs bared. But just before they could strike, they were stopped by an invisible shield. You cast a shielding charm when the fog went up, didn't you? Bork's expression darkened. He realized Tom must have done it earlier, hidden during the confusion. Tom didn't answer. With a casual flick of his wand, he unleashed two wind blades that sliced through the toxic snakes. Then, holding his breath, he fired off a series of exploding charms, boom after boom lighting up the room. What little poison fog remained was blown away, and Bork was left staggering, barely holding on. Finally, the last of his shielding spells shattered. He gasped, miscast his next spell. One of Tom's fireballs streaked past his arm and smashed into the wall behind him, blowing out a massive chunk. Enough. Snape barked, stepping forward to stop the fight. Riddle wins. Bork, do you object? No, Bork gasped, clutching his scorched arm and shaking his head. I concede. The fireball's heat had burned him badly, he couldn't even grip his wand anymore, let alone continue the duel. Monster, Bork cursed internally. He'd learned the exploding charm ages ago, but his version barely lit a candle compared to that. Snape shot Tom a long, unreadable look, then strode over to help Bork with a healing charm to stop the bleeding. Come with me to my office. I've got some dittany for the burns. No need to go to the hospital wing. Understood. Understood, Professor, Bork said quickly. He knew exactly what Snape was doing, keeping the situation contained. And frankly, he didn't want this getting out either. Losing to Tom was bad enough, letting the whole school know. Absolutely not. Especially not those smug Gryffindors. He'd never live it down. Before leaving, Snape unhooked Malfoy, still knocked out, from where he'd been left dangling like a curtain. Then he glanced back at Tom. Riddle, don't take things too far. Lucius isn't someone you want to mess with. And with that, he left, guiding Bork out of the common room. Don't worry, Professor, Tom called after him with a cheerful wave. I won't do anything too cruel to Malfoy. The second the door closed behind them, Tom lazily waved his wand again, and hoisted Malfoy and his two flunkies right back into the air. A chill ran through the room. Yeah, we are never crossing Riddle. Ever. Chapter 52, Shadow Prefects. The Slytherin common room was dead silent. Everyone, including the prefects, was crowding around the stairs leading to the dorms, frozen in place. Tom looked at them, puzzled. Why are you all just standing there? You expect me to clean all this up by myself? Snapped out of their daze, the group scrambled forward and began tidying up the room. Tom, you were amazing. Daphne all but threw herself into his arms, giving him a tight hug. It was just a few students. No big deal, Tom said, brushing it off. Some younger Slytherins passing by with chairs overheard him and nearly choked. Wasn't he a student too? And who talks like that? Just a few students, he said. Yeah, right. We're convinced now, Tom Riddle's aiming to rule. But you're only a first-year student, Daphne said, still not understanding why he pushed himself so hard. If I had your skills, my mom would double my allowance out of sheer joy. If you run into enemies, they're not going to care how old you are. Tom gently patted her head. Her golden hair felt silky under his fingers. He sighed. The magical world's a dangerous place. I just want to be prepared. That left Daphne even more confused. She never thought the wizarding world was all that dangerous. Voldemort was gone. Any remaining dark wizards were either locked away or under the Imperious Curse, not the type to cause trouble at Hogwarts. Pureblood families mostly just hated how Dumbledore treated Muggleborns and half-bloods. No one ever questioned the old man's power. That had been tested by not one, but two Dark Lords. Tom just smiled at her confusion, offering no further explanation. The next few years at Hogwarts weren't going to be peaceful, and Tom knew it. Dumbledore's grip on the school was slowly slipping. Sirius Black could sneak in and out of Hogwarts like it was nothing, and even Mad-Eye Moody got replaced right under his nose. That sense of danger. That's what drove Tom. Sometimes, your enemies are shadows you don't even see coming. 10 minutes later, the Slytherin common room was back in order, mostly if you ignored the massive dent in the wall and a few scorched patches on the floor. The layout had changed a bit. The most extravagant chair had been placed dead center of the room, with all other seating arranged around it. Naturally, Tom sat right in that chair. It was wide enough to fit two people, and Daphne was seated comfortably beside him. Zabini, Not, and Rosier stood behind them like grinning idiots, not the least bit self-conscious. Actually, they looked kind of proud. When Burke returned from fetching healing ointment from Snape, he paused at the sight, but quickly understood what was going on and found a seat near Tom without saying a word. About 2/3 of the house had stayed behind. They all sat in silence, eyes on Tom. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, Tom began speaking. "We need to pick the shadow prefects for the upper years as soon as possible. Luckily, it's the weekend, so we've got 2 full days. That should be enough." He paused, then added, "Actually, I've been thinking. Just one shadow prefect might not be enough. Better to have 1 male and 1 female per year. Any objections?" No one spoke. Everyone shook their heads. "I'll take care of the boys," said Burke as he rubbed salve on his arm. "I've got the girls," Caro added. "Thanks. Appreciate it," Tom nodded, then continued. "Let me be clear, shadow prefects are here to help the house head and regular prefects manage their year. Not to throw their weight around or act like tyrants. Look, we're all respectable people here. Slytherins. I believe we're the best of the magical world, the elite. We shouldn't be blinded by something as petty as a bit of authority." Several people smiled at that. Some even nodded in agreement. Slytherins prided themselves on their ambition. And Tom's words hit the mark. "You might be a prefect, but that doesn't mean I'll submit to you. I might not be able to beat you now, but one day, I will." Tom's proposal balanced the scales. Everyone's interests were protected. Naturally, that earned him support. "But let me just say this up front," Tom's tone shifted slightly. "Just because a shadow prefect isn't allowed to abuse their authority doesn't mean you can ignore them. Reasonable requests and orders must be followed. Anyone who refuses will be handled by upper-year prefects if necessary. Also, the position isn't permanent. At the start of every term, there'll be a chance to challenge the current shadow prefects. They can't refuse. If they lose, they're out. The winner takes the spot." Tom laid out several more rules. No one objected. Everyone quietly committed them to memory. Why would they complain? The rules were fair, no bias toward the shadow prefects, but their authority was protected, and the rights of the rest of the students remained intact. And the best part? You could challenge for the position every term. That meant the tables could turn at any time. The response was overwhelmingly positive. After finishing the last point, Tom waved his hand. "That's all for now. You're dismissed." Daphne, knowing Tom had just fought multiple battles in a row, didn't stick to him like she usually would. Instead, she gently encouraged him to go rest. His 3 roommates happily followed him back to the dorm, each with a task already in mind. One grabbed towels, another set out toiletries, and the third even started running warm water. "Tom," said Zabini with a big smile, "your blanket looks a little worn. My family's got a spare made from unicorn hair and a phoenix feather. It's super warm. Never been used. I can have my mum send it tomorrow." Tom put down his rinse cup and took the tissue Not handed him to dry his mouth. "That sounds way too extravagant. It's really not necessary." No, it's perfectly necessary." Zabini slapped his thigh in excitement. "I'm the type who kicks off my blanket in the middle of the night. It'd be completely wasted on me. But you'd actually use it. Well, I'll thank you in advance then, Blaze." Zabini skipped off happily to fetch some water. Meanwhile, Nod and Rosier glared at him behind his back, muttering about what a brown-noser he was. But deep down, they regretted not thinking of it first. Their eyes darted around, clearly trying to come up with a gift of their own. It was obvious, if you had any sense at all, you'd stick close to the rising star. And right now, Tom was shining brighter than anyone else in Slytherin. The closer they were to him, the more they'd glow in the eyes of others. Later that night, Tom lay in bed, for once not diving into his study space. He just stared at the ceiling, letting his mind drift. Honestly, everything that had happened today had been within his expectations. Not that he specifically predicted Malfoy would make a move, but if it hadn't been Malfoy, it would have been someone else. Slytherin was filled with people like that, guys looking to stir things up just to make themselves feel important. And to them, Tom was an outsider. His strategy with Avery had been set in stone for a while now: deal with a few fights early on to avoid being constantly challenged later. A small investment for a massive return. Now that he'd shown what he could do, nobody would come after him lightly, not unless they were absolutely sure they could win. And as for the whole Shadow Prefect idea, even if Snape hadn't openly approved it, after defeating every single actual prefect, Tom had basically claimed the title by default. Otherwise, why would so many Slytherins be following his lead? Some things didn't need to be said out loud, everyone just understood. "Let's check the system panel," he murmured. Tom pulled up the system log. Tonight hadn't just been about clearing a few obstacles, it had been wildly profitable in every sense. Congratulations. The Shadow Prefect system proposed by the host has been acknowledged by the head of house, modifying Slytherin's power structure. Awarded 150 achievement points. Congratulations. The host has become the first-year Shadow Prefect. Awarded 20 achievement points. While serving as Shadow Prefect, you will receive a monthly salary of 100 credits. This month's credits have been issued. A total of 170 achievement points in one evening, more than he usually earned from a week of sneaking around the castle at night. And judging by the newly unlocked achievement list, each year level's Shadow Prefect position counted separately: second year, third year, and so on. That meant he could look forward to another 100 points or more down the line, guaranteed. Not to mention the monthly credit bonus. 100 may not seem like much, but passive income was passive income. A steady stream like that would add up fast. He could treat it like a free use of his turbo mode every month. Wait a second. Tom's eyes flew open as he realized something. "System," he said sharply, "are you shortchanging me on achievement points? If the Shadow Prefect role is worth this much, why didn't I get anything for becoming the Shadow Head of House?" His system was cold and robotic, lacking emotion, but it still had decent AI. It usually gave answers pretty quickly when asked about rule-related stuff. And sure enough, it replied just as promptly this time. The Shadow Prefect system was acknowledged by the acting head of house, thus fulfilling requirements for achievement generation. In contrast, the proposal for Shadow Head of House was not recognized by either the acting head or the school's higher authorities. Therefore, no achievement can be granted. So that was it. If he wanted to get the reward, he'd have to get Snape, or even Dumbledore, to officially recognize the role. Yeah, good luck with that. Tom mentally shelved the idea for now. He glanced at his current treasure: 700 credits saved, over 500 achievement points banked. He was getting closer and closer to summoning the next King of the Century SS-level instructor. As he couldn't help wondering what kind of teacher it would be next time. Chapter 53, about Riddle. The next morning. By the time Tom woke up, it was already past 9. Kids his age needed sleep, lots of it. And with everything that had happened, he'd worked up a serious appetite. After a quick wash-up, he headed straight for breakfast. One thing you had to admit, Hogwarts really did think of everything. They knew most students liked to sleep in on weekends, so breakfast didn't end until 10:30. Thanks to preservation charms, the food stayed warm and fresh, even if some of the more popular dishes tended to vanish early. As Tom passed the common room, he noticed the spot where Malfoy and his 2 lackeys had been hanging from the wall was now empty. He raised an eyebrow, and, right on cue, a savvy Slytherin hurried over and whispered, "Malfoy and his cronies went back to their dorm this morning. Someone saw them fall off the wall not too long ago." Tom gave a slight nod. "One night was enough. I wasn't planning to leave them up there all week." "Did he say anything?" "Said he's going to tell his father." Tom snorted. "Lucius Malfoy, huh? That whole family was more bark than bite." Sure, they looked impressive now, but it was all just a show built on money. Every year, Lucius donated a hefty sum to the ministry and kept cozy ties with Cornelius Fudge. In the Muggle world, that'd be called political funding. But if you stripped away the gloss, they were just a family of three. In the magical world, unless you were at the level of Dumbledore, Grindelwald, or Voldemort, your real power came from numbers, just like in the old days, more people, more strength. So, just a few pissed-off dark wizards could easily wipe out the entire Malfoy family. Tom Riddle didn't mind playing that role himself if it came to it. By the way, what's your name? Tom asked casually. The guy seemed pretty sharp, which piqued his interest. The student quickly introduced himself. I'm Marcel. Marcel Not, 4th year. Not. Are you related to? Tom raised an eyebrow, suspicious. Marcel gave an awkward smile. Yeah, Theodore Not is my useless little cousin. Tom nodded in understanding, then his curiosity deepened. So if you're related, you must know what happened in our dorm, right? It was normal for kids to run to adults or older relatives when they got into trouble. Theodore getting his cousin involved would have made perfect sense. Yet, no one ever came looking for Tom, which was odd. And today, Marcel even approached him on friendly terms. Something wasn't adding up. Marcel seemed to catch on to Tom's confusion and gave a casual shrug. Theodore did come to me, actually. Wanted me to teach you a lesson. But I turned him down. He continued, honestly, upperclassmen picking on first years doesn't look good. And let's be real, he's had every advantage. Private magic lessons, better resources, you name it. But he just doesn't apply himself. He's got no focus. And besides, he picked the fight with you. Made his choice, now he can live with the consequences. Better to learn that lesson early than mess with the wrong person later and end up regretting it. Tom looked at Marcel with newfound respect. A clear head was worth far more than reckless strength. Marcel was a textbook Slytherin, cold, calculating, and sharp when it came to weighing pros and cons. You've got a good head on your shoulders, Marcel, Tom said with a small smile. Hope I hear good news from you on Monday. Someone that ambitious. There was no way he wouldn't try for the position of Shadow Prefect. Especially since he was in 4th year, next year, they'd be picking the official prefects, and the Shadow Prefect was the obvious frontrunner. I'll do my best, Marcel replied humbly. He wanted to improve, badly. As he watched Tom walk away, a fire burned in Marcel's eyes. The Knot family's motto had always been follow power wherever it leads. In the last war, they'd made a terrible mistake, backed the wrong side and paid the price for it. His parents were still locked up in Azkaban. Marcel knew he didn't have what it took to become the strongest himself. So he waited, for someone who could. And now, it looked like that someone might be Tom Riddle. Of course, that didn't mean Marcel was ready to bow and swear loyalty right away. Tom was still just a first year, and beating up a few classmates only proved he had potential. But potential was cheap. Very few actually made it to the top. Marcel was just laying the groundwork early. When Tom really rose to power, that's when he'd make his move. It might not earn him the biggest rewards, but it was the safest bet. As long as he stayed on the right side of history, the Knot family name would rise again. One day. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Snape had shown up unannounced, which was rare for him. He wanted a serious conversation with Dumbledore about Tom Riddle. The two Riddles. Snape's arrival shattered the peaceful office. The portraits of former headmasters stirred to life, grumbling as they were woken up, all curious about what had brought Snape here this time. After all, he didn't usually come knocking unless it was something big, usually something involving Voldemort. These old portraits had nothing better to do all day. Any news, especially something involving the Dark Lord, was their version of premium entertainment. To them, Voldemort wasn't some terrifying threat, just a spicy topic to break the monotony of death. Besides, what was he going to do to them? They're all dead anyway. The room was silent, but Snape could feel all the stares boring into him. He knew where the sensation came from and didn't bother acknowledging it. Arguing with a bunch of portraits was pointless. Even if he won, it'd mean nothing, and if he lost, it'd be humiliating. More importantly, he'd made that mistake once before, back in his youth. He'd gotten into it with them and was absolutely roasted. It wasn't a pleasant memory. Click. Just as Snape was lost in that humiliating memory, the door at the top of the spiral staircase opened. Dumbledore appeared, descending lightly in his slippers and night robe, looking quite satisfied. Severus, Dumbledore said cheerfully. I spent half the night debating which chamber pot to use. Finally made my choice just before dawn, and I must say, I slept wonderfully afterward. Snape's expression darkened. This was why he hated having serious conversations with Dumbledore. The man was brilliant, no question. But he always put on this eccentric act, throwing out absurd, off-topic nonsense at the worst possible times. And worse was yet to come. With a casual wave of his hand across the desk, Dumbledore conjured a breakfast, honey water, fresh bread, sausages, and, of course, a plate of cockroach clusters, all appearing like they'd been there all along. He took a sip of honey water and bit into a cockroach cluster with genuine enthusiasm. Severus, have you had breakfast? Care to join me? Snape closed his eyes and breathed through his nose, refusing to look at the plate. Thank you, I've already eaten. Quite a lot, actually. Ugh. Not even a dog would eat that filth. If he had the chance, Snape would love to sneak a few real cockroaches into the mix, see how Dumbledore reacted once he bit into those. Well then, Dumbledore said, not pressing the offer. What brings you here this morning? Snape gave a rundown of everything that had happened last night in the Slytherin common room, from Goyle and Malfoy's provocation, to Tom Riddle stepping in, challenging the prefects, proposing the whole shadow prefect system, and beating every single year's prefect in a row. Even after Snape had left, Tom had established a whole set of new rules, and Snape had kept tabs on it all. Dumbledore didn't react much. He just listened, nodding occasionally, chewing slower and slower until finally finishing his honey water. Then he conjured a napkin and calmly wiped his mouth. And what exactly are you trying to tell me, Severus? He asked, looking Snape straight in the eye. That there's another talented student in Slytherin. Well, congratulations. Are you seriously still playing dumb? Snape's patience snapped, his brow furrowing deeply. You know what the problem is. There's something off about Riddle. From the moment you met him to now, it's only been, 2 months? And in that time, he's achieved more than most kids do in a year. When you were 2 months into learning magic, what were you doing? Me. Dumbledore blinked and actually started thinking about it, nostalgia in his eyes. Well, I was luckier than Riddle. My father was a wizard, so I started learning magic at the age of 7. But even so, 2 months in, all I could manage were transfigurations. Compared to Riddle, I was positively slow. You smug bastard. Snape's temples throbbed. I'm trying to tell you this is a serious issue, not ask you to humble brag about how much of a prodigy you were. 7 years old, 2 months into training, and already managing transfiguration spells. That's 5th-year level material. Dumbledore, I don't care about your talents or your dazzling academic record, Snape snapped. Even if Riddle is as talented as you, the point remains, you had magical guidance. He didn't. You really think it makes sense for a muggle-raised first year to advance this fast, just from our lessons alone? I think there's something he's hiding. This level of ability isn't normal. Are you sure he's got nothing to do with him? Ah, but isn't that the beauty of magic? Dumbledore said, smiling again, and once again testing Snape's last nerve. Fortunately, Dumbledore knew when to stop pushing. He didn't want Snape snapping, pulling out his wand, and dueling him right here in the office. Again. Severus, Dumbledore said more seriously, some people seem like prodigies, and they are. But you can't reduce their achievements to talent alone. What you don't see is the effort they pour in behind the scenes, the hours of work no one notices. I've heard from more than one source that young Mr. Riddle is studying over books in the library late into the night. Honestly, that kind of dedication is even rarer than talent. So while his progress may seem extraordinary, it's not without explanation. So yes, his progress is surprising, but not impossible. Snape nodded reflexively. Staying up late in the library, studying tirelessly, that kind of work ethic. Honestly, not succeeding would be the real surprise. Wait, hold on a second. That's not dedication, that's night roaming. That little brat's been sneaking out. He nearly missed the hidden meaning in Dumbledore's words, but caught on just in time. Riddle's been sneaking around the castle. And this wasn't a one-time thing, either, was it? Dumbledore, I fully support punishing him. Detention, disciplinary warnings, whatever you decide. Just, don't bother with taking house points. He's so active in class that he'll earn them all back in no time. That won't send any message. Snape could feel his blood pressure rising at the memory of trying to assign Riddle detention, only for the boy to remain utterly unfazed and stubborn. Let's see how cocky he acts when it's Dumbledore handing out the punishment. Ha! Dumbledore blinked in surprise, clearly caught off guard by Snape's fair and unbiased attitude. Was this really the same head of Slytherin who usually defended his students to the bitter end? Something felt off. Chapter 54, Spoil You Rotten. Let's not jump to punishments just yet, Dumbledore replied with a calm smile. You know how the school operates, we don't punish students unless there's clear proof they broke the rules. And I might have used a bit of poetic license in my phrasing. He leaned forward slightly, the weight in his voice shifting. Look, Tom Riddle's background checks out. He's not someone's puppet, not a secret pawn of you-know-who. He's just an exceptionally gifted student who also happens to work very hard. And besides. For a brief moment, sadness flickered across the old man's eyes. I've met someone like him before. A true prodigy. Never touched a wand until nearly adulthood, and in a short time, he had power great enough to shatter mountains. Eventually, he could even duel me. Snape was riveted. But just when he thought Dumbledore might finally open up about the past, the headmaster suddenly stopped and pulled the conversation back on track. Which is why we can't let Riddle's strength alone justify suspicion. As his professor, and as his head of house, it's your job not to doubt or judge him prematurely, but to guide him. To support him. Do you understand, Severus? Dumbledore had learned his lesson the hard way. After raising one of the most dangerous dark wizards in history, he'd been forced to reflect. Maybe, just maybe, part of that failure had been his own fault. Back at Wool's orphanage, Dumbledore had sensed something troubling in young Tom Riddle and, rather than address it properly, he'd kept the boy at arm's length. Cold, distant, always wary. Later, when Riddle applied to stay at Hogwarts after graduation, it was Dumbledore who pushed then-headmaster Armando Dippet to turn him down. And so, Tom left to travel the world for 20 years, only to return as Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore had always wondered, what if he'd been more patient? What if he'd treated Riddle with kindness instead of caution? Would things have turned out differently? He didn't know the answer. But from then on, he made it his duty to be patient with every student, regardless of background, personality, or behavior. Even during the height of the young Death Eater's activity at Hogwarts, Dumbledore's only demand was that students follow the rules. What they did afterward, that was their choice. His conscience, and those of his fellow teachers, would be clear. People forget the kind of weight being the headmaster of the only magical school in Britain carries. So with Tom Riddle, Dumbledore had even less reason to be suspicious. From start to finish, everything Tom had done was by the book. Even the library visits were to open sections. He just read, a lot. And the stuff going on within Slytherin House. That was none of Dumbledore's business. He wasn't blind, he could see that Tom's actions were about building a reputation and reducing future trouble. Maybe even consolidating power. But so what? What, are Hogwarts students all supposed to act like Gryffindors, reckless and carefree, with no ambitions whatsoever? Even Gryffindors had their share of students dreaming of high-ranking positions in the ministry. The only scenario that would make Dumbledore step in was if Tom started heading down the same path as the other Tom. But even then, that kind of transformation wouldn't happen during his school years. So really, Snape coming here today was completely unnecessary. He was just being overly cautious. Dumbledore understood, though. Anything that might even remotely relate to the Dark Lord was enough to put Snape on edge. I get it. After a long silence, Snape finally nodded, his expression stiff but thoughtful. Dumbledore's words had reached him. Still, he couldn't help but grumble, I've got a feeling the kid's going to be a real piece of work. We're only 1 month into the school year, who knows what chaos he'll cause in the next 7. Dumbledore chuckled. Well then, let's wait and see. After all, a little chaos can be refreshing sometimes, don't you think? Take Quirinus, for example. He's been far too quiet lately. I'm starting to wonder if I misjudged him entirely. He's definitely hiding something, Snape blurted out, suddenly remembering what had been his actual main concern this time. I'm sure he's working for the Dark Lord. His target is that object you retrieved from Gringotts. Dumbledore nodded slightly, acknowledging Snape's instincts. Quirinus has been avoiding me. He's clearly on guard. If I press too hard, I risk scaring him. That's why I need you to keep a close watch. Dumbledore wasn't omniscient. Based on what he'd observed so far, he could only be sure that Quirinus Quirrell was working for Voldemort. But no matter how he analyzed it, he never would have guessed that Voldemort would go so far as to personally possess Quirrell and walk right into danger himself. "I understand," Snape said with his usual stoic expression, nodding slightly. "Technically speaking, we're colleagues now. I'll try to get him to let his guard down around me." Snape didn't refuse the request. But there was something else that bothered him. "You honestly think the defenses on the third-floor corridor are enough to stop him?" "Of course not," Dumbledore said with a small shake of his head. "Quirinus is a capable wizard. He did well back in his Ravenclaw days. Shame he chose the wrong path." He gave a faint smile and tapped a hand to his chest. "The Real defense was never the obstacles, it's always been the heart." Snape didn't even blink. He was long since immune to Dumbledore's cryptic musings. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." "Go on, but try to show a bit of kindness to young Riddle. He has a good heart. Just like you, Severus." Once Snape exited the office, the room actually grew livelier. The portraits of former headmasters who had been pretending to sleep all suddenly opened their eyes and started chiming in, one after another. Completely absurd. A first year beat a seventh year? "And one," muttered one headmaster with a massive beard, smacking his lips. Another portrait, that of a hook-nosed elder, said, "Is it possible the past few years of Slytherin students were just exceptionally stupid? That was seventh year perfect after all. Don't be ridiculous. In school days, Slytherin always had the upper hand. If they were that dumb, what would that make the rest of our students? What is it with the name Tom Riddle? Two of them, and both are monsters. It's creepy, honestly. Maybe we should tell our descendants to try giving that name to their kids, see what happens." Ha 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 ha. As the portraits laughed and speculated about the name Tom Riddle, a gaunt-looking, mustached headmaster cackled arrogantly from his frame. "You lot are wasting your breath. Naming your kid Tom Riddle won't turn him into some powerhouse. We're wizards, not scammers. At the end of the day, it's just that Slytherin can always raise talent. Not like the other three baby houses." That last line struck a nerve. Several hot-headed portraits leapt from their own frames into his, immediately launching into a flurry of punches and kicks. For a moment, all that could be heard were pained yells and angry grunts. No one stepped in to help the poor men. Why? Because in the long history of Hogwarts, only one Slytherin ever became headmaster, Phineas Nigellus Black. And he also happened to be the most universally despised headmaster in the school's entire history. Just how hated was he? During his time in office, the four houses actually set aside their centuries-long rivalries to unite in opposition, solely to protest how he was running the school. That's the kind of legendary annoyance we're talking about. The commotion didn't faze Dumbledore in the slightest. He remained deep in thought. There was a lot on his mind. Quirrell. Voldemort. And of course, the young Tom Riddle. Dumbledore wasn't planning to interfere with what Tom did, but as a professor, he did feel it was his duty to help guide students in the right direction. He was starting to worry. Tom's way of handling things was extreme, calculated and ruthless. He never held back. Dumbledore could see it. That kind of temperament could lead to serious problems down the road. But guiding someone like Tom was easier said than done. He wasn't like Harry, a naive, impulsive kid who could be inspired with a rousing speech. Tom was a different breed entirely, mature beyond his years, molded by a hard life, and already set in his ways. Trying to lecture him would only backfire. So the method of guidance was crucial. A headache. A real headache. Dumbledore sighed and began to speculate where Voldemort might be hiding. Meanwhile, Tom had no idea that his respected head of house had just gone to the headmaster behind his back to report on him, and that headmaster was now carefully considering how to deal with him. Right now, Tom was facing a rather unique dilemma. "Daphne, Tom, let me take care of you. Money's not a problem, I'll spoil you rotten." Chapter 55, The Legendary Sugar Mommy. Tom was just heading out for a post-meal walk by the lake when Daphne suddenly stopped him in the entrance hall, and the first thing out of her mouth nearly gave him a heart attack. "Girl, do you even realize how dangerous that sounded?" Daphne froze as soon as the words left her mouth, her face turning red like a kettle about to boil over. She frantically waved her hands. "No. That's not what I meant. I just meant, could you teach me magic too? I want to get stronger. Money's not a problem." Daphne, damn it. I actually said what I was thinking. Tom, those two things aren't even remotely the same. How did it come out that wrong? Wait. So this is the legendary sugar mommy. Two very different inner monologues echoed in their heads. Tom gave a small laugh. That's an easy request. Of course I'll help. Come train with me this afternoon. He agreed quickly, mostly to save her from drowning in embarrassment. I knew it. You're the best, Tom. Daphne beamed, then pulled out a small pouch and held it out to him. Here. This is for you. Tom took the pouch and peeked inside, and immediately fell silent. Daphne, you're really trying to mummy me. It was just a small pouch, but clearly enchanted with an extension charm. Inside were piles of galleons. He eyeballed at least 1,000. Was he worth that much now? It's tuition, Daphne explained matter-of-factly, cutting off his thoughts. You're going to be tutoring me, so it's only fair I pay you for it. It was an idea that popped into her head last night while watching Tom duel the prefects. Tom was strong, knew loads of spells, and she, being a diligent, knowledge-loving student, had money to spare. It was the perfect arrangement. She'd been so pleased with her plan that she didn't fall asleep until late. I don't need tuition money from you, Tom said with a helpless smile, putting the pouch back in her hands. This isn't anything big. We're just studying together. I don't need to be paid for that. Honestly, Daphne hadn't helped him much since term started. He'd handled all his problems himself. But not everything was about results. From the very beginning, Daphne never distanced herself from him because of his background or house reputation. She openly supported him, without hesitation, and that meant more than money ever could. That's why Tom wouldn't take her money. But Daphne wouldn't back down. You have to take it. I'm not just asking you to teach me some simple spell from a textbook. I want to learn what you specialize in, powerful, advanced magic. That kind of knowledge is priceless. You have to let me pay you. Tom couldn't help but chuckle. That sounded like something a Ravenclaw would say. After some persistent convincing, he finally gave in and accepted the pouch. He realized Daphne just wanted an excuse to give him money. If he kept refusing, it would only strain things between them. Damn it, looks like I couldn't escape being a keptman after all. Still, the timing wasn't bad. He actually was low on funds. Some of the potion ingredients Andrus mentioned could be borrowed from Snape's stores, but not all. He'd need to buy the rest, and in large quantities, meaning it wouldn't be cheap. He'd been wondering how to get some extra gold when Daphne suddenly appeared, purse in hand. He'd treat it like a loan, for now. One day, he'd repay her and the Greengrass family 100 times over. It was the least he could do. Daphne, meanwhile, was over the moon. She was thrilled to finally be of help to Tom. Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Tom didn't waste any time. Since he'd taken her money, it was only right to get to work. He grabbed her hand and headed upstairs. Still a bit dazed, Daphne followed him all the way to the 7th floor and into the room of requirement. Wait, what is this place? She asked, eyes wide as they stepped into a hidden training room. I call it the room of requirement, Tom explained. If you walk past the door 3 times while focusing on what you need, it creates the perfect space for that purpose. As long as it's not something too outrageous, it'll work. No magic allowed in the common areas, and the lawns are usually full of students, so I've been using this place as my personal training ground. Daphne suddenly understood. No wonder I couldn't find you sometimes, you were hiding in here. So no Granger. That last thought made her smile even brighter. Tom looked at her curiously, wondering why she was grinning like that. He waved his wand, summoning 2 training dummies. All right, wand's out, he said. I'm not teaching you any new spells today. Your task is to cast any attack spell you know, doesn't matter which one, 100 times on those dummies. That's it. Once you hit 100, we're done. That's it. Daphne blinked. Isn't that a bit too easy? Tom chuckled. Let's see if you still think that after trying. Feeling underestimated, Daphne didn't argue. She was determined to prove him wrong. Stupefy. She hit one of the dummies with a solid stunning spell, knocking it down. But it quickly bounced back like a Weeble toy. Stupefy. 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 She kept going without pause. At first, everything was fine, but around the 10th cast, the spell suddenly fizzled. Her face turned pale. She felt lightheaded, like she'd gotten out of bed without enough sleep. Her brain felt foggy, her vision a little blurry. What the heck? Why do I feel so tired? That's what it feels like when your magic's been drained too quickly, Tom explained calmly. He waved his wand, turning one of the dummies into a single-seat couch, then helped her sit down. A moment later, he pulled out a bar of chocolate he'd prepared ahead of time. Eat this. When your magical energy runs low, your body gets affected too. You'll need something to recharge. Daphne's stomach growled in agreement, even though they'd only had breakfast not long ago. She muttered a quick thanks and nibbled at the chocolate like a hamster, slowly munching through the whole bar. As the sugar kicked in, she started to feel a bit better, though nowhere near as lively as before. Tom gave her a look that was equal parts amused and exasperated. If you're feeling better, we can pick it up again. I've been keeping count. So far, you've managed 12 successful spells. Her face instantly scrunched up like she'd bitten a lemon. With a pitiful voice, she asked, I was just being too loud before, can we lower the target a bit? Maybe 50. That's just cheating, Tom said, poking her on the forehead. So nope. The bare minimum is 80. That's the limit I think you can safely push to today. Draining your magic to the edge is actually really helpful for your growth. But 50. That's not gonna cut it. To be honest, Tom didn't have such a sharp eye for this kind of thing on his own. The original 100 spells estimate was just based on his first training. Then he'd linked up with the study space and had Andrus monitor Daphne's condition. The final number, 80, was his suggestion. As for Tom himself, he'd long since moved past being measured by spell count. His performance was better measured in terms of how long he could sustain full power casting. That alone helped him understand just how terrifying Andrus really was. The guy's magic reserves were massive, no wonder he could summon a like Susano Patronus. Growth, huh? Daphne lowered her head and looked down at her chest. I see. Flat as a pancake. She could practically see her toes. And just like this, she was motivated. Let's go, she said, suddenly full of energy again. She jumped up and threw out another stunning charm with determination. But this time, she didn't last as long as before. Her success rate was starting to dip. While she was catching her breath, Tom started his own training. For the first time, Daphne got a real sense of just how powerful Tom really was. He was like a walking spell Gatling gun, non-stop casting, no fluff or wasted movement. And it wasn't just light shows, every spell he fired was stronger than her own best efforts. If he'd gone all out like this during the duel with the prefects yesterday, none of them would have stood a chance even if they'd attacked all at once. A new sense of urgency settled in her chest. The gap between her and Tom was growing by the day. Sure, she might not be able to match his talent, but that didn't mean she was going to give up. If she didn't push herself now, they'd soon have nothing in common. And if that happened, how could they even stay friends? So when it was Tom's turn to rest, Daphne didn't slack off. She forced herself to keep going, draining every last bit of her magic. The two of them took turns training, from 10 in the morning all the way until 2 in the afternoon. Only then did Daphne finally hit her target, 80 spells. By that point, her legs were jelly. She could barely walk straight and just wanted to crawl into bed and sleep for a week. Tom had to practically carry her from the 7th floor back to the common room, where he handed her off to an older Slytherin girl to help her back to the girls' dorm. The girl shot Tom a very strange look. If the two of them weren't still so young, she probably would have started imagining all kinds of restricted scenarios. What the hell kind of training leaves you that exhausted? Chapter 56, Power Comes First, Bonus. Tom walked back out of the common room. He was headed to the Ollery. To know, the Ollery was a room on the top of Hogwarts Castle's West Tower, where the school owls and the owls belonging to students lived during the school year. Tom was about to borrow one of the school's public owls. He needed to place an order for potion ingredients from Diagon Alley and prepare some recovery and fatigue relief potions for Daphne. Training by draining your magic like that could be pretty rough in the short term, but the benefits were worth it. It could unlock hidden potential and increase your maximum magic capacity. That capacity was mostly limited by natural talent, sure, but this kind of training helped you reach your peak much faster than usual. As for the repetitive spellcasting itself, it was like laying a foundation. A lot of spell work came down to intuition and reflex. Building that kind of muscle memory made future learning much easier. All of these methods were drawn from Andrus' experience, and Tom followed them to the letter. If anything, Andrus pushed him even harder. Hard work makes up for lack of talent. But if you do have talent, then you'd better work even harder, otherwise, all that potential is just a pretty illusion. As for ordinary people, they train to surpass other ordinary people. That's how the whole competitive culture starts. Andrus had said more than once, compared to wizards of the past, modern witches and wizards just had it too easy. Comfortable. Lazy. They had well-organized, systematic education, and yet the general magical ability of the average wizard had dropped off. To him, Tom was still a rookie, but even as a rookie, he could already defeat most adult wizards with ease. Back in Andrus' era, that would have been unthinkable. Even if you couldn't win, you fought like your life depended on it, literally. You took a chunk out of your enemy no matter what. The next day, the holidays were over. They always flew by in the blink of an eye, and Sunday night had come around faster than anyone expected. By now, Slytherin had finished selecting its new shadow prefects for each year group. Tom hadn't expected it would be this fast. He was genuinely surprised to discover that Slytherin was hiding so many hidden gems. If he hadn't stirred things up and lit a fire under everyone's ambitions, these students might have kept their talents under wraps all the way until graduation. But now there was a problem. Once the school assigns prefects, official ones, those positions aren't changed lightly. Even a head of house, like Snape, only has the power to recommend someone. They can't directly appoint or remove prefects unless a serious offense is involved. And since the official prefects hadn't done anything terribly wrong, Snape had no real grounds to replace them. So, there was a real conflict now. The students were following a new kind of leadership, the shadow prefects. So who were students supposed to listen to? Shadow or official? In the end, Snape made his position clear: power comes first. The 6 official prefects would retain their titles in name only. In reality, they were nothing but figureheads now, puppets who had to follow the orders of the shadow prefects. It was both a punishment and a challenge. If they wanted to earn their authority back, they'd have to fight for it, and win. It worked. The original prefects were so humiliated that their faces turned green. They didn't stick around the common room for long. As soon as Snape finished making the announcement, they rushed out, probably off to find a quiet spot to train like mad and plan their comeback next term. Meanwhile, the new, shadow prefects were surrounded by excited students. People naturally gravitated toward the strong. Before, it hadn't been clear who the real center of their year group was. Now, it couldn't be more obvious. The atmosphere in the Slytherin common room was buzzing with excitement. Everyone seemed happy, except for Malfoy and his 2 sidekicks. They were sitting stiffly in a corner, completely out of sync with the rest of the room. Malfoy glared daggers at Tom, who was now surrounded by admirers. After spending the night literally hanging there, he'd only woken up because he'd fallen and hit the floor. Malfoy was in a world of pain. But the worst part wasn't physical. It was the humiliation. Being mocked and defeated by Tom in front of everyone. That had completely shattered his pride. Malfoy had never been humiliated like that in his entire life. The moment he'd returned to the dorms and sobered up, the first thing he did was write a furious letter to his father. He wanted that filthy mudblood expelled and sent straight back to his pathetic Muggle world. And as far as he was concerned, there was no reason it wouldn't work. His father was on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, after all. If the entire board agreed, even Dumbledore couldn't protect the boy. Malfoy glanced at the clock. His letter should have arrived by now. Shadow Prefect, he muttered under his breath. Let's see how you like it when you're not even allowed to be a student anymore. Cursing Tom under his breath, Malfoy stood up and stormed out of the common room with Crabbe and Goyle in tow. If Snape hadn't ordered all students to attend that meeting earlier, he wouldn't have shown his face at all, not with everyone staring at him like that. Wiltshire, Malfoy Mansion. Malfoy's guess had been right. His father, Lucius Malfoy, had indeed received the letter. But things didn't go quite how Draco had imagined. Lucius didn't storm off to Hogwarts in a rage. He didn't immediately call for Dumbledore's head or demand punishment for Tom. Instead, he just stood there, pale as a ghost, hands shaking as he held the letter. All because of one name. Tom Riddle. The Dark Lord had always claimed to be of pure blood. That was part of his whole image. But the truth? Well, the elite pureblood families did have their secrets. He hadn't come out of nowhere. Back at Hogwarts, he'd been the top student, brilliant, dangerous, charismatic. His origins weren't entirely a mystery. Those with connections and sharp ears knew the truth. Voldemort had been plucked out of an orphanage by Dumbledore and brought into the wizarding world. That orphan eventually became the most feared dark wizard in history. Of course, that was where most people stopped digging. The deeper truth, his connection to the Gaunt family, his Muggle father, the madness in his bloodline, was something only a few knew. And none of them were eager to talk about it. Why? Because exposing Voldemort's true origins wouldn't just enrage him, it would turn the whole ideology of the Death Eaters into a laughingstock. A bunch of so-called pureblood supremacists, blindly following a half-blood orphan. They'd be ridiculed. So, the Death Eaters all quietly agreed to uphold the lie: Voldemort was pure blood. Whether or not it was true didn't matter. The idea was more important than the facts. It gave them a cause to rally behind and manipulate. Lucius had learned all this from his father. And now, all these years later, that name had resurfaced. A Slytherin. Brilliant. Charismatic. Ruthless. Could it be him? Lucius felt a chill crawl down his spine. He didn't want to believe that Voldemort had returned. But the fear was eating at him. He needed answers. And so, trembling but determined, Lucius made a decision. He would go see Dumbledore in person tomorrow. If this Tom Riddle wasn't that Tom, then fine. He could deal with his son's little grudge afterward. But if he was, then things were about to get a lot more complicated. Chapter 57, Lucius's Visit for Justice. Monday morning arrived, and the castle was blanketed in a thick fog. It must have rained overnight. Along with the scent of breakfast, the great hall carried a strong earthy smell, enough to confuse the half-awake young witches and wizards about whether they were eating mashed potatoes or actual dirt. The Slytherin students were tight-lipped about the shadow system thing. For now, no one from the other houses had any idea what had gone down over the weekend, but they could sense something was off. Usually, the little Slytherin snakes moved in small groups, 2s and 3s. But today, they kept appearing in larger clusters, and always seemed to revolve around a few central figures. It was strange, sure. But most students didn't think much of it. Harry and Ron, though. They noticed right away. Thanks to Tom's advice the other day, they had successfully messed with Malfoy, and now both of them couldn't help but pay closer attention to the boy who gave them the idea. Tom used to keep to himself, always alone except for Daphne. The other students avoided him like the plague. But today, Harry was starting to wonder if Tom had rewritten everyone's family trees overnight, because they were treating him like royalty. Some brought him tea, others sliced his sausages, and someone was even helping him butter his toast. It was worse than how his Aunt Petunia spoiled Dudley. Harry was confused. Ron was straight up jealous, so jealous his eyes were nearly as red as his hair. This should be me, Ron muttered under his breath. How the hell did Riddle get there first? What the heck's going on? He asked, glaring at Hermione, who sat diagonally across from them. Weren't you two getting along? How'd he suddenly become Mr. Popular over the weekend? How should I know? Hermione snapped, clearly irritated. She stabbed her eggs with a fork until they looked like scrambled regret. She was frustrated for a reason. Tom hadn't spoken to her all weekend. Not even a casual run-in. Ron shrank back at her outburst, not daring to provoke her further. He just sulked in silence. Not far away, Fred and George exchanged a look, curiosity practically radiating from their matching grins. They were sure something big had happened in Slytherin these past few days. Riddle was clearly at the center of it. We've got to ask him next time we catch him in the kitchen, Fred muttered. George nodded in agreement. Right then, a wave of owls swooped through the open doors, dropping letters and packages all over the tables. Tom reacted fast, catching his parcel before it could splash into a bowl of milk and meet a soggy end. Daphne peeked over, curious, as he opened the outer wrapping. Inside were individually packaged ingredients, herbs, powdered roots, and all sorts of odd magical materials. Why'd you buy so many potion ingredients? She asked. Some are for me, Tom replied casually, but a few are for you. For me? Her eyes widened. Yeah. To help you recover faster, replenish your energy and stamina. He scanned the contents one more time to make sure everything was in good condition, then started repacking the box to bring it back to the dorm later. Daphne just stared at him, eyes sparkling. Tom really was thoughtful. He considered everything. And he even bought all this using his own money. She suddenly felt like she wasn't paying enough in tuition. Meanwhile, far away from the classroom hustle, Lucius Malfoy had arrived at Hogwarts. But instead of going straight to Dumbledore, he first made a stop at Snape's office. The truth was, Lucius still held a deep-seated fear of the headmaster. He wasn't about to barge in and start throwing accusations unless he was absolutely sure he had the upper hand. So instead, he came to Snape to bolster his confidence, and to demand an explanation. Why hadn't Snape protected Draco? When Lucius showed up, Snape was still in the middle of teaching. But he didn't look surprised. After quietly instructing the class to keep working on their potions, he stepped out to meet his guest. "Severus," Lucius said coldly, skipping any kind of greeting. "Don't you think you owe me an explanation?" Snape raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you know the full story, Lucius? I've asked plenty of students. It's clear Draco provoked Riddle. They had no prior conflict. Seems obvious to me, Draco tried to boost his status among the first years by stepping on Tom. Unfortunately, he failed. In a case like that, what exactly are you expecting me to say?" Lucius didn't appreciate the response. His tone grew sharper. "We're talking about a filthy mudblood, Severus. You've known Draco since he was a child, and yet you let that boy hang him up in the common room overnight. Our Malfoy family name has been dragged through the mud. Aren't we friends?" "Friends?" Snape thought coldly. "Your family's pride is worth less than dragon dung." But aloud, he said smoothly, "Of course, we're friends. Still," he added, "there's a line between friendship and professionalism. Both boys are my students. I won't play favorites. Surely you haven't forgotten Slytherin's core rule, survival of the fittest." Lucius fell silent. Slytherin hadn't changed. Back when he was in school, he relied on his pureblood status and well-placed friends to bully his way through. Now the tables had turned. His son had run into someone completely different, a Muggle-born kid who didn't flinch at their bloodline, while other pureblood families watched in silence. Lucius's expression darkened. "Severus, are you sure there's nothing strange about that Riddle boy? A kid who'd never touched a wand before manages to beat a seventh-year perfect just like that." He gave a cold chuckle. "What, is he the only genius in the world? The rest of us are just idiots. Or maybe, he's using some sort of dark magic. Someone must have taught him." Snape gave a quiet snort, already well aware of what Lucius was hinting at. He had no interest in dragging the conversation out, so he simply passed the buck. "Lucius, Dumbledore personally vouched for Riddle. He's clean. No dark magic, no tricks. This world's never been fair to begin with. If you've still got a problem, feel free to take it up with the headmaster yourself." Lucius wasn't ready to let it go, though. He nagged and pestered until Snape reluctantly agreed to take him to Dumbledore's office. Headmaster's office. Lucius finally felt confident now that he had the answers he wanted from Snape. The moment he stepped into Dumbledore's office, he went straight for the jugular. "I want that boy expelled." Dumbledore tilted his head slightly, a touch of amusement in his expression. "Lucius, as far as I recall, the school board doesn't have the authority to interfere in daily administrative decisions. And even if it did, such decisions require a majority vote. I'm speaking as a father." Lucius snapped, voice rising with anger. Was Dumbledore mocking him? That smug look in his eye, like he was talking down to an idiot. Dumbledore, ever unbothered, smiled warmly, his serene demeanor a stark contrast to Lucius's boiling rage. "I only just learned about this myself. Naturally, I can't make a judgment until I hear the full story." With that, he scribbled something onto a parchment, folded it into a paper crane, and sent it flying out the window. "Give it a moment. I've asked Mr. Filch to bring the two boys here. We'll hear their sides first." Lucius let out an angry snort and slumped into a sofa, arms crossed and still avoiding Dumbledore's gaze. Snape, unfazed, said, "I need to return to my class. Whatever punishment you hand out, I won't object." "Thank you, Severus," Dumbledore said with a nod. Back in Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall had just tasked the students with turning goblets into pencil cases. As usual, Tom Riddle was the first to finish, earning Slytherin another 2 points. But it hadn't been an instant success. Tom had first transfigured a rough version, then, after a few corrections from McGonagall, refined it into a perfect transformation. By doing this, he not only showcased his natural talent in a way that didn't seem too suspiciously perfect, but also gave McGonagall the satisfaction of seeing a student improve under her guidance. 2 birds with 1 stone. It wasn't about playing dumb or hiding his skills, he just wanted to rake in some extra points. Focus your mind a little more. Stop staring at me, I'm not the one you're supposed to transfigure. Oh. Daphne blinked, tearing her gaze away from Tom's face. She raised her wand again to try the spell, but before she could finish, the classroom door was flung open with a loud bang. All eyes turned toward the noise. McGonagall frowned. Mr. Filch. What's the matter? Professor, Filch said with a slimy grin. Headmaster Dumbledore would like Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Riddle to come to his office. Immediately. McGonagall glanced at the two boys. Malfoy looked positively gleeful. Tom, on the other hand, stood up calmly, not a flicker of surprise on his face. With the professor's permission, the two followed Filch out of the classroom. The Slytherin students, of course, had already guessed why they were being summoned. A low murmur rippled through the group, speculating on whether Dumbledore was actually going to punish Tom. As for expulsion, no one was that stupid. Dumbledore had been headmaster for decades and had never expelled a student. It was just a fight, there had been way worse incidents over the years. Even Daphne didn't seem remotely concerned. She stayed focused on her transformation practice, determined to pull it off before the class ended. You know why, don't you? Hermione couldn't hold back her curiosity anymore. She slid into the seat Tom had left and turned to Daphne. Greengrass, did Tom and Malfoy get into a fight? Daphne gave her a sidelong glance. Granger, and why exactly should I tell you anything? Ugh, fine, whatever, Hermione huffed. You don't look the least bit worried, so it clearly isn't a big deal. I'll just ask Tom myself next time we're in the library. He always tells me. Chapter 58, exactly. I'll just ask him myself next time we're in the library. Tom always tells me the truth, Hermione said calmly. Crack. Daphne's spell fizzled again, another failed attempt. She didn't like the library's silent, sterile atmosphere. It was usually just Tom and Hermione having their little study sessions there while she was off doing her own thing. Then something hit her, and a sly smile tugged at her lips. Oh, you haven't heard, have you? Tom agreed to tutor me. We spent the entire weekend together practicing spells. We probably won't have time for the library anymore. You might want to find another Gryffindor buddy. Hermione froze, her lips pressed into a tight line. So that's why she hadn't seen Tom at all last weekend, he was off giving Daphne private lessons. She was smarter than Daphne. She worked harder too. And yet, because Tom often gave Daphne little pointers, their progress looked nearly the same. Maybe I should ask Tom for tutoring too. But then again, nothing comes free. Not in a world built on value and exchange. What could she offer Tom in return? That thought soured her mood completely, and she had no more energy left to bicker. Meanwhile, Tom and Malfoy followed Filch. Malfoy looked like he had a peacock feather stuck up his nose the way he walked, but noticeably didn't dare say a word to Tom. He was scared of getting punched again. And Filch? That squib was as useful as a chocolate cauldron. No one can save you, Riddle. At least, that's how Malfoy saw it, Tom was bound to get hit with a heavy punishment. When that happened, it would be the perfect time to mock him. And if Tom dared to raise a hand against him again, refusing to learn his lesson, well, expulsion might not be out of the question. The thought made Malfoy snicker out loud, startling Filch, who had been walking ahead to guide them. Filch shot him a weird look. What's with this nutcase grinning to himself? They came to a grotesque stone gargoyle. Filch stopped in front of it. The statue suddenly came to life and asked in a deep voice, "Password." "Jelly slug," Filch replied. The gargoyle moved aside, revealing the passage behind it. "You can go in. The headmaster is waiting." With that, Filch turned and left. Malfoy rushed in immediately. Tom followed, but the gargoyle suddenly extended a claw to block him. "What was with that look you gave me, kid?" the gargoyle asked, sounding irritated. Tom blinked in surprise. "Wait, you can understand human expressions." The gargoyle grinned with cracked stone lips. "I've been around longer than your whole family tree. Don't think I didn't catch that little look of disgust." Tom raised a brow. "All right then. How long have you been around? Who made you?" "Wouldn't you like to know?" the gargoyle said smugly. "That's classified." "Not telling." Tom shrugged. "Fair enough. And yeah, I was judging you. You're ugly as hell. The gargoyle looked downright offended. Ugly. That's not on me, blame the guy who made me, Bloody Salazar and his twisted taste. Oh, Tom said, suddenly understanding. So you were made by one of the founders. That explains why you're a lot smarter than the other statues. You little Slytherin brat, the gargoyle growled, eyes widening. You tricked me into talking. Fine, just get in already. With a push, it shoved Tom into the rotating staircase and slammed the stone shut behind him. Tom was left speechless. Weren't you the one who spilled all the info first? The staircase carried him upward until he arrived at a door shaped like a majestic creature, part lion, part eagle, part beast. The door was slightly open. He stepped inside. Inside the room were 3 people, Dumbledore and 2 platinum blonde Malfoys. Host has entered the headmaster's office. Achievement unlocked, plus 10 points. Bonus available, sneak into the headmaster's office at night for 50 achievement points. Keep up the good work. Good afternoon, Professor. Tom gave a small, polite nod, completely ignoring the 2 Malfoys. Good afternoon, Mr. Riddle, Dumbledore replied with a warm smile. With a flick of his wand, a plush armchair appeared behind Tom. Please, make yourself comfortable. I just want to understand what happened. I heard you and Mr. Malfoy had a bit of a disagreement. Tom sat down, nodding slightly. It seems Malfoy thought an orphan would be easy to push around, an easy target to boost his own self-worth. Unfortunately for him, orphans are experts at self-defense. He's lying. Draco cut in loudly, encouraged by the presence of his father. I never laid a hand on him. I just had Goyle give him a friendly reminder to stay low profile, and he attacked me. You. Tom raised an eyebrow. A friendly reminder? Malfoy, don't tell me you expect me to live like you, tail between my legs, and not even show up to the duel you arranged yourself. Both Malfoy's faces turned an ugly shade of red. Tom looked directly at Lucius Malfoy. With his perfectly styled white blonde hair and haughty expression, the older man practically radiated malice, directed squarely at Tom. Tom didn't care. Kids who run to tattle all the time were always annoying. He knew Dumbledore would take his side in the end. He wasn't worried about Malfoy's pettiness. Still, even a fly can be annoying if it buzzes around long enough. Maybe it was time to act the part of a dark wizard, just a little. Let Draco get a taste of what it's like to live like an orphan. Still, Draco would be far more fortunate than Tom. At the very least, he would inherit a massive fortune. And in the wizarding world, there were no inheritance taxes, actually, no taxes at all. It was practically paradise for aristocrats and capitalists. Just as Lucius was racking his brain, trying to come up with some angle of attack, he suddenly felt the hairs on his arms stand up and a chill creep down his spine. He looked up, straight into Tom's icy, unblinking eyes. That look, he'd seen it before. On him. On the Dark Lord. On the other Tom Riddle. A violent shiver ran through Lucius. He suddenly slapped the table with his palm, making the tea set rattle violently. Outrageous. Exactly. Draco jumped up, clearly proud that his father was backing him up. I won't allow the Malfoy name to be dragged through the mud over childish nonsense. Exactly, our name deserves respect. Draco agreed enthusiastically. Draco. So you were the one who picked a fight with Mr. Riddle for no reason. Apologize to him at once. Exactly, wait, what? Chapter 59, The Malfoy Family's Way of Survival. Draco stiffly turned his head, staring at his father in disbelief. His eyes held a flicker of hope, maybe he'd misheard. Maybe his dad had just misspoken. But that hope was shattered in the very next second when Lucius smacked him on the head. This is all your fault. You didn't explain anything clearly in your letter. I ended up thinking Mr. Riddle was bullying weaker students unprovoked. And what really happened? You started the fight, lost, and then tried to get me to use my status to cry foul, claiming it was an unfair fight. You've brought shame to the Malfoy name. Just wait till we get home. Draco wanted to defend himself, but under his father's cold glare, all the frustration and confusion he felt got swallowed down. Seeing his son finally shut up, Lucius let out a quiet breath, then turned to Tom with a gracious smile. Mr. Riddle, it seems this was all a misunderstanding. The fault lies entirely with Draco. You did nothing wrong. I'll make sure to keep a closer eye on him from now on and ensure he doesn't trouble you again. Tom raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Had Lucius Malfoy taken a calming potion or something? Maybe this guy had a gift for prophecy and already foresaw some dark wizard coming to have a chat with him in the future. Still, Lucius's humble attitude really took the edge off Tom's murderous intentions. As expected of a true head of house. Mr. Malfoy, you really are a reasonable man. You flatter me. Since the misunderstanding's been cleared up, how about we call this matter settled? Lucius asked tentatively. I'm fine with that, though. Tom glanced at Draco Malfoy. Under his father's heavy pressure, Draco quickly gave in. It was my fault. It won't happen again. What a touching moment. Dumbledore, who'd been happily watching the whole scene unfold, took off his glasses and wiped away imaginary tears. Let's hope this marks the beginning of a beautiful friendship. But, even if there was a reason for it, Mr. Riddle, you still did harm a fellow student. So I'll be deducting 50 points from Slytherin. Understood, Professor. It was my mistake. Tom nodded obediently, internally grinning like a fox. After all, if they didn't take points off, how could he earn extra credit later? The whole situation had been smoothed over perfectly. Only Draco Malfoy came out of it bruised and battered, and no one else seemed to care how he felt. Lucius felt awkward staying in Dumbledore's office any longer. Once he confirmed the danger he'd sensed earlier had truly disappeared, he immediately dragged his son out with him. Tom was about to leave too, but Dumbledore stopped him. Mr. Riddle, Transfiguration class is over for the day, and there's still some time before lunch. How about keeping an old man company for a bit? Since the headmaster asked so nicely, what could Tom do? He reluctantly sat back down. Outside the office, Draco glared at his father. Dad, were you under the Imperius curse back there or something? You didn't even try to back me up, and you made me apologize to Riddle. I'm telling Mum you sided with an outsider to bully your own son. Lucius ignored Draco's tantrum and instead pulled him to a quiet corner of the corridor, away from the office. Draco, let me ask you a question. How do you think the Malfoy family has survived since the time of William the Conqueror? Draco blinked, confused by the sudden shift, but answered seriously, given how stern his father looked. Noble bloodlines, vast connections, immense wealth, and powerful magic. Lucius nodded appreciatively. Good answer, completely useless. Draco stared at his father in shock. Wasn't this exactly what Lucius had always been lecturing? Now he was turning around and calling it nonsense. Lucius clapped a firm hand on Draco's shoulder. Listen carefully, son. The reason the Malfoy family has endured for so long and remained powerful among purebloods isn't any of that idealistic fluff. It's because we know when to bend, how to read the wind, sell out superiors, frame our friends, stab them in the back, and most importantly, run faster than anyone else when trouble comes. That's how we've survived every purge and only grown stronger. Draco's jaw practically hit the floor. Are you serious? I've never been more serious, Lucius said, his face unusually grim and tired. All those things I tell you about blood purity and honor. That's just our public image. It earns us alliances with other pure-blood families and gives us leverage. But in truth, blood doesn't matter. Power does. Power. Lucius nodded. A half-blood rose to become the Dark Lord. Did you dare defy him? Draco shook his head numbly. No. Even their family, who sided with the Dark Lord, had felt his terror. They didn't even dare say his name. But, what does any of that have to do with you backing Riddle just now? Draco asked, still confused. Lucius sighed. I've dared to go against Dumbledore before, openly called him a senile old fool more than once. And do you know why I'm still standing? Because Dumbledore's a man of principle. He has a moral code. He plays by the rules. No matter how much I provoked him, he wouldn't lose his temper and retaliate. But Riddle. Lucius paused for a moment before finally saying, he wanted to kill me just now. No, not just me, our whole family. What? Draco shouted, completely stunned. That's impossible. How could he even think about doing that? Oh, he could. The fact that he even thought of it proves he has the confidence and the means to back it up. Lucius's expression turned grim. Sure, Riddle's strength is nowhere near Dumbledore's, he's not even in the same league. But he's an orphan. He has no attachments, no weaknesses, and he's dangerously unstable. People like him are far more dangerous than Dumbledore could ever be. So, Draco, from now on, stay far away from him. Don't talk back to him, don't even insult him, unless you're sure no one else is around to hear it. People like him either rise to become legends, or die making the biggest mess imaginable. Either way, getting involved with him won't do you any good. Draco had gone pale. He didn't even want to question whether his father was exaggerating. Lucius Malfoy wasn't someone you argued with. I understand, father, Draco whispered, trembling. Tom Riddle. He really wanted to kill their entire family. Lucius nodded, satisfied. If nothing else, at least his son was smart enough to listen. That, he considered a great asset. Don't feel too bad. The Malfoys never rush revenge, we wait. When he eventually falls from grace, we'll strike while he's down. It doesn't matter how we win, Draco. What matters is that we do. Understand? That's the true Malfoy way to survive. Chapter 60, Borrowing Books from Dumbledore. Back in the headmaster's office. Tom had no idea Lucius was giving Draco a crash course in the Malfoy Survival Handbook, using him as the lesson. At the moment, he was enjoying a lemon sherbet and casually eyeing the decor. The office was perched atop one of the castle's towers, and the high ceiling allowed for 2 levels. The upper one was likely Dumbledore's personal quarters. The lower level, where guests were received, was filled with portraits of past headmasters, rare magical trinkets, and towering bookshelves packed with thick, dusty books. Tom had sharp eyes. He could make out a few of the titles, none of which he'd seen before in the Hogwarts library or even in Diagon Alley. Maybe they were from the restricted section. But up until now, he hadn't had a chance to enter it. Then his eyes landed on a wooden shelf that stood strangely empty. It was made of fine paulownia wood, but the surface was covered in a faint layer of ash. Professor, Tom asked, I heard you keep a phoenix. Why isn't it here? Ah, Fox. Dumbledore smiled. He comes and goes as he pleases. I've never tried to control him. He's probably off hunting somewhere right now. Tom felt a bit disappointed. He'd wanted to see a real phoenix, just to see if it looked anything like the one in the movies. It wasn't that he didn't want a pet. A wizard who didn't want a magical companion wasn't a real student in his eyes. The problem was, he didn't see much use in ordinary ones. If he was going to get a pet, it had to be something as unique and powerful as Dumbledore's. Tom, if you don't mind me calling you that. Dumbledore's voice gently broke his thoughts. He glanced at the boy who was still staring at the phoenix's perch. You seem to love books. Tom turned back, taking another bite of the lemon sherbet. There's just not much to do in the magical world. Not a lot of hobbies or entertainment. So, yeah, reading kind of became my go-to. I feel the same way, Dumbledore said with a knowing nod. In the Muggle world, there's opera, radio, television, so many things. Their huge population fuels endless creativity. It's a shame this castle rejects all that. I once tried to put a television in here. Couldn't get it to turn on. A few days later, even the wiring wouldn't work. Wait, so it's magic that interferes with electronics? Tom asked curiously. But then how come the TV at the Leaky Cauldron works just fine? I mean, the place is packed with wizards too. Dumbledore chuckled. No, it's not just the magic. Magical energy can disrupt Muggle tech, yes, but only during a magical surge. The casual magical residue from young witches and wizards isn't enough to cause major interference. He looked up at the ceiling above them. It's Hogwarts itself. The castle's alive in a way. It's an enormous magical artifact with layers of ancient enchantments. There are still things about it even I don't fully understand. Oh. Tom nodded thoughtfully and fell silent. He didn't know what Dumbledore's real purpose was in calling him here, but he was sure it wasn't anything malicious. So he decided to just wait and see what move the old man would make. Oddly enough, Dumbledore seemed to genuinely want to chat. He bounced from topic to topic, asking how Tom was doing in his studies, how his dorm life was going, what he thought about the classes and the professors. Tom, a little confused but always composed, answered each question without giving too much away. Then finally. I heard from Severus that you've come up with a shadow prefect system. Dumbledore asked, smiling. Here it comes. Tom straightened up a little. It was just a random idea, really. In the Muggle world, each school grade has its own class president. I figured, why should only the upper years have prefects? The younger years need someone to manage things too. There's always going to be a gap between different grades, it's easier to bridge that with someone your own age. A very thoughtful idea, Dumbledore chuckled. And what about this? Shadow head of house concept. Professor, Tom said earnestly, I just want to improve. Professor Snape is overwhelmed, 20-something classes a week, plus grading. It's no wonder he doesn't have time for student affairs. I just want to help lighten the load. Even Dumbledore, with all his years of experience and composure, was momentarily at a loss for words. You're a first-year student, and this is what you say. Tom, however, was the type to toss out 3 lines even if only one might hit the mark. Because if by some miracle Dumbledore did go along with it, well, that was just more achievement points for him. The profits were guaranteed, no risk, all reward. And if Dumbledore didn't agree, well, that was fine too. He'd come around eventually. As Tom expected, Dumbledore turned him down gently. Tom, the old man said kindly, a student's main focus should be learning and enjoying the beauty of their school years. Leave the burdens of adulthood to the adults. Severus is a responsible and dedicated head of house. You should trust in his abilities. Spy, potions master, head of Slytherin, keeping an eye on Quirrell, and protecting Harry Potter. Honestly, Snape was like some kind of born workhorse, whatever you threw at him, he'd somehow manage. That's why Dumbledore wasn't the least bit worried. All right then. Tom shrugged as if it didn't matter. Then he shifted gears with a casual smile. What about expanding the Shadow Prefect program to the entire school? If something works well, shouldn't it be shared? Dumbledore went quiet. Maybe not, he said finally, not all houses are like Slytherin. Some of them prefer a little more freedom. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It's almost lunchtime. I imagine Miss Greengrass is waiting for you. I won't keep you, this old man's rambled on long enough. The conversation had clearly run its course. Dumbledore, who had been the one to invite Tom in, now seemed eager to see him go. But now it was Tom who wasn't in a rush. The boy blinked innocently. Professor, you've got a ton of books here. Mind if I borrow 2? Dumbledore looked momentarily surprised but agreed with a chuckle. Of course not. I could never say no to a student's thirst for knowledge. Thank you. Tom stood up and walked over to the enormous bookshelf. He climbed the old ladder that leaned against it, scanning the titles. He had no idea if the books were magically protected, so he decided to go the old-fashioned route, manual search. It didn't take long for Tom to settle on 2 books. Advanced Magical Theory and Development in the 16th Century. And From Ignorance to Equivalent Exchange, A Beginner's Guide to Alchemy. These are the 2, Professor, Tom said as he descended. Dumbledore barely glanced at the first book, but when he saw the second, his eyes lit up with amusement. You're interested in alchemy, too? That one was written by an old friend of mine. It was never published publicly, just passed around privately among a few circles. To pick that book out of this whole collection, maybe it's fate. Is that so? Tom smiled politely. Well, if I run into any problems later, maybe I can ask your friend for advice. On the cover, aside from the gold-stamped title, there was a tiny line of text in the corner, marking the author. Nicholas Flamel. Chapter 61, The Wisdom of Gargoyle. Dumbledore was right, it really was a strange twist of fate. Tom hadn't chosen that book with Nicholas Flamel in mind. In fact, he couldn't possibly have known Flamel had written that unpublished manuscript. As for the tiny line of text in the corner marking the author, it was nearly impossible to notice, even when looking closely. Tom only spotted it after Dumbledore pointed out that the book was special. Well, now that it had come up, Tom was genuinely curious about meeting Nicholas Flamel someday. After all, when an ordinary person lives a long life, it's just clinging to existence. But when someone brilliant lives that long, that's when things get terrifying. Flamel was a legend in alchemy, a true milestone in magical history. Over 6 centuries, who knows how much wealth and knowledge he'd accumulated. He might even rival Hogwarts itself in terms of magical resources. Because when it comes down to it, Hogwarts is still a school. It caters to the general wizarding population. But Flamel, his entire collection is for his own use. If a book isn't top tier, it wouldn't even catch his eye. Still, Tom wasn't going to bring up the idea of contacting Flamel just yet. That would be too presumptuous. For now, he simply promised Dumbledore he'd return the book within a week and left the headmaster's office. As he reached the doorway, the stone gargoyle moved to block him again. You need something else? Tom raised an eyebrow. Kid, since you've already uncovered my secret, I might as well come clean, the gargoyle said mysteriously. Tom stared, thoroughly confused. Why is this thing so dramatic all of a sudden? The gargoyle's face took on an oddly smug expression, like it was proud of its own mystery. Salazar Slytherin was only one of my creators. I was forged by all 4 founders. Salazar gave me life and layout, Helga gave me my unbreakable body, Godric gifted me strength, and Rowena blessed me with great wisdom. Tom gave the statue a skeptical once-over. Okay, sure, the first 3 kind of checked out, this thing looked like it could easily punch a hole through a wall. But the last one. Rowena's wisdom. Really? Are you mocking me again? The gargoyle shouted, scandalized. Tom held up a hand. No, no. Just wondering why you're telling me all this. Oh. The gargoyle visibly relaxed, then smirked. It's just been a while since I bragged to anyone. Needed someone to appreciate how awesome I am. Tom. Hey, you okay? Tom returned to the Great Hall just in time for lunch. All eyes turned to him as he walked toward the Slytherin table. News spread fast, everyone already knew both he and Malfoy had been called to the headmaster's office. But only Tom had come back so far. Malfoy was still MIA, missing in action. Daphne immediately scooted over as Tom sat down beside her, speaking in a low voice full of concern. She might have acted calm earlier, but truthfully, no one ever knew what kind of punishment Dumbledore might dish out. 50 points docked. That's it, Tom said casually, scooping a generous serving of mashed potatoes onto his plate and pouring thick beef gravy over them. The Slytherin students nearby didn't react much to the point loss. Or rather, they reacted internally but didn't dare show it. Out of the 4 houses, Hufflepuff cared the least about the House Cup. Ravenclaw went with the flow, if they could win, great, if not, no big deal. But Gryffindor and Slytherin. Those 2 were obsessed with house pride. Gryffindors often charged in with all the fanfare, only to self-sabotage and lose their lead without even realizing it. There's an old saying, lions and snakes are 2 sides of the same coin. A clever lion becomes a snake. A bold snake becomes a lion. Not just poetic, there's truth to it. Normally, anyone else losing 50 points would have been crucified by the Slytherins. Look at how they treated Malfoy and Goyle, purebloods or not, the second you became a liability, the group turned cold. But Tom. No one dared say a word. This wasn't about whether he would be isolated, it was about whether he'd decide to isolate you. Tom had just proven himself as the strongest in the house. He was untouchable now. Besides, Tom was great at earning points. He could make up that loss in a month without breaking a sweat. Malfoy. That guy was just dead weight. The only person visibly distressed was Severus Snape, who stood staring at the house point board like he'd just aged 5 years. Dumbledore. I told you to punish Riddle however you liked, detention, cleaning, even a disciplinary mark, but docking points. Are you punishing him, or are you punishing me? Now I need to team up with him again. Tom, Malfoy really went and ratted you out. Want me to take care of him? After lunch, Zabini eagerly slid into step beside Tom. Don't worry, you won't need to lift a finger. I've still got some of that draft of Living Death left over. Just say the word and I'll have him running to his daddy crying. Not nodded enthusiastically. And I've got some healing potions ready. Was planning to use it myself, but I'd be honored to gift it to Malfoy after beating him. Rosier turned red but forced out a gruff, same here. Out of the trio, he was definitely the least eloquent. Just didn't have the words. The 3 of them weren't even trying to keep their voices down. Goyle and Crabbe, a few seats away, definitely heard every word. But they acted like nothing happened, just kept shoveling food into their mouths. Even followers had to look out for themselves. If sticking with Malfoy meant more trouble, maybe it was time to rethink some things. For once, Goyle and Crabbe had a moment of clarity. Whenever something involved Riddle, they'd play deaf and blind. But the rest of the time, keep pretending they were loyal to Malfoy and ride the gravy train. Perfect way to survive. Don't act on your own, Tom warned, waving them off. I already said, whatever happened between me and Malfoy is over. If he stirs things up again, then sure, go nuts. But for now, behave. Oh. Zabini looked genuinely disappointed but nodded obediently. What a missed opportunity, to humiliate Malfoy and earn Tom's favor at the same time. Still, thinking back, Tom always kept things clean. If you messed up, he'd punish you once, no grudges held. Man, Zabini thought, maybe Tom's actually a good guy. Ow, we really don't deserve him. Especially after plotting against him at the start of term. Zabini's thoughts got weirder every second. Draco Malfoy didn't show up again until the afternoon herbology class. His expression was carefully neutral, ignoring all the curious stares. But every time his eyes landed on Tom's back, he couldn't help but flinch, his father's advice echoing in his mind. All Malfoy could do now was pray Tom meant it when he said the feud was over. He wouldn't mess with Tom Riddle again. Unless Tom was clearly on his way out. Then, well, striking when the iron was hot wasn't betrayal, it was strategy. Oh, these beans are adorable. Daphne squeezed the plant until it popped, sending a puff of steam and a bright green bean flying. It bounced off the table like a rubber ball. Everyone wore gloves for this, those beans were hot. Tom caught the one Daphne popped, blew on it, wiped it clean, and popped it in his mouth. His eyes lit up. Not bad. Daphne perked up immediately and squeezed out another one. Let me try. You're right. Sweet and squishy. Professor Sprout watched them from the back with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Riddle, Greengrass, don't eat too many of those beans, they'll give you pimples. Tom didn't react, but Daphne's face turned pale. She quickly spat out the bean she was chewing. It's fine, Tom said, amused. Didn't Slughorn mention there's a potion that clears that up? No way. Daphne shook her head furiously. I have to stay cute. Pimples are not happening. Professor Sprout just chuckled. She didn't even scold them for goofing off in class, honestly, she felt a little regretful. With an appetite like that, Riddle really should have been in Hufflepuff. After class, Tom originally planned to head back to the dorms to brew some potions. But just as he stepped into the entrance hall, a Slytherin boy stopped him, speaking in a rushed, almost awkward voice. Riddle, Professor Snape wants to see you. His office. Tom paused. Was Snape losing it again? Maybe he wanted to have another go at pushing his buttons. Still, he didn't overthink it. He nodded and followed along, might as well swing by and scout the place out again. He needed to borrow, well, more like steal, some rare materials from his favorite head of house, after all. Chapter 62, Voldemort Must Die. 5 minutes later. Tom was standing in front of Snape. This time, there was no cold shoulder. The usually grumpy head of house had even pulled out a chair for him, how thoughtful. You cost us 50 points today, Snape said flatly. If I had a choice, I'd rather be the good guy, Tom replied with a shrug. Great. Then go tell Dumbledore and see if he'll give those points back. Snape's expression darkened. I don't care what you have to do, Slytherin will win the House Cup this year, he said, tone sharp and final. And since you're now the uncrowned king of the house, it's time you stepped up and took responsibility. He leaned forward. Tell me, can you guarantee Slytherin's victory? Tom's eyes gleamed. Yes, Professor. I can. In fact, I have a few ideas to guarantee it. He grinned so brightly it was almost unsettling. Snape blinked, caught off guard by how thrilled he suddenly looked. Did he seriously miss the sarcasm when I called him the uncrowned king? Snape thought, confused. But Tom wasn't reacting to Snape's words, he was excited for a very different reason. Because at long last, his half-dead system had finally triggered another task. System alert, task generated in response to head of house directive. Task objective, lead Slytherin to win the House Cup. Difficulty, hard. Reward, 1,000 study credits, 100 achievement points, 1 gotcha pull. 1,000 credits. That was enough to activate his turbo state 10 times. And 100 achievement points, that was 1/10 of what he needed to summon the second, King of the Century, SS-tier teacher. And then there was the gotcha ticket, his first one ever. Holy crap. Snape isn't a grumpy old bat, he's a walking gold mine. Professor, any more missions you'd like to give me? Tom asked, eyes gleaming like he'd just struck oil. Snape leaned back slightly, suddenly on edge at the intensity in Tom's gaze. Just this one, he said cautiously. If you pull it off, we'll talk about what comes next. All right, fair enough. Tom looked a little disappointed, but quickly brightened again. But Professor, I can't win the House Cup alone. I mean, I'm not the chosen one or anything. Snape squinted. That sounded pointed. Before he could analyze it further, Tom continued, there's still so much I don't know, especially in potions. Professor, I've got some questions. Naturally, the conversation shifted into a back-and-forth Q&A. Snape never turned away a student who was genuinely eager to learn. Not even Potter or Longbottom, though, of course, his tone toward them could get pretty brutal. With Tom, though, Snape kept his tone neutral and calm. He wasn't sure if this kid held grudges, and he had no interest in being targeted for psychological warfare. But as the questions kept coming, Snape's expression slowly began to change. What started as mild interest turned into serious focus. Inside, he was practically reeling. The topics Tom raised weren't just first-year level, they included advanced brewing techniques, potion theory, even properties of obscure ingredients that weren't mentioned in standard textbooks. Some of it was graduate-level stuff. Questions even 7th years would sweat over. Most of them would be stumped after 2 or 3, especially the ones allowed into his NEWT-level potions classes. And yet here was a first year, discussing it all like he'd been studying for years. And Snape could tell, this wasn't just someone parroting back notes. Tom clearly understood the material. He remembered theory from books, identified gaps in his practice, and asked targeted questions that showed real insight. Was this normal? No. Not even close. Over the past few weeks, Tom had thrown nearly all his energy into potions. He still kept up with his other subjects, of course, but brewing had become his main obsession. Especially since he was preparing to make that physical enhancement potion Andrus had mentioned. With ingredients that rare, he couldn't afford to screw it up. Riddle, Snape finally said, cutting him off mid-question. He opened a desk drawer and pulled out a small, beat-up black notebook. The cover was scuffed and faded, clearly used. Tom's heart skipped a beat. Wait, is this that legendary cheat code? The Half-Blood Prince's notes. Harry had gotten his hands on that in another timeline, and practically became a potions prodigy overnight. He even nearly KO'd Malfoy with one of the spells from it. Was Snape seriously about to pass this down? Riddle. Snape pushed the notebook across the desk. You're learning too much, too fast. No structure. That's why your questions are all over the place. This is a collection of notes I compiled 5 years ago. Study it. Understand it. Once you've absorbed what's in there, then you can come back to me with questions. Thank you, Professor. Tom snatched the notebook like it was a holy relic. 5 years ago. That was way more valuable than the Half-Blood Prince's school notes. That version was just Snape as a student, jotting things down for himself. This one. This was the work of a master. Tom honestly hadn't expected Snape to hand over something so valuable so easily. But since it was in his hands now, no way was he giving it back. After one final promise to bring the House Cup home for Slytherin, and a subtle glance at the ingredients list he needed, Tom made his exit. Snape sat there silently for a long time, fingertips pressed together beneath his nose. And then, a wild, dangerous idea sparked in his mind. What if I raised one Tom Riddle to destroy another Tom Riddle? Tom's talent wasn't just rare, it was something Snape had never seen or even heard of before. And now that he was sure this boy had no connection to Voldemort, his old bias was gone. The drama around the school didn't matter. Not compared to the possibility forming in his mind. In the dim light of his office, Snape whispered like a man possessed. I don't care what happens to the wizarding world. I don't care if a new Dark Lord rises. In fact, that might be exactly what we need. A new king must rise from the ashes of the old. I just want one thing. No matter what. Voldemort must die. Chapter 63, No Shortcuts, All Grind. Hermione. What are you doing here? Tom had just walked out of Snape's office, still puzzling over the professor's sudden shift in attitude, when he spotted a puff of frizzy brown hair peeking around the corner of the hallway. Add the petite height, and he knew instantly who it was. Sure enough, it was Hermione. The little witch looked conflicted, fingers twisting nervously together like she was wrestling with some massive internal dilemma. Now Tom was really curious. There weren't even any potions classes today, what was she doing down here in the dungeons? Tom. Hermione jumped about a foot in the air at the sound of his voice. Suspicious, he said, taking a step back and rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Why do you look like you're up to no good? Hermione rolled her eyes hard. I'm not up to anything. Even flustered, with her hair a mess, first-year Hermione was downright adorable. That pouty glare only made her cuter. Too bad she's just a lowly and too bad I'm just a little boy, Tom thought. Guess that's the rough part of getting ice-guyed. She wasn't tanned or dark like those weird versions of Hermione he sometimes read about, just a soft, pale little lowly. Shaking off the distraction, he got back to the point. Okay, seriously. What are you doing here? Hermione fidgeted for a while before finally blurting out, I heard someone say Professor Snape asked to see you again, so I waited here for you. Tom nodded slowly. So if you waited, that means there's something you want to talk about. She sucked in a deep breath, clenched her fists, and rushed it out all at once. I heard from Greengrass that she's been training with you, and I want to learn from you too. I don't have money or anything to offer, but if you have conditions, whatever it is, if I can do it, I'll agree. Back in their Muggle school days, she and Tom had been academic rivals. Their competition had stretched across multiple years. But that all changed once they got to the magical world. From the very start, Tom's talent left her in the dust. At first, Hermione tried to make up the gap with effort, more reading, more studying, more practice. But every time she'd seen him using magic freely, she'd realized something: there was no catching up. Not alone. The sheer power behind his spells, the precision, the intensity, it was on another level. How could the same spell feel so different? So this, coming here to ask for help, was Hermione surrendering. She was setting pride aside in favor of something more valuable, magic. After she finished, she kept her eyes shut, waiting for his response like someone bracing for a slap. If he agreed, she'd be grateful. If not, she wouldn't blame him. Either way, their friendship wouldn't change. Tom, on the other hand, looked incredibly underwhelmed. That's it. That's the big, dramatic thing you were stressing about, he asked, disappointed. Hermione blinked, confused. So, are you agreeing or not? Tom gave her a look. Of course I'm agreeing. I just said it's no big deal. But, Greengrass told me she paid you 1,200 galleons. I don't have anything close to that. Hermione said, clearly flustered. Tom sighed. You think I'm some shady businessman? Or a greedy landlord? You don't need to pay me that kind of money just to learn magic from me. Hogwarts professors earn about that much a year, and they're far more qualified than I am. What do I look like, some capitalist troll hanging from a street lamp? He shrugged. Daphne just assumed I was broke and insisted on paying. Honestly, if I hadn't accepted, she probably would have burst into tears on the spot. What could I do? I'm treating it like a loan, he added. I'll pay her back eventually. So don't feel pressured. There's no price tag on your learning. If his system was the kind where you could pay to get stronger, he'd already have focused on money. Hermione's friendship. Haha, he would be showing up at her parents' dental clinic like. Mr. Granger, you wouldn't want your precious little daughter, only 11 years old, to fall into a dark wizard's hands, would you? Then, boom, instant ransom in the form of gold bricks. And that wasn't even the end of it. Next stop, the Greengrass estate. Madam Greengrass, surely you wouldn't want your daughter graduating from Hogwarts pregnant, now would you? Oh. Madam Greengrass, there are 2 of them. Kakeek. With that kind of setup, even the most pay-to-win system couldn't hold him back. He'd be richer than Snape in a week. Too bad. His system was the hard mode kind. No shortcuts. All grind, all effort. Just one long journey of blood, sweat, and study. Hermione exhaled in relief. So it had all been Daphne being Daphne. Or more accurately, Daphne really did think she was just paying tuition. Hermione's mood brightened instantly. If it had really cost 1,000 galleons or more, even if she gave Tom her entire 7 years' worth of school funds, it wouldn't be enough. But, Tom continued, and just like that, Hermione tensed up again. She stared at him, worried. But what? Well, he said, Daphne did help me out a lot, so even though I plan to pay her back, she's still earned some credit. So, Miss Granger, what do you bring to the table? Her face turned red. What do you mean? Tom leaned in, dragging out the words, I want you. Hermione flushed like a tomato. Her brain stopped working. He wants me. Isn't that kind of fast? Sure, Tom was smart, patient, and always ahead of the curve, not to mention very good-looking. She often found herself stealing glances when he was focused. But still, wasn't it way too soon? Aren't relationships supposed to start around 3rd or 4th year? Then again, if she waited until then, Daphne would probably beat her to it. Maybe she should just say yes now and lock it in. It's not like she'd be the only one benefiting. I want you to help me with my homework, Tom finished with a sly smile. All the sparkle vanished from Hermione's eyes. Her face went blank as she stared at his smug expression. Tom Riddle. I'm going to kill you. She lunged forward, flailing tiny fists that landed with soft little thumps on his chest, more like a pouty tantrum than an actual attack. Good thing no one was around. Anyone walking by would have definitely thought they were flirting. Once she finished venting, she backed away, panting. No way. Do your own homework. I'm not writing it for you. What's the point of homework? Tom asked calmly. Reinforcing what you learned in class, obviously, she answered, arms crossed. Tom raised his hands in mock surrender. But I don't need to reinforce anything. I'm already way ahead of the class. Doing homework just wastes my time. Especially with Snape and Binns, they always assign long, boring essays that teach me nothing. In fact, he added, homework's slowing me down. Hermione blinked, caught off guard by that logic. And you're different, Tom continued smoothly. Doing the same assignment twice gives you a chance to approach it from a new angle. Reinforces your knowledge. Who knows? Maybe you won't even need to study for finals. Hermione frowned. Of course I'll study for finals. She hesitated again. But, our handwriting is completely different. Wouldn't the professors notice? Tom grinned. That's not a problem. I'll show you something in a few days that'll fix that. Just don't hand in the exact same essay. Still unsure, Hermione reluctantly agreed, then sighed in resignation. She'd officially crossed a line. She used to snap at her dorm mates just for asking to copy her work. Now here she was, basically doing someone else's homework. But if everyone who asked was like Tom, always top of the class, learning faster than the teachers could teach, then maybe, just maybe, she could justify it. He was already ahead of the curriculum, way ahead. Smarter than the professors, half the time. If anyone deserved a little help, it was him. With that logic, the guilt weighing on her chest started to fade. Back in the Slytherin common room. Daphne was in the middle of a wizard's chess match with Millicent Bulstrode. Tom waited patiently off to the side, not interrupting until the game finished. Millicent's queen had just been brutally taken out by a knight. Once they were done, Tom gestured Daphne over to a quiet corner and quickly filled her in on what had just happened with Hermione. The moment he finished, Daphne's expression dropped. Her face sank dramatically, except for her lips, which were pouted sky-high. She was clearly regretting her life choices. Especially that moment earlier when she had smugly bragged to Hermione about Tom tutoring her. And now look where that got her. Tom understood it probably felt unfair to Daphne. From her point of view, she was the one who had paid real money. So, to make it right, he told her what Hermione would be doing in return, and gave her a choice. If you want to write my homework instead, he said, I'll turn Hermione down. Daphne immediately started waving her hands in panic. Forget it. Let Granger do it. Let her write all your homework until we graduate, for all I care. She didn't even want to do her own homework, let alone an extra set. Between schoolwork and the training Tom gave her, she was already overwhelmed. One more thing and she'd collapse. In an instant, all her frustration disappeared. Galleons. Pocket change. For a little heiress like her, money wasn't the issue, it was Tom's attitude that mattered. And he'd just said he was willing to reject Hermione, for her. That meant she still had the top spot in his heart. With that comforting thought, Daphne's pout melted into a bright, satisfied smile. With his #1 sponsor appeased, Tom left Daphne to her chess match and headed back to his dorm to brew potions. All 3 of his roommates were inside. 2 of them, Rosier and Knott, offered to help, but the second they realized how much precision was involved in prepping ingredients, they chickened out. They didn't want to risk ruining Tom's expensive materials, so they wisely made themselves scarce. That left just one volunteer, Zabini. Unlike the others, Blaise Zabini was actually interested in potions. He had a real knack for it, too. After a few mistakes, he started getting the hang of things and followed Tom's instructions with increasing ease. As a reward, Tom shared a few tips and tricks. Whether Zabini could retain them, that was up to him. Keep the tools completely dry when cutting moonstone, moisture ruins the potency. Add the saprophoros bean when the liquid turns gray-brown. I waited 2 seconds before, and it started fading, but it was my first time making this, so I hesitated. Ashwinder eggs stabilize magical flow. But don't rely on exact measurements, you need to feel it with your wand. There, that's good. He dropped the final ingredient into the cauldron, drew his wand, and gave it a gentle stir. A few minutes later, a blue, crystal-clear potion shimmered inside. Tom leaned in and sniffed. The scent, the color, everything matched the book's description of an energy potion perfectly. Not top-tier quality, but definitely well above average. More than good enough to use. He was satisfied. Zabini looked even more impressed. Their last conversation had proven Tom knew the theory. This proved his practical skills were just as strong. Wasn't the energy potion, invigoration draft, part of the 5th or 6th year curriculum? Zabini remembered overhearing some upperclassmen talk about it. Definitely a high-level potion. Unlike something basic like Wiggenweld, this one required 8 ingredients, plus magical infusion using a wand, one of the key markers of advanced potion making. Tom brewed several more batches of both energy and stamina potions that evening. Each one pushed his skill higher. Zabini, watching closely, learned a lot just by being there. 2 days passed. Before Wednesday's charms class, Tom presented Hermione with what he had prepared. Daphne hovered nearby, curious. "A quill?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. It looked ordinary. No rare feathers, no fancy trimming, just a plain old quill. "This one can perfectly replicate my handwriting," Tom explained. He took out a fresh piece of parchment and scribbled 3 names on it, Tom Riddle, Daphne Greengrass, Hermione Granger. Then he handed the parchment and the quill to Hermione. First, she wrote the names using her own quill. As expected, her script was neat, delicate, and nothing like Tom's bold strokes. Then she used Tom's quill. This time, the letters curled and looped exactly like his. Even the slant and pressure matched perfectly. How is that possible? Hermione's eyes widened. "A mimicry charm," Tom said casually, "plus a bit of basic alchemy." He didn't think it was that impressive. He'd figured it out after reading through just a few introductory alchemy books. Hermione finally relaxed. If the professors couldn't tell the handwriting apart, then she'd go through with it. She agreed to write his homework, on one condition. If your exam scores are lower than mine at the end of the year, you write your own homework after that. Tom, naturally, accepted. Hey, Granger, no, wait, Hermione. Daphne grinned, sidling up next to her. "Since you're already doing Tom's homework, how about mine too? I've got loads of pocket money. You could buy so many books." "No thanks." Hermione didn't even look at her. "Tom's teaching me magic. Galleons can't do that. I don't need your money." "Humph. Fine, be like that," Daphne huffed, then turned to Tom. "I want one of those quills too, with my handwriting." She didn't need Hermione. She had 3 other roommates. If each of them wrote 2 subjects worth of homework, she wouldn't even need to write anything herself. Tom flicked her forehead and ruffled her hair. "Nice try. But if I gave you one, you'd probably fail your end-of-year exams." Daphne was the definition of a normal girl her age, easily distracted by just about everything more exciting than studying. If she didn't at least do some work, she'd fall apart in no time. Seeing he wasn't budging, Daphne grumbled but accepted it. Just then, Professor Flitwick bounced cheerfully into the classroom, stepping up onto his booster platform. "All right, class. Today we'll be learning a new charm, Reparo, the mending spell. Chapter 64, The Forbidden Forest." Reparo was one of the most commonly used spells in a wizard's daily life, but ironically, it was also one of the most damaging to society. Why? Because nearly every wizard could use it, things lasted way longer than they should. Plates, chairs, wands, passed down through 3 generations, patched up who knows how many times. People just kept fixing things instead of replacing them. And if nobody's buying new stuff, how's anyone supposed to make money? It was a serious problem for the wizarding economy. Today, Professor Flitwick was teaching the simplest version of the mending charm, the kind that could only fix basic, single-material objects. Anything complex or made of multiple materials. Forget it. And magical artifacts. Definitely out of the question. Each student got a plain white porcelain plate. Their task? Smash it. Then, by the end of class, hand it back fully repaired. The sound of breaking plates filled the room. Harry stared at Ron in disbelief. "Mate, why'd you smash yours that hard?" Harry's plate had broken into 5 or 6 neat pieces. Ron's. It was dust. Ron grinned, completely unbothered. "Hey, when else do you get a legitimate excuse to break stuff? Gotta make it count." Man, Ron looked a bit regretful. Should have jumped and slammed it down harder. Harry looked at him like he'd grown an extra head. "But the more broken it is, the harder it is to fix. We've got to give these back to Professor Flitwick by the end of class." Ron's smile froze. That realization hit hard, and, unfortunately, Draco Malfoy had been watching from the next row. Honestly, compared to dealing with Riddle, picking on these two idiots was way more satisfying. Draco had been laying low lately, not daring to provoke Tom. Instead, he'd been mulling over Lucius's advice: pick on the ones who'll fight back but won't kill you. Stick with the strongest side. And always benefit from him. That last part. Yeah, not exactly something Draco could pull off yet. But the first two? Easy. He smirked at Ron. "You know, Weasley, if you can't fix that plate, you'll have to pay for it. You sure you can afford it? Or will you have to sell a sibling or two?" Ron turned bright red. Harry, ever the loyal friend, stepped up and started arguing with Malfoy again, both of them trading insults like it was a sport. Now this was a fair match, equal strength, equal stubbornness. Meanwhile, Tom had already repaired his plate perfectly. No extra house points this time, though. Tom wasn't too bothered. He was thinking about something else entirely, the limits of the mending charm. Take wands, for example. They were arguably the most common magical items in the wizarding world, and with use, they absorbed magic from their users. According to conventional wisdom, wands couldn't be fixed with magic. Once broken, they were done for. Even if you patched them up with spellotape or a mending charm, the magic core would still be damaged, making the wand unstable. But Harry had once fixed his wand using the Elder Wand. So what made that possible? Was it the mending charm pushing past its limits, or was it because of the Elder Wand's power? Tom posed the question to Andrus, and got a very unhelpful answer. "There wasn't a mending charm in my time." "You asking me? I'd like to know who I'm supposed to ask." Tom pivoted. "Do you know anything about the Elder Wand? Or the legend of the Deathly Hallows? Were the Peverell brothers even real?" This time, Andrus actually had something useful to say. Inside the study space, Andrus fell into thought, digging into memories from long ago. The Peverell brothers. Oh, sure. They lived about 1,000 years before my time, not that long ago, relatively speaking. So there were plenty of stories about them. All three were powerful wizards. As for whether they were sons of death, no idea. But they were brothers. The eldest was a warrior, loved duels. The second was obsessed with magical artifacts. And the youngest, well, he had the gift of prophecy. Then one day, something happened. They had a falling out, big one. After that, all mention of them fades away. Over time, their story twisted into legend, then into a fairy tale. In my era, they were still treated as historical figures. As for the Elder Wand, I did hear the eldest had a ridiculously powerful wand made from elder wood. But you can't exactly call that a death stick or wand of destiny. Wands grow with their owners. They get stronger as you do. I even fought a descendant of the youngest brother once. Weak as a wet flobberworm. Tom listened more intently to this gossip than he did to most of his lessons. The legend of the three brothers wasn't that different from Andrus's own story. Among muggles, Andrus became known as Hercules. Among wizards, he was acknowledged to have existed, but most of the facts had long been distorted or lost in whispers. Well, except for the absurd part about the 10-meter-tall Patronus. That was real. Legends, Andrus mused, are the least trustworthy and the most accurate sources you'll ever get. After his trip down memory lane, Andrus said seriously, "Wizards are gods." That line holds true even in your time. Gods may fall, but once in a generation, someone rises above it all. And one day, Tom, you'll be part of that myth. That night, Tom showed Hermione the room of requirement, and gave her the same no-nonsense training plan he'd used for Daphne. Everyone starts with the basics. You don't begin learning football or basketball by jumping into complicated tactics and fancy moves. First, you build a feel for the game. And that's where the difference showed. Daphne could manage 80 stunners. Hermione, only 60. That was the difference in their magical power, and, arguably, the difference in their bloodlines. Many strong wizards came from mixed heritage: Snape, Voldemort, Dumbledore, all half-bloods. But first-generation Muggle-borns. There wasn't a single case in history of one becoming a top-tier powerhouse right out of the gate. Maybe there were a few hidden gems, but if so, they were very rare. Still, when it came to learning speed, Hermione had the edge. She'd never even tried the stunning spell, Stupefy, before today, and Tom had her casting it reliably in just half an hour. Where Hermione really outshone Daphne, though, was willpower. As long as Tom laid out a plan, Hermione would push herself to the limit. No whining, no drama. Daphne, on the other hand, well, she needed a bit of coaxing. Or bribery. Or emotional handling. Princess treatment, basically. On Saturday, Tom had an idea. He brought both girls to the room of requirement for a joint training session. Sure enough, given how badly they clashed, Tom didn't even have to say a word. Daphne was immediately competing with Hermione, pushing herself harder than ever. She hit her targets way faster than usual. It wasn't until the next day that Daphne realized she'd been played, and when she did, she pouted and whined, her tone somewhere between sulky and flirty. Tom, I really don't want to study with Granger every day. That girl's a complete maniac, she huffed, finally cutting to the chase. Can't we just have separate lessons or something? I don't have the time for that. Tom shook his head. At most, I can split things up during the week. But weekends? That's a full afternoon, and I've got other stuff I need to handle. Daphne thought about it. He did spend a lot of time brewing potions for her. Fine, she muttered reluctantly. And so it was settled. Tuesday nights would be for Daphne, Wednesday nights for Hermione, and weekends, all three of them would train together. With his clingy little princess sorted out, Tom could finally turn his attention back to his own plans. At 11 that night, he made his way to the kitchens. He ordered a late-night snack, as usual, and took his time eating while he waited for his real targets to appear. 15 minutes later, the Weasley twins strolled in. It was their usual time. Tom had run into them here often enough that no one found it odd anymore. I was actually waiting for you too, Tom said, wiping his mouth and getting straight to the point. Fred and George exchanged grins. You were looking for us? That can only mean something interesting's about to happen. Tom waved it off. Relax, it's nothing wild. I just want some info, a secret passage out of the castle. That's hardly exciting. Once it got late, Hogwarts locked up its main entrances. Trying to leave through the front doors was risky. Tom preferred a more discreet route. Why? Fred and George asked in unison. Tom didn't hide it. I want to check out the Forbidden Forest. Everyone keeps saying it's off-limits for students, which just makes me more curious. Curious, sure, but more importantly, Tom was planning to stock up. Diagon Alley's potion supplies hadn't impressed him much. The Forbidden Forest, on the other hand, was basically a goldmine of rare ingredients. It was foolish to let that kind of resource go to waste. He had briefly considered befriending Hagrid. The guy seemed decent enough, and if they got along, Tom could probably ask him for ingredients now and then. But in the end, Tom gave up on that idea. His identity was too risky. A Slytherin. Named Tom Riddle. Yeah, even if Hagrid didn't immediately tell Dumbledore, showing up at the gamekeeper's cabin might raise too many red flags. Fortunately, Fred and George were much easier to work with. After hearing his plan, they looked at him with newfound respect, kindred spirits, clearly. A secret passage? Fred grinned. No one knows them better than us. Safe, reliable, efficient, gives you that smooth, express service feel, George added. But. They both leaned in, grinning like devils. You'll have to answer a question first. Then we'll tell you where it is and how to open it. Tom raised an eyebrow. A question? What kind of question? The twins glanced around, then lowered their voices. we've noticed something. You've been very popular in Slytherin lately. And even got called into Dumbledore's office. So, what's the story? Tom thought for a second, then replied casually, last weekend, Malfoy must have had a rough time with Harry or something, because he tried to boost his reputation by bullying me. Bad idea. I beat him up and left him hanging on the wall overnight. Since then, everyone's been acting a lot nicer. He wasn't lying. He just wasn't telling everything. Whoa, X2. The twins said it together, eyes wide. Tom had basically lived out every Gryffindor's fantasy. They had the brains and the means, but not the guts to actually hang a Slytherin on the wall like that. Especially with Snape still breathing. Fred and George had managed to stay out of serious trouble all these years because they knew where the line was, and how not to cross it. The only reason something like that worked was because it was Slytherin on Slytherin. Snape couldn't play favorites there. The thought crossed their minds, what if we transferred to Slytherin? Yeah, no. Even if Snape would take them, he wouldn't. McGonagall would murder them first and send the pieces home to Molly. You're something else, Riddle, George said, nodding solemnly. Fred nodded like a bobblehead. So, Tom said, unfazed by the praise, or was it teasing, can I get that info now? He really just wanted to get in, grab what he needed, and get to bed. Growing kids need their sleep, 8 hours a night, minimum. If it's the Forbidden Forest you're headed for, the hunchbacked witch statue in the West Wing corridor is your best bet, Fred said. That passage leads straight out to the old barn. To open it, George added, just rotate her hand and point it at her chest. Tom nodded, committing it to memory. Just as he turned to leave, Fred grabbed his sleeve. Don't rush off so fast, Riddle. The forest isn't as simple as you think. It's not just a bunch of trees, there's a lot going on in there, and it can get dangerous quick. Yeah, George agreed. Last time we wandered in too far, we bumped into something we couldn't even see. Kicked us around like a couple of footballs. If we hadn't made it out of that area, it could have gone really bad. Tom sat back down and listened attentively as the twins shared their experience. He paid close attention to where certain magical creatures tended to hang out. That info was gold, because where there were magical creatures, there were likely magical plants. Find the beast, find the herbs. Sometimes, the creature was the ingredient. Aside from Hagrid, the twins were probably the only students who knew that forest inside and out. Half an hour later, their storytelling finally slowed down. Tom thanked them, then slipped out of the kitchen. He cast a disillusionment charm on himself and made his way to the second floor, stopping in front of the statue of the hunchbacked witch. Just like they said, he rotated her hand and pointed it at her chest. Click. The base of the statue shifted with a mechanical whir, turning to reveal a wide, dark hole in the floor. Lit by flickering torchlight from the wall, Tom descended the staircase. Lumos. His wand lit up, casting a warm white glow ahead. After 10 minutes of walking, he came to a long flight of stairs. At the bottom was a doorway, and beyond that, the barn. The barn sat right on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's hut was nearby, but the lights were out. He was probably asleep. Tom rubbed a bit of scentless, colorless mosquito repellent on his arms. And then dove straight into the darkness of the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 65, First Adventure. It was a clear night, the moon shining brightly with barely any clouds to block its light. That faint glow gently illuminated a winding path through the trees. A cluster of fireflies drifted past Tom. He didn't disturb them. These weren't ordinary fireflies, they were Forbidden Forest fireflies, magical creatures that, upon death, would release all their stored heat at once, creating a burst of terrifyingly high temperatures. The Forbidden Forest, as Fred and George had warned, was no joke. It wasn't just full of magical creatures and enchanted plants, there were even intelligent races, like the Centaur colony. Still, the school wasn't reckless enough to just leave a death trap like this totally open. The Forbidden Forest was actually split into two zones, the inner area and the outer edge. The inner forest was technically part of Hogwarts grounds. Most of the really dangerous creatures had been driven out, or left on their own, and now lived further out. The outer forest, on the other hand, was what the students usually meant when they said, Forbidden Forest. That's where the really nasty stuff lived, acromantulas, horned serpents, thestrals, and it blended seamlessly into the wild forests beyond Hogwarts borders. Honestly, Fred and George had to be ridiculously brave, or just incredibly lucky. Running around the deep forest without a single safety measure and somehow still making it to graduation. miraculous. If they'd wandered into an acromantula nest instead of a thestral territory, well, the Weasleys might have been holding funerals, not family dinners. Tom was different. He wasn't reckless, he was cautious. Yeah, cautious. The moment he entered the forest, he activated his study space so Andrus could observe things from inside. Gross, Andrus muttered, spotting a murtlap on the trail. Murtlaps were rat-like magical creatures, about 3 or 4 times the size of a normal rat, with anemone-like growth sprouting from their backs. They looked disgusting. So what if it's ugly? Tom said casually. I'm not marrying it. As long as it's useful. He didn't let the rat go. With a quick spell, he tripped it up just as it was about to scurry off, then hit it with a Petrificus totalis, full body bind curse, to lock it in place. Murtlap antenna fluid was incredibly valuable. It could heal brain damage and was also used in potions related to mental clarity. Snape's notes had 2 or 3 recipes that used it. He squeezed the juice out of those anemone-like appendages until 2 glass vials were full before finally letting it go. The poor rat gave him a betrayed look and limped off slowly, clearly traumatized. Tom, on the other hand, was feeling great. First few steps into the forest and already a nice haul, definitely a good omen. Those 2 vials alone would probably go for 10 galleons apiece at a potion shop. Honestly, Hogwarts was sitting on a treasure trove. And the richest guy should have been Hagrid. The man could walk into the Forbidden Forest like it was his backyard, and he'd built solid relationships with all the dangerous creatures. If only he had a sharper mind. If he planned properly and organized the magical creatures here, even Voldemort would find him a serious headache to deal with. Tom continued deeper into the forest. According to Fred, he just had to keep heading west after entering. Near a small river in the western forest, there was a flock of Fwooppers. Fwooppers were native to the Black Forest. They came in all kinds of colors, though most of them were pink and round, looking deceptively cute. Their voices had a magic similar to the Imperius Curse. If you weren't careful, you could lose your mind and do something really stupid. Tom wasn't there for a sing-along, though, he needed their feathers. Plus, where Fwooppers nested, there was a good chance of finding Sneezewort, a key ingredient for energy potions. After about 15 minutes of walking, he reached the river Fred had mentioned, well, more of a stream, really. Following it a bit further, he easily spotted his targets. A bunch of Fwooppers had made their home in a large warden tree. Warden trees were magical and beloved by magical birds. It wasn't unusual for creatures to fight over one to build their nests. Besides the Fwooppers, there were also bowtruckles living on the tree, tiny, stick-like beings who helped trees grow and stay healthy. Luckily, bowtruckles and Fwooppers didn't mind each other, so they could coexist peacefully. As Tom approached, the little bowtruckles didn't react much. They were friendly to all living things, humans included. But the Fwooppers? Not so chill. 7 or 8 pink puffballs immediately flew into the air, glaring at him with beady little eyes. A few curious bowtruckles peeked their heads out of the tree, watching the scene unfold like nosy neighbors. Tom gave the bowtruckles a polite nod. They were kind of cute. If he were in Hufflepuff, he'd probably be collecting a pair of them by now, and maybe a Niffler too. That'd be the ultimate Hufflepuff starter pack. Actually, wait, he'd still need one last crucial item, a magical suitcase. Chirp. Chirp chirp. The Fwooppers' screeching yanked Tom out of his thoughts. Luckily, they weren't using their twittering song, just their regular annoying calls. Tom wasn't affected. He couldn't understand what they were saying, but it was obvious, get lost, human. Well, sorry. Just because you're being polite doesn't mean I'm leaving. Stupefy. A blinding flash of light suddenly exploded in the middle of the night, dazzling the Fwooppers. Their brains went blank. 2 of the dumber ones forgot to flap their wings and plummeted straight to the ground. The moment they hit the forest floor, enchanted ropes, woven from enchanted grasses, lashed out and tied up their little bird legs. The ones still airborne didn't last much longer, as Tom calmly took them down one by one. See, spells weren't just for single targets. Disarming charms, stunning spells, they could all be used in wide-range attacks. The catch? You needed serious magical power and precision. That's why most wizards stuck to beam-style magic. Silencio, Tom whispered. The Fwooppers opened their beaks to unleash their screech, but not a sound came out. This was exactly why, despite having powers on par with an unforgivable curse, Fwooppers were still only rated XXX in danger. XXX just meant that any reasonably trained wizard could handle them. A well-placed silencing charm and a couple of attack spells. Easy win. Don't worry, Tom said cheerfully, squatting next to one of them. I'm just borrowing a few feathers. But they'll grow back, so I'm not returning them. He gave the puffball a gentle pat. Won't take long. Pluck. 3 of the brightest, fluffiest feathers came off the first one's head. Then he moved to the next. In a short while, he'd collected vibrant feathers from 6 whoopers. The 2 younger ones hadn't grown theirs yet, so he let them be. These feathers weren't just for potions or alchemy, they were prized materials for luxury quills. Tucking them safely away, Tom didn't leave right away. Instead, he started snooping around the warden tree, earning some very nervous glances from the bowtruckles. A moment later, his eyes lit up. Gotcha. Behind a moss-covered boulder, a patch of sneezewort was in full bloom, its white flowers swaying gently. Tom slipped on his gloves, then used transfiguration to turn a small rock into a sharp pair of shears, and began clipping the plants one by one. Sneezewort was no joke. If you got the pollen on your hands and accidentally inhaled it, you'd be sneezing for an entire day. Even he had to be careful. Once he was done, Tom finally released the whoopers. The birds didn't chase him. Now that they understood he wasn't a threat, they just let it go. Smart birds. That's just how the animal kingdom worked, survival first, everything else second. It was nearly 3 a.m. when Tom finally dragged himself out of the forbidden forest and headed back to the dorms. After leaving the whoopers' territory, he'd made 2 more stops, one to collect moon seeds, and another to snatch up a few ashwinder eggs. Honestly, all that walking was exhausting. He should have brought a broom, or better yet, invent his own flying spell. But that was a problem for another day. One thing at a time. Hey, Andrus, do you know any flying spells? Tom asked hopefully as he was getting ready for bed. Andrus shook his head. I tried once. Wanted to invent my own flying magic, but I'm just not that great at making original spells. Ended up with a few attack spells instead, and gave up on flying. Tom sighed, a little disappointed, but he got it. Voldemort's flight magic was considered one of those once-in-a-century achievements. Maybe someone had invented flying spells before, but if they had, nothing had survived. You could call Voldemort arrogant, paranoid, or even insane. But no one could say he wasn't powerful. The days that followed were calm and routine. Truthfully, being a shadow prefect wasn't that demanding, it was more of a status symbol than anything else. All Tom wanted was a quiet place to study without dealing with people like Malfoy. Mission accomplished. The first years now kept to themselves, played nicely, and left him alone. As the new students started settling into Hogwarts life, the professors began cranking things up. Lessons got tougher. Homework tripled. No more free time to wander around. The usual smiles around campus started disappearing, replaced by stacks of thick books and endless rolls of parchment. Common rooms turned into homework war zones, everyone crammed together, scribbling away in misery. Well, the smiles didn't disappear. They just shifted, to the faces of the older students. Ah, what's wrong? Not having fun anymore? Ha ha ha. Hogwarts wasn't just a magical playground, you actually had to work to graduate. Gryffindor Common Room. Once again, Ron and Harry were begging Hermione to let them borrow her potions homework. But when they got to her table, they found her, still writing potions homework. Huh. Harry blinked. Didn't you already finish that yesterday? Why are you still working on it? Without even looking up, Hermione replied, that was my history of magic essay. You're remembering wrong. The dumb duo shared a look. Were they wrong? It just felt like Hermione never stopped writing. She studied harder than both of them, but somehow still had more work left to do. What they didn't know was that Hermione was secretly writing a second set of assignments, for Tom. What had started as a joke suggestion had actually inspired her. Writing each assignment twice helped reinforce the material. With every second draft, she found new angles she'd missed the first time. Honestly, she felt brilliant. Even if Tom didn't want her help anymore, she'd probably keep double writing her homework. That's just how terrifyingly intense she was. Naturally, Harry and Ron tried asking again. And just as naturally, Hermione shot them down without mercy. You've wasted enough time bothering me, Weasley. You could have finished a whole paragraph by now. Ron stormed off, dragging Harry with him. Even a few corridors away, Harry could still hear Ron grumbling. What's her problem? All she does is write homework and hang around that Slytherin, Tom Riddle. She barely even talks to us anymore. Tom is a good guy, Harry said quietly. He didn't like Slytherin either, but what he hated was Malfoy, the kind of pure-blood snob who never shut up about bloodlines. Tom had actually helped him out. Gave him advice on dealing with Malfoy. Even saved his potion a few times when it was about to explode. That kind of help. It was basically life-saving. I know Tom's different, Ron muttered. But he's still Slytherin. Can't Granger cut us some slack for once? Harry said nothing and kept walking. The final week of October rolled in, and with it, a sudden drop in temperature. Tons of young witches and wizards caught colds after forgetting to swap into their winter robes. Madame Pomfrey's infirmary had a line out the door every morning. And yet, the Quidditch teams were out training in that freezing wind. The first match of the season was set for the weekend after Halloween, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The most intense rivalry on the pitch. For days, Gryffindor and Slytherin fought over practice slots and blocked off the entire stadium during training. No spectators allowed. Gryffindor's captain, Oliver Wood, had this grand idea of keeping Harry a secret weapon until Ron blew it. During yet another argument with Malfoy, Ron blurted out that Harry had joined the Gryffindor team, and that he was the youngest Seeker in a century. Now the entire school knew. Wood was devastated, but tried to console himself by thinking, at least no one knows how good Harry is. Maybe they'll underestimate him. Tom, of course, wasn't paying attention to Quidditch. That was the chosen one's thing. Sure, winning the Quidditch Cup earned your house a ridiculous amount of points, but Tom had a feeling that no matter how big the lead, it had all magically disappeared just in time for a heroic last-minute comeback. So he needed to prepare accordingly. Plus, his magic had been growing at an absurd rate lately. Too fast. His body couldn't keep up, and the excess energy was starting to make him jittery. Andrus had been nagging him for days to gather the ingredients needed for the potion that would strengthen his physical body. Yeah, I know, Tom said vaguely inside the study space. I'll get the stuff. It's been 2 months since term started, Andrus snapped. We made that plan in the first week. Tonight. I swear. I'll get everything tonight. Tom sounded confident. Tomorrow was Halloween. There would be a feast. It'd be the perfect cover. He could lay low. But someone else? Well, someone was definitely about to make a move. Professor Quirrell, ready to play your part. Chapter 66, A Clash in Charms Class. The day before Halloween, the Great Hall was filled with the warm, rich smell of roasted pumpkin from early morning. As Tom walked in, he caught sight of Hagrid dragging in one of his enormous homegrown pumpkins. Hagrid paused when he noticed Tom watching him. He froze for a second, then gave a slightly awkward but friendly smile and nodded before quickly hurrying off. Tom shook his head, a little amused. Voldemort really did a number on this name, he thought. One man ruins it for everyone. Here he was, a model student with perfect behavior, yet still treated with suspicion, just because he shared a name with a certain Dark Lord. What are you staring at, Tom? Daphne cocked her head curiously, noticing him suddenly zoning out, eyes still lingering in the direction Hagrid had gone. Wait, don't tell me, you're craving pumpkin. You'll have plenty of chances today, you know. Tom shook his head with a smile. Not really a fan. Too sweet. Well, pumpkin soup is okay, I guess. I was just looking at Hagrid. That moleskin overcoat of his, made from mole pelts. You know how many moles you'd have to skin for something that big? Daphne didn't really care about mole fur. But she did quietly note down the fact that Tom didn't like pumpkin. She already had a mental list of his favorite foods. He seemed to love meat, especially beef and chicken. Whenever those were on the table, he'd help himself to extra servings. The little witch had been secretly collecting all kinds of details about Tom's habits. Honestly, she might know him better than he knew himself. That way, she thought smugly, I'll know exactly how to take care of him, until he can't live without me. Hee hee. After breakfast, the Gryffindor and Slytherin students headed to Charms class. Charms had quickly become everyone's favorite subject. Let's be real, Snape didn't count. Even the Slytherins were scared of him. Transfiguration was interesting but tough, and Professor McGonagall didn't go easy on anyone. Herbology. You ended up covered in dirt. Less wizard, more farmer. Charms, on the other hand, was actually fun. Professor Flitwick was witty, patient, and generous with hands-on practice. Plus, they always got to learn new spells. And defense against the dark arts. Please. Don't even bring it up. The professor might as well be a cardboard cutout. Quirrell had officially become a disappointment. Most students treated the class like a free period, and the upper years were already placing bets on how he'd lose his job. Most thought he'd either get fired for being completely useless or disappear under mysterious circumstances. No one, even remotely, suspected Quirrell of being a villain or doing anything illegal. Which, honestly, meant his disguise was working pretty well. Back to Charms class. Today was the exciting day. Professor Flitwick had barely stepped onto his podium when he announced, "I think you're ready to try levitating objects." The class lit up like Christmas morning. He made Neville's toad, Trevor, float and spin through the air like it was nothing. Everyone was practically bouncing in their seats, eager to try. Then, he started pairing students up. Flitwick was probably the only professor who didn't divide students by house. Oddly enough, Hermione was paired with Daphne, and Tom ended up with Neville Longbottom. Maybe, he wanted Tom to help Neville along. Hey, Mr. Riddle, Neville mumbled nervously. He was clearly intimidated. He was the class underdog, and Tom was the top of the class. But deep down, Neville admired Tom too. Not just for his grades, but because Tom somehow wasn't afraid of Snape. Meanwhile, Neville couldn't even look at Snape without his knees going weak. Tom gave him a friendly nod and turned his attention to the lesson. "Remember your wrist movement from last time?" Flitwick chirped. "It's all in the swish and flick. Too hard or too soft, and your spell won't work. Swish. Flick. Pause. Keep it rhythmic. Oh, and speak clearly. Don't be like the wizard Baraffio," he said F instead of S, and ended up on the floor with a buffalo standing on his chest. He paused as a ripple of laughter went through the room, and then immediately realized his mistake. He just handed the class a challenge. Kids are like that. Tell them not to do something, and they'll do it immediately. Flitwick quickly followed up with a vivid description of how poor Baraffio got half his ribs crushed, barely escaped death, and had to spend 2 weeks in St. Mungo's. That got their attention. Everyone looked a little more serious. After slowing down and demonstrating the spell 2 more times, Flitwick finally let them try it out. Wingardium Leviosa. Tom was lightning fast. Before most students had even finished saying the spell, the feather in front of him was already floating gently into the air, dancing like it was performing a little tango. Excellent levitation charm. Slytherin, 2 points. Flitwick beamed. Hermione gave Tom a sharp glare and huffed, then immediately cast her own spell with near-perfect execution. Flitwick wasn't even surprised anymore. Tom's success came too easily. It was obvious he'd already mastered the spell before class. Still, that didn't stop him from handing out praise. Students progressing faster than the class was a good thing, especially if they'd put in the effort. And Tom had definitely worked for it. Though, lately, Flitwick had started reducing the points he gave him, from 10 to 5, now sometimes just 1 or 2. He didn't have a choice. If he kept rewarding Tom like before, Slytherin would win the House Cup by Christmas. Funny enough, Hermione was the real threat to Tom's point collection. They competed every time, first come, first served. Tom could probably talk her into easing up, but he never tried. If he needed someone to go easy on him over something this small, he might as well give up. His grades came from real knowledge, not some petty class competition. After Tom's feather floated up, Hermione and Daphne followed close behind, both casting the spell flawlessly. They'd clearly practiced before. Meanwhile, the rest of the class was struggling. Some kids looked downright frustrated. They watched Flitwick's demo, they understood the instructions, so why wasn't it working? Harry and Seamus tried swishing and flicking their wands exactly like they were told, but their feathers didn't budge. Seamus, clearly annoyed, swung his wand a bit too hard, boom. The feather exploded into flames, vanishing in a flash and leaving Seamus with a face full of soot. Flitwick groaned and pinched the bridge of his nose. Why does every spell Seamus casts turn into an explosion? Since the start of the term, the boy had destroyed more classroom supplies than Flitwick could count. He'd even nearly set the professor's eyebrows on fire last week. Not even Tom could figure it out. He'd opened his study space several times during class, inviting Andrus to analyze Seamus's wand movements. Andrus had been just as baffled. How do you mess up a basic charm so badly it explodes? He'd muttered. It moved. It moved. Ron shouted excitedly. Flitwick glanced over, then quickly shut the window. Mr. Weasley, that was the wind, he said flatly. Not your charm. The whole class burst into laughter. Ron turned red as a tomato. Your turn, Neville, Tom said, noticing the boy hadn't made a move yet. Give it a shot. If you mess up, I'll help you figure it out. Oh okay, Neville nodded, gripping his wand tightly. His hands were shaking a bit. But with Tom's steady gaze encouraging him, maybe this time, things would be different. He nervously raised his wand and recited the spell, but nothing happened. Tom shook his head with a sigh. Your pronunciation was fine, but you missed the pause. He demonstrated slowly, Wing-gar. Levi OHSA. The pause has to be noticeable, Tom explained, calm and precise. Don't rush it. Also, the last word needs to rise in tone, build it up like a crescendo. Neville nodded. He understood it in theory, but actually doing it was another story. Tom switched tactics. Try singing it like a line in a song. That surprisingly worked better. The feather twitched, just a little, but didn't quite rise. Still, Neville looked thrilled. Tom, on the other hand, frowned. Neville, where'd you get that wand? Neville hesitated, looking a little downcast. It was my dad's. Granny wanted me to be like him, so she insisted I use his wand. Yeah, that explains a lot, Tom muttered. He'd noticed earlier that Neville's wand trembled slightly in his grip, like it was resisting him. That could definitely mess with spellcasting. You really should get a new one, Tom said bluntly. You already have a tough time remembering spells, and this wand clearly doesn't match you. Honestly, your granny's doing more harm than good. Becoming a great wizard doesn't come from using sentimental hand-me-downs. It comes from actual skill. Tom didn't get it, Neville's family wasn't poor. Buying a new wand wouldn't even be a big deal. Putting all that pressure and hope into an old wand. It was nonsense. Did she really think using his dad's wand would magically make Neville become some top-tier auror overnight? That's not how anything works. Still, Tom didn't push too hard. It was Neville's choice in the end. He just said his piece, whether Neville listened or not was up to him. Neville kept his head down, lost in thought. Across the room, Hermione and Ron suddenly got into it. Ron was waving his wand like he was trying to swat a fly or crank a windmill. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. He repeated it several times, and the feather still refused to budge. Hermione, sitting just one table away, couldn't take it anymore. Your wand movement's all wrong, she snapped. And your pronunciation? Completely flat. No emotion at all. Of course it's not going to work. Then she demonstrated it perfectly, calm and focused. Oh, brilliant, Ron muttered bitterly, shooting her a glare before turning away and angrily trying again. By the end of class, he was clearly frustrated and on the verge of giving up. No wonder nobody can stand her, Ron muttered, not loudly, but definitely loud enough to be heard. I bet she doesn't have any friends. Hermione's face went pale. Before anyone could react, Daphne's brow furrowed, and she turned toward Ron with cold eyes. Weasley, she said icily, is it common in your household to insult people behind their backs? No, wait, she added after a pause, you did it to her face. That's even worse. I can't believe someone like you came from a pure-blood family. Hermione stared at Daphne, stunned. She hadn't expected her to stand up for her, at all. What's it to you? Ron snapped, face red and voice rising. I don't need to be judged by some Slytherin. Daphne's expression only grew more dismissive, her tone full of disdain, the kind that reminded Harry exactly of how Malfoy usually looked at Ron. But somehow, it hit harder coming from Daphne. Maybe because he wasn't used to seeing this side of her. Normally, she was sweet and docile whenever she was with Tom. What kind of person you are isn't my business, she said coolly. But when you insult my friend, it becomes my business. What, can't handle the truth? Tom was right about you. She added with a smirk. You're a hypocrite. Rude, petty, no talent to speak of, and compared to your brothers. Not even close. Boom. Ron looked like he'd been hit by a bludger. That really stung. He hated being compared to his brothers, every time, it made him feel even more useless. Like he wasn't a real Weasley, just someone the family picked up on the side. Bill, head boy. Charlie, Quidditch captain and head boy. Percy, prefect and a likely future head boy too. Even the twins had a kind of chaotic popularity, people actually listened to them more than Percy. And him? What was he? Just a mess-up trying to play catch-up. Right then, the bell rang. Ron grabbed his books and bolted out of the classroom without even looking back, ignoring Harry's attempts to stop him. Outside the classroom, Hermione caught up with Daphne. After a pause, she quietly said, "Thank you." For what? Daphne didn't even look at her. She moved past the crowd, clearly heading off to find Tom. "I wasn't defending you, I just can't stand watching Weasley project his jealousy onto others. It's pathetic." Hermione frowned. "Still, you stood up for me. That counts." "It was convenient," Daphne said with a shrug. "Don't read too much into it. So when you said I was your friend, you were just saying that to throw it in his face?" Hermione looked up at her, a little nervous. "Well." Daphne hesitated, then muttered, "For Tom's sake. I guess you can barely count as my friend." Hermione couldn't help it, her mood lifted instantly. By the time the two of them caught up with Tom at the back exit, she was still smiling. Tom raised an eyebrow. What's with the sudden sisterly bonding? Usually when those two walked together, he had to be in the middle like a human buffer. Now, they were practically walking arm in arm. "Tom, you won't believe." Before Hermione could finish, Daphne had already bounced up to Tom like an excited puppy, ready to report what happened. Tom's brows furrowed slightly. Even with me in this timeline, Hermione and Ron still ended up arguing like in the original. Figures. That butterfly effect only goes so far. He glanced at Hermione. Her cheeks were flushed, but she didn't look upset. No red eyes. No storming off to cry in the bathroom. In fact, she looked fine. All thanks to Daphne, apparently. "Well done, Daphne," Tom said with a rare, approving smile as he ruffled her hair. Daphne practically glowed with pride. Her eyes lit up like Christmas lights. Chapter 67, Halloween Chaos, Bonus. "Don't let Ron's words get to you, Hermione." After praising Daphne, Tom turned to Hermione, pouring some warm, soul-soothing tea into her heart. That's just how the incompetent express their jealousy and resentment. Think about it, wasn't what Ron did just now kinda like what Malfoy tried to pull on me a while ago? Hermione paused, thoughtful. Of course she remembered what happened back then. And now that Tom mentioned it, yeah, it did feel kinda similar. The difference was, Malfoy had deliberately gone looking for trouble with Tom, while Ron had just lost it after she pointed out he was doing a spell wrong. So, Ron might actually be worse than Malfoy. At least Malfoy's actions were driven by a desire to prove himself. Ron. Just plain embarrassment and rage. "You see it now?" Tom said calmly. "Doesn't matter if it's Slytherin or Gryffindor, there'll always be people like that. People who can't accept being ordinary and want everyone else to be just as mediocre. To them, your kindness probably feels more like mockery. Don't waste your time or energy getting upset over people like that. It's not worth it. And don't try to change their fate either. Just focus on your own path." Hermione nodded firmly. "I get it, Tom. What really matters is learning magic." "Exactly." With a snap of his fingers, Tom led them up a flight of stairs. "And besides," he added, "friends matter too." "Who said you don't have friends? We've known each other for years now, aren't we friends?" Daphne chimed in, face slightly flushed, "And I stood up for you, didn't I? Doesn't that count?" Hermione burst into a bright smile, all the unease in her heart melting away. Just like Tom said, getting mad at someone like Ron really was pointless. Seeing Hermione back to her cheerful self, Tom finally felt at ease. If she'd stayed upset, he might have had to waste the evening rescuing someone, and that would have totally derailed his plans. As for whether some other poor soul might bump into the troll tonight, well, not his problem. Protect your own. Don't hurt others unless you have to. That was his personal, simple moral code. And honestly, in the wizarding world, that already made him a saint. After classes ended that afternoon, Tom decided to move their usual training session earlier. He took Daphne with him to the room of requirement. After nearly a month of training, Daphne was starting to show serious improvement. Her magic was regenerating faster, her reserves had grown, and, most importantly, she'd finally found her rhythm with spellcasting. That meant learning new spells in the future would be way easier for her. Just this week alone, the girl had already mastered 5 spells. She was thrilled, finally feeling like all her hard work was paying off. When training wrapped up an hour later, Tom handed her a potion to restore her energy. As for the physical fatigue, that was what the Halloween feast was for. By the time they entered the Great Hall, the place was completely transformed. Thousands of bats flapped along the walls and ceiling, some forming dark, cloud-like swirls above the tables. Hundreds of jack-o'-lanterns floated in the air, their flickering candles glowing in eerie patterns. Aside from the welcome feast at the start of term, Tom had never seen so many ghosts gathered at once. It felt like every spirit in Hogwarts had shown up, except for Moaning Myrtle from the girls' bathroom and the Ravenclaw house ghost, the Grey Lady. Tom had never seen Myrtle before, but he definitely remembered the Grey Lady. She was beautiful and distant, with a cold elegance about her, and a nasty scar slashing across her chest. "Hurry up, Tom," Daphne called ahead, clearly excited. The transformed hall and festive atmosphere had her practically bouncing. She'd never celebrated with so many people before. Tom picked up the pace and glanced toward the Gryffindor table as he walked in. Hermione was chatting happily with Lavender Brown. Maybe it was coincidence, or maybe she sensed his gaze, but she suddenly looked up. Their eyes met, and she gave him a quick wink. Tom smiled. Looked like she was in a much better mood now. As he passed the Hufflepuff table, a snippet of conversation caught his ear. Justin Finch-Fletchley was talking to an older student. "Claydom, you sure those bats aren't gonna poop on the food? What if it lands in someone's mashed potatoes or something?" "No biggie," Claydom shrugged. "Just pick it out fast. If it's under 3 seconds, it doesn't count. Trust me, I've got experience." Tom. Classic Hufflepuff. Who cares about decorations when dinner's at stake? Now Tom couldn't unhear it. He spent the next few minutes nervously eyeing the ceiling, worried that some surprise seasoning might drop into his plate. "What are you staring at?" Daphne asked, noticing him glancing up after every bite. He hesitated, then decided to tell her what he'd overheard. Now it was Daphne's turn to go silent. She regretted asking. The mischievous grin on Tom's face told her he definitely said it on purpose. She instinctively pinched his arm, glaring at him, then turned around and whispered the news to Parkinson. That was the start of a chain reaction. Parkinson's expression soured like she'd just eaten a bug. Not to be outdone, she told another classmate. Before long, the rumor spread like wildfire through the Slytherin table. Everyone suddenly felt queasy. Eat or don't eat, either way, it was torture. No one could be sure if something hadn't already dropped onto their plate earlier. Some even itched to blast the bats away with spells. Why don't they go bother the Gryffindor table? Damn pests. Meanwhile, the instigator himself, Tom, was already full and content, sitting back to enjoy the chaos. Bored, he chatted with Daphne while observing the professors, who looked very different tonight compared to their usual selves. Professor Flitwick had a smile glued to his face and was even wearing a leprechaun hat, definitely leaning into the holiday spirit. Professor Sprout had on a robe decorated with evil pumpkins and little bat demons. Clearly custom-made for the occasion. Even the usually stern Professor McGonagall was smiling, sharing drinks with Dumbledore, who had tiny bat wings poking out of his hat. Halloween had its roots in ancient Celtic traditions, but the Christian Church co-opted it in the 8th century. Pope Gregory III declared November 1st, All Saints' Day, to replace pagan rituals with saintly celebrations. Same thing happened with Christmas and Easter. If you think about it, these holidays don't really belong to the wizarding world at all. Wizards and the church were mortal enemies. Countless witches and wizards were burned alive by the Inquisition back in the day. Kinda ironic. But over time, Muggleborns and half-bloods slowly influenced wizarding traditions, so much so that most didn't even question it anymore. Still, in this joyous atmosphere, there was one person who clearly didn't fit in. Snape sat quietly at the staff table, his face expressionless with a tinge of sorrow, methodically cutting into a steak, bite after bite. No one was surprised, Snape never seemed like the festive type. But Tom knew the deeper reason. 10 years ago today, Lily Evans was killed by Voldemort. For the others, it was Halloween. For Snape, it was a day of mourning. A reminder of his failure. A day that cut deeper than any curse. Wait a second. Tom suddenly noticed something. At the Gryffindor table, Harry and Ron weren't there. Bang. The heavy oak doors slammed open, the loud crash instantly shattering the festive mood. Everyone instinctively turned toward the entrance. Quirrell stumbled in, looking completely panicked. He tripped the second he entered the Great Hall and landed awkwardly between the Slytherin and Ravenclaw tables. A tea-troll. In the dungeons, I thought you should know. And with that, he collapsed to the floor. Yeah. He was faking. Chaos immediately broke out in the Great Hall. Students started yelling and panicking until Dumbledore had to fire a few magical fireworks from his wand to regain control. Prefects, he barked, his voice low but commanding. Take your housemates back to the dormitories, now. The prefects quickly sprang into action. Slytherin Prefect Burke started to get up and give orders, then suddenly froze. His gaze shifted nervously to Tom. Tom was already looking at him. Cold sweat formed on Burke's forehead as he sat back down without a word. Tom had been keeping a low profile lately, so much so that Burke had almost forgotten the pecking order. Thankfully, he hadn't said anything stupid yet. Otherwise, Tom definitely would have held a grudge. Everyone else caught on quickly and turned to Tom for direction. First years, line up behind me. Then second years, third years, older students at the back. With his chin up and shoulders squared, Tom strode forward confidently. He didn't even bother stepping around Quirrell, he walked right over his head. You little bastard. Damn you, Tom Riddle. Quirrell screamed inwardly, barely managing to stay unconscious despite the sharp pain shooting through his head. Don't you dare curse him. Don't even speak that name. Voldemort's voice raged inside his mind. That little brat. He dared to step on my face. I swear I'll kill him the moment I'm resurrected. Voldemort was furious. Not only did this kid share his name, he had the nerve to stomp right on his face. And now he was yelling at Quirrell too. Why were you face down? If you just laid on your back, this wouldn't have happened. Quirrell wanted to cry. But he didn't dare talk back to Voldemort, so he channeled all his rage at Tom, though he still didn't have the guts to use Tom's name. He just kept muttering that damn kid under his breath. But things were about to get worse. Much worse. After Tom, the whole Slytherin line started marching in formation. Daphne, of course, followed Tom's exact path. Which meant Voldemort got stepped on again. And again. And again. And almost every single Slytherin passed through the same route. In any other house, stepping on a professor might be shocking. But in Slytherin, no one cared about Quirrell. Most of them couldn't even be bothered to pretend they respected him. Maybe some were just distracted. Maybe others did it on purpose. It didn't matter. By the time the 100th foot landed on his head, Voldemort was numb. Even more frustrating. Several of the kids stomping on him were descendants of his former followers. He had originally planned to reward Quirrell for his efforts after the resurrection. Yeah, not anymore. Anyone who had seen him in that state didn't deserve to live. Of course, no one noticed or cared about Quirrell's suffering. While the students were being escorted back to their dorms, Dumbledore quickly gathered the professors and split them up to search for the troll. He shot Snape a subtle look. Snape immediately understood, nodded slightly, and slipped away without drawing attention. Meanwhile, the Slytherins returned to their common room and instantly launched into wild theories about where the troll had come from. Between the chatter, they still found time to mock Dumbledore and Quirrell. Hogwarts is supposed to be the safest place in the wizarding world, and now there's a troll just roaming the halls. What the hell's going on? And Quirrell? Seriously. Trolls were notoriously tough to deal with. They had sky-high magic resistance and terrifying brute strength. But Quirrell was the defense against the dark arts professor. His job was literally to handle magical threats. And all he did was show up, shout a warning, and faint. Absolutely pathetic. By far the worst professor Hogwarts had ever seen. No competition. Probably never will be a worse one, either. After some time. Perfect timing, just as the last of the 7th years returned to the common room, Tom slipped back out through the open wall, casting a disillusionment charm on himself. The corridors were deserted now. He didn't even have to worry about footsteps echoing, he picked up speed, racing through the lower halls until he reached the main castle and neared the potions classroom. The air reeked. Tom covered his nose. That smell, unmistakable. Alohomora. The lock on Snape's office clicked open like butter. Tom strolled inside as if he owned the place. He looked around at the neatly labeled rows of potion ingredients on the shelves, eyes gleaming. Inside his mental study space, Andrus was practically glowing with excitement too. "Come to Papa, my precious babies." Rubbing his hands together, Tom prepared himself for the first 100% discount of his lives. His 2 lives. Chapter 68, Snape has another meltdown. Dragon heartstring, this one's essential. Can't leave it behind. Gotta take it all. Dragon blood, not bad quality. Half should be enough. Ah, Sphinx claws and eyeballs. Definitely taking those. You never know when you'll find them again. Got lacewings already, fresh ones from the Forbidden Forest. No need to grab these. And this one, probably useless. Tom paused in front of 2 horns sealed inside glass jars. Twin-horn beast horns, not quite unicorn, but still very rare and valuable. Not useful right now, but you might need them later, Andrus said inside his head. I know at least a few high-grade healing potions that require these. They're especially effective against dark magic. Hearing that, Tom didn't hesitate, he packed them up jar and all. And since he was already raiding the place, he threw in some boneslong skin too. Who knew? Maybe one day he'd need to brew polyjuice potion. After all, it was way more reliable than transfiguration. Even Dumbledore had trouble spotting it. Barty used it to infiltrate Hogwarts for a whole year, and only got caught because he exposed himself. By the end of the sweep, Snape's office looked like it had been hit by a tornado. Tom, who had a touch of OCD, obsessive-compulsive disorder, couldn't stand the mess. So once he had everything he wanted, he even took the time to reorganize the place for Snape. Looking at his work, Tom nodded in satisfaction. Now it looked like a proper office, spacious and clean. Not like the chaotic mess it was before, with ingredients and cauldrons stuffed into every corner. The whole room had felt more like a storeroom than a professor's office. So really, this counted as a good deed. Honestly, Snape had been acting way nicer to Tom lately. He was a lot calmer now, and whenever Tom had questions, the men would actually take the time to explain everything in detail, really laying it all out. The change was so drastic, Tom had even wondered if someone had used polyjuice potion to impersonate Snape. But the knowledge was real, and incredibly advanced. So, it had to be the real Snape. That made Tom hesitate for a second. Was it really okay to rob the guy like this? He was teaching him valuable magic, after all. This felt a little backstabby. But 2.5 seconds later, Tom made his decision, yeah, still doing it. At the end of the day, Tom was a pragmatist. Power came first. And professors were supposed to reward talented students, right? Worst case, he'd just pay Snape back later. He wasn't sure how he'd do it, but the opportunity would come eventually. With that guilt out of the way, Tom finished his little shopping spree without a care in the world. Bonus, sneaking into a professor's office at night, 20 achievement points. Not wanting to risk Snape coming back early, Tom made his exit fast. Mission complete, he returned to the Slytherin common room. The entrance was at the top of the dungeon level, and you had to go down a long spiral staircase to reach the actual room. So no one even noticed the door had been opened. No one suspected a thing. The whole operation had gone perfectly. In a great mood, Tom found Daphne and sat down to play a few rounds of wizard chess with her. Meanwhile, in a second-floor girls' bathroom, Professor McGonagall, a bruised and limping Quirrell, and Snape had all gathered. The place was a disaster. The whole bathroom was wrecked. A massive unconscious troll lay bound in enchanted iron chains, held down by 4 burly magical constructs. Surrounding it were the 3 professors, plus Harry, Ron, and a ghost girl wearing glasses. What the hell do you think you're doing? McGonagall's lips were tight, her eyes blazing with fury behind her spectacles. I told you to go back to your dorms. What are you doing here? Ron was pale as a sheet. Harry didn't look much better, dripping wet and covered in grime. Sorry, Professor, Harry stammered. Ron and I never made it to the feast. We ran into the troll first. That gave McGonagall pause. If they'd missed the feast, then they really wouldn't have heard about the emergency. Now that she thought about it, she hadn't seen Harry in the Great Hall earlier. As for Ron, well, there were just too many Weasleys. One missing didn't stand out. Just as Harry started to think they might get off easy, Snape chimed in coldly. Oh. Mr. Potter missed the Halloween feast. Must have been something really important to pull you away from that kind of food. Let me guess, planning a prank, were you? Of course not. Harry answered a little too quickly, then realized he had no idea what excuse to use. Was he supposed to admit that he spent the evening comforting Ron, who'd had a meltdown after getting verbally annihilated by Daphne? Yeah, right. Even Harry knew that would permanently destroy Ron's dignity. I wasn't hungry. Just wanted to walk around a bit. Ron came with me. We were on our way to the feast when we ran into the troll. Snape didn't bite for a second, but before he could push further, McGonagall cut in. Regardless of the reason, you two nearly caused a disaster. To make sure you don't do this again, Gryffindor will lose 20 points. With the punishment handed out, Snape could only grunt in disapproval. So how exactly did you two manage to knock out a troll? His tone dripped with disbelief. Honestly. Harry and Ron agreed. They had no idea either. Harry quickly ran through what happened. He'd been trying to cheer up Ron, who was still emotionally wrecked after Daphne's brutal takedown, when out of nowhere, the troll showed up. They hadn't even thought about fighting it. Their first instinct was to run for their lives. But the troll smashed through the wall between the boys' and girls' bathrooms, which happened to be where moaning Myrtle was haunting. The moment the troll saw her, it went berserk, swinging its club wildly, trying to hit her. Of course, a ghost can't be touched. The more it missed, the angrier it got. Eventually, it swung so hard it lost its balance, slammed headfirst into the wall, and knocked itself out cold. You two are incredibly lucky, McGonagall muttered, giving them both a stern glare. Then she turned to Myrtle. Thank you for saving them, Myrtle. Myrtle blushed and looked down shyly. Oh, no problem. They could repay me with a kiss or two. She snuck a quick glance at Harry. Harry. Lady, I'm a child. With the crisis resolved, McGonagall ordered Harry and Ron back to their dorms. She stayed behind to clean up, Quirrell was left to deal with the troll, and Snape was sent to inform Dumbledore. Headmaster's office. Snape limped into Dumbledore's office. The headmaster, as if expecting him, was already sitting behind his desk, waiting. He glanced down at Snape's leg, visibly concerned. Severus, what happened? That damn dog, Snape growled as he sat down. I barely stepped into the room, didn't even close the door. It charged me before I had a chance to react. I couldn't go all out, so it bit me. Dumbledore looked like he was about to laugh, but managed to hold it in. Snape wasn't just a potions master, he was a magical prodigy who'd invented multiple spells during his school days. Most of them were nasty curses or borderline dark magic. If he'd really tried, no way would a three-headed dog have gotten the jump on him. No, this wasn't just a case of being careless. He'd panicked. Probably worried that Quirrell had already made his move and rushed in without any protection. Or maybe, it was something deeper. He thought back to the last time he had checked on Fluffy. Snape's reaction afterward had been memorable. Had he been traumatized? Maybe triggered into some kind of fight or flight response. Severus, actually, here's what I think happened. Dumbledore began gently, explaining his theory. Snape's face went from blank disbelief to deadpan fury. Had that little gremlin Tom set him up again? He slammed the desk, the sharp thud echoing through the room. That boy. He's up every night wandering around the castle instead of sleeping. How is this acceptable? Dumbledore, I strongly recommend giving him detention. Serious detention. Dumbledore, ever the expert in subject changes, smoothly deflected, did you run into Quirrell while you were up there? Just like that, Snape was distracted. No. I was coming downstairs as he was going up. We met halfway and headed to the bathroom together to meet McGonagall. There's no way he got to the floor before me. Dumbledore nodded. Sounds like Quirrell was just probing, testing the defenses. Now that he knows they're tight, he'll probably try a different approach. Snape agreed with that assessment. Unfortunately, while the conclusion was correct, their reasoning was way off. It's not that Quirrell didn't want to show up. It's that after getting trampled nearly to death earlier, he spent a solid few minutes just lying there, stunned. By the time he managed to crawl to the second floor, Snape was already on his way down. There was no chance to sneak off. With their discussion over, Snape dragged his injured leg back to his office. Fluffy's fangs were venomous, and regular healing spells wouldn't cut it. He needed a proper antidote brewed from magical ingredients to even start the healing process. Thankfully, his storeroom had everything he needed. As long as he got started tonight, he wouldn't fall behind. He pulled out his key and opened the door. With a flick of his wand, the fireplace roared to life and the candles lining the shelves lit up, filling the room with warm, flickering light. And then Snape froze. He blinked. Rubbed his eyes. Blinked again. Was this his office? Why did it look so empty? Where shelves used to be stacked with bottles, flasks, and ingredient jars, now 2 whole shelves were just gone. And the rest were only half full, if that. His expression shifted from confused, to stunned, to full-on rage. Then, ultimate evolution, pure, unfiltered Snape red mode. He'd been robbed. And judging by the damage, the thief had been efficient. His injury forgotten, Snape shot across the room like a man possessed, darting from one shelf to the next, tallying up what was missing. It didn't take long. He knew his collection inside and out. Minutes later, he collapsed into his chair, dazed. Good news, all the ingredients needed to brew the antidote were still there. No delays on that front. Bad news, everything else was practically wiped out. The rarest ingredients had been cleared out completely. The slightly less rare ones had been picked over, some left with half, some with just a third remaining. This thief sure knew what they were doing. The word squeezed out between his clenched teeth as he gripped the armrests hard enough to make the wood groan. Quirrell, if I catch you, I swear I'll make you pay for every last vial, with blood. He didn't even consider anyone else. To Snape, it was obvious that Quirrell was the culprit. What other suspicious people were there in Hogwarts? Students might steal a little here and there, maybe grab something they needed for class, but this was wholesale theft. The thief didn't come to borrow supplies, they came to stock up. And on top of that, he'd run into Quirrell earlier, heading upstairs. The man had looked nervous, trying to avoid eye contact. Everything fit. Now he just had to pray Dumbledore would cover the damages. He'd bled for this school. The least they could do was reimburse his losses. Snape lay there for nearly half an hour, paralyzed by grief over his looted stockpile. Eventually, he took a deep breath, forced himself upright, and started brewing his antidote. Chapter 69, A Good Tom Riddle. Deep inside the Forbidden Forest, not far from the mooncalf herds. Tom stood under the moonlight with a cauldron set over a small fire, carefully prepping ingredients under the soft glow of a lantern. His movements were focused and precise, every slice, stir, and grind done with extreme care. He'd even activated his system, letting Andrus observe everything from the study space. These ingredients weren't exactly easy to come by. Wasting a single one would hurt his soul. Originally, Tom had wanted to practice with simpler potions first, to build up his skills before tackling something this advanced. But Andrus wasn't having it. The stronger Tom's body got, the more magic it could handle, and the more powerful spells Andrus could teach him. Tom finally got tired of the nagging and dragged his cauldron out here in the middle of the night to brew the enhancement potion. Why not use the room of requirement? Because this specific potion required both moonlight and sunlight to activate properly. High-level potions often had weird conditions like that. Take Animagus transformation, for example. First you had to hold a mandrake leaf in your mouth for an entire month, and then wait for a thunderstorm to even try the transformation. With bad luck, you could be stuck waiting for weeks. After 2 full hours of prep, Tom finally finished processing the ingredients. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up to stretch. And then came a new problem. The potion had to simmer for 3 full days and nights. Just leaving it here wasn't safe, even with protective wards. Someone needed to stay and watch it. Andrus frowned too. He'd forgotten Tom had classes tomorrow. Tom thought hard for a moment, then finally had an idea. He whispered softly. Caca. Pop. With a sharp crack, a house elf appeared before him, bowing deeply. You called, Master Riddle. Hobby, Caca, and many others were house elves at Hogwarts. Thanks to Tom's frequent nightly visits to the kitchen, he had already grown close to them. Tom handed over the responsibility of watching over the potions to Caca. But Caca couldn't stand guard 24/7, he had his own work to do. But Hogwarts had plenty of house elves, and with just a few words from Caca, 5 or 6 of them popped up and quickly divvied up a watch schedule. To the Hogwarts house elves, all students were basically their masters, so Tom's instructions weren't something they'd refuse. The only people who could override Tom's commands were Dumbledore or the other professors. Tom wasn't too worried about his secrets getting out. Dumbledore wasn't omniscient. If he managed to ask the right question with that kind of accuracy, it would mean Tom had already been exposed, which obviously hadn't happened. Once everything was secured, Tom started brewing potions under Andrus' guidance. After completing the first stage, he left, assigning Kaka to keep an eye on things. The next morning, the chaos caused by the troll hadn't died down, it was only spreading. Because one of the people involved had decided to give a personal retelling of the whole thing. When Tom arrived at the Great Hall, the Gryffindor table was packed. A crowd had formed around Ron, who was animatedly recounting his near-death experience from last night. Only then did Tom realize the original story had shifted, though not entirely. Hermione had made it back to the common room safely and wasn't in any danger. But Harry and Ron still ended up having a bonding moment with the troll. Ron's unique strengths really showed here. He'd been dancing on the edge of death just last night, yet today, he was not only back to normal, he was using it as prime storytelling material. That kind of mental resilience wasn't something everyone had. Maybe it was because experiences like this were rare, but Ron had clearly taken some creative liberties with his retelling. The whole thing sounded like a heart-pounding action thriller. Even students 2 tables over at Slytherin could hear the loud gasps from the Gryffindor crowd and Ron's dramatic voice. Monet Selwyn sneered. You'd think Weasley actually defeated the troll, the way he's going on about it. Wasn't he just running for his life and then rescued by a professor? Someone chimed in sarcastically, good thing that troll was dumb as rocks. If it had even half a brain, those 2 would have been paste. Wait, wasn't it a ghost who saved them, not a professor? Zabini asked mockingly. The Slytherins around him burst out laughing. They couldn't stand Gryffindor's showboating tendencies. Every time something happened, they had to turn it into a heroic tale. Then Avery, the 6th-year male prefect, shared a delightful bit of news. I just checked the scoreboard. Gryffindor lost another 20 points. They're almost in the negatives. The Slytherins were thrilled. Still not enough, Zabini said, shaking his head in disappointment. But Tom, sipping his lemon tea, offered a different perspective. Actually, I think docking points over this seems a bit unfair. The table went quiet for a moment. Everyone turned to look at Tom. Anyone else saying this would have been mocked already. But since it was Tom, people expected an explanation. He wasn't someone who said things without reason. Tom set down his teacup and calmly looked around. This was clearly a failure in school management. There are 4 heads of house, 6 or 7 professors, and Filch, who spends all day catching students breaking rules. With all that manpower, a troll still made it into the castle. What, is the troll smarter than the professors? Or, did one of them actually bring it in themselves? Potter and Weasley were just unlucky. If even that gets you dock points, then what's the takeaway for the rest of us? That when something dangerous happens, we should just hide in the common room until it's over. Otherwise we'll get in trouble too. If even the castle isn't safe, then what's the point of coming to school at all? When he finished, the whole table was silent. Because, well, he had a point. Why were students being punished for the school's own failures? Even though the different houses didn't get along, they were all students. And on this, they could all relate. So, the open mockery of Harry and Ron faded, replaced by a heavy, contemplative quiet. Unbeknownst to Tom, Professor McGonagall had just entered through the front doors and caught every word he'd said. Her expression was a complicated mix of embarrassment, guilt, and admiration. It wasn't until Tom laid things out so clearly that she realized the real fault didn't lie with Potter and Weasley, it was with them, the professors. That hit her hard. She hadn't protected her students. Her gaze shifted toward the empty spot in the middle of the staff table, and a wave of frustration surged in her chest. There were worse things in the castle than a troll. For example, that 3-headed dog on the 3rd-floor corridor, it could tear a troll apart with ease. And it was just sitting there. But who could guarantee it would stay calm forever? All of this had been Dumbledore's decision. She hadn't agreed with it from the start, but he was the headmaster. What could she do? Still, her opinion of Tom soared to a whole new level. While every other Slytherin was busy mocking Gryffindor, only Tom had looked past house rivalries and spoken up for students who weren't even from his own house. Frankly, he'd done a better job than she had. If she had any excuse to do so, she would have awarded Slytherin house points on the spot. Good kid. Truly a good kid. He is really different from the other Tom. He is a good Tom Riddle. She cast one last satisfied glance at Tom, who was now joking around with Daphne, and turned on her heel, marching out with a fierce determination in her stride. She was heading straight for the 7th floor. Today, she was going to confront that old man. If they didn't fix Hogwarts safety issues, no one was going to have a good time. At the staff table, Snape was also just about ready to explode on Quirrell. Seeing the men stroll in like nothing had happened, smiling and greeting him, even, set Snape's teeth on edge. He didn't take that as a friendly hello, but as a blatant provocation. What? You think you can sneak into my room and I won't do anything about it? That smug expression. Quirrell clearly didn't take him seriously at all. On the other end, Quirrell was mentally cursing. Why is Snape looking at me like he wants to eat me alive? He hadn't even gotten to the 3rd floor yesterday, he was intercepted on the 2nd. Where was all this hostility coming from? Then came Snape's soft, sinister voice that made Quirrell shiver. Hey, Quirinus, he said suddenly. I've got a potion here. Want to give it a try? You seem to have taken a hit yesterday. That bump on your forehead still looks nasty. And no need. I'm fine. Quirinus Quirrell shook his head furiously. No way was he drinking anything Snape gave him. That stuff was guaranteed trouble. Snape looked a little disappointed. Of course, he hadn't put poison in it. Just a little Veritaserum laced with a touch of something extra. But if Quirrell refused, he couldn't exactly force it down his throat, so he stood up and left, still a little annoyed. Meanwhile, there was still time before class started. McGonagall stormed up to the 7th floor, muttered the password, and entered the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was still groggy. He'd gone to bed late and wasn't a morning person. Lately, it felt like everyone wanted to talk to him first thing in the morning, first Snape, now McGonagall. Who'd be next? But since she was already there, he couldn't just ignore her. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he came down from the loft. Minerva, what's the matter? It's awfully early. Dumbledore. Minerva McGonagall cut him off sharply, there was no warmth in her voice this time. The security situation at this school is a complete disaster. Those things on the 3rd floor need to be moved. Immediately. How can we know that three-headed dog won't do exactly what the troll did and suddenly appear in front of a student? Potter and Weasley got lucky this time. But what about next time? We can't rely on luck to keep our students safe. It's not like they're chugging Felix Felicis every day. Dumbledore was caught off guard. He hadn't expected her to come in guns blazing. Minerva, I understand your concern, but let's not be too hasty. You agreed to my arrangements before. Why the sudden change of heart? McGonagall didn't hesitate. She recounted everything she had overheard in the Great Hall, Tom's sharp criticisms of the school and the professors, his passionate defense of his fellow students. Dumbledore fell into deep thought. Just as McGonagall started to feel comforted, thinking he was reflecting on his mistakes, she saw him smile. There were even tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. He took off his glasses and gently wiped them away. How wonderful. That's what real friendship looks like. Young Riddle has taught this old man a valuable lesson today. Even Slytherin and Gryffindor. Who remembers any more that their founders were once the best of friends? This was exactly the kind of scene he loved to see. When gifted students grew up isolated and emotionally detached, they often ended up unable, or unwilling, to care about others. They lost their empathy. Lost their humanity. Voldemort was the clearest example. Back in school, Voldemort, known as Tom Riddle at that time, had been praised by everyone. He was smart, elegant, and polite. But he always wore a mask, keeping others at arm's length. He never truly connected with his classmates. Though Dumbledore had said he wouldn't interfere in Tom's affairs, that didn't mean he wasn't worried. He feared this boy, too, might lose himself in the pursuit of power. But after hearing what Tom said today, half of that fear was already gone. Voldemort would never, could never, have said something like that. He only ever thought about himself. So, you'll approve my request? McGonagall asked carefully. I'm sorry, Minerva. Dumbledore composed himself and put his glasses back on. I do understand your concerns. But the 3rd floor corridor can't be touched. Not yet. Why not? McGonagall frowned. I know those enchantments are there to protect the Philosopher's Stone, but is there any place safer than your office? Dumbledore explained patiently, if we moved it here, anyone with dark intentions would feel hopeless and desperate. And desperation can drive people to madness. I don't even want to imagine what they might do. To catch the fish, the bait has to be somewhere it can see and almost reach. Only then will it bite. We need to draw him out. Did Dumbledore care about student safety? Absolutely. But compared to that, catching Voldemort was the bigger priority. He couldn't afford to make a mistake on this. Ever. People tend to forget, Dumbledore was the one who coined the phrase, for the greater good. He was a man of clear mind, unwavering will, and laser focus. If necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice even himself for the bigger picture. That's why the bait had to stay on that floor. It had to be just visible, just tempting enough for Quirrell to keep trying, until he made a fatal mistake. McGonagall looked like she was about to argue again, but Dumbledore stopped her with a look. His expression was firm. I swear on my name, Minerva. As Albus Dumbledore, I will not let any student suffer irreversible harm, or lose their life, because of the third-floor corridor. Please trust me. McGonagall stared at him for a long moment. In the end, she sighed, stood up, and left. Anyone else making that kind of promise wouldn't have inspired much confidence. But Dumbledore saying it. That was different. And McGonagall had no choice but to believe. Later that day, during Defense Against the Dark Arts, Quirrell had completely dropped the act. He just told the class to read their textbooks and then sat in his chair with his eyes closed, pretending to rest. The Gryffindor and Slytherin students didn't even bother acknowledging him. They treated it like a free study period. Honestly, if Tom didn't already have a world-class private tutor by his side, he would have found a way to get Quirrell kicked out by now and replaced with someone competent. Even Snape would have been better. Worst case, they could drag Barty Crouch Jr. out of wherever the Ministry was hiding him these days and let him teach. At least he knew his stuff. Sure, he was a Death Eater, but he actually taught. When the bell rang, the students packed up in a hurry. No one said goodbye to Quirrell. No one even looked at him. Quirrell didn't mind. In fact, this was exactly what he wanted. Who the hell cared about teaching? All he cared about was getting that damn Philosopher's Stone. Usually, Tom would stick around after class to ask questions and earn some points. But not today, he had things to do and decided to let Quirrell off the hook. He asked Daphne to go back to the common room with her friends while he headed upstairs. The books he'd borrowed from Dumbledore last week were already finished, and he was planning to return them, and pick up a few more while he was at it. Over the past few weeks, Tom had borrowed more than 10 books from Dumbledore. And, to be honest, every single one had been worthwhile. Even the basic ones had unique insights. And the rarer ones, the ones barely circulated outside of elite wizarding circles, were absolute treasures. Tom had been on his best behavior lately. Not a single one of the books he borrowed had anything to do with dark magic. But it wasn't about the magic, it was about the person. Soon, Tom arrived at the entrance to the headmaster's office. The stone gargoyle came to life, flashing him a toothy grin. Password, it asked. Tom blinked, confused. Chapter 70, Create Your Own Spell. 100 horsepower bonus. Tom had been to the headmaster's office to return books more than a few times by now. At first, he had to say the password to get in, but after seeing the gargoyle so many times, it eventually got used to him and would automatically step aside when it saw him coming, saving both sides some trouble. So why was it suddenly asking for a password again today? A bit confused, Tom still said the password, Fizzing Whizbee. Nope. The stone gargoyle gave him a mischievous grin. Dumbledore changed it on Monday. Riddle, if you can't guess the new one, no entry. Oh, so that's what this is, Tom muttered, finally catching on. But I've never needed a password before. Logically, I should still be able to go in. The gargoyle shook its head furiously. That was then, this is now. I heard there was a troll running loose in the school yesterday. I've got to keep the headmaster safe now. No one gets in without the password. Not even Dumbledore. Tom raised an eyebrow. Nope, not even the headmaster, the gargoyle said confidently. Tom nodded, amused. All right, remember you said that. Otherwise, I'll make sure your inconsistency is written down in Hogwarts, a history. Let the future students know that the guardian of the headmaster's office doesn't keep his word. You sly little snake. You really are from Slytherin. If the gargoyle could sweat, it definitely would have been dripping by now. Getting something like that recorded in Hogwarts history would be the end of its millennia-old reputation. Kid, how about? I don't want to chat right now. Gotta focus on cracking the code. Tom cut the gargoyle off. Dumbledore's passwords were never that hard to guess, usually sweets from Honeydukes. If you listed off enough candies, you were bound to get it eventually. Chocolate frog. Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Lemon ice lolly. Peppermint toad cream. Jelly slugs. Reluctantly, the gargoyle slid aside. The password had been guessed, and rules were rules. Even if the one standing there had been Voldemort or Grindelwald, the door had to open. Tom gave it a smug look and climbed the stairs. Nice try. Did it really think it could mess with him? Haha, Ravenclaw wisdom my ass. That said, Dumbledore's taste really was something else. Jelly slugs. Gross. Just barely better than cockroach clusters. Hello, Professor. I'm here to return some books. When Tom stepped into the office, Dumbledore was hunched over his desk writing something. Hearing the greeting, he set down his quill and looked up with a smile. Tom, you're reading through these books so fast I'm starting to think my whole collection will be gone before you graduate. Tom glanced at the towering shelves of books and shook his head. At my current pace, it's not nearly enough. I still need to work harder. Dumbledore gave a helpless smile. To be honest, I haven't even read all of these myself. Some were collected by previous headmasters. Tom shrugged. I'll just read what I can. I've got plenty of free time anyway. He climbed the ladder and returned 2 books to their places, then scanned the shelves again and picked out 2 more. The Nature of Magic. The Power Hidden in Ancient Runes. As Tom was about to say his goodbyes and leave with the new books, Dumbledore stopped him. Professor, is something wrong? Nothing serious, Dumbledore said with a warm smile. I just wanted to apologize. Apologize? Tom blinked, trying to figure out what this was about. He asked cautiously, are you planning to collect the money you loaned me ahead of time? He couldn't imagine anything else that might warrant an apology from Dumbledore. Was the old man losing touch with the younger generation's way of thinking? Dumbledore. Had he really fallen so far that people thought he'd be petty enough to chase down a few hundred galleons? Don't worry about that money, Dumbledore said, half laughing, half exasperated. I'm apologizing for something else. I heard your criticism about the school this morning, and I want you to know, I will guarantee the students' safety. Tom's mind worked quickly, and it didn't take long to figure out what had happened. He'd noticed Professor McGonagall around earlier that morning but didn't think much of it. Now it seemed she had passed on his words to Dumbledore, leading to this little conversation. As long as it wasn't about repaying a debt, Tom was fine with it. Of course I trust you, Professor. That troll incident was just a fluke. All things considered, Dumbledore's years as headmaster had seen their fair share of chaos, but the only actual fatality had been Cedric Diggory, and that was after he was portkeyed out of Hogwarts. Dumbledore nodded with a smile and chatted with Tom a little longer before letting him go. That afternoon, after herbology, Tom headed straight toward the Forbidden Forest. To avoid any unnecessary trouble, he'd already cast a disillusionment charm on himself. Even so, as he passed Hagrid's hut, the massive dog Fong still barked wildly at what seemed like thin air. Woof. Woof woof. Woo. Halfway through, it turned into a whimper because Tom had looked its way. Dogs were naturally sensitive to danger, and hunting breeds especially so. Fong had the distinct sense that if he kept barking, he might very well end up as the main ingredient in a hot pot. Fong. What are you barking at? Hagrid, who'd been tending to his vegetable patch, came running over. But there was no one in sight, just Fong, hugging his own head pitifully. Tom was already deep inside the Forbidden Forest. The disillusionment charm worked well enough to blend him into his surroundings, but it didn't suppress scent. To really hide, he'd need a spell that could mask his smell too. But so far, he'd never come across one. The wizarding world had always carried a kind of arrogant bias against magical creatures, rarely developing spells specifically to deal with them. Even someone like Newt Scamander was seen as a weirdo, and people's attitudes still hadn't really changed. You should consider inventing your own spells. Andrew suddenly piped up in his mind. Me. Tom blinked, stopping in his tracks. He'd never thought about inventing his own spells. Not because he lacked ambition, but because he assumed the kind of thing was far beyond his current level. Or maybe, just unnecessary for now. He figured he'd dig into that once he was further along in his magical journey. Sensing his thoughts, Andrus chuckled softly from within the space they shared and explained gently. Creating your own magic, or even just modifying existing spells to suit your needs, is a natural part of your growth as a wizard. Don't, what's the phrase, sell yourself short, Tom. You're already far beyond the average wizard. Not just your peers, even compared to adult witches and wizards, you're exceptional. You've earned the right to take that next step. By inventing or adapting spells, you'll gain deeper insight into the nature of magic itself. I get it, Tom nodded, mentally adding, create my own spell, to his ever-growing to-do list. Andrus gave a proud nod. And honestly, the fact that their sync level had almost reached 90% said a lot. Andrus hadn't said all that just because Tom held control over him, he genuinely meant it. Just look at what other 11-year-olds were doing. Actually, scratch that, forget other 11-year-olds. Even most Hogwarts students weren't as driven. At that age, kids were supposed to be full of energy and curiosity, sure, but mostly for games, fun, and chaos. Puberty would hit soon, and then all they'd care about was rebellion and hormones. Studying would be the last thing on their minds. But Tom. From the moment they met, he hadn't slacked off for even a day. Not only did he study religiously in class, but every evening without fail, he logged into the magical study space to continue learning. With that kind of persistence, even someone with average brains would eventually get somewhere. While others partied away their 7 years at Hogwarts, Tom was learning nonstop. And after graduation, when most people would get bogged down by work and life's nonsense, the gap would only grow wider. Andrus took pride in having a student like that. Of course, Andrus didn't know the full picture. The reason Tom could push himself like this wasn't just maturity or foresight, it was also thanks to the system. Even though the system didn't show a visible progress bar or skill level, it did track points and credits. Every time his academic score ticked upward, Tom knew he was actually learning something valuable, no wasted effort. It was like having a built-in progress tracker. Every time he saw those numbers go up, he got fired up again. If anything, he wanted to study a few more hours each day. And so, this lovely little misunderstanding continued. Not that it was a problem, in fact, it helped boost his bond level. And when it hit 100, he'd be able to draw another talent. Later that evening, Tom returned to the spot where he'd been brewing his potion the night before. From a distance, he spotted a house elf staring at the cauldron, seemingly in a daze. Tom called out tentatively, Riddle. The house elf jumped a full foot in the air and spun around, bowing repeatedly as he stammered, Master Riddle. Riddle wasn't slacking. Riddle wasn't daydreaming. Tom glanced into the cauldron and checked the potion's color, it looked right on track. He gave the elf a small smile. I know. The potion looks great. Good job. You're too kind, Master Riddle. Riddle was so flustered it was like he'd just been awarded Order of Merlin, first class. Tom had no idea what kind of history the house elves had to make them so deeply submissive, like it was etched into their DNA. But he wasn't the type to try changing their situation. After all, he benefited from it. And he definitely wasn't the kind of person to betray his own class for the sake of some noble ideal. He crouched down beside the cauldron and stirred the potion with his wand, channeling magic into it. The soft bubbling immediately turned to a lively boil. Then he added the next batch of ingredients. Under the sunlight, the potion took on a vibrant purplish-red hue. And if things went according to plan, on the third day, when he added the dragon blood, it would turn deep blood red. At least, that's what Andrus had said. After monitoring the brew for a bit, Tom gave Riddle a few instructions and headed off to rest. Over the next 2 days, the Forbidden Forest became something like Tom's second dorm. He stopped by in the morning, checked on the potion during lunch, and even swung by after his nightly walks. Honestly, he wasn't sure how amazing this potion was going to be, despite Andrus hyping it up. But what he had gained during the brewing process was a lot of new hands-on experience, and a few new questions too. Normally, he would have gone straight to Snape to clear up his doubts, but lately, that didn't seem like a great idea. The potion's master had been acting like he was going through a full-blown magical menopause, irritable, sharp-tongued, and on edge. And it wasn't just Harry or the first-year Gryffindors getting caught in the crossfire anymore. These days, anyone outside Slytherin was fair game. Even the other professors were confused. No one could figure out what had set him off this time. Except Dumbledore and Tom. Dumbledore knew because Snape had tried to get some potion ingredients reimbursed, and was denied. As for Tom, well, he was the one who caused it. Of course he knew. Still, from what Tom could tell, Snape had never even suspected him. He had his sights locked on Quirrell. Now Quirrell was so terrified, he barely dared to show up for meals, just scuttled from class to class like a mouse hiding from a cat. Finally, it was Saturday. The first Quidditch match of the year was about to begin. There's a saying in the Muggle world, sports are the wars of peacetime. At Hogwarts, Quidditch wasn't just a game, it was war between the four houses. Their most direct and passionate form of competition. The tension had been building for days. It was like the castle itself was holding its breath. Each team's players were practically under 24/7 surveillance. Teammates or upperclassmen followed them everywhere. No one was allowed to move around alone, not with sabotage always a possibility. Every meal had to be taste-tested in case someone tried slipping something in. The security level honestly shocked Tom. Harry Potter, for instance, was being shadowed by 3 massive fifth years. You could barely even see his small frame behind them. Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs, wasn't doing much better. Marcus Flint, the fifth-year prefect, was acting as his personal bodyguard. Isn't this all a bit too much? Tom muttered. This is standard, Tom, said Adrian Pusey, one of the Slytherin chasers, turning back with a deadly serious look. 2 years ago, when I just joined the team officially, Gryffindor slipped me some kind of superpowered laxative. I legit thought my insides were gonna fall out. Tom's jaw dropped. Gryffindor did that. Aren't they supposed to be the honorable, goody-two-shoes types? He'd never had a great opinion of the Lion House, but this didn't seem like their style. Most of them played fair. A Peter Pettigrew-level sneak only came along once in a century. They're the worst. Pusey snapped, practically growling. The one who spiked my food is their current beater, one of those Weasley twins. Just because Marcus broke Oliver Wood's nose doesn't mean I deserve to be poisoned. Tom. Well. Case closed. So it really had been Slytherin who struck first. That lined up perfectly with all his stereotypes. Chapter 71, The Quidditch Match. By 9 a.m., the Great Hall was already packed. Outside, the sky was clear but bitingly cold, not that it did anything to cool down the young witches' and wizards' excitement for Quidditch. Everyone was hyped for what promised to be a thrilling match. The scent of grilled sausages drifted through the hall, making mouths water and stomachs growl. It was practically a sausage feast today. There were white sausages made from veal, classic Thuringian sausages usually paired with sauerkraut, and some Italian-style sausages stuffed with gooey mozzarella. Tom's favorite was easily the Thuringian sausage with sauerkraut. The sharpness of the sauerkraut cut through the grease perfectly. Watching Tom dig in so happily, Daphne Greengrass made a mental note. She figured she could tell her mum in her next letter so their house elf could learn how to make the dish. That way, next time Tom visited during the holidays, she could serve it and impress him. While Tom was enjoying his breakfast, over at the Gryffindor table, Harry couldn't eat a single bite. His mind was a total mess. Ever since that class, Hermione and Ron had basically become strangers. They didn't even look at each other anymore, which, surprisingly, didn't seem to affect Hermione's relationship with Harry at all. In Hermione's eyes, Ron was a lost cause, always playing around and never serious. Harry, on the other hand, still had potential. At least he asked questions and tried to learn. To help Harry better integrate into the team, and also boost Gryffindor's chances, Hermione had found a book in the library titled The Wonder of Quidditch and lent it to him. After reading it, Harry gained a much deeper understanding of the sport. Apparently, there were 700 types of fouls in Quidditch. And guess what? Most of the nastiest ones happen to seekers. Like, why? Did a seeker steal your fish and chips or something? But that wasn't even the most distracting thing on Harry's mind. He had a sneaking suspicion that something major was up. Snape's limp, for instance, might be connected to that forbidden corridor on the 3rd floor. What the heck was he doing there? Was Dumbledore hiding some kind of treasure? Harry, you need to eat something, Hermione urged. I'm really not hungry, he muttered. Just a bit of toast, she coaxed. Seamus, sitting nearby, helpfully offered a slice of peanut-buttered toast with a sausage smeared in ketchup stacked on top. You know, the longest Quidditch match ever lasted 3 whole months. Even Hogwarts has had games that went on for days. If you don't eat, you might literally pass out there. Harry gave in and took a bite. By 10:30, nearly everyone had made their way to the Quidditch pitch. Tom followed Daphne up to the highest point in the stands. It had the best view of the whole field. Directly across from them was the Gryffindor section, where Neville and Seamus were waving a sparkling banner for Harry Potter, just a bedsheet painted in shifting colors. Around them, other props and Gryffindor house banners flew high, fluttering in the wind. Slytherin wasn't about to be outdone. Their stands exploded with magical banners and glowing charms. It felt more like a battle of magical aesthetics than a sports event. Daphne wasn't a die-hard Quidditch fan. She thought of it more as a way to kill time than something to get worked up about. Still, her Slytherin pride was strong. She'd brought a massive banner and had Tom help float it high into the air with a spell. The banner was huge, about 20 meters long and 4 meters wide, with a green serpent slithering around the border and "Slytherin Champions" written boldly in the center. Tom, feeling like joining the fun, pointed his wand at the banner and sent out a flash of magic. Instantly, the embroidered serpent started writhing like it had come to life, and its giant head even broke free of the fabric, becoming a three-dimensional illusion that hissed menacingly at the Gryffindor section. The Gryffindors had no comeback. Nobody on their side could pull off something that flashy. Slytherin's morale skyrocketed. At exactly 11, both teams emerged from the player tunnels. Amid roaring cheers, Madame Hooch blew her silver whistle, and 15 broomsticks, including hers, shot into the sky. And the quaffle is immediately snatched up by Angelina Johnson from Gryffindor. She's a fantastic chaser, and I must say, quite the looker too. Jordan. Professor McGonagall's warning tone came seconds into the match. Sorry, Professor. The announcer was Lee Jordan, a third-year Gryffindor and close friend of the Weasley twins. As expected, his commentary was wildly biased. Angelina Johnson's flying fast, she passes it. Alicia Spinnet catches it cleanly. A smart pick by Captain Wood, she just made the team this year. Oh. Marcus Flint barges in with a very aggressive move to steal the quaffle. Is he about to score? Haha, nope. From the very start, it was a high-speed back and forth, keeping the crowd on the edge of their seats. If you wanted to sum up Quidditch, it was a game with 3 balls, the quaffle for scoring, the blood jars for knocking people out, and the golden snitch to end it all. Seekers had one job: dodge blood jars and catch the snitch. Everything else? Not really their business. Harry and Slytherin Seeker, Terrence Higgs, were flying far above the action, circling like hawks as they scanned the sky for any sign of gold. Harry's performance was a shocker for Gryffindors who hadn't seen him train. He flew just as well as Higgs, maybe even better. He was more agile, more daring. Lee Jordan pounced on the chance to praise him. Harry Potter's maneuvering is insane. You'd never believe this kid's only been flying for 2 months. Look at that feint, he totally shook off Higgs. Brilliant move. Of course, it's not just the player. The broom makes a huge difference too. Compared to the Comet 260, the Nimbus 2000 has far better acceleration and turns on a dime, and Jordan. McGonagall had to snap again as he veered off into broom specks. Puffed. Tom suddenly burst out laughing. It was hard not to, listening to Jordan commentate like he was rapping. Daphne turned, confused. Tom, what's so funny? Was this match supposed to be funny? Seeing her puzzled look made Tom laugh even harder. Do you know what a car is? He asked. She nodded. She'd seen one, though she'd never ridden in or driven one. Well, in the Muggle world, there's a whole bunch of people who can recite car specs like a walking encyclopedia: horsepower, torque, engine type, tire pressure, you name it. He shrugged and smirked. Only problem is, they can't actually afford any of those cars. I think Lee Jordan's just like those guys. I've got to admire how confidently he talks about stuff he clearly doesn't own. It clicked for Daphne. She collapsed onto Tom's shoulder, giggling uncontrollably. Her laughter spread fast. Tom hadn't even tried to keep his voice down, so everyone nearby heard the joke, and before long, the whole Slytherin stand was a sea of chuckles and snickers. The announcer's booth was right next to the staff section on the east side. Jordan glanced over in confusion. Slytherin was only 10 points ahead. What was so funny? Then a student with a mischievous streak shouted with an amplifying charm, "We just love how you talk about the Nimbus like you can actually buy one." Boom. The whole stadium lost it. Even the professors looked weirdly conflicted, trying not to laugh but clearly amused. Lee Jordan's face turned bright red, though thankfully, being black helped hide it. After that, he toned things down a little. Still biased, of course, but slightly more restrained. Angelina Johnson regains the quaffle, she's speeding forward. She shoots. Miles Bletchley dives the wrong way, what a fake. And Gryffindor scores. Cheers exploded from the Gryffindor stands, echoing through the chilly air. Over at the staff box, Professor McGonagall clenched her fist under the table and silently mouthed a triumphant, yes. Who would have guessed that the famously stern and fair McGonagall was actually a die-hard Quidditch fan? If not for the serious injury she'd sustained in her youth, she might have been the one leading a team to the Quidditch Cup herself. Suddenly, a wave of gasps swept through the crowd. The golden snitch had appeared, just a flash of gold zipping past Derek Pusey's ear. Harry spotted it first and immediately dove. Terrence Higgs saw it too, chasing after him just seconds later. But Harry was faster. More agile. Bit by bit, he pulled ahead. Then, wham! Marcus Flint came crashing in from the side, smashing into Harry and knocking him off course. The snitch vanished again. The perfect chance for Gryffindor to win, gone. Foul. Madam Hooch bellowed, furiously pointing at Flint. She awarded a penalty to Gryffindor, while boos and shouts erupted from their side of the stands. Flint, smug as ever, just grinned up at them in mock innocence. Naturally, this only made them scream louder. What a dirty, obvious cheat, Lee Jordan growled. Jordan. I meant the foul, Professor McGonagall. One more outburst and I'll replace you with someone selling pumpkin juice. Right. Got it. Jordan mumbled. Anyway, Gryffindor's down by 40 points, but it's fine. Potter's got way sharper instincts for the snitch than Higgs ever will. But then something strange started happening. People in the stands noticed that Harry's broomstick had begun to wobble. Then it shook. Then it rolled, violently. He clung on for dear life, barely managing to stay in the air. After a few seconds of calm, the broom suddenly started spasming again, bucking wildly like it had a mind of its own. Tom's eyes narrowed. He glanced toward the staff section, and sure enough, there was Quirrell, muttering under his breath. Beside him. Snape was doing the exact same thing. They were both casting, chanting like they were locked in some silent, magical tug-of-war, each using Harry's broom as the battlefield. Unbelievable. Tom was pissed. Something this fun, and they didn't invite him. He flipped his wand in his palm and hid it up his sleeve, then started murmuring his own incantation. But unlike those two, he wasn't aiming for Harry's broom. That was already crowded with dark intent. Time to get creative. Tom focused on one of the blood jars zipping wildly through the air. Manipulating objects with raw magical will. That was his specialty. He'd been doing it even before he had a wand, before he'd even come to school. Now, with training. It was child's play. Under his influence, the bludger began to pick up speed, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh. George Weasley flinched and instinctively swung his bat at it, smacking it hard and feeling the sting of recoil all the way up his arm. But Quirrell didn't notice any of this. He was still focused, grinning viciously, muttering faster and faster, eyes glued to Harry's broom. Dumbledore wasn't here today, this was the perfect chance. If Harry fell from this height, it'd be a fatal drop. Just like that, revenge for his master would be complete. But then, his grin faded. Something shifted. Snape's gaze swept over, locking onto him. Now Quirrell was trying to keep track of both Snape and the broom. Snape, meanwhile, had eyes on both the broom and Quirrell. Neither of them noticed anything else. Like, for example, the other ball. After a round of wild deflections between the beaters, the bludger Tom had enchanted curved midair in a way that defied logic. Tom's eyes lit up. Time to go for the kill. He poured more energy into the spell, pushing the bludger into a final, deadly arc. It shot past the edge of the field, then, drawn back by his will, reversed course at breakneck speed, heading straight for the back of Quirrell's head. By the time Quirrell realized something was wrong, whoosh. Bang. The heavy bludger smashed full force into the back of his skull, launching him forward. He tumbled over the front row of seats, hit the stairs, and rolled. And rolled. And rolled. And rolled. He finally came to a stop against a safety railing, thank Merlin for that. If it hadn't been there, he probably would have plummeted off the stand entirely. Professor Quirrell. Professor Flitwick nearly screamed as he rushed over. The teacher's stand exploded into chaos. I'm going to check on him, Tom muttered to Daphne, then pushed through the crowd toward the scene. By the time he reached them, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick were huddled around an unconscious Quirrell. Professor Sinistra had already run back to the castle to fetch Madame Pomfrey. Tom peered closer. McGonagall was too worried to care why a student had wandered into the staff section. That thud just now had been nasty. You could practically feel the pain through the sound alone. Professor, Tom said calmly, studying Quirrell's body. We should probably take off that scarf. If it's pressing on the wound, it might cause an infection. Good point, both McGonagall and Flitwick nodded. No need. Just as they were about to touch him, Quirrell suddenly sat up, bloodshot eyes wide. I'm fine, he croaked. Just a bit dizzy. That's all. Then, under the stunned gaze of everyone around him, he got to his feet, and hobbled off the stand in a weird, limping shuffle. A medical miracle, McGonagall muttered, staring after him. Tom heard her, and gave an admiring nod. Quirrell, what a cockroach. Chapter 72, The Elixir That Enhances Life Itself. 200 horsepower bonus. With Quirrell no longer interfering, Harry's broom finally returned to normal. He dove sharply, and Higgs, thinking Harry had lost control, didn't pay much attention and kept scanning the sky for the snitch. Then, to everyone's shock, Harry clutched his mouth as if he was about to throw up, and literally spat out the golden snitch. And just like that, the match ended in the most absurd way imaginable. Gryffindor won, 170-60. Slytherin looked like they were mourning a funeral, while Gryffindor was partying like it was Christmas. No one could believe Harry's mouth game was that good, he actually caught the snitch with his mouth. Flint tried to complain about cheating, but Madame Hooch completely ignored him. After all, the rules never said how the snitch had to be caught. As the crowd started to disperse, talk shifted from the match to Quirrell's misfortune. Plenty of people had seen him take a bludger to the head at full speed. He really got blasted. Most people would be out cold or half dead from that. But not Quirrell. Not only did he survive, he woke up from being knocked out, refused medical treatment, and walked back to the castle on his own. Strangely enough, he earned quite a bit of respect. At least in terms of pain tolerance and sheer stubbornness, people were ready to call him the toughest guy at Hogwarts. Inside Hagrid's cabin. It was Snape, Hermione said seriously, explaining to Harry and Hagrid. I saw it through my binoculars. He was muttering a spell while looking at Harry's broom. I was on my way to stop him, but halfway there, Professor Quirrell got hit, and Snape stopped casting. That's when Harry caught the snitch. Hermione had originally planned to meet up with Tom and Daphne after the match, but she couldn't resist Hagrid's warm invitation and ended up tagging along to his hut. At least now she had the chance to fill Harry in. Rubbish, Hagrid snorted. Why would Professor Snape do something like that? I think he's trying to steal whatever's hidden on the third floor, Harry suddenly chimed in. Hagrid looked shocked. What did you say? Wait, you know what's up there? No, Harry shook his head honestly. But on Halloween night, I saw Snape limping down from upstairs, looked like he got bitten. Maybe by that three-headed dog. You know about Fluffy? Hagrid was downright stunned now. Fluffy. Hermione blinked. That's the name of the three-headed dog. Yeah, I got him off a Greek bloke, Hagrid muttered. I lent him to Dumbledore to guard. He abruptly stopped and glanced at Hermione, Ron, and Harry, who were all staring at him with eyes gleaming with curiosity. I'm not telling you anything else, he said quickly. Snape is a professor, Hagrid added firmly. Even if he did hate James. James. Harry's eyes lit up. Wait, Hagrid, are you saying Snape knew my dad? Realizing he'd said too much, Hagrid waved his massive arms. That's ancient history. It's got nothing to do with you. Just forget about Fluffy, and forget about what he's guarding. That's between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel. Hermione immediately scribbled that name down in her mental notebook. Smack. Hagrid slapped himself in the face and shooed them out of the hut. Forbidden Forest. The potion was nearing completion. Tom told Kaka he could head back. Tom could handle the rest on his own from now on. Once the dragon blood was added, the potion began to bubble violently, radiating intense heat as thick white mist rose from the cauldron. Tom conjured a gentle breeze to disperse the mist without disturbing the brew itself. After another half hour, the potion had reduced by half and turned the deep crimson that Andrus described, thick, gleaming like liquid gemstones. Andrus, you sure this thing is safe to drink? Tom asked cautiously. This wasn't something he could afford to mess up. Andrus inspected it again and replied, "The color's right." "Does it smell a little metallic?" "Like blood, but also slightly sharp." Tom nodded. That was exactly it. "Then it's good. Drink up, no worries." Trusting Andrus, Tom began dividing the potion with a precise scale. Each dose was 5 ounces, about 140 grams. The batch produced 7 doses, enough for 7 uses. Without hesitation, he downed one. The thick, syrupy liquid clung to his throat, refusing to go down easily. He had to force himself to swallow repeatedly. It tasted like coagulated blood. Before he could even complain, the effects kicked in. It felt like a volcano erupted in his heart, and waves of heat spread through his entire body. His face turned red, steam started rising from his skin, and even though the forest was freezing, he felt like he'd stepped into a sauna. He quickly turned to Andrus. "There's supposed to be special movements, right? Teach me, quick." Andrus didn't waste time. Every second counted now that the potion was active. He began demonstrating a series of bizarre poses. On their own, these movements did nothing. But when combined with the potion, they helped the body absorb its energy far more efficiently. Sure, some human wizards could surpass dragons, Dumbledore, Voldemort, but that didn't mean their life essence was stronger than magical beasts like dragons or sphinxes. They were still human, just smarter and more in tune with magic. This potion worked by infusing your body with the life force of magical creatures. It didn't just make you stronger, it also enhanced your mental strength and even extended your lifespan. For over 10 minutes, Andrus guided Tom through 3 full cycles of these motions. With his memory, Tom quickly memorized every step. Each set of moves drained a portion of the energy flooding his body, and his temperature gradually cooled. An hour later, Tom's body returned to normal temperature, and the energy had been fully absorbed. Despite the intense workout, Tom felt better than ever. His body was bursting with energy, his mind was sharp, and his thoughts were clear. And as for his magic, Diffindo. His wrist flicked like lightning. A beam of magic shot out and struck a large tree, instantly splitting it into countless pieces that rained down all over the forest floor. "My spells feel sharper now," Tom said, inspecting his work. Andrus wasn't surprised. "That's to be expected. Your mental state directly affects the nature of your spells. You've improved physically, so your magic will grow stronger too. Soon, you'll be ready to learn some large-scale spells." Tom nodded. He liked the sound of that. Overwhelming firepower suited him just fine. Why bother with genius-level strategy when you can just nuke your problems into dust? Simpler is better. He pulled out another vial of the body enhancement potion. Sensing his intent, Andrus quickly stopped him. "You've still got residual effects from the last dose. You need to wait at least a week to let your body process it properly." "Fine," Tom sighed and reluctantly stashed the potion away. He mentally took stock of his materials. He wasn't missing much, most ingredients he either already had or could find in the Forbidden Forest or buy in Diagon Alley. Except for 2 key ingredients, Sphinx's Eye and Dragon Blood. He was out of both. He still had 6 vials of potion left. If he used 1 per week, they'd last him until Christmas break. According to Andrus, he'd need to go through 20 to 30 vials before the effects would taper off, so he still had a long way to go. When it came to rare ingredients, Tom's first thought was to hit up his head of house, but he quickly dismissed the idea. It wasn't that he couldn't bring himself to do it, he had already taken all of Snape's previous stock. There might still be a secret stash somewhere, but let's be real, Snape wasn't an idiot. He'd probably locked it up or enchanted the shelf to restock itself only when he was watching. Better to wait for the Christmas holidays and hunt for supplies in Diagon Alley or Nocturne Alley. Tom cleaned up the cauldrons and scales scattered on the forest floor and left the Forbidden Forest in high spirits. His body felt amazing, never better, but he was starving. He could probably chase down a cow and bite it raw if given the chance. He ate a meal that was nearly 1.5 times his normal portion, then headed straight for the room of requirement. Normally, he trained with Hermione and Daphne every Saturday morning, but because of today's Quidditch match, they'd pushed it to the afternoon. When he entered the room, the 2 girls were deep in conversation. Hermione looked agitated, and Daphne didn't seem much better, she looked downright furious. "No way. Absolutely not. But we saw it. He's the most suspicious one." "Who are you talking about?" Tom walked over calmly. "Tom, you got here just in time," Daphne said, storming up to him, visibly upset. Hermione actually thinks Professor Snape was using magic to mess with Potter's broomstick. I really did see it. Hermione defended herself quickly. Snape was staring at Harry's broom, muttering something the whole time. But as soon as Professor Quirrell got knocked over, he stopped, and Harry regained control and caught the snitch. I see. Tom nodded thoughtfully. Just when Hermione thought he believed her, Tom said, well, by your logic, I saw Quirrell doing the exact same thing. And the second he got hit by the bludger, Harry's broom stopped going wild. Doesn't that make him just as suspicious? Quirrell. Hermione blinked in shock. Even Daphne's jaw dropped. Quirrell. Did he even have that kind of magical power? If Quirrell really was behind it, Hermione countered, why would he want to hurt Harry? Tom shrugged. No idea. And honestly, I don't care. What I do care about is training. Enough of this murder mystery nonsense, get back to practicing the shield charm. It's way more important than guessing who the villain is. Seeing Daphne already holding her wand, Hermione gave in and set aside her thoughts to focus on practice. Protego. Protego. Later, after training, they returned to the Gryffindor common room. Hermione repeated Tom's explanation to Harry. Harry immediately shook his head. There's no way it was Professor Quirrell. I mean, sure, Quirrell's not exactly the strongest wizard around, but he's never had a problem with me. He's got no reason to go after me. Then, instead of arguing, Harry tried to comfort Hermione. I get where Tom's coming from. No one wants to think their head of house could be a bad guy. Still, he added, I'm more worried about whatever's being kept on the third floor. Hey, Hermione, have you ever heard of someone named Nicholas Flamel? Harry's curiosity was at an all-time high. What kind of object was important enough for Dumbledore himself to guard it? Hermione frowned. She'd read a lot, but she couldn't recall ever seeing that name. Nicholas Flamel. Sure, I know who he is. The next day in the courtyard, Tom answered casually when Hermione asked. He's basically a legend in alchemy, like a historical milestone. He and Dumbledore even discovered the 13th use of dragon blood together. But his biggest claim to fame is creating the Philosopher's Stone. With it, you can make the elixir of life and even create gold. He's over 660 years old now. Elixir of life? Hermione and Daphne both looked stunned. Well, that term is kinda misleading, Tom clarified. It does make you live forever, but you don't stay young. After 6 centuries, Flamel and his wife are basically walking corpses. A strong gust of wind could probably snap their bones. Oh. Daphne instantly lost interest. No matter how old a girl is, the first thing she'll care about is her looks. If the stone let you stay beautiful forever, Daphne might have been all over it. But turning into a living fossil and staying that way? She'd rather die now than go through that torture. Seeing Daphne's reaction, Hermione quickly added, but the ability to make gold is amazing too. You'd never have to worry about money again. Gold's not that rare, Daphne said with a shrug. My family owns a few gold mines. We're doing fine. Tom felt like he'd been punched in the stomach. He couldn't handle rich girl level flexing like this. All he could do now was quietly chew on his humble pie. Suddenly, Daphne's eyes lit up. She jumped to her feet so fast she startled Hermione. She didn't bother explaining. Instead, she grabbed Tom by the shoulders and asked urgently. Can the Philosopher's Stone cure diseases too? Chapter 73, The Greengrass Family Curse. 300 horsepower bonus. Can the Philosopher's Stone cure illnesses? The answer is yes. Otherwise, Voldemort wouldn't have risked everything, even in such a weakened state, to sneak into Hogwarts just to try and steal it. But just like there's no medicine that can cure every disease in the world, the Philosopher's Stone isn't the all-powerful miracle it's rumored to be. Tom had never seen Daphne look like this before, desperation in her eyes, a spark of hope mixed with fear. She wanted to believe, but she was terrified of what the truth might be. For once, Tom spoke with extra care. He gently took Daphne's hand. Daphne, alchemy is all about equivalent exchange. The Philosopher's Stone is essentially a massive concentration of magical power. If it can grant immortality, that means it can convert magic into life force. He paused before continuing, his voice soft. Some illnesses can be cured by supplementing life force. The body uses it to heal itself. But others don't work that way. In fact, Adding more life force might just end up feeding the source of the sickness, making it worse. Tom looked her in the eyes, watching her slowly calm down. My guess, you're asking this for your sister, right? Yeah. Daphne gave a small nod. That's why we need to look at this case by case. I don't even know what's actually wrong with her. I can't just throw out guarantees I can't keep. Tell me what you know about her condition. The more I understand, the more I might be able to help. Hermione had been holding her breath this whole time, listening intently. A sister. She had no idea Daphne had a little sister who was sick. Daphne stayed quiet for a long while. She was clearly torn about whether or not to speak, but eventually, she took a deep breath and made up her mind. Actually, Astoria's condition isn't really an illness. It's a curse. A curse. Hermione blurted out in shock. Daphne, someone cursed your sister. That's horrible. Daphne was 11. Her sister couldn't be more than 10. Who would be twisted enough to curse a 10-year-old girl? Voldemort. Oh, they exist. I personally started cursing babies when I was still a teen. 1-day-olds. Fair game. But Daphne shook her head. This curse wasn't cast on Astoria. It's on the Greengrass family. She lowered her gaze. Over the generations, more than 20 members of our family have died because of it. I had an aunt who passed away before I was even born. She had it too. Ever since she was little, Astoria's always been frail and sickly. No matter how much we tried to help her grow strong, she stayed so thin and fragile, even a gust of wind could knock her down. I don't know the full details. My mom probably does, but she's never told me. Daphne exhaled deeply, having gotten all that off her chest. Tom and Hermione sat there in silence. What could they even say? No words of comfort would make a difference. Only one thing could ease the weight in Daphne's heart, a real solution to Astoria's problem. Suddenly, Hermione stood up, startling both Tom and Daphne. I'm going to the library. Maybe I can find something, records of similar curses or related magic. Daphne was genuinely touched by Hermione's gesture. Aside from always trying to steal Tom's attention, Hermione was actually a really good friend. Still, Daphne gently pulled her back down to her seat. Silly Hermione, this curse has been passed down for generations. It's serious dark magic, maybe even one of the nastiest kinds out there. Even if there's anything written about it, it'd be in the restricted section. You won't find anything useful in the general collection. Hermione paused and realized Daphne was right. All that determined energy she had just moments ago deflated instantly. Sorry, Daphne. You don't have to apologize. I will find a way to cure Astoria. Tom finally spoke up again. As pitiful as Astoria's situation is, she probably won't be in immediate danger for now. That got both girls' attention. Our main focus still has to be on our studies. The stronger we are, the more control we have over our own futures, and the more we can do to help others. Both Daphne and Hermione nodded seriously. Seeing how motivated they were, Tom spontaneously decided to tack on an extra lesson for the day. After their training ended, Tom stayed behind alone in the room of requirement, lost in thought. He originally hadn't planned on getting involved with the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore had eyes on it constantly. Going after it as a first year? That was just asking for trouble. But now, Daphne's situation had shaken his resolve. What if the stone could help Astoria? He'd spent the whole semester building a bond with Daphne, he couldn't just ignore her pain. This was his future girlfriend, after all. And Astoria? That made her his future sister-in-law. So of course he had to help. Tom stepped into his study space and explained the situation to Andrus. After listening, Andrus frowned deeply. That's one nasty curse. I know a fair bit about curses myself, but something that's lasted this long. Sorry, Tom. Without seeing the girl personally, I can't say for sure. But honestly, it sounds like it might be beyond me. As for the Philosopher's Stone, it's worth a shot. Or better yet, why not go straight to Nicholas Flamel? That old geezer's been alive for over 600 years. Just mentioning Flamel left Andrus in awe. In his time, alchemy wasn't even a proper discipline, just something magic rejects messed around with. But someone who could actually create the Philosopher's Stone. That put Flamel in a league of his own, far above all the charlatans. You're right, Tom's eyes lit up. He realized he'd been thinking too small. If the guy who made the stone was still alive, then why try to steal it? Just like that, Tom's goal shifted from steal the philosopher's stone to find a way to meet Nicholas Flamel. The next week. Outside the castle, it rained nonstop, and Tom was thankful he'd finished his potion a few days ago. If he had waited, the damp air would have ruined the whole process. The increasingly humid dorms were starting to irritate him. His clothes, sheets, even the curtains were getting soggy and gross. And in that wave of frustration, Tom accidentally created his first original spell. Before Zabini and the others could even react, water vapor in the air, on the sheets, in his clothes, even mold from the corners of the room, began to swirl and condense into a single green, head-sized orb. The air instantly felt fresher, less stifling. Clearly, the humidity had dropped. Wait, that worked. Even Tom was a bit stunned. He'd just been thinking, man, I wish I could squeeze all the moisture out of here, and poof, it happened. You thought it'd be harder? Andrus laughed when he heard. You think inventing magic is some complex ritual? Please. If you want to make something happen, your magic can back it up, and you get hit with the right spark of inspiration at the right time, boom. That's how spells are born. Tom finally understood. This wasn't math class where you need to show every step or lose points for skipping the logic. Magic is the exact opposite, pure idealism made real. Guess magic is busted for a reason. Sometimes, it's nothing more than, I just felt like it, energy given form. So when his emotions were running high, and he instinctively wished the room wasn't so damp, a practical little spell was born. He tossed the water orb into the sink, then tried recreating that exact feeling, and sure enough, he did it again. Only this time, he reversed it. The room got damp again. 2 new spells. Simple ones. Exico, damp be gone, and humectus, dry no more, basically a dehumidifying charm and a humidifying charm. Nothing fancy, just everyday household spells. But Tom was over the moon the entire day. And seeing him so happy, Daphne couldn't help but smile along with him. The two of them giggled their way through the entire Transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall was so confused she thought they'd been hexed and even checked on them. Tom had shrugged and said, "No idea, Professor. Just in a really good mood today." Daphne added with a grin, "I don't know either. Just seeing Tom laugh makes me want to laugh too." Hermione smacked her forehead with a sigh. These two, totally hopeless. That afternoon, while Tom and Daphne were strolling across the lawn in front of the castle, Tom suddenly spotted Snape emerging from the Forbidden Forest. His eyes lit up with mischief. "Professor. Good afternoon." Snape froze and instinctively took 2 cautious steps back, then glanced up at the sky. As far as he could tell, the sun was still rising in the east, nothing was upside down. So why on earth was Tom greeting him? Sure, their relationship had mellowed a bit lately, but Tom still didn't show him an ounce of respect. The boy treated him like a coworker, only sucking up a little when he wanted to ask some complex question. And even then, it was strictly about potions. Nothing personal. So, yeah. Snape was on full alert now. Something was definitely up. But Tom just smiled and stepped closer like he hadn't noticed the wary look on Snape's face. Then, lowering his voice with a conspiratorial air, he said, "Professor, you noticed it too, right? Someone messed with Harry's broom during the match on Saturday." Snape's expression twitched. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Tom didn't stop. "I heard Harry thinks you're the one who tried to hurt him. Someone even said they saw you staring at his Nimbus 2000 and muttering under your breath. If it weren't for Professor Quirrell getting injured, Harry probably would have been splattered across the field." Snape nearly coughed up blood on the spot. He'd been the one holding off Quirrell's jinx the entire match, and now he was being accused of causing it. Utter nonsense. Snape growled. He felt more wrong than a squib accused of casting a killing curse. Who's been spreading this idiocy? Tell me, whoever it is, I'm docking points. Snape was genuinely furious now. If he could, he'd lock Harry in detention for a month straight just on principle. Tom shrugged innocently. Dunno which Weasley said it, one of the first years, I think. But since it's all just a misunderstanding, maybe you should go explain things to Harry. Wouldn't want your reputation taking a hit. Me, explain to Potter. Snape gave a dry, incredulous laugh. No. Forget it. This isn't a misunderstanding anymore. Potter's absolutely right. I do want to kill him. And Weasley too. Excellent instincts, both of them. And with that, Snape stormed off toward the castle, fuming. Daphne stared at Tom, utterly baffled. Wait, Tom, aren't you just making things worse for Harry and potions? I thought you two got along. Relax, Tom waved her off. Even if Snape's furious, he won't actually hurt Harry. Maybe just roast him a bit in class. Honestly, I'm mostly targeting Ron. He still owes Hermione an apology for that "you've got no friends" comment. Oh. Daphne finally understood. By Tuesday, Snape had found his perfect revenge. The moment he walked into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, all the Gryffindor students went stiff and silent, like they'd been choked by invisible hands. Professor Quirrell injured his brain during the match, Snape said coolly. But that's not really a loss. Even a Dementor would be disappointed with what's in there. He threw out the joke with a smirk, but none of the first years got it. Only Hermione got it. She knew that Dementors feed on humans' thoughts, memories, and emotions. So basically, Snape was calling Quirrell brainless. In more practical terms, Snape went on, he fell down the stairs, suffered multiple fractures, and refuses treatment from Madame Pomfrey. So, for the next 2 weeks, I'll be teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts. Harry looked like he'd just died inside. He never thought he'd miss Quirrell, but right now he'd gladly take memorizing textbook passages and pointless comprehension questions over this nightmare. Potter, Snape drawled like he was addressing a pet, why don't you tell the class, what's the best spell to drive away a horde of ghouls? Here it comes. The usual song and dance. Harry stood up like a zombie. I don't know, Professor. I know you don't. The Slytherins burst out laughing. Malfoy laughed so hard his neck turned red. Once the noise died down, Snape gave Harry a slow, satisfied look. I just want you to realize that it's not only potions where you're hopelessly behind. You've got to catch up in defense too. This is basic stuff, Potter. Even the idiot Weasley here could answer it. But you haven't got a clue. Ron clenched his teeth so hard he thought they'd crack, but he didn't dare speak up. Open your books to page 59, Snape said lazily. Take good notes on the banishing charm. And please, don't go swinging a bat at the ghouls. You're wizards, not cavemen. Harry's mind instantly flashed to Fred and George whacking blood jars with their bats. So wait. Was Snape roasting me, Ron, and the twins all in one sentence? Chapter 74, The Deal with Professor Quirrell. Turns out, Harry's nightmare was just getting started. The insults before class. That was just the warm-up. After giving a quick lecture on the traits and weaknesses of ghouls, and making the students jot down the banishment spell, Snape walked out of the room and returned, with 2 live ghouls as teaching aides. Now, despite their creepy name, ghouls aren't all that dangerous. They're rated just XX on the magical creature danger scale, about as threatening as a puffskein or a gnome. These little monsters are short, covered in slimy dark green skin, have crooked fangs, and patchy hair on their heads. They live in dark, damp places, think sewer pipes or attics, and mostly eat spiders and bugs. Wizards don't even bother exterminating them. Some families even keep them around for fun, treating their ghastly hulls like quirky background music. In short, ghouls can be handled with either spells or brute force, no big deal. Potter, why don't you come up and show the class how it's done? Snape invited Harry with his usual fake politeness. But Harry didn't feel nervous. He figured he could easily deal with these little guys. What he forgot, though, was that Snape's main job wasn't teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts, it was potions. And he was a master at that. These ghouls. He'd caught them just last night and force-fed them a cocktail of high-energy potions. They were basically turbocharged and itching for a fight. As soon as Snape lifted the petrification charm, the 2 ghouls lunged at Harry with bloodshot eyes, kicking and thrashing wildly. Poor Harry was caught completely off guard and ended up getting KO'd. This was not how the books had described ghouls. Wasn't this species supposed to hide in corners, not go full berserk? He didn't even get the chance to cast a spell. Tisk, seems like our little savior isn't too good at dealing with low-level magical creatures, Snape said, the smirk on his face harder to suppress than an Avada Kedavra. Draco Malfoy looked like Christmas had come early. He was practically praying Snape could learn cloning magic and replace every other professor in the school. Watching Harry get humiliated like this every day would be heaven for him. And it didn't stop there. After Harry got thrashed, Ron was next. But Ron didn't feel nervous. Sure, Harry would eventually surpass Ron, but right now Ron actually had the upper hand. He grew up in a pureblood family and had been exposed to magic since birth. He ought to know a thing or two. Especially about ghouls. His family had one living in their attic. Whenever his older brothers bullied him, Ron would vent by yelling at it. As soon as he stepped up, Ron cast the banishment spell. Good news, it worked. Bad news, it barely did anything. One ghoul tumbled backward a couple of times, then popped right back up as if nothing had happened. Ron cast again, but this time he missed completely. Seeing the ghouls closing in with menacing grins, he panicked, lost control of the situation, and got his wand snatched away, followed by a beatdown just like Harry's. The classroom erupted in laughter. Even some of the Gryffindors couldn't hold it in. Ron's hair was a mess, his robes were torn off, and the whole class got treated to a view of his bright red underwear. The girls? Mostly disgusted, partly amused. Harry kind of wanted to laugh too, but hey, Ron was his best mate. He forced himself to keep a straight face out of loyalty. Snape, now feeling thoroughly satisfied, put one of the ghouls back and left the other for the rest of the class to practice with. By the end of the lesson, everyone had gotten a chance, everyone except Tom. Snape waved him off, muttering something about how Tom didn't know his own strength and might break the teaching aid. Finally, Snape ended the class by scolding Harry and Ron again and docking 5 points each from Gryffindor, then left the room in high spirits. Surprisingly, everyone else thought it had been a great lesson. And not just this class, every class that had Snape subbing for Defense Against the Dark Arts said the same. Sure, he was snarky, greasy-haired, and mean, but the guy actually taught. Everyone got hands-on experience, and there's nothing like the thrill of taking down a magical creature to make a lesson stick. No wonder he applied for the Dada position every year. For once, no one wanted Quirrell to come back. If Snape could just keep substituting indefinitely, that would be perfect. Most students even assumed Quirrell wasn't coming back at all. After all, he had taken a bludger to the back of the head at high speed. There were already plenty of bizarre ways previous Dada professors had left the job, one more wouldn't surprise anyone. Even the other teachers seemed used to it. And if he was dead? Well, at least they'd get a feast out of it. While the students were still imagining the menu, Quirrell returned 2 weeks later, unfortunately very much alive. He looked like he'd just come out of a long illness, pale and weak, but otherwise fine. The students were disappointed. Snape was pissed. He had finally gotten a taste of teaching defense, and now it was snatched away after barely 2 weeks. In the whole school, only one person was genuinely happy, Tom Riddle. After Quirrell's first class back, Tom approached him just as the lesson ended. "Mr. Riddle," Quirrell said weakly. "Did you need something?" "I had a few questions I wanted to ask you," Tom said with a polite smile. "But this isn't really the place. How about we go to your office?" Quirrell blinked, surprised by the request, but nodded. Tom shot Daphne a look, then followed him out. They arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor's office, Tom's first time there. The system gave him a notification, 20 achievement points. Apparently, it was the first time anyone had ever stepped foot in Quirrell's office. Tom took a good look around. The office was pretty standard, big desk, a few bookshelves. The only real personal touch was the weird collection of trinkets and souvenirs hanging on the walls, plus a giant full-length mirror by the window. Quirrell's whole persona was built around being an adventurous wizard who traveled to exotic, primitive tribes, so the decorations weren't exactly shocking. "Mr. Riddle, shall we talk now?" Back in his office, Quirrell seemed to regain some confidence. His tone wasn't nearly as timid as outside, he sounded much more composed. Tom wasn't worried about him making a move. If it was just Quirrell by himself, he couldn't lay a finger on Tom. Even if it was Voldemort pulling the strings, Tom wasn't too stressed. "You think you're a Jinchuriki? Well, so am I." With Andrus's full support, Tom was basically a 1-minute, slightly nerfed version of the Century King. It should be 10 minutes, but since he was still just a kid, his magic reserves could only support Andrus's full power for about 1 minute. But that minute? Andrus was confident he could level half of Hogwarts if he had to. That's why Tom was bold enough to follow Quirrell alone. "Professor," Tom said, dragging a chair across and casually sitting opposite him, "how's the back of your head?" A surge of murderous intent flashed through Quirrell, but his face remained calm and even a bit touched. "Thank you so much for your concern, Mr. Riddle. It's nothing serious, just some superficial wounds. Glad to hear it, Tom smiled, all warmth. I sincerely hope you can keep teaching right through to the end of the school year. Quirrell blinked. What was that supposed to mean? Mr. Riddle, what are you getting at? He asked, since Tom hadn't followed up. Well, it's like this, Tom said with a bashful little smile. During the Quidditch match the other day, I saw you muttering something at Harry's broomstick. You were trying to knock him off, weren't you? Quirrell's expression didn't change, but a flash of cold irritation flickered through his eyes. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about, he said with a chuckle. I may not be the most gifted wizard, but I'm still your professor. Why on earth would I try to harm a student? But since you bring it up, now that I think about it, I do recall something suspicious. He suddenly looked a bit uneasy. Professor Snape was muttering under his breath the whole time. I couldn't hear what he was saying from where I was, but I've heard he's never really liked young Mr. Potter. It's fine, Professor, Tom replied, smiling even wider. A lot of people are already suspicious of Professor Snape. I'll handle the suspicion toward you. What other people do isn't really my concern. Was there a task force now? Was accusing people a group project? Quirrell's murderous intent flared again, nearly impossible to suppress. He was seconds away from just attacking Tom right there. Then Tom dropped the bomb. By the way, during the Halloween feast, I noticed a strange stench on you. Not your usual smell, it was more like the trolls. Professor, you didn't happen to be the one who let the troll in, did you? Tom had fully shifted into a detective mode now, ignoring the icy look in Quirrell's eyes. He even made a little gesture like adjusting non-existent glasses. But why would you do that? He tapped his chin theatrically. It wasn't until I saw Professor Snape limping that it all clicked. Your real goal was the corridor on the 3rd floor. Or rather, the thing Dumbledore's hiding inside that corridor. July 30th, Dumbledore took me to Diagon Alley to get my school supplies. While we were there, he stopped by Gringotts and removed an item from one of the vaults. The very next day, Gringotts was broken into, and the vault that was hit. The same one Dumbledore used. Tom leaned in slightly, voice calm. Professor, was that you? Quirrell's smile disappeared completely. Riddle, do you realize falsely accusing a professor is a serious violation of school rules? He narrowed his eyes. You've got no proof. You can tell Dumbledore, you can tell Snape, neither of them would believe you. Oh really? I guess I'd better go ask the headmaster then, Tom said, standing up like he was about to walk straight to the headmaster's office. Wait. Riddle. Quirrell quickly called out, sighing deeply. It's not what you think. Oh. So you are admitting something. Tom tilted his head. Sounds like I really should tell the headmaster now. Quirrell's tone suddenly shifted. His voice softened, almost soothing. Tom. I know a lot about you. Just hear me out, all right? If you still want to tell Dumbledore after that, I won't stop you. Tom nodded. Go ahead. You're an orphan, Quirrell began gently. Raised in a children's home. He sighed. My story's not so different. My parents divorced when I was very young. Neither of them wanted to keep me. I got a pathetic amount of child support once a year and was left to fend for myself. How is that any different from being an orphan? I know what it's like to live in poverty, to feel powerless, but do you have any idea what's hidden behind that door on the 3rd floor? Oh. Tom leaned forward, playing along. What is it? The Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell's eyes gleamed with fanatic light. A legendary magical artifact that can create the elixir of life, and turn any substance into pure gold. Tom let out a gasp of wonder. Tom, Quirrell said, his voice filled with admiration, you noticed all this just from a few clues. That's incredible. You're much sharper than I was at your age. But I've lived a lot longer than you. I have resources you don't. You flatter me, Tom replied modestly. Let's work together, Quirrell said sincerely. Once we get the stone, I'll give you more gold than you could ever spend. You'll never have to go back to that wretched orphanage. You could buy yourself a mansion, live however you want. And once we brew the elixir of life, we'll share immortality. Snape is our real enemy. He's the one who tried to kill Potter. I was protecting him, casting counter curses against Snape's dark magic. Think about it. Do you really think Snape would share the stone with you if he got his hands on it? No, he'd kill anyone in his way. You're thinking of telling Dumbledore. Be my guest. But let's be real, what's he going to do? Even if he believes you, I have my ways of escaping Hogwarts. I wouldn't hurt you here, but once I'm out. He let the threat hang in the air. Can you really hide in Hogwarts forever? And what's Dumbledore ever given you? Some empty praise. A few house points. All of that is meaningless compared to immortality and endless wealth. Quirrell's pitch was well rehearsed and logical. If it had been any other naive student, they might have fallen for it by now. And honestly, Tom was tempted. His eyes sparkled with interest, especially when it came to the gold. Professor, is all of that really true? Of course it is, Quirrell said quickly. You swear? British people don't lie to other British people, right? British people don't lie to British people, Quirrell repeated solemnly, inwardly smirking. British my ass, he scoffed to himself. Who said I'm the same as you? I'm Welsh, you little punk. Well then, Tom said with a bright smile. All right, I'm in. But then his expression shifted slightly, turning cautious. Still, Professor. I can't just trust you blindly. You'll need to show a little sincerity first. Quirrell frowned. What do you mean? You want money? Tom waved it off, playing the poor orphan to perfection. Of course I want money. But what I really need is to help Slytherin win the House Cup. That's the only way those stuck-up purebloods will respect me. So, Professor, he added with a knowing smile, surely you won't be stingy about giving me a few extra house points, right? Chapter 75, The Whole Package. Tom's demands were, frankly, pretty reasonable, and convincing, too. Quirrell may have graduated from Ravenclaw, but even he knew how deep the blood purity bias ran in Slytherin. Just because Riddle was a favorite among professors didn't mean the other students would look up to him. Gaining status by leading Slytherin to win the House Cup. That was actually a solid plan. Still a kid, Quirrell thought to himself, hiding a sneer. He doesn't even know how to take advantage of a golden opportunity to blackmail someone. Outwardly, though, he gave Tom an approving nod and even handed him a pouch containing 100 galleons as a shut-up fee. Even as a professor, I can't hand out points without a reason, Quirrell explained with a warm smile. But don't worry, Tom, when we have class, I'll make sure to ask you a few extra questions. That way, any points I give you will be perfectly legitimate. Thanks, Professor, Tom replied, taking the pouch. Then he looked curious. By the way, how much does the school pay you guys each month? Quirrell didn't mind sharing the info. I make about 150 galleons, which is actually considered a pretty decent salary for a regular professor. Heads of house get a bit more, but not much. 150 galleons was excellent pay in the wizarding world. Most ministry workers earned somewhere between 30 and 50, with higher-ranking officials getting a bit more depending on the department. So yeah, Quirrell's salary was basically department head level. And by so readily revealing that number, Quirrell thought he was showing Tom how much he valued their partnership. He was practically handing over 2/3 of his paycheck. Tom nodded thoughtfully. All right then. I'll come collect again next month. Sure, wait, what? Quirrell froze mid-nod, his smile stiffening. Tom, what do you mean by that? Tom blinked innocently. Didn't you give me 100 galleons a month? Right. Right, I did, Quirrell muttered, forcing his smile to stay. Inside, he was screaming. This kid's a bloody vampire. Fuck you, Riddle. See ya then. Tom waved casually and strolled out of Quirrell's office, light as a feather, with 100 galleons in his pocket and not a care in the world. The moment the door clicked shut behind him, Quirrell's face twisted into something monstrous. Let me out. Voldemort's furious snarl echoed as Quirrell scrambled to unwrap his turban, dropping to his knees before the full-length mirror. On the back of his head, the Dark Lord's hideous face appeared, still disfigured by bruises and scabs. He'd always been disturbing to look at, but now, after being clocked by that rogue bludger, his nose was half caved in, his whole face swollen and purple. He looked more like a rotting goblin than a feared dark wizard. A cold, low chuckle rattled from Voldemort's throat. It's been years. Years, since someone last dared to threaten me. Master, why didn't you let me act? Quirrell asked, still kneeling. We didn't have to kill him inside the castle, we could have just used the Imperious Curse, wiped his memory afterward. Everything he'd said earlier had been scripted by Voldemort himself. Quirrell just didn't understand, why go through all that with a mere first year? Fool! Voldemort snapped. Did you not notice the girl standing next to him when he called you back? A Slytherin, no less. You think Tom Riddle is some naive little boy? He was clearly prepared. And even if you did manage to curse him, Voldemort continued bitterly, you'd have to recast it every few days just to keep control. And with Dumbledore already watching you, it wouldn't take long for Riddle to notice something was off. Honestly, do you ever think before you act? Voldemort laid into him, disgusted. In his prime, Quirrell wouldn't have even qualified as a minion, more like a minion's minion, one of those bumbling oafs always following Malfoy around. But now, in his weakened state, Voldemort had no choice but to manipulate fools like Quirrell. Someone smarter might be harder to control. Though, truth be told, there was another reason Voldemort hadn't wanted Quirrell to try controlling Tom. That name. Tom Riddle. The very sound of it made him want to grind his teeth to dust. He'd changed his own name for a reason. But no matter how much he hated it, Tom Riddle was still Tom Riddle. Bearing that name meant something. Just keep him happy for now, Voldemort said, sounding distant. Don't fuss over your gold. Once I return to power, I'll reward you 100 times over. And Riddle. I'll deal with him personally. For now, you have 2 tasks. First, find out what defenses the professors have placed around the object on the 3rd floor corridor. Second, collect the materials I need. I'm far too weak, helping you is becoming harder by the day. That bludger hit had done more than disfigure his face. Voldemort had taken on nearly all the damage to protect Quirrell's body, draining what little strength he had left. He had spent 3 days unconscious. Quirrell bowed low again, voice trembling with obedience. No matter how weak the Dark Lord got, he never dared disobey, not when his very life was already bound. Still, he couldn't help but grumble. Master. Snape's been watching me like a hawk. He's acting like I stole something from him. The man was a Death Eater once, why's he so loyal to Dumbledore now? Voldemort scoffed coldly. When someone dies, their cause dies with them. Snape's not the only one. How many of my so-called allies went crawling to Azkaban the moment I fell? Those pure-blood families. They surrendered faster than anyone. But so what, he sneered. Once I return, they'll come crawling back, kneeling at my feet, kissing my boots. Snape included. Quirrell hesitated, then asked nervously, should I reach out to him now? If he knew you were alive, and that I'm after the Philosopher's Stone for you, he might even help us. Who told you to do that? Quirrell screamed and clutched his head, agony lancing through his skull like 1,000 searing needles. You do exactly what I say, and nothing more. Don't you dare try using the pitiful excuse for a brain to improvise. Do you really think you've thought of something I haven't already considered? Who do you think Snape would choose? Dumbledore, or me, in my current state, so weak I'm barely human. Without me, you're nothing but a failure. Snape, on the other hand, is a potions master, he'll thrive under anyone. You're not even in the same league, you worthless worm. Quirrell sobbed, groveling, and begged for forgiveness until the pain finally subsided. Meanwhile, Tom strolled back to the Slytherin common room with a pouch full of gold. Got anything to eat? He asked cheerfully. The waffles this morning were terrible. Didn't even fill me up. The roommates playing Exploding Snap immediately tossed their cards aside and dove into their trunks. In no time, Tom's desk was piled high with snacks. As always, the 3 of them eyed one another warily, forming a tense triangle. That's how it always went when it came to Tom. The more snacks you gave him, the fewer others could offer. And if you couldn't even stand out in that, how were you supposed to earn Tom's favor? They might act all meek and humble in here, but outside, thanks to Tom's name, nobody would dare cross them. Well, except that one from House Greengrass. But even the upperclassmen were wary of them these days. All thanks to Tom. And in a few more years, once they were older students themselves, the benefits would only multiply. Which was why the 3 of them were basically in a full-blown bootlicking contest. Trying to outsuck up each other to see who could please Tom the most. Munching on some chips, Tom walked over to a cauldron in the corner and checked the potion bubbling inside. He nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, Blaze. This batch of energy potion looks pretty much done. Blaze Zabini lit up with excitement. Tom had taught him how to brew it a month ago. After 4 or 5 failed attempts, this was finally a success. And honestly, that was something to be proud of. This potion was considered advanced, usually only tackled by 5th or 6th years. Nott and Rosier exchanged a glance, both seeing the same helpless look in each other's eyes. They could compete in other ways, but not with this. Blaze had both talent and genuine interest in potions, and he didn't mind spending time or money on it. The other two. No interest, no skill, not a chance they could keep up with him in this area. Brew a few more tomorrow, Tom advised, giving Blaze a pat on the shoulder. Practice makes perfect. Once you can do it without messing up for a few runs, it'll mean you've truly mastered it. Energy potions like Invigoration Draft were in constant demand. Both Daphne and Hermione needed them regularly, so it was nice to have a free laborer on hand. And not only was Blaze brewing for free, he was also paying the bill for the ingredients. Tom was getting the whole package deal. Still, even if the kid was easy to manipulate, Tom wasn't stupid. He knew better than to burn out his resources. Sustainable exploitation, as it were. Correct capitalism. So, he decided to throw the boy a bone. Tom returned to his desk, pulled a notebook from his bag, tore out a page, copied something down, then used a mending charm to repair the book. Here, Blaze. These are some of my notes on the stunning spell. It should help you boost your casting and projectile speed. Blaze took it like it was a priceless treasure. Rosier and Nott's eyes practically turned red with envy. Stuff like this. In their families, it was kept under lock and key. Same spell, sure, but the results could be wildly different. Why? A ton of reasons. Raw magical talent, sure, but also technique. A skilled wizard could fine-tune a spell to suit themselves better. Take it further, and you could even improve it, make it easier to learn or increase its power ceiling. That kind of knowledge. That was real legacy material. Every proper wizarding family had a few secret spells or forbidden curses up their sleeve. If you didn't, could you even call yourself a family? Blaze might be pureblood, but he wasn't from an actual noble house. His parents were both purebloods, sure, but his dad was long dead, and his mom had remarried multiple times. Outside of money, Blaze didn't have much going for him compared to Nott and Rosier. He just stood there, stunned for a moment, then swallowed hard. Gulp. Tom, are you really giving this to me? The stunning spell might be basic, but mastering it in combat could give you a huge edge. This reward was so generous, Blaze could hardly believe it. Why would I copy it out if I wasn't giving it to you? Tom rolled his eyes. But hey, next time I need help brewing potions, don't even think about making excuses. Blaze immediately nodded like a bobblehead. Of course not. I swear, as long as I'm capable, I'll handle any potion you need, Tom. I'll even pay for the ingredients myself. Nott leaned forward eagerly. Tom, is there anything I can help with? I'm no good at potions, but I can do other stuff, run errands or whatever. Rosier nodded quickly. Same here. Tom gave them a look, half amused, half scornful. How about you two figure out what you're actually good at first? Then we'll talk. Damn it. So this is the power of having a real skill. Nott and Rosier fell silent, lost in thought. What were they good at, anyway? Eating snacks. Slacking off. Failing to study. Ever since Tom had rewarded Blaze, the guy had transformed. Not only was he laser-focused in potions class, but after lessons he'd dive into the library or practice the improved stunning spell Tom had given him. He stood in sharp contrast to the other two layabouts in the room. Weren't we all supposed to be useless together? Why are you suddenly grinding so hard? Rosier and Nott were floored. Blaze's example lit a fire under them. Even if they still hated studying, they couldn't just sit around while Blaze left them in the dust. It'd be too humiliating. They forced themselves to hit the books. Granted, they didn't study as intensely as Blaze, but compared to the rest of the first years, they were ahead by a mile. Take Harry, for example. That kid seemed like he was born with a martyr complex, constantly worrying about saving the world. He was dead set on the belief that the professors were all incompetent, and that he couldn't protect Dumbledore's treasure if he just sat around in class. So lately, he'd been totally distracted from his studies, instead focusing all his energy on figuring out who Nicholas Flamel was. Hermione hadn't told him the answer, either. In her mind, something so valuable was bound to be well protected by Dumbledore. And if his security failed, what could Harry possibly do? She tried reasoning with him a few times, but when she saw he wasn't listening, she gave up trying to help and focused on improving herself instead. As for Tom, he was leveling up faster than ever. Thanks to the physical boosting potion, his body and magical strength were developing at a crazy pace. His study speed hadn't changed much, but physically, night and day difference. And then there was Quirrell. After that conversation with Tom, he really started holding up his end of the deal, shamelessly boosting Tom's grades like a man on a mission. Naturally, someone took notice. Chapter 76, No Lies, Just Riddle. Ever since Quirrell came back to teaching, the student's suffering resumed. He clearly hadn't learned a thing from Snape, still the same old routine, read the textbook, memorize it, write a reflection on it. Absolutely nothing had changed. Actually, one thing had. Quirrell's stench had somehow gotten worse, so much so that people were starting to wonder if he was a garlic spirit in disguise. And to make things even more unbearable, he wouldn't allow anyone to open the windows during class. So not only were students learning nothing, they had to endure a biological attack. Who wouldn't pass out under those conditions? It didn't take long before the library's entire collection of books on blocking your sense of smell were all checked out. The waiting list stretched until next year. But for Tom, Quirrell's return was a blessing in disguise. Quirrell started calling on Tom to answer questions and help collect assignments. Each time, he'd throw in a point or two for good measure. It didn't seem like much per class, but it added up fast. With 2 data classes a week, by December, Slytherin had completely made up for its early semester losses. They even overtook Ravenclaw by 20 points. Just in the past few weeks, Tom had racked up over 80 points, all courtesy of Quirrell. At this rate, he was basically carrying all 7 years of Slytherin on his back. Dumbledore, while rarely seen in person, still kept a close eye on the school's affairs. When he checked the point records using his headmaster privileges, he went quiet. Since when did Tom Riddle get so buddy-buddy with Quirrell? One professor giving over 80 points to a single house in a month. If there wasn't something fishy going on, he'd eat his own wand. Even under the Imperius curse, he wouldn't buy it. After mulling it over, Dumbledore summoned Snape and shared what he'd found. Snape had been in a good mood. Everything was going smoothly, Slytherin was back on top, Quirrell wasn't making any trouble, it was almost peaceful. Then Dumbledore dropped the bomb. Snape's face instantly darkened. So all of Slytherin's recent points came from Quirrell. What the hell is Tom Riddle up to? I'll go talk to him, Snape said grimly before storming out of the office. At the time, Tom was casually teaching Daphne. When someone said Snape was looking for him, he was completely baffled. He had just stepped into the office and hadn't even sat down before Snape got straight to the point. Riddle. What's going on between you and Quirrell? He's given you 80 points in a month. What are you, his long-lost son? Professor, Tom said, clearly not amused. I see your sarcasm has leveled up again. That was a particularly low blow. If Quirrell were my dad, I'd have started learning the unforgivable curses early. Don't try to joke your way out of this, Snape said coldly. What's really going on? Why's Quirrell giving you so many points? Tom calmly sat across from him, looking entirely sincere. Honestly. It's pretty simple. I found out he tried to kill Harry during the Quidditch match, and that he's after the Philosopher's Stone. So I've been blackmailing him. He agreed to give me points. Oh, and he also gives me 100 galleons a month. Once he gets the stone, he promised to split the elixir of life and any gold it makes with me, 50-50. A massive cluster of question marks seemed to explode in Snape's brain. Was he always this damn honest? Wait, hell no. Snape's entire demeanor changed. His presence turned icy, his hawk-like eyes narrowing dangerously. How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? Tom explained again, how he'd pieced it together after talking to Hagrid. Snape slowly relaxed, leaning back in his chair. Then he laughed. A bitter, exasperated kind of laugh. Turns out people really do laugh when they're speechless. Haha, Dumbledore, just look at the people you trust. A bunch of first-years managed to get top-secret information out of Hagrid, and you're surprised there's a leak. So, do you want the stone? Snape suddenly asked. Sure I do, Tom said honestly. But I can't beat Dumbledore. Snape didn't even look at him. He just pointed to the door. Out. Tom stood, waved lazily, and was halfway out the door when Snape's voice came again. Stay away from Quirrell. Don't meet him alone. And know when to stop, Riddle. Got it, Professor, Tom said casually, closing the door behind him. That night, Snape went straight to Dumbledore and told him everything. After hearing the full story, even Dumbledore couldn't help but laugh. He was certain now, Tom wasn't interested in the stone. If he were, he wouldn't have spilled everything so bluntly. Snape, of course, seized the chance to mock Dumbledore. This is the helper you picked. That half-giant's only real talent is being loyal to you. He's caused more messes than I can count. And you always have to clean them up. If you keep letting him run wild, one day he's going to land you in a real disaster. Potter didn't even ask anything and he still blabbed. I'm starting to suspect he's been brewing Veritaserum just to drink it like water. If Tom were in the room, he'd probably shout that Snape must be a damn prophet. Because Hagrid's problems were just getting started. The magical creature attacks, the illegal breeding of blast-ended scroots. Any one of those things would have sent someone else straight to Azkaban. But Hagrid was still hopping around Hogwarts like nothing ever happened, and he even got promoted to professor. Snape, this isn't about loyalty, Dumbledore said calmly. Hagrid trusts me, just like I trust you. We're friends, not master and subordinate. Snape chuckled dryly. So this is what a white Dark Lord from Gryffindor looks like, huh? He had to hand it to Dumbledore, he could spin the coldest hard truth into something that sounded touching and heartfelt. For a simple-minded guy like Hagrid, that was way more effective than anything Voldemort ever pulled. So, what now? Snape asked. Even the students know about the Philosopher's Stone. Aren't you worried Quirrell might actually succeed? I believe my precautions are enough to stop him, Dumbledore said, but some rules may need to be revised. We don't want any students getting caught in the crossfire. I'll take care of it. Snape seemed to realize something. Maybe Dumbledore wanted Harry to dig deeper into the secrets. What was he really planning? Dumbledore, Snape asked suddenly, can the Philosopher's Stone make someone stronger? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, surprised. Severus. He thought he knew everything about Snape. But this question caught him off guard. Snape continued, Nicholas Flamel gave you the stone. That means you can do whatever you want with it. If it can be used to boost your power, wouldn't that give you an edge against the Dark Lord? Dumbledore paused. Truthfully, the stone's energy is almost depleted. Even at full strength, though, it wouldn't have made much difference. Otherwise, Nicholas wouldn't still be at his current magical level. I see. Snape let out a disappointed sigh. He wasn't feeling sorry for Dumbledore, but for Tom. He already knew Dumbledore wouldn't rely on an external object to enhance his own power. He asked the question to see whether the stone could help Tom instead. The idea of raising a new Dark Lord had been stuck in his head for a while now, and with Tom's growing talent, he was becoming more and more convinced. Losing a potential shortcut like the Philosopher's Stone was a real letdown, and suddenly, he had no more interest in continuing the conversation. But Dumbledore wasn't quite done. He gave a sheepish smile and said, Severus, about all those points Slytherin's been getting. We can't take them back, Snape said flatly, face hardening. If you do, Quirrell will notice something's off and realize Riddle told you everything. But it's unfair to the other houses, Dumbledore tried to reason. Even without those points, Slytherin has a good shot at winning the cup. Snape didn't budge. All for the greater good, Dumbledore. You know the saying, sacrifice the small for the big picture. Dumbledore sighed. He couldn't argue with that. Snape did have a point. It wasn't worth blowing their cover and tipping off Quirrell just for a few house points. Better to treat it as a quiet reward for Tom, who, despite having the chance, hadn't let temptation override his principles. Seeing that Dumbledore wasn't going to argue further, Snape finally allowed himself a small smile before turning to leave the office. Mid-December arrived quickly. One morning, Hogwarts woke up to a snow-covered wonderland. It was the first snowfall of the winter, and the castle grounds sparkled under a thick, dazzling white blanket. Excited students rushed outside during their free time to wage epic snowball battles. The Weasley twins, of course, got in trouble, not for joining in the snowball fight, but for enchanting their snowballs to chase Quirrell around the courtyard. The enchanted snowballs ended up smacking him right in the back of his turban. Tom nearly choked from laughter when he saw it. These two are fearless, he thought. They're literally pelting Voldemort in the face. No wonder one of them ends up dead and the other badly hurt in the future. Knowing how petty Voldemort is, this might be the reason. Tom, snowball fights are getting boring. Let's build a snowman instead. Daphne's soft voice chimed in from behind him. She was bundled up in a fluffy white winter coat and pants, topped with a cozy matching hat. 2 fuzzy pom-poms dangled from the sides like little snowballs. Honestly, she already looked like a snowman herself. Let's call Hermione too, Tom suggested with a grin. Then we can see whose snowman turns out better. Daphne agreed instantly and nudged him to hurry up. Her relationship with Hermione had gotten better lately. They weren't clashing constantly like they had at the start of term, but they still bickered and competed, just friendlier now. Arguing had somehow become their way of bonding. Tom jogged back into the castle, grumbling in his head about how inconvenient magical communication was. You still had to physically go find someone. He really needed to figure out a better system. He'd been studying alchemy for a while now, maybe it was time to invent something. He didn't need to go all the way to the tower to find Hermione. If she wasn't with him, there was only one other place she'd be, yep, the library. Sure enough, he found her buried in a book and wordlessly dragged her out. At first, Hermione protested, snowmen. Really? She had studying to do. But Tom hit her with the classic line, work-life balance. Take a break, refresh your brain, and you'll study better. That convinced her. And once they got outside and saw the sparkling white landscape, even Hermione couldn't hide her excitement. They each started building their own snowman while Tom played judge. Worried about their hands getting too cold, he thoughtfully cast a warming charm over them so they could play without freezing. The only downside was the snow melted faster in their hands. Suddenly, the air split with a whoosh behind him. Tom didn't even turn around, he flicked his wand up, and the speeding snowball shot right back where it came from, even faster. 2 yelps rang out a moment later. Tom. That's cheating. Fred groaned, holding his head. You can't use magic in a snowball fight. Tom finally turned around, seeing the Weasley twins rubbing their heads and looking very offended. He raised an eyebrow. Didn't you two use magic on Quirrell earlier? I was standing right there, remember? And anyway, what kind of wizard snowball fight doesn't involve magic? The twins exchanged glances, then grinned wickedly. All right, Riddle, George said. Don't blame us for being unfair. How about a full-blown magical snowball fight? The ground around them erupted, over 100 snowballs floated into the air, spinning menacingly. It was such a dramatic scene that a crowd of students started gathering to watch. Hermione and Daphne stepped forward, ready to help. But Tom held up a hand. Stay back. Watch how I handle this. He tapped his wand to the ground. The deep snow shuddered, then surged upward. Before the stunned twins could react, a towering 10-meter snow golem began to form. It loomed over them, casting a long shadow across the courtyard. The snowman casually scooped up a massive snowball, bigger than either twin, and hurled it. George and Fred's faces turned pale. The enchanted snowballs they'd raised looked like pebbles in comparison. With a shriek, the twins split and ran in opposite directions, but the snow golem kept hurling massive snowballs after them. Fred was the first to get shot. The snow exploded on impact, slipping down his collar and making him yelp and dance around in the cold. From the front steps of the castle, Professor McGonagall watched it all unfold. Instead of scolding them, she smiled. If Tom had shown that level of transfiguration skill in class, she thought, I'd have awarded him 10 points on the spot. Up in the tallest tower, Dumbledore stood by the window, watching the snowman lumber around. He nodded slowly, a smile tugging at his lips. Nice. Chapter 77, Bonded by Food, Besties for Life. 400 horsepower bonus. If there's one thing Gryffindor is known for, it's loyalty. So even though watching the twins being chased around was pretty hilarious, Tom was still a Slytherin. It wouldn't be right for him to just stand there and bully his own. George, Fred, I got your backs. The first to jump in was their best buddy Lee Jordan. He gathered all his magic to make a huge snowball, almost as big as Tom's snowman, then launched it with a levitation charm. Unfortunately, it moved too slowly, and the giant snowman easily smacked it apart like it was nothing. Fred, who was just crawling out of a snow pile, couldn't help but laugh and scold him, Idiot Lee. Use the blasting curse, not a floaty charm. Oh, right. Lee Jordan finally got the memo. More Gryffindors joined in, showing off their magic, some flinging enchanted snowballs, others copying Tom and trying to make their own snowmen with transfiguration. Their versions weren't nearly as big though. Before long, snowballs were flying everywhere and mini snowmen were darting around like headless chickens. Slytherins couldn't just sit back and watch their guy Tom get ganged up on, so they jumped in to help too. Soon, what started as a snowball fight turned into a full-on battle between two houses. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students backed away quickly to avoid getting caught in the crossfire, happily turning into spectators from a safe distance. Some students even smacked their lips regretfully, wishing they'd brought snacks. It would have been the perfect time to munch while watching the chaos unfold. Eventually, even Hermione and Daphne gave up building snowmen and joined their respective houses' side of the war. Slytherin may have had fewer people, but Tom's massive snowman more than evened the odds. Gryffindor couldn't take the big guy down, but hey, they were used to taking a beating. But when Tom created another giant snowman, Gryffindor collectively raised their wands and surrendered by conjuring the white flag. How the hell were they supposed to win when one guy could outmatch everyone on their team? First years looked resentfully at the older students. This guy's a first year and already this powerful. What the heck are you upperclassmen doing? Faced with the accusatory stares from their juniors, the upperclassmen awkwardly turned their heads away, suddenly fascinated by the floor. The war finally came to an end as the sky darkened. With their bodies warmed up and energy spent, the young witches and wizards headed back to the castle, ready to eat and then hit the baths for a long, relaxing soak. Back in the Great Hall, as Tom was eating, a piece of parchment slid across the table to him. "What's this?" he asked, looking down at a short list of names. "That's the sign-up form to stay at Hogwarts over the Christmas break," the fifth-year prefect explained, leaning over. "If you want to stay, just write your name." "Nah, I'm going home for Christmas," Tom said, shaking his head. He casually passed the parchment to Daphne, who didn't even glance at it before tossing it over to others. "Tom, got any plans for the holidays?" Daphne asked, eyes sparkling with hope. "Want to come visit my house? We've got 2 British Shorthairs, and they can backflip." Tom. Why did that sound so weird? "Sorry, Daphne." He felt a little bad, but still declined. "I've got a lot going on over the break. I won't have time to hang out." The Greengrass family manor was in Yorkshire, not exactly next door. "Oh. I see." The little witch visibly deflated. "I promise I'll visit during the summer break, okay?" Tom offered with a soft smile. "And I'll finally meet that supposedly cuter than you little sister of yours." Christmas break was only 3 weeks long, but summer was 2 full months. Daphne thought about it and realized, if Tom stayed with her for a month and a half, they'd still have time to travel for the last couple weeks. Honestly, it was a better deal. She perked right back up. With Daphne appeased, Tom breathed a small sigh of relief and turned back to his food, mind drifting to more important matters. Classes would be over soon, and Christmas break was just around the corner. He hadn't lied to Daphne, he really was going to be busy. In the Muggle world, this Christmas was going to be a massive, world-shaking day. Someone was about to deliver a huge gift to the Western world, ensuring that freedom and democracy would become the ultimate mainstream. Tom didn't care about fame or fortune. He just wanted enough money to live comfortably and achieve financial freedom in the Muggle world. Sure, magic was amazing. But when it came to quality of life and leisure, Muggles still had the edge. Besides, he didn't even have his own place yet. No way he was actually going to marry into the Greengrass family and live off his wife, right? Back in the wizarding world, he'd already used up all his strengthening elixirs. He needed to gather new ingredients. He'd even prepped a batch of polyjuice potion just for this, perfect for sneaking around during the holidays. "Thank you, Professor Snape, for your generous donation of materials." That night, with the castle dead silent, Tom set out on yet another late-night stroll. He'd lost count of how many this semester. Since he was about to leave for break, he figured it was time to stock up. He needed to gather enough materials to last him through the holidays. He'd only explored the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest before. This time, he was going deeper, looking for higher-tier magical creatures. Like acromantulas. Their venom was practically liquid gold in the wizarding world. Even if he couldn't use it right away, he could always sell it later if he needed the cash. Skipping the hassle of sneaking through secret passages, Tom boldly walked straight out the front doors of the castle. By now, he was a pro at this. Filch and his cat usually focused their patrols on the upper floors, especially near Gryffindor Tower, since those troublemakers never stayed put. Ravenclaws preferred reading in their common room. Hufflepuffs, if they ever came out, usually made a beeline for the kitchens. Slytherin was too far away to matter, so the main hallways were practically unguarded. Maybe it was because of the snowstorm earlier, but the night sky was unusually clear. Moonlight poured down onto the peaceful castle grounds. The Scottish Highlands were way colder than London. While London might hover just below freezing, Hogwarts could drop to 10 or more degrees below zero. As he reached the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Tom suddenly stopped, nose twitching. A rich, savory scent, meat stew, hit him like a truck, making his stomach growl. Who the hell cooks something this delicious in the middle of the night? This is basically a crime at this hour. Instinctively, he looked toward Hagrid's hut. The castle kitchen wouldn't be cooking at this time, so it had to be nearby. But Hagrid's place was completely dark. Not a single flicker of light. No chimney smoke either. He sniffed again. The smell was coming from inside the Forbidden Forest. Tom's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone's having a midnight picnic out here. Seriously. Now he was really curious. He followed the scent straight into the woods. The aroma got stronger and stronger. He could even see smoke drifting lazily through the trees. Climbing over a small hill, he reached an open clearing, and there it was. The source of the crime. 3 tiny figures, bundled up like dumplings, were bustling around a campsite. They had a pot over a fire and a grill set up. The stew was bubbling, and meat sizzled next to loaves of bread. It smelled amazing. They didn't even notice Tom approaching. Well, aren't you 3 having fun? Midnight picnic in the freezing cold. Beef and onion stew, roasted lamb leg, sausages, you really know how to eat. The trio practically exploded. One fell flat on her face. One dropped to the ground and curled into a ball. The last one lost her balance and nearly fell into the steaming pot of soup, until Tom intervened. With a wave of his wand, Tom steadied her and flipped her back onto her feet like a fish rolling in midair. Can't let a perfectly good pot of soup go to waste. And now that she'd been saved, the girl finally got a good look at who it was. Riddle. As soon as she recognized him, she let out a huge sigh of relief and snapped, "Bloody hell, Riddle. Don't sneak up on people like that, I thought we were caught or something." She pulled up the one who had fallen. "Eleanor, it's okay, it's just someone from our year." Tom now recognized who the 3 were. The one he saved was Hannah Abbott, the die-hard Hufflepuff loyalist. The one fell on her face was Susan Bones, also a classmate. As for the third, probably a second year, but he couldn't remember the name. "Hi, I'm Eleanor Ashworth, second-year Hufflepuff," she introduced herself, stepping forward and offering a hand to shake. "Tom Riddle, first-year Slytherin," he replied as they shook. With introductions out of the way, Tom looked over at Hannah. "So what's this all about? Skipping the feast back at the Great Hall to cook your own food out here? Something must have seriously annoyed you there." He was on somewhat friendly terms with Hannah. Hufflepuff and Slytherin shared history of magic together, and he may or may not have once borrowed her homework for inspiration. "You're the one who looks annoying," both Hannah and Susan said with matching eye rolls. Hannah huffed. "The house elves' cooking is just too bland. It's the same stuff every day, and I got sick of it ages ago. If I want to eat something actually good, I have to make it myself. And we can't exactly cook in the dorms, can we? Filch and that cat of his, Mrs. Norris, have noses like bloodhounds. So, we came out here." "Wait, you're saying your cooking is better than the house elves?" Tom raised an eyebrow. "Absolutely. Cooking is my favorite thing to do," Hannah said proudly, chest puffed up. "Really? I don't buy it. Let me be the judge of that." Before they could stop him, Tom had already grabbed a bowl and ladle, helped himself to a generous serving of soup, and took a big sip without flinching from the heat. Not bad at all. The onion gives it a fresh bite, the butter adds a rich flavor, and the beef's tender and packed with taste. Pretty appetizing. He nodded seriously as he offered his critique. "Hey. I haven't even tried it yet." Hannah yelped. The 3 girls immediately grabbed their bowls and started ladling soup for themselves. Well, since things had already gotten this far, they might as well enjoy the meal. Tom found it annoying to eat while standing, so he transfigured a nearby rock into a large round table, then placed the bread, soup, and grilled meats neatly on top. He tore off a piece of bread, dunked it into the soup, and let it soak up the flavor. The once stiff crust instantly softened and absorbed all the broth's goodness. One bite of lamb leg after that. Absolutely divine. Turns out Hannah wasn't just boasting, her cooking really was miles better than the house elves. Sure, Hogwarts meals were always decent, but they lacked flair. Everything was safe, plain, and almost soulless unless it happened to be a personal favorite. Most dishes tasted fine. Not bad, not amazing. But Hannah's cooking. Way more impressive. Honestly, better than a lot of restaurants Tom had eaten at in the Muggle world. There was a unique flavor to it, something he couldn't quite place. It's the herbs, Hannah explained when she noticed his puzzled expression. I added some herbal ingredients. A lot of magical herbs can be used as spices, you know. Bet you can't guess what I put in the soup. Tom raised an eyebrow. Drumcap mushrooms. Drumcap mushrooms, so named because their hard caps make a drumming sound when tapped. Tom blinked, impressed. He never would have thought to use something like that in cooking. He gave her a thumbs up. Hannah, I, Tom Riddle, hereby crown you Hogwarts' top little chef. Hearing the compliment so bluntly made Hannah blush and look down shyly. It's not all me. Susan helped a lot too. Her pasta the other day. I'm still thinking about it. Tom immediately turned to Susan with big, hopeful eyes. But Susan quickly shook her head. We didn't bring the ingredients this time, so I can't make anything. So when's your next feast? Let me know what ingredients you need. I've got connections in the kitchen, the house elves and I go way back. Tom offered eagerly. All three girls gave him weird looks. Bragging about being friends with the kitchen house elves in front of Hufflepuffs. Yeah, that came off strange. Still, none of them doubted him. After all, Tom had just devoured half their food. The three of them together only managed to finish the rest. Food lovers tend to become fast friends. If you love eating, you're one of them. That's all it takes. By the end of the meal, the three girls had fully accepted Tom as a certified foodie. We probably won't have time for another get-together this term, Susan said with a laugh. There are only 2 days left before break. Even if we wanted to pig out, doing this every day would turn us into little blimps in no time. By the way, Tom, what were you doing in the Forbidden Forest? Susan asked curiously. Tom didn't bother hiding it. Looking for ingredients. The apothecaries in Diagon Alley are missing some things, and even if they do have them, the stuff isn't fresh, and the potency is weaker. Figured I might as well come gather them myself. You better be careful, Hannah warned. There are all kinds of dangerous creatures in here. Stay near the edge of the forest and don't go wandering off too far. Chapter 78, Rare Riem and Annoying Centaurs. 500 horsepower bonus. After a hearty meal, Tom parted ways with the glutton trio, watching as they headed back to the castle. He, on the other hand, dove deeper into the forest. Since lunch had eaten up a good chunk of time, Tom cast a featherlight charm on himself and picked up the pace, practically flying over the ground. He'd been to the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest more times than he could count. By now, he had the whole area mapped out in his head, not just the paths, but also which creatures lived where. First, he headed to the Mooncalves' territory to collect some of their droppings. He fed the big-eyed little cuties a bit while he was at it. Then he made his way to the Clabberts area and gathered a few pimples. Finally, he tracked down a family of porcupines, knocked them all out cold, and plucked off their quills. Lucky for Tom, his head of house happened to be a potions master, and from the way things were going, looked like he was planning to make Tom both his first and final disciple. The man never held anything back when teaching, which was why Tom's potion skills were advancing so fast. If he had to rely on buying these potions, good luck even finding them, let alone getting ones that were high quality and safe. After sweeping through the outer edge of the forest, Tom moved deeper into the Forbidden Forest. There wasn't a clear line separating the outer and inner forest, more like a vague understanding. But the system let him know when he crossed over. You have entered the Forbidden Forest's inner zone. Achievement points plus 20. That bump pushed Tom's total achievement points past the 900 mark. He'd been pretty chill about it before, but now that he was only 100 points away from summoning another teacher, he was getting restless. Andrus was powerful and a good guy, no doubt about it, but the guy was ancient. There was a lot Tom just couldn't learn from him. Take apparition or disapparition, for example. Those are super useful spells, but they were only invented during the witch-hunting era in the Middle Ages, as a way for wizards to escape. Andrus, who lived way before that, could only mess around with them in theory. He was just a soul now, and even he admitted it felt weird trying to use those spells, definitely not in a place to teach them. So Tom was really hoping the next teacher came from after the 15th century. By then, modern magic was already taking shape. If the system tossed him another ancient sorcerer, well, he'd probably have to do some reverse teaching just to catch up. Achoo. Back in the study space, Andrus suddenly sneezed as he lounged around flipping through the Daily Prophet. Once in the inner forest, Tom slowed down. Part of it was to map out the terrain, but mostly it was for safety. Some magical creatures aren't scary alone, but get a bunch of them together and suddenly it's a different story. Take acromantulas, for instance. A single one. Most adult wizards could handle that. But a colony? With their insane breeding rate. If you ran into one, odds were good you were near a nest, and they could overwhelm you by sheer numbers. Tom's goal today was to find a lone acromantula. Ideally one that got separated from its group or was scouting ahead. If he was unlucky enough to stumble into a full nest, well, it might be time to let Andrus possess him and pull off a mini-genocide. After walking for a while, he spotted a patch of wild nettle in the damp underbrush and began searching around it carefully. Nettle was a favorite snack for many magical creatures. The fact that a large patch of it had obvious bite marks meant there were definitely smaller magical animals living nearby. Sure enough, he soon found a hollow tree containing a nest of glumbumbles, and his face lit up with excitement. Glumbumbles were key ingredients for enhancement potions. Those potions temporarily boosted physical stats, perfect for giving yourself a power-up before a fight. Better strength, faster speed. Speed's a no-brainer, just ask Pikachu. Dodge it, says it all. But strength was just as important for wizards. If magic couldn't settle the fight, well, there's always fists. Wizards could go the budget route and just spam spells, or go full pay-to-win with enchantments and potions galore. Down a cocktail of 7 or 8 buffs plus a bottle of Felix Felicis, and even a student might stand a chance against an aura. With a quick stunning spell, Tom knocked out the whole nest. He picked out about half, around 20 bugs, evenly split male and female. He left the rest to breed for next time. He also harvested a bit of nettle before heading deeper into the forest. Mrrhhh. Suddenly, a strange low growl echoed from the northwest. It sounded a bit like a buffalo, but rougher, more vicious. Tom followed the sound and came upon a small hollow. There, he spotted the source. A massive, golden-furred beast was feasting, half a goat already devoured beneath it. A Riem. Tom's eyes lit up with both shock and delight. Shock because Rems usually lived in North America and the Far East. What was one doing here? Delight because Rems were incredibly rare. They were classified as XXXX level magical beasts, but rarer than dragons. Whenever one showed up, magical hunters went wild. Their blood had the power to greatly increase strength, no matter who drank it. Even though the Ministry of Magic had long banned hunting them, greed was a powerful thing. On the black market, Riem blood sold for sky-high prices, and sold out instantly. Tom stepped out into the open. As soon as the Riem spotted him, it stopped eating and lowered its golden horns, pawing the ground nervously. Tom spread his arms, shifting his weight from foot to foot and making weird noises with his mouth. It was an animal's way of issuing a challenge. Sure enough, the Riem calmed down a bit, snorted, and the glow from its body intensified. Tom tested the waters by tossing a blasting curse, his signal that the fight was on. The spell hit its back and fizzled out instantly, only causing a slight twitch in its fur. Tom wasn't surprised. That golden coat wasn't just for show, animals evolve for survival, not fashion. The Riem's fur was insanely tough. Even a 3-headed dog couldn't match that level of defense. Tom made a mental note, he wasn't just getting blood, he was definitely collecting some fur for a set of magical, bulletproof robes. Careful, Tom. This might be your toughest opponent yet, Andrus said, his voice suddenly filled with interest. He'd always thought Tom lacked real combat experience. Beating up students didn't count. This Riem, though, with its strength and defense, wasn't something your average wizard could handle. Even a group of aurors would struggle. Andrus wanted to see how far Tom had come after chugging so many strength-enhancing potions. Sure, they'd sparred a few times in the learning space, but Tom could never tell how he really measured up, like a bronze player trying to judge a silver player in a game. Just not enough of a gap to see clearly. I know, Tom said, his expression growing serious. The XXXX and XXXXX classifications weren't just about power, they reflected how dangerous and aggressive a creature was toward humans. Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, was only a XXXX, but no one would dare say he was weak. He could even solo a basilisk. While they were talking, the Riem roared and charged forward. Every step shook the ground like a freight train barreling ahead. Tom raised his wand and quickly chanted a spell. A shimmering path of ice spread out beneath him, smooth enough to reflect light. The Riem wasn't ready for the sudden change in terrain. Its hoof slipped, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Crack! The ice shattered on impact, and the earth trembled beneath them. Tom wasn't about to waste that opportunity. Glacius vincula. Ice chains. The broken shards of ice twisted and reformed into chains that wrapped around the Riem's legs, yanking them apart and stopping it from getting back up. Cold-based spells were perfect out here. They didn't just save energy, they were stronger when used in the natural environment. Repulso maxima. Pescapixi pesternomi. Conf undo. The Riem was trapped and helpless, a perfect target. Every spell Tom cast was not to kill it, just to knock it out. He didn't need its life. He only wanted a bit of blood and some fur. But the Riem's glowing coat kept flickering brighter, neutralizing spell after spell. It tried again and again to get up, but the curses scrambled its movements. Every time it rose, it collapsed right back down. Its defense wasn't unlimited. That magical glow came at a cost. It was draining its strength and magical reserves. After over a dozen spells, the glow began to dim. Its body trembled with exhaustion, and its struggling slowed. Andrus was watching it all with delight. Tom's combat strategy was devious. No brute force, no ego. He used the terrain, magic, and timing to control the battlefield. That big dumb cow didn't even get a chance to use its raw strength before it was completely outmaneuvered. Andrus didn't see that as cheating. On the contrary, that was how a wizard should fight. The difference between humans and beasts wasn't magic or strength. It was intelligence. The ability to think, to plan, to use tools. But then, Andrus' smile vanished. Watch out, Tom. Something's coming. Tom froze. The Riem struggled again, and in that moment of silence, he heard it too, rapid hoofbeats, approaching fast. The sound was getting louder. No time to hesitate. Tom gritted his teeth and pressed the attack. He had to finish this quickly before the newcomer arrived. Stop! A furious shout rang out from above. Tom didn't stop. Instead, he raised his wand high and conjured a massive war hammer of ice, gripping the handle with both hands. Go to sleep. Boom. Wish. Mrua. A sharp arrow whizzed past Tom's head, missing by barely a meter. The ice hammer crashed down on the Riem's skull with a heavy thud. The magical beast gave one last pained cry, then collapsed with a ground-shaking thud, finally still. Tom's eyes were cold. He glanced down, made sure the Riem wouldn't be getting up anytime soon, then turned toward the direction the arrow had come from. A centaur stood in the trees, bow drawn and arrow nocked, his bare, muscular human torso tense and ready to fire again. Thanks to Andrus' warning, Tom had known that first arrow wasn't aimed to kill, it was just a warning shot. That was the only reason he'd ignored it to finish the fight. Didn't mean he wasn't pissed off. A centaur. With a bow. That's not okay. Drop your wand, poacher, the centaur barked, drawing the string tighter, the arrow now aimed directly at Tom. Poacher. Tom's voice turned sharp as he raised one hand and conjured a swirl of gentle, blue flames, his own version of the fire-making spell. Open your damn horse eyes and take a good look. This is a bloody Slytherin uniform. How do I know that's not a disguise? The centaur snapped. If you're not a poacher, why were you attacking the Riem? His bow stayed raised. His tone was hostile. Tom didn't hold back anymore. What the hell does what I do have to do with you, horseface? Since when do Hogwarts students need your permission to walk into the Forbidden Forest? And who gave you the right to aim a weapon at me? The centaur ignored the shouting, eyes scanning the surroundings. Once he was sure Tom was alone, he said coldly, no matter who you are, step away from the Riem and come with me. If I confirm you're really a Hogwarts foal, I'll escort you back to the castle. Tom's patience snapped. If you can't understand words, I don't need to keep talking, he said flatly, raising his wand. Lightning strike. Dark clouds gathered above the centaur out of nowhere. A moment later, lightning cracked down like a divine hammer. The centaur's eyes widened in shock. He flinched, accidentally loosing his arrow, but Tom didn't move. Instead, he stood still as the arrow harmlessly pinged off the iron shield he conjured from the remains of the ice hammer. The centaur tried to flee, but how do you outrun lightning? Zap. 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 Multiple strikes hit him squarely. He twitched and dropped to the ground, completely fried. Tom didn't flinch. The potions he'd taken earlier were finally kicking in. He dashed forward, covering dozens of meters in seconds like a sprinting champion. He stopped right over the convulsing centaur, ice cold. So, which hand did you shoot that arrow with, huh? Chapter 79, Dumbledore's Reputation. 600 horsepower bonus. Even though his body was weak, the centaur's mouth remained defiant. He roared at Tom, "You despicable wizard. How dare you attack me from behind? My kin will be here any second, they won't let you get away with this." That part wasn't a bluff. Tom could already hear the sound of galloping hooves growing louder. Reinforcements were on the way. "I just love how you weaklings still have the guts to throw around threats," Tom said coldly. "If I remember right, you draw the bow with your left hand and shoot with the right. I'm feeling generous today, so I'll only take one arm." A chill ran through the centaur's body. "You wouldn't." Before he could even finish the sentence, Tom struck. A sharp blade of wind sliced clean through his shoulder, severing the arm at the joint. The centaur screamed in agony, his body writhing in pain, but Tom's expression didn't even twitch. Unlike the reinforced Riem, centaurs didn't have freakish resistance to magic. One good curse could kill them outright. Tom didn't see himself as cruel. He tried to reason with the centaur, but it jumped to conclusions and tried to punish him without cause. So really, he was being reasonable. He just didn't get it. They were a bunch of forest-dwelling creatures living on Hogwarts land. Where did this sense of self-righteous authority come from? Since when did they have the right to try and punish wizards? Perhaps triggered by the sound of their injured comrades' screams, the thundering hooves suddenly grew even more intense. Soon, a group of armed centaurs came charging through the snowstorm, bows drawn. Orion. The ones at the front immediately spotted the wounded centaur. Their eyes turned bloodshot with fury, and they raised their bows to fire. "Hold it!" A strong red-haired centaur shouted, stopping them just in time. "Don't shoot. That's one of the foals from the castle." Tom wasn't foolish enough to trust that his Hogwarts robes alone would protect him. As soon as he sensed danger, he had already backed away and conjured several steel shields with transfiguration. The metal plates floated around him, rotating constantly in a defensive orbit. In that moment, Tom realized something important: why Dumbledore, even without using dark magic, had managed to keep 2 generations of Dark Lords in check. Transfiguration was just that versatile. No matter the situation or the enemy, as long as you had something to work with, Transfiguration could create highly specialized tools, or even creatures, to counter them. Dumbledore was basically the Jackie Chan of the wizarding world. Take centaurs, for instance. They didn't use much magic, but they were top tier when it came to herbs, astronomy, and divination. Their arrows weren't ordinary either, they were designed to disrupt magic, which was why Tom hadn't tried to block them with spells. Only physical shields would work. "He's the one who cut off my arm. Kill him!" The bleeding centaur, Orion, screamed from the ground, completely unhinged. His rage stirred the others into another frenzy. But the red-haired leader didn't respond. Instead, he turned to the centaur beside him, his eyes also bloodshot, and barked, "Bane, help Orion stop the bleeding. Do not do anything else." Bane growled but obeyed. He stepped forward with heavy hooves and started applying salve to Orion's wound. "Everyone else, lower your weapons," the chief ordered. "Mogorian, he hurt one of us. Blood must be repaid with blood, that's how we survive," another centaur shouted furiously. "Ronan, I know," Mogorian growled back. "But he's a foal from Hogwarts. And you know what happens to anyone who harms a student here. Do you really want our entire tribe to pay the price for your recklessness? Dumbledore is still alive." The name Dumbledore had a strange power. As soon as it was mentioned, Ronan's rage seemed to fizzle out. He wasn't the only one. The other centaurs grew uneasy, nervously scraping their hooves against the ground. Their bows slowly lowered. Now that the others had calmed down, Mogorian turned to Tom, voice low and steady. "Foal, I am Mogorian, chieftain of the centaur tribe." Tom gave him a small nod but didn't say anything. Mogorian continued, "I've stopped my kin from taking revenge. But don't take that as forgiveness. You still owe us an explanation. Why did you hurt Orion so severely? If you can't give me a good reason, I'll hand you over to Dumbledore myself, and have you expelled. Tom wasn't the type to back down from authority, but he also wasn't unreasonable. In Slytherin, Daphne always treated him kindly, so he returned that respect. Magorian's tone wasn't hostile, it was logical. That earned Tom's consideration. I'm Tom Riddle, a student of Slytherin. The moment the name left his lips, Magorian's eyes narrowed. Tom noticed the reaction but didn't comment. He calmly recounted what had happened. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to go for a walk. I ran into a Riem and thought I'd gather a bit of its blood and fur. But then one of your kin jumped out, called me a poacher, and tried to stop me. I told him who I was, warned him not to point that bow at me, but he ignored me. He kept threatening me and demanded I surrender. So, I defended myself. Defended. Bane, who was still treating Orion, couldn't hold it in anymore. You cut off his arm. Tom smirked and pointed to where he'd been standing earlier. See that? That's where he shot his arrow, right at my chest. If he was trying to kill me, why shouldn't I strike back? If you hadn't shown up when you did, he'd be dead already. Vile little Slytherin. Bane muttered under his breath. Tom had gotten used to it. Nearly everyone carried some kind of bias against Slytherins. Actually, it wasn't even bias. It was just how things were. So, he didn't bother trying to win anyone's approval. If anything, that gave him the freedom to act however he liked. I'm already in Slytherin, you still expect me to play nice? Once he let go of those moral expectations, everything suddenly made sense. It was like a weight had been lifted. And with the arrow as evidence, and Orion staying silent, even Magorian had to admit Tom was telling the truth. He turned and glared at Orion, clearly furious. Always causing trouble. Even though the Centaur tribe was small, it was full of drama. Broadly speaking, it was split into 3 factions. The first, and most extreme, was made up of centaurs who outright hated humans. They were xenophobic and aggressive. Orion and Bane were the classic examples. That's also why Bane had been the most furious earlier. If Magorian hadn't stepped in, he would have already attacked. The second group was the neutral faction. They didn't like humans either, but they preferred to keep their distance rather than start fights. Ronan belonged to this group, which was also the largest in number. The final group was the smallest, those who believed humans and centaurs were both intelligent species, capable of peaceful coexistence. Unfortunately, these friendly centaurs were seen as traitors and ostracized. As for Magorian, he was the chief. He didn't belong to any faction. Every decision he made was based on one principle, keeping the tribe alive. That's why he could keep a cool head. Even if Tom had killed someone, as long as he was a Hogwarts student, it wasn't the centaur's place to punish him. Magorian sighed. Foal, even if Orion overstepped, it was because he saw you injuring the Riem. Tom frowned. Do you even know what poaching means? You either kill it or take it away, that's poaching. Taking a bit of fur or blood. That's just borrowing. And anyway, poaching is a human wizard term. What's it got to do with you lot? You think just because you live in the Forbidden Forest, you own it. His cocky attitude was like a lit match thrown into a dry field. Every centaur present, regardless of their faction, was visibly furious now. Tom glanced up at the sky. It was nearly 3 in the morning. He wasn't in the mood to argue with them any longer. The metal shields around him began to spin faster. Let's settle this. Say it straight, are we fighting or not? If not, don't waste my time. I've got materials to collect. Facing down a dozen fully armed centaurs was no joke, but it wasn't enough to scare Tom either. If it came to a fight, he'd let Andrus activate full combat mode, and he'd finish them off without a scratch. Magorian stared at him for a long moment. I won't stop you, he said finally, but I will report everything to Dumbledore. Foal, go do what you came for. We'll watch you, to make sure the Riem survives. Tom studied Magorian's expression and gaze. No killing intent. No signs of sneak attacks. That was enough for him to move forward toward the bull. The Riem still hadn't woken up, it showed just how effective that final blow had been. Tom used transfiguration to conjure a small, sharp blade and began drawing blood and plucking fur, all while Andrus kept a sharp watch on the centaurs. The second anything looked suspicious, he'd be ready. But not a single centaur moved. They just stood there, glaring at him with cold eyes. Tom applied Dittany to the Riem's wound. The gash closed quickly and the bleeding stopped, but the missing fur wouldn't grow back so easily. It would take a while for that to recover. The Riem now looked like it had a nasty case of patchy baldness. Its majestic image gone. In the end, Tom collected about a liter of blood, more than enough, and quite a bit of fur too. Looked like he'd have something decent to give Hermione and Daphne for Christmas after all. Once he packed everything up, he turned to Mogorian and said, "Since you all care so much about magical creatures in the forest, I'll leave this one in your care. But stay out of my way from now on. If anyone points a bow at me again, I won't hesitate to kill them." Without waiting for a reply, Tom turned and headed back the way he came. He had originally planned to harvest some venom from Acromantula's next, but at this hour, nah. He'd just go back to bed and do it another time. Once Tom's figure disappeared from view, Ronan finally spoke, voice low with anger, "I'm going to Hagrid first thing tomorrow. He'll take me to Dumbledore. That fool has to be punished." "Punished?" Mogorian turned, giving Ronan a scornful glare. "Punished for what?" "For defending himself when we made the first move." "You want to go crying to Dumbledore? And say what, that a centaur tried to attack a Hogwarts student and got his arm chopped off for it? What happens to our pride then? Even if you don't care, do you think Dumbledore would take your side?" Ronan looked stunned. "But Mogorian, didn't you say?" "I said that to save face for our tribe." Mogorian snapped, then swept his eyes across the group, voice turning sharp and commanding. "I'm warning all of you. Yes, our tribe's rules matter, but they come after the agreement we made with Dumbledore. Under no circumstances, none, are you to harm a student from Hogwarts. Not even pointing an arrow at one. Understand?" Silence fell. The frustration in their hearts couldn't be put into words. But what choice did they have? This was Hogwarts, Dumbledore's territory. If they left these woods, they'd face even more threats out there. The heavy silence lingered until Orion's injuries were stabilized and he rejoined the group. Mogorian led the tribe back to their home. Partway through, he slowed down, falling to the rear to walk beside a young centaur. "Firenze," he said quietly, "you understand why I made that choice, don't you?" The young centaur nodded, then looked up at the sky. "Chief, your decision was absolutely right. If you had chosen to strike that foal, I would have risked my life to stop you." Mogorian turned to him, slightly startled. "What did you see?" Centaurs were skilled in divination through stargazing, and Firenze was the most gifted of them all. "The light of Antares is flickering," Firenze murmured. "It could be the unwavering shine of an eternal star, or the last flash before it dies. It all depends on the choice you make." Mogorian's pupils dilated. Antares, the guiding star of the centaur tribe. If he had chosen wrongly tonight, did that boy truly have the power to destroy them all? Back at the castle, Tom let out a long, content sigh as he snuggled into the warm, luxurious bedding that Sabini had gifted him. Say what you will, expensive things might hurt your wallet, but they're worth every galleon. The blanket was so soft and warm, it felt like sleeping with a hot girl curled up in his arms. Tom hadn't slept this well in weeks. But sleep wouldn't come just yet. He wasn't worried about the centaurs tattling to Dumbledore. He hadn't used any dark magic. He hadn't poached anything. So what if he chopped off a centaur's arm? Worst case scenario, they'd dock some house points. That'd be Snape's headache, not his. Tom was thinking about something else. Dumbledore. Today was the first time he'd really felt the reputation of the so-called greatest wizard of all time. Just the mention of his name had the centaurs shutting up like muggles hearing Voldemort's. That kind of presence was something else. He wanted that. Badly. When will I reach that level? But it's okay. Tom reassured himself, voice soft and determined. Work hard, keep learning, and one day I'll surpass everyone. No need to rush it. Chapter 80, A Duel with Professor Snape. 700 horsepower bonus. The next day, Tom didn't wake up until right before class, groggy and half asleep. He wasn't even sure what time he'd finally fallen asleep last night. It felt like he'd only just closed his eyes before it was already time to get up. He spent History of Magic catching up on sleep, then continued his nap through Defense Against the Dark Arts. Sure, a vial of energy potion could have fixed him up, but potions only make you not tired. Sleeping, on the other hand, feels good. So naturally, Tom chose the more enjoyable option. In History of Magic, he sat next to Daphne. The little witch didn't ask what he'd been up to last night. She just looked at him with quiet concern, and even slipped a pair of earplugs into his ears so he could rest more soundly. Thoughtful as always. But when Dada class rolled around, it was Hermione's turn to sit beside him, and her curiosity was way sharper than Daphne's. Near the end of the period, when Tom was finally starting to feel alive again, Hermione couldn't hold back any longer. "Tom, what did you do last night? I've never seen you this out of it before." And this was Hermione Granger we were talking about, the model student who'd never dare bring up off-topic conversations in most classes. But Defense Against the Dark Arts? Totally fair game. If anything, staying on topic was the real waste of time here. Tom yawned, his mouth dry. He grabbed his water bottle and took a long swig before answering lazily, "I had a late-night snack last night. Couldn't sleep afterward." Hermione looked at him suspiciously. "You have late-night snacks all the time. Why would last night be any different?" "Because this time, I had it in the Forbidden Forest," Tom sighed dramatically. "Hannah's cooking is amazing. If I had a little chef like that at home, life would be perfect." "Huh." The Forbidden Forest part didn't even register, it wasn't the important detail here. Hannah. Little chef. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Since when were they that close? In an instant, Daphne, who was shamelessly eavesdropping from the row in front, perked up her ears. Hermione lowered her voice and spoke quickly, "Why were you having dinner with Abbott?" "Just bumped into her and Susan." "Oh, and some second-year girl too," Tom said offhandedly, licking his lips and rubbing his stomach. He hadn't had breakfast and thinking about food made him hungry again. "I see." Hermione murmured, filing away the critical intel, "Hannah Abbott's food is exactly Tom's taste." Noted. Then she changed the subject. "Tom, you're heading home for Christmas, right? Want to hang out before you go? My parents and I are going skiing in the Pyrenees, but that's after New Year's. I'll be around until then. I might be busy, but we'll see." Hermione shook his head. "Oh come on, we could at least spare an afternoon, right? We can meet in Diagon Alley, even Daphne will come." Daphne, still listening, nodded enthusiastically. "Good going, Granger. You really are my bestie. Way to talk me up." Hogwarts courtyard, in the small garden. Hannah stared blankly at the two mini cakes sitting in front of her. She racked her brain but couldn't think of any reason why Granger and Greengrass of all people would suddenly want to be nice to her. Everyone already knew Hermione Granger had zero chill. Hannah instinctively feared those uptight overachiever types. As for Greengrass, even worse. Sure, both of them came from the sacred 28 pureblood families, but Slytherins and Hufflepuffs ran in very different circles. Her own family was barely scraping by, while Daphne's, well, she was practically royalty among purebloods. And now, these two were giving her cakes. Not just any cakes, but the most expensive ones from Madame Putafoot's tea shop. The kind a certain upperclassman had once bought from Hogsmeade and bragged about for weeks. Gulp. Hannah swallowed hard. Greengrass, Granger, you sure you didn't mix me up with someone else?" Hermione and Daphne exchanged a quick glance before giving her dazzling, in-sync smiles. "No need to be so formal," Daphne said cheerfully. "We're all classmates, just call me Daphne." "Same here," Hermione chimed in. "Just Hermione is fine." Hannah awkwardly nodded and corrected herself, "Okay. Hermione, Daphne. But, are you sure those cakes were meant for me?" "Of course they were," Daphne grinned. "This one's my favorite, white whale caviar millefeuille. Try it." "Mine's not bad either," Hermione added. "Black truffle chocolate lava cake, on the sweeter side. I actually asked your dorm mates, and they said you've got a bit of a sweet tooth. Especially for chocolate." That only made Hannah more nervous, though also more tempted. Oh, whatever. Cake was cake. It's not like they were gonna poison her or something, right? She took a deep breath, steeled herself, and dug in after a quick, "Thank you." Hermione and Daphne shared a knowing smile. Daphne pulled out a bottle of chilled lemon water in case Hannah choked, while Hermione conjured a soft blue flame, bluebell flames, warm but harmless, to keep things cozy. In no time, both cakes were eaten, and Hannah looked completely blissed out. Hermione, Daphne, if you need help with anything, just say the word. I'll totally help you out, even if it's homework. I'll write it for you. Hannah pounded her chest with pride. While eating, she'd figured it out, these two were definitely after something, and that's why they were being so sweet. Hufflepuffs loved making friends. Anyone who gave her cake. Instant best friend material. Hannah, you might just be the smartest and kindest Hufflepuff I've ever met, Daphne said dramatically, before laughing. And yes, we do need your help. But don't worry, it's nothing cruel like homework. That alone made Hannah visibly relax. As long as it wasn't homework, how hard could it be? Hermione took over. During class this morning, Tom mentioned your stew was amazing, way better than anything the school serves. I was hoping you could teach me how to cook, so I can make it myself someday. Daphne nodded. Me too. That's it. Hannah nearly laughed. She'd been stressing out for this. Sure. Next time I'm cooking, I'll let you know. You know where the Hufflepuff common room is, right? Just come find me there. The kitchens are right by the entrance. But. Hannah hesitated a little. I've never taught anyone to cook before, so I'm not sure how good I'll be at explaining things. That's okay. Hermione said quickly. If we don't get it, that's on us, not you. Just talk us through it step by step. We'll take notes and study them later. Well, that makes things easier, Hannah nodded. If it doesn't work the first time, we'll just try again. Cooking's really just practice and timing. Once you've got the ingredients, seasonings, and heat down, it's not that hard. We can start after the Christmas break, she added. Why wait? Daphne suddenly said. We could do it during the break too. Hannah's eyes widened, her twin braids bouncing. She hadn't expected Daphne to be this into it. Well. I guess we could, but you'd have to come over to my house. It's not that hard if you use the Flow network. Paula, Daphne whispered softly. Pop. A loud crack echoed as a house elf appeared out of thin air, making Hermione and Hannah jump. Hannah stared at the little creature, stunned. Is that a house elf? Hermione, on the other hand, had no idea what she was looking at. She tilted her head, studying the odd little being curiously. Miss Daphne, the house elf squeaked, bowing so low its nose nearly brushed the floor. Daphne turned to Hannah. Hannah, this is Paula, my family's house elf. Actually, she's the one who'll be learning how to cook from you, not me. I've never even stepped foot in a kitchen, Daphne admitted. I wouldn't even know how to hold a knife properly. Teaching me would be a total waste of your time. But Paula's already decent with household chores and basic cooking. So I'll have her stay with you during the holidays, she can help out around the house too. Daphne was very aware of her own strengths, and cooking was definitely not one of them. But what did she have? Money. Resources. Family. Money. And more money. So sending a house elf was more than enough. Her goal was to win Tom's heart through his stomach, and it didn't necessarily have to be her doing the cooking. Wait, really? But doesn't that mean your house will be short a house elf? Hannah's eyes sparkled with excitement. She was clearly tempted. A real house elf. The Abbotts didn't have anything like that, her parents handled all the chores themselves. No need to worry, we still have 2 more at home, Daphne said breezily, waving a hand. Paula, when you're at Hannah's house, listen to her and her parents. Learn all you can about her cooking. I'll be testing you when you come back. Yes, Miss Daphne. Paula replied energetically. She turned to Hannah, her big eyes shining. Miss Hannah, please use me however you see fit. Since Daphne had already insisted, Hannah didn't turn her down. Instead, she nodded, though inwardly she was still a little stunned. The Greengrass family was loaded. Most pureblood families considered themselves lucky to have one house elf. The Greengrasses had 3. And here she was, just teaching someone a bit of cooking, and she'd scored herself a house elf for the entire holiday. Talk about a sweet deal. Once they parted ways with Hannah, Hermione finally asked, Daphne, what exactly is a house elf? Some kind of magical creature. I don't remember seeing them mentioned in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Daphne nodded, understanding that Hermione, while smart, was still catching up on some Wizarding World basics. House elves aren't considered magical creatures like hippogriffs or nifflers. They're more like goblins, an actual magical race. Most pureblood families have house elves to handle chores and everyday tasks. They are like slaves or servants. Hermione frowned the moment she heard the last two words. Her upbringing had taught her to reject anything that smelled even remotely feudal or oppressive. But wait, she said, remembering something. Hogwarts, a history says that apparition is banned on school grounds. So how can house elves just pop in and out like that? Oh, that's something Tom told me, Daphne replied. That rule only applies to wizards and witches. House elves aren't restricted by it. The headmaster's phoenix can do it too. She gave Hermione a curious look. Why are you so interested in house elves all of a sudden? Oh, no reason, Hermione said quickly. I've just never seen one before, that's all. She didn't press further, already making a mental note to do some research later. Daphne didn't think much of it. She hummed a little tune as she skipped back toward the castle, off to find Tom. Finally, it was Friday, the last class before the holidays. Tomorrow morning, everyone heading home would board the Hogwarts Express and begin their well-earned break. Even the students staying behind could look forward to a life of pure bliss, wake up, eat, nap, repeat. Pig-level luxury. Needless to say, everyone's brains had already gone into vacation mode. But if you had the last class, potions with Snape, well, too bad. That man could kill a party faster than a Dementor. If you acted up, you'd learn firsthand what cruel really meant. Draco Malfoy was taking the opportunity to mock Harry again, sneering about how he was an unwanted orphan who had to stay at school for the holidays. He was dying to say something nasty about Tom too. After all, what kind of orphan had anywhere to go? But he only thought about it. No way was he dumb enough to say it out loud, not after what happened last time. Since then, Draco had completely avoided Tom. Their paths simply didn't cross anymore. Harry, for his part, heard the jabs loud and clear, but his expression didn't change. This was Malfoy's idea of trash talk. It sounded more like whining. Completely harmless. Truth be told, Harry was thrilled to be staying at school. Who in their right mind would want to go back to the Dursleys for Christmas? If he had the choice, he'd stay at Hogwarts for summer break too, but unfortunately, the castle shut down completely during that time. Once class ended, the room erupted into cheers as students celebrated the start of vacation, despite Snape still being there. Surprisingly, Snape didn't stop them. He just turned on his heel and walked out. Tom and Daphne said a quick goodbye to Hermione and hurried after him. A massive Christmas tree being carried by Hagrid briefly blocked their view, so by the time Tom caught up, Malfoy had switched targets. He was now picking on Ron. I bet you're hoping to work here after graduation, huh? The gamekeeper's hut must look like a palace compared to your house. That boy's mouth was poisoned. Damn you. Ron roared and lunged at him. Snape's lips curled into a smug smile as he stepped forward, but Tom quickly stepped in his way. Professor, it's just kids fighting. No need to interfere, Tom said casually. I've got something more important for you. Snape's face instantly darkened. Behind him, Ron and Malfoy were already grappling with each other. Speak. Now, Snape snapped. Tom smiled slightly. Oh, it's nothing really. Just thought, since neither of us has plans, why not kill time with a duel? Snape narrowed his eyes and stared at the boy, completely ignoring the chaos unfolding on the stairs behind him. Chapter 81, The Purpose of Patronus Charm. The upcoming event is Christmas, not April Fool's Day, Mr. Riddle. Snape's voice was calm, but the sarcasm was so thick you could cut it with a knife. Professor, I do know how to read a calendar. Tom tilted his head slightly. Professor, you don't honestly believe we're on joking terms now, do you? Snape's face darkened instantly. Merlin's beard, does that mouth of yours ever shut up? Tom, pretending not to notice the professor's expression, sighed dramatically. You know, Professor, I'm only just realizing how lonely the path of learning magic really is. There's no clear benchmark, no standard to measure against. I've got no idea where I stand anymore. The students in our house, sure, they've got potential. But at this point, they can't even begin to measure up to me. Bloody hell, now you're even showing off. Snape's eye twitched at Tom's subtle bragging. He took a slow breath and said, so that's why you've decided to make me your target. Exactly, Tom replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. You're my head of house, aren't you? Isn't helping your students improve part of your job? Unbelievable. I'm sure you are happy to have a student as brilliant as me, Tom added cheerfully. Snape's abilities were widely considered a dividing line in the magical world. And Tom really just wanted to test himself. At this point, there weren't many people in the wizarding world stronger than him. If you took Dumbledore and Voldemort out of the picture, someone like Moody, hailed as the strongest Auror, might be a bit stronger, but they were essentially on the same tier. Moody had more combat experience and perhaps a bit more magical power, but the gap wasn't massive. Some of the top Death Eaters were on that level too. Below that, you had your average elite Aurors, like Kingsley Shacklebolt. In a duel with Snape, Kingsley wouldn't stand a chance. And anything below that, just a bunch of cannon fodder. Tom figured even people like Lupin and Sirius Black were just pretty representative, looked impressive on the surface, but honestly, not that big of a deal. Especially Sirius. He was all bark and no bite, looked fierce in a fight but was basically a paper tiger. That's why Snape was the perfect benchmark for Tom. If he could earn Snape's recognition, he'd feel more confident taking some risks during the holiday break. And if he surpassed Snape, then against the majority of wizards out there, he could simply say, "Oh, is that it? I was expecting a challenge." After all, this time Tom's holiday plans wouldn't be exactly safe. He couldn't afford to rely solely on those brief bursts of heightened power. Snape gave him a long, thoughtful look. He was tempted. This kid had defeated a seventh-year perfect within his first month at Hogwarts. Now a full term had passed. How far had Riddle progressed? Had he reached the level Snape was expecting? Of course, in the end, none of that really mattered. What mattered was, this was a perfect excuse to teach the brat a lesson. If I let this opportunity slip, am I even human? I agree. Tonight. Stop right there. What do you think you're doing? Snape hadn't even finished his sentence when a sharp voice rang out from the stairs above. It was Professor McGonagall, and she looked furious as she spotted a group of students scuffling. Her face turned bright red as she stormed over, shouting for order. When she got a closer look, her mind nearly went blank. Not because two of the fighting students were from her own house, no, it was because of Snape. The fight had clearly been going on for a while, and the men just stood there a few steps away, chatting with a student instead of stepping in. Snape, for once, looked genuinely flustered. He'd been so caught up talking with Tom, trying to figure out whether the boy truly wanted a beating, that he completely forgot about Draco Malfoy. Tom glanced over too. Malfoy wasn't looking great, his robes were torn, his face had a couple of scratches, and his usually perfect platinum blonde hair was a mess. Still, he looked better than Harry and Ron. To be fair, it had been 2-on-3. Crabbe and Goyle's combined weight could easily crush both Harry and Ron together. But the two Gryffindors were smart, they'd focused all their attacks on Malfoy, barely managing to turn the fight around. "You're just in time, Minerva," Snape said smoothly, regaining his composure. "I was just about to intervene. I saw it clearly, it was Weasley who started it. Malfoy was just defending himself, and Crabbe and Goyle were helping a friend. It was Malfoy running his mouth." Harry protested, adjusting his freshly repaired glasses. "Professor McGonagall, he insulted Ron's family," he said. Hagrid's hut was a palace in comparison. Ron's face turned crimson as he glared daggers at Malfoy. McGonagall's sharp gaze turned to the boy in question. "Mr. Malfoy, is what Potter said true?" Even with Snape standing right there, Malfoy didn't dare lie to McGonagall. He turned his head away and stayed silent. "I see." McGonagall took a deep breath. "It's nearly the holidays, and you still find a way to stir up trouble. Each of you, 20 points from your houses. On top of your homework, you'll each write a 5,000-word essay reflecting on your actions. Turn it in after the break. And you're all getting 2 weeks of detention." McGonagall was an equal opportunity punisher, she hit them with academic, disciplinary, and physical penalties all at once. She didn't even bother asking for Snape's input. After issuing the punishment, she told them to go to the hospital wing. With that, Harry and the others climbed the stairs in silence, throwing each other death stares. Snape, meanwhile, was furious. This is all Riddle's fault. If Tom hadn't stopped Snape earlier, this wouldn't have gotten so out of hand. Gryffindor was already dead last in points, losing more didn't matter. But Slytherin still had a real shot at winning. Now they'd lost points for 3 people. A complete disaster. And to top it all off, McGonagall, of all people, had stooped to dragging Slytherin down with her already doomed house. Snape shot Tom a murderous glare and hissed under his breath, "Midnight. Quidditch pitch. I've got more potions than I know what to do with. Don't show up, and you'll regret it." With that, he stormed off, his robes billowing dramatically behind him like some oversized bat. The Great Hall. The last dinner before the holidays was especially grand. The hall was fully decked out, holly and mistletoe draped along the walls, and 12 towering Christmas trees sparkled with crystal orbs at their peaks. Students chatted excitedly, sharing their plans for the break. Even the professors at the high table wore cheerful smiles. Tom noticed that Quirrell was missing. He'd planned to remind the men to send him some Christmas gifts. Too late now, it looked like Quirrell had already left the school. After the feast, the common rooms remained lively. Tom, however, quietly slipped away, stretched a bit in the room of requirement, and made his way to the Quidditch pitch around 11:30. At exactly midnight, Snape arrived. Same old black robes, as usual, but this time, he looked completely different in Tom's eyes. Snape radiated a fierce, almost cutting presence. His robes flared with the rippling pressure of magic, and a long, thin wand rested in his hand, angled toward the ground. Tom could feel it. The men really wanted to beat him up. That aura, if you didn't know better, you'd think Snape was about to duel Dumbledore. Speaking of Dumbledore, Tom glanced up at the tallest tower of the castle, the spot with the best view. Even though the Quidditch pitch was surrounded by high walls, that vantage point could easily overlook everything. Smirking, Tom teased, "Professor, do you think, maybe Professor Dumbledore is our one and only audience tonight?" Snape's voice drew out slowly, a bit cold. "Don't flatter yourself. He's already left the castle. No one's going to interrupt us. No one's going to come save you, either." He raised his wand and made the traditional dueling gesture. "Let's not waste time. The sooner we start, the sooner I can get out of this freezing wind. As your professor, I'll give you the first move, you'll need it." "How generous of you, Professor." Tom bowed politely and raised his wand. At the exact moment a storm cloud appeared above and unleashed a sudden downpour of lightning. It came out of nowhere, but Snape was a battle-hardened veteran. His body reacted before his brain even finished processing the threat, throwing up a magical shield just in time to block the strike. He really wanted to yell at Tom for breaking dueling etiquette. But, hadn't Tom just completed the proper dueling motions? Yes, he had. He just happened to slip in a spell while performing them. Classic Slytherin move, bending the rules without technically breaking them. After weathering the first attack, Snape twisted the stormy sky. The dark clouds above him shattered apart, transforming into black fire that howled down toward Tom. "That kind of cheap trick won't work on me," Snape sneered. Even in a fight, he couldn't help but mock him. Tom Riddle looked like he was gonna get screwed by the Half-Blood Prince tonight. "Relax, Professor. That was just my way of saying hello. Expecto Patronum." White light surged from beneath Tom's feet, surrounding him like a glowing beacon. The dark fire melted on contact with the light, like snow under the sun. A Patronus? Snape frowned. He wasn't entirely sure if his eyes were playing tricks on him. "That spell can block dark magic." Snape's confusion was understandable. The true potential of the Patronus charm had long been forgotten, but this was Andros's domain. In the modern magical world, the Patronus charm was mainly known as a counter for Dementors and Lethifolds. It was famous for two reasons: Dementors were terrifying, and the spell itself was notoriously hard to learn. Mastering it before graduation was a big deal, it usually earned you extra credit in exams. But Dementors didn't even appear to the public until Azkaban came around in the 15th century. That's just a few hundred years ago. Meanwhile, the Patronus charm had existed for thousands of years. Andros the Invincible had built his legendary reputation on it. You think it only had one function? The truth was, back in ancient times, before there were dozens of specialized counter-curses and protection spells, the Patronus served as a kind of universal defense against dark magic. Its pure, radiant energy could repel even the most sinister spells. But over time, as magic evolved, and because the spell was so damn hard, people stopped using it that way. The more advanced applications were lost to history. Let's be honest, casting a Patronus is already insanely difficult. Now try leveling it up. Yeah, good luck with that. Go. Tom raised his wand. The remaining black smoke suddenly hardened, reshaping itself into countless sharp daggers. With a flick of his wand, Snape transfigured the ground into a thick suit of armor that clanged loudly as the daggers bounced off it. Tom made his move, surrounding Snape in a ring of fire. From within the flames, 2 fiery serpents slithered out and lunged at him. Snape countered instantly, blasting them into smoke with a single, sharp spell. His black robes billowed as he leapt backward, moving with the eerie agility of a giant bat. With a few precise steps, he escaped the flaming circle completely. "Professor," Tom called out, "could you teach me that spell? If you beat me, maybe I'll consider it." Snape's face stayed neutral, but inside, he was practically grinning like a schoolboy. This kid just keeps surprising me. Transfiguring something made of raw magical fire was already difficult. But Tom didn't just transform something, he'd reshaped Snape's own dark fire, that became black smoke upon touching the Patronus. That level of control. Snape had only ever seen it from Dumbledore and McGonagall. He might be able to pull it off himself, but in a real fight, it would be too risky. Not something you'd try unless you were desperate. Who taught you transfiguration? Snape couldn't hold back the question anymore. He was starting to suspect Dumbledore had been secretly tutoring the boy. A teacher, Tom answered honestly. Andrus was a teacher, after all. He'd even taught Tom how to change the form of a Patronus, so his skill in transfiguration was pretty much top tier. Right now, transfiguration was easily Tom's strongest suit. Everything else still lagged behind. "Forget it," Snape muttered, clearly annoyed. "Let's see what else you've got." He swung his wand. 2 invisible blades formed in the air and shot forward. Tom raised an eyebrow, calmly conjured a wall of water, and sent it surging forward. Suddenly, 2 deep gashes split the water, carving holes straight through it. Tom instantly reinforced those 2 weak points, and with a clang the blades shattered on impact. "Professor, I want to learn that one too." "Oh, for Merlin's sake." "Fine. Take them all. You little gremlin." Snape was now sure, Tom wasn't just playing around. He was good enough to go toe-to-toe with him. Snape hadn't felt this fired up in years. His long-buried passion for dueling started to bubble up again, and his magic surged even more fiercely. Even though he was stronger than Tom, Snape didn't rely on dangerous spells. He used pure technique, turning the duel into a showcase of skill, effortless, precise, and controlled. Tom couldn't find a worthy opponent, and neither could he. Dueling Dumbledore? That'd be suicide. Asking other professors? Socially awkward and not really worth it. As for the Death Eaters, all the real fighters were locked up. The ones still loose. Useless scum. Who would have thought a first-year student would become his best opponent? Snape stopped holding back completely. With a sharp motion, one of the Quidditch goalposts flew into the air. Under his control, it morphed into a massive flaming javelin, which he hurled straight at Tom. Tom's expression finally cracked. "You crazy bat. Are you serious right now?" Chapter 82, The Secrecy Act. Snape was done holding back. A wave of overwhelming magical power burst out from him, and only then did Tom realize he had seriously underestimated Snape. This kind of raw power? It was nothing like the calm, collected image the books painted of him. How the hell did Nagini even manage to bite this guy to death? The sarcastic thought flashed through Tom's mind, but now wasn't the time for random musings. He had to survive this attack first. Snape's magic kept surging as he channeled an attack that clearly came from deep within. The grass beneath his feet started shifting. Tiny weeds twisted and hissed, morphing into slithering little snakes. They began crowding Tom's feet, messing with his footing and interfering with his spellcasting. Tom blasted a shockwave downward, scattering the snakes for a moment. Then he tried to transfigure the incoming flaming javelin, but failed. Snape was keeping a tight grip on the spell, maintaining control. He wasn't casting one spell after another, he was multicasting. This wasn't just a fire spell or a transfiguration charm, it was a composite spell that blended both. If he couldn't transfigure it, then he'd just blow it up. Tom narrowed his eyes and muttered something under his breath. A glowing orb shot from the tip of his wand, hovered above him, and unleashed a beam of concentrated energy straight at the flaming javelin. Boom. The explosion that followed shook the Quidditch pitch. Thankfully, Tom had cast soundproofing charms all over the field beforehand. If he hadn't, that blast would have woken 3 whole houses, and every professor in the castle. Well, maybe not Slytherin. They were buried underground. Sound wasn't reaching them anytime soon. The flaming javelin shattered into thousands of pieces. Not wasting a second, Tom waved his wand, transfiguring the shards into a flurry of tiny flaming arrows, then sent them flying back at Snape. But Snape moved like a damn eel, slippery and impossible to pin down. His cloak shimmered with defensive enchantments, letting him dodge and deflect with ease. The whole Quidditch pitch lit up with crisscrossing beams of light, bursts of magic colliding midair and creating swirling shockwaves. Tom was going all out now, and still losing. So what if he'd taken a potion? So what if he had cheat-level boosts? It hadn't even been 6 months since he started learning magic. Snape, on the other hand, was no slouch. He was a meticulous, obsessive genius who'd been at it for years. Tom couldn't match the sheer number of spells Snape had mastered. Not even close. Not the power. Not the precision. And it seemed Snape had noticed Tom was slipping. His casting speed increased. Duong. A thick, metallic panel appeared midair, blocking Snape's whirlwind-like barrage. Snape flinched. Wait, that's metal. Was that something Tom conjured out of thin air? Nope. Snape squinted at Tom's pocket and realized he summoned it. From inside his pocket. Wait, hold up, is this kid seriously carrying around a shield? Tom traced a square in the air with his wand. The panel reshaped itself into a metal box that sealed tightly around him. From inside came his muffled voice. Professor, let's call it for today. We can continue next time. Snape literally laughed out of disbelief. I was about to win, and this little shit calls a timeout. Despicable Riddle. Snape shouted. Did you really just use an impediment, Jinx? That sneaky little curse. Without waiting, he launched another round of attacks. Tom was left dumbfounded. Could Snape be any more shameless? But no matter how violently Snape unleashed his spells, the metal box stood strong. Just some scratches and burn marks on the outside. Nothing broke through. Snape finally stopped, exasperated. Riddle, where the hell did you find this thing? What's it made of? Dragon scales and goblin steel. From inside the box, Tom's voice drifted out, calm and smug. Professor, save your energy. I don't even know this thing's limit myself. Unless you're planning to use some nasty dark magic, you're not getting in. He'd found it in the room of requirement, thinking, I need the most durable defense item possible. And the room delivered, this absurdly overpowered shield. If it could stump Snape, it must be good. Snape glanced around. The pitch was already a war zone. Any more powerful spells and it'd be beyond repair. Get out of your bloody turtle shell, Snape snapped. If you bring that thing to our next duel, don't bother showing up. Tom's voice turned cautious. Are you sure you won't attack me the second I come out? Snape gritted his teeth. I'm a professor. You think I'd lie to a student? You said Slytherins don't lie to other Slytherins. Snape turned and walked away. Fine. Stay in there all night. Tom quickly deconstructed the box, shrunk the panel, and stuffed it back in his pocket. Wait, Professor, don't go. Look at this mess, I can't clean it all up by myself. Snape shot him a cold smirk. Using an unregistered extension charm, huh? If you weren't in my house, I'd take points and send you straight to Azkaban. Tom pretended not to hear that and started casting Reparo all over the field. He drew a visible center line across the pitch. Very clearly, you clean your half, I'll clean mine. Don't be lazy. Snape didn't argue. He raised his wand and joined in the repairs. Tom wasn't about to waste this chance. While working, he started asking questions. Your biggest flaw is showing off, Snape said, cutting straight to the point. His eyes were sharp as ever. In a wizard's duel, what's the most important thing? Tom thought for a moment. Disarming your opponent. Or making them unable to fight back. Exactly. Snape shot him a look. Then why were you so obsessed with countering my spells, making them look all elegant and flashy? You think this is some kind of performance art? A talent show? Tom paused, reflecting. Now that he mentioned it, yeah. His focus had shifted more to Snape's magic than to Snape himself. After that first flurry of attacks, it really did become more of a spell duel than an actual fight. Fighting isn't just about spellcasting, Snape said, his tone softer now. He was actually pleased, Tom caught on fast. If it had been one of his denser students, they'd still be clueless. Often, there are simpler and more efficient ways to deal with your opponent. But instead, you wasted time on spell-for-spell battles. That cost you the chance to go on the offensive. Snape glanced at him meaningfully. You've got way more magic than a student should. But there's always someone stronger. Until you reach the top, keep your head down. Stop drawing attention. The one who laughs last is the true winner. Tom nodded seriously, memorizing every word. On the way back to the castle, he couldn't resist asking one more stupid question. Professor, have you ever seen Dumbledore actually fight? Based on where I am now, how long would I last against him? Snape stared at him like he'd lost his mind. After a long silence, he let out a small laugh. 10 to 1. He'd knock you into the ground 9 times with a single spell. Tom. Well, what about compared to other wizards? He pressed on. The power scale in the wizarding world was frustratingly vague, and the number of experienced wizards he'd actually seen in action was depressingly low. Snape's judgment was probably the best he could get. Snape stopped walking and stared at him for several seconds. With your current skills, he finally said, you could pass the Auror combat exam with flying colors. But shady tricks and underhanded tactics don't show up on tests. Don't let arrogance ruin your future. He had a feeling Tom was planning something dangerous. This was the only warning he could give. I understand, Tom replied with a nod. By the next morning, while eating breakfast, Tom was still thinking about last night's fight, and Snape's critique. Up until now, whether he was facing a human opponent or some magical beast, he'd always been the one with the upper hand. That meant he could afford to fight with style, using clever and flashy spells to overwhelm his enemies. He had developed a flair for the dramatic, because he could. That's why so many older students feared him. He looked terrifying when he fought. But Snape wasn't a beast to be hunted. In just a few exchanges, he'd turned the tables with nothing more than a couple of basic spells, and won. When the tables turned and he became the challenger, that flashy fighting style suddenly didn't hold up. All show, no substance. That's when it hit him. His style didn't need to change. Strength was a temporary issue. Style was forever. No need to change it. Even if it kills him, he'd keep fighting like this. The problem wasn't his approach, it was that he wasn't strong enough yet. He just had to get stronger. Once he surpassed Snape in every area, fighting him with this same stylish, overwhelming style would be domination, not delusion. Realizing that put his mind at ease. Stupid old bat, he muttered inwardly. Almost made me lose my nerve. Tom. Tom. Daphne's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. We still need to fill this out before we can board the train. Tom looked down at the paper in front of him, an official ministry notice titled, Underage Wizard Holiday Magic Restriction Agreement. It laid everything out clearly. Anyone under the age of 17 was considered an underage wizard and forbidden from using magic outside school. For Muggleborns, it was even stricter. They weren't allowed to talk to direct family members, like parents or grandparents, about anything related to the magical world. And no magical objects were to be brought into the Muggle world, period. So many rules. It felt deliberate. Like it was meant to hold Muggleborns back. And honestly, it was. The ministry relied on the trace to monitor underage magic, but it wasn't perfect. It couldn't pinpoint who cast a spell, only that magic had been performed near a registered wand. So if you were in a wizarding home with adult witches or wizards around, it was easy to get away with using magic unnoticed. Half-bloods had it easier. Purebloods? Even easier. But Muggleborns? Totally screwed. No wand use all summer. By the time school started again, they'd forgotten half their spells. They always lagged behind. Every single year. And by the time they graduated, good luck competing with purebloods for jobs. Tom gave a smile, but there was no warmth in it. He picked up the enchanted parchment and signed his name. He was too weak to fight this now. He wasn't even at peace yet in this game. Just a small fry with no power. But he'd remember this. The Secrecy Act had been signed in the late 1600s. Everyone who wrote it was long dead. Didn't matter. Debts from the past. I'll make the future pay them back. At 9 a.m., the students climbed into the carriages headed for Hogsmeade Station. The first years stared curiously at the front of the carriages. There were no horses, nothing pulling them. Just magic. Tom couldn't see the thestrals either. But when he reached out, he felt soft, leathery fur. They were gentle, as always, not holding grudges, and patiently pulled the carriages toward the station. On the train, Tom sat in a compartment with Hermione and Daphne. Since some students were staying at school for the holidays, it wasn't nearly as packed as it was at the start of the year. As usual, Daphne had bought a ridiculous amount of snacks, and the three of them munched their way through the ride. Before they knew it, the train was pulling into King's Cross. Platform 9 3/4 was already filled with people, parents waiting to greet their kids. Hermione's parents were there too, but without a wizard escort, they couldn't come onto the platform. They waited on the other side, in the regular station. When the train stopped, the trio waited for the crowd to thin out before stepping out of their compartment. Tom immediately spotted a woman who stood out from everyone else. Tall, at least 5 feet 9 inches, wearing a stunning white fur coat, with just a few elegant accessories. A small leather handbag dangled from her arm. Yeah, no doubt about it. That's Daphne's mother. Daphne saw her too. Her face lit up, and she started bouncing with excitement. Mum. The woman smiled. Daphne grabbed Tom's hand and dragged him toward her. Tom turned to Hermione, gave her a quick look, and made the universal "call me" gesture with his hand. Hermione smiled knowingly, then walked toward the stone pillars to exit the platform. Mum. Daphne threw herself into her mother's arms. I missed you so much. These past few months have been so hard without you. Oh really? Mrs. Greengrass clearly didn't buy the sweet talk. Her eyes were already scanning Tom, who stood quietly nearby. You must be Tom. Tom gave a polite nod. Nice to meet you, Auntie. I'm Tom Riddle. Chapter 83, Nocturne Alley. 800 horsepower bonus. Lady Greengrass usually received a letter or two every week from her eldest daughter. At first, Daphne's letters were filled with homesickness and affectionate updates, checking in on her and asking after Astoria's health. But after Daphne asked for that money, something shifted. Those first ones were family letters. The rest? More like the Hogwarts Chronicles of Tom Riddle. His name started showing up more than hers and Astoria's combined. That's when Lady Greengrass began to wonder, who exactly was this Tom Riddle, and how had he managed to wrap her daughter so thoroughly around his little finger? After meeting him in person today, she couldn't help but nod to herself. No wonder. This boy was ridiculously good-looking. Without needing to know anything else, she was sure he had to be the best-looking student at Hogwarts. Wait a second. That money Daphne asked for, don't tell me it all went to this kid. Oh well. It wasn't that much. Nothing worth fussing over. What she didn't know, though, was that she'd guessed right, and also very wrong. Not only did her money go to Tom, Astoria's savings did, too. All of it, straight into his pocket. After a few more polite exchanges, her impression of Tom had only improved. He was respectful, articulate, very well brought up. So much so that she made an offer. Tom, why don't you spend Christmas with us? Daphne's always saying in her letter she never could have improved so much this term without your help. Maybe you can keep her in check a bit, because trust me, at home, she doesn't listen to a word I say. Mom. Daphne groaned, half embarrassed, half scandalized. Could she not expose all her flaws in front of Tom? She'd worked so hard to maintain her perfect lady image. Now it was ruined. Still, she glanced at Tom with hopeful eyes. Maybe he'd say yes this time. No such luck. Thank you, ma'am, but I'm afraid I can't this holiday, Tom said with a smile. Daphne and I already made plans for the summer. I'll visit then, and probably stay quite a while, if that's all right with you. The longer the better, Lady Greengrass said warmly. You're welcome anytime. Tom nodded, said a few more pleasantries, and politely excused himself, leaving mother and daughter to their reunion. An hour and a half later, Tom unlocked the front door to the children's home. Good thing he brought the key. The house was completely empty. Seth was at his boarding school and wasn't coming back for Christmas, and the few other kids who had been staying temporarily had already left. A fine layer of dust coated everything. Clearly, Mrs. Ullman hadn't stopped by in quite a while. Tom sighed, grabbed a broom and cleaning supplies, and got to work. It felt a little weird, not having magic to rely on. He'd gotten so used to using spells for everything that doing chores the Muggle way now felt almost clumsy. After what felt like forever, the place was finally somewhat clean. He munched on a few snacks he'd brought from the train, took a quick shower, and passed out in bed. The next day, he took the bus into the city and entered the leaky cauldron, slipping through into Diagon Alley. It was crowded, lots of students home for the holidays. A few Hogwarts classmates nodded at him in passing. Tom headed straight to Twilfit and Tattings and picked out a new winter cloak, 30 galleons. He put it on right away, then made his way to a narrow side alley near Gringotts and slipped inside. The path twisted and turned, just wide enough for 3 people to walk shoulder to shoulder. After 5 minutes of navigating through the maze-like passages, the alley finally opened up a little. Well, sort of. Compared to the bright, clean streets of Diagon Alley, this place was grimy, cramped, and dim. The signs hung crooked, most buildings were in disrepair, and even the sky overhead looked foggy and gray. This was Nocturne Alley, the black market of the wizarding world. If there was something shady or forbidden, you could probably buy or sell it here. Tom took a breath, shook out his expression, and stepped forward. He played the part of a lost little wizard perfectly, wide-eyed, nervous, clearly out of his element. Nocturne Alley wasn't just a single street, either. It was more like a spiderweb of narrow alleys and shady dead ends. Shops were crammed into every crevice, many with doors shut tight. As he passed one potion shop, he spotted 2 human bones dangling from the sign. His face paled slightly. "Lost, are we, dearie?" a voice croaked. Tom turned to see a hunched old witch grinning at him, holding a tray of what looked like fingernails. Dead ones. She smiled with mossy green teeth. He forced a relieved smile and nodded enthusiastically. "Yes. I am completely lost. I'm trying to get back to Diagon Alley." He, come with me, child," she said in her sweet, sickly voice. "I'll take you there." Tom followed her deeper into the alley. They turned corner after corner, weaving through narrow paths, until finally stopping in front of a heavy wooden door. "Right through here," the old witch said, motioning for him to go inside. Tom didn't hesitate. He pushed the door open and stepped into a small courtyard. A man was already there, a middle-aged wizard, looking a little surprised to see him. The old witch followed, and the fake grin dropped off her face. "Got lucky," she muttered. "Ran into a rich one, look at that cloak. This'll be a nice haul." The man's smile turned greedy. But something was off. The boy didn't look scared. In fact, he was smiling. The man glanced at the old witch. "You didn't bring us a half-wit, did you?" "He seemed normal just a second ago," she said, frowning. Tom beamed. "Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I'm just happy." The man scowled. "Happy? Kid, do you not get what's happening right now? Give us your family's info so we can get a ransom, yeah?" Tom shook his head. "I'm just happy I managed to check off 2 major goals today." He smiled even wider. "And now, time to send her to meet my parents." Before they could react, Tom's left hand shot out like lightning, frost bloomed across his palm and instantly sharpened into an icy spike, which he drove straight into the witch's throat. SHHK. The spike punched clean through her neck. She gurgled, clawed at her throat, but couldn't make a sound. The man didn't even have time to react, he was too stunned to believe the little brat had just killed someone. A second later, a stunner dropped him where he stood. Thud. They hit the ground almost in unison, except the man was only unconscious. The witch wasn't getting back up. Tom stood there, watching silently as blood pulsed from the gaping wound in her throat. There's a first time for everything, even murder. He may have looked calm and ruthless, but that was only because this had been the plan all along. Now that the moment had passed, the aftershocks hit. But he didn't let himself look away. This was a valuable lesson. He forced himself to watch the blood drain from the old witch's throat, steady and silent, until the light in her eyes vanished completely. Only then did he exhale, kneel down, and begin rifling through her pockets. 2 wands. A handful of galleons, maybe 15. Pathetic. He searched the house next and turned up a few dozen more galleons and a few hundred sickles. He didn't even bother with the nuts. Not worth the effort. His first thought. Poor. These 2 had been in the black market game, clearly. And this was all they'd managed to scrape together. It was a sobering reminder of what the bottom rung of the wizarding world looked like. Tom wasn't sure what their relationship had been, partners, maybe. But one thing seemed clear, neither of them had graduated from Hogwarts. Sure, almost every magical child in Britain got a Hogwarts letter, almost. You only got invited if your magic surfaced before age 11. But if your first magical outburst came late, too bad. Hogwarts wouldn't come calling. That's where all those wizard crash courses came in. Wand for hire training programs. Cheap knockoffs for people without a real magical education. No diploma. No skills. No connections. People like that were stuck clawing for scraps at the edge of society, living off shady deals and dirty work. Between the two of them, the witch had clearly been the stronger one. Dark magic practically leaked off her, so thick it had even started warping her appearance. The men, by contrast, looked almost normal. Tom tested both of their wands. The witch's wand rejected him outright, the magic backfired so violently he nearly burned his fingers. The man's wand, though, serviceable. Nothing compared to his own, but at least it worked. Perfect. That's exactly what he needed. Because as a minor, he wasn't legally allowed to use magic outside of Hogwarts, and his wand was enchanted with a trace. But what if he just didn't use his own wand? If he cast spells with a different wand, the ministry wouldn't detect a thing. As long as he kept his personal wand well out of range during spell work, he'd be off the grid. The only downside. The new wand wasn't a great fit. Awkward in his hand. Uncooperative. So, he practiced. Spell after spell, until the wand started responding more naturally. Once he had the feel of it, he plucked a hair from the dead man's head and dropped it into a vial of polyjuice potion. He gulped it down, and immediately gagged. His cute, youthful face contorted in disgust. Damn Merlin, that taste was vile. A few minutes later, a bell chimed over the door to Borgin and Burke's. In walked Tom Riddle, or rather, Tom wearing the face of a scruffy, middle-aged wizard. Same eyes, same presence, but entirely different shell. He took his time browsing the shop. A shriveled hand. Blood-stained tarot cards. Lifeless glass eyes. A whole collection of human bones. No way any of this stuff's making it past Hogwarts security, he thought. Ah, a customer, a croaky voice called from behind the counter. The door creaked open, and out shuffled a stooped old man with yellowing teeth and a hawkish nose. He froze for a second when he saw Tom, then broke into a greasy smile. Michael. What's this? Strike gold somewhere. You finally shopping like a proper wizard now. Drop the act, Tom said flatly, tearing his eyes away from the merchandise and locking onto the shopkeepers. I'm not Michael. You know that. The man's smile faltered, then reformed, wider than before. Of course. My mistake. Just a humble shopkeeper here, no need for games, eh? Borgin chuckled. Always a pleasure to deal with such efficient clients. Tom didn't blink. Let's keep it simple. Buyer and seller. No backroom politics, no double dealing. Makes life easier for both of us. Smart and decisive, Borgin said smoothly. Michael never had your kind of presence. If it weren't for that old hag protecting him, he'd have been picked clean by Nocturne Alley scavengers ages ago. She's not going to be protecting anyone ever again, Tom said coolly. You don't have to worry about her. Borgin's eyes gleamed. His smile deepened. In that case, welcome, honored guest. Just yesterday, we got in some fresh stock, fair prices, I assure you. I'm looking for a fresh or well-preserved dragon heart, Tom said calmly, plus a pair of sphinx eyes and claws. Borgin's smile froze in place. A fresh dragon heart. Let me guess, Tom said. Illegal, right? So illegal that if it weren't, I wouldn't be here asking you. Borgin chuckled awkwardly, caught out. Sure, Snape had a dragon heart sitting openly in his office at Hogwarts, and Ollivander used dragon heartstrings in wands, but they were master craftsmen, respected by the ministry. If a dragon died in the wild or was culled, its parts went to people like them. Not some random nobody walking in off the street. Right, well, sphinx parts I've got, Borgin said at last. Eyes and claws. But dragon hearts? Not even a dried-out scrap. Tom's brow furrowed. Borgin added quickly, but, if I hear of one, I can either sell it directly to you or keep it in reserve. Your call. How much for the eyes and claws? 500 galleons. One matched pair of each. Rubbery. A unicorn horn barely went for 100. Sphinx parts weren't that much rarer, and this was easily double market price. But hey, this was the black market. Fair wasn't part of the vocabulary. Tom paid the men without complaint. Between the gold Daphne had given him, what he'd already spent, and what he'd lifted off the dead duo, he was now down to less than 300 galleons. After the deal, he asked, what'll the dragon heart cost? Borgin stroked his chin, then held up 3 fingers. 3,000. A full-grown dragon could be worth anywhere from 15 to 30,000 galleons, depending on size and magical potency. Dragon blood, hide, meat, wizards used every inch of the creature. And the heart was the most valuable part. Tom didn't argue. Sounds fair. Then he added, I just don't have that kind of gold on me. Borgin had started to smile again, until that line. He froze. Something about the way Tom had said it, it wasn't a polite, sorry, I'll come back later. It sounded more like a blackmail. Chapter 84, The Pathetic International Oars. 900 horsepower bonus. I've heard some things. Tom didn't pay much attention to Borgin's dramatic change in expression. His fingers casually rubbed together as he spoke. Borgin and Burke's shop doesn't just deal in items, does it? You're in the information trade too, and I'm guessing the more shady side of business falls into your domain as well. He had to thank the 7th-year prefect, Burke. If the guy hadn't accidentally let a few things slip, Tom wouldn't have had the foresight to book his entire break around Borgin and Burke's. Working as a hired wizard here wasn't just profitable, it was also a great way to rack up some combat experience. Win-win. The only thing that made Tom feel a little awkward was, apparently, old Voldy also used to work here back in the day. That thought made Tom instinctively glance at the vanishing cabinet tucked in the corner. He needed to get his hands on that thing eventually. There was no way he could allow anyone to use it to sneak into Hogwarts and, well, destroy its backdoor defenses. Borgin narrowed his eyes, studying Tom's Michael disguise carefully. So, you were referred by someone, huh? His services weren't something just anyone could stumble into. Only wizards with some credibility, those he approved of, could get involved. Now he was even more curious about who Tom really was, but he wasn't foolish enough to pry into someone with obvious secrets. Tom smiled casually. Since I come recommended, how about giving me a few jobs, short time, close by, and good pay? What about the difficulty? Borgin asked. Tom chuckled. As long as you're not asking me to assassinate Dumbledore, it's all the same to me. What a bold claim. Borgin was taken aback. He could feel Tom's overwhelming confidence, no, arrogance. It was like this guy didn't take anyone seriously, except maybe Dumbledore. But then again, Tom had every right to be cocky. Worst case, he'd just let Andrus take over for a bit. A few minutes was all it would take to turn the tide. In that case, Borgin's fake smile returned. There's a tricky job I've been hesitant to take. Since you seem so sure of yourself, let's see what you can do. What's the job? Tom asked, intrigued. Borgin pulled out a thin sheet of silver parchment. One of my longtime clients, Mr. Laus, has gotten himself into trouble. He's currently being hunted by international Aurors. The mission is to help him escape the UK. The pay is 1,000 galleons. International Aurors? Tom blinked. This was serious. The International Confederation of Wizards was the biggest and most powerful magical organization in the world. All ministries of magic were part of it. Even though they couldn't interfere directly with the country's politics, they did have their own elite task force. These Aurors could operate across borders without needing local permission. If someone had them on their tail, they were either very dangerous or very stupid. Tom couldn't help asking, so what exactly did Mr. Laus do? Borgin sighed. He made the same mistake most men make, he slept with someone he shouldn't have. And who might she be? The wife of the deputy head of the International Auror Department. Tom. Classic case of thinking with the wrong head. Still, Tom decided to take the job. The guy wasn't some deranged dark wizard, just a poor fool who stirred the wrong cauldron. I'll take it. How does the payment work? Will he give it to me, or do I get it from you? And where do I find him? Borgin slid the silver parchment across the table. The gold's in an anonymous Gringotts vault. Once Laus escapes the UK, your job is done. I'll give you the vault number and password afterward. Light this parchment to be teleported close to him. Move fast, he might not last much longer. Tom nodded, took the paper, and walked out. He left Nocturne Alley for Diagon Alley, exited through the leaky cauldron, and caught a cab straight back to the orphanage. There, he hid his wand and went to Seth's room, pulling out a tomcat mask and slipping it on. Well, he did love Tom and Jerry, after all. As the silver parchment began to burn, his feet lifted off the ground, and the cold wind howled around him as he sped forward. The world around him blurred from the sheer speed until everything turned to white. He didn't know how long he flew, but eventually, a powerful force slammed into him and kicked him out of the teleportation. He landed hard on solid ground. A forest. Where exactly, he had no idea, but probably somewhere in northern England, still within the country. He looked at the parchment in his hand, just a tiny corner left unburned. So this wasn't the actual destination. The spell had been blocked, likely by anti-apparition and anti-portkey charms. But he wasn't far. He could already hear explosions and spells shrieking through the forest air. Casting a featherlight charm on himself, Tom dashed toward the sound. It didn't take long before he found the source of the commotion. 3 male wizards were attacking a fourth, while a female which stood further back, offering support. Tom didn't jump in right away. He first examined the men being targeted. Not particularly handsome. A bit short, maybe 170 centimeters. This guy's the infamous homewrecker. Tom genuinely wondered if he had the wrong person. The poor man was barely hanging on, ducking and deflecting spells. Several enchanted items on him glowed, expensive alchemical gear, no doubt. The kind used in battle, and all worth a small fortune. The attackers noticed Tom. The female Auror, the only one not currently fighting, glared at him and shouted, "Official business. International Aurors. Get lost." Tom ignored her and called out, "Mr. Lowes." "That's me. That's me," the men shouted, ducking another curse. "You're Borgen's guy, right? Man, you finally made it." A backup. The Aurors instantly turned cautious. Tom didn't wait. He raised his wand and fired off several spells in quick succession. The Aurors who had been on high alert reacted immediately, casting shield charms to block the attacks. The assault stopped, if only for a moment. "Let's make this simple," Tom said calmly, stepping forward onto the battlefield. "How about you all do me a favor and let Mr. Lowes leave the UK safely?" Lowes quickly moved toward him, but when they were about 20 feet apart, Tom signaled for him to stop. Rule number 1 when you're working in this world, never trust anyone completely. Not even your own client. One of the Aurors, a stocky wizard with a face red from exertion, snarled at Tom, "You really want to make yourself an accomplice wizard? Walk away now, and we'll forget you were ever here." Tom sighed. "Trust me, I'd rather not mess with you cops either. But hey. Mr. Lowes is offering way too much money to pass up." "That's the spirit, brother." Lowes shouted enthusiastically. "I love people who stay loyal to the galleons." That was the last straw. With Tom's stance now crystal clear, the Auror struck again without hesitation. Red spellfire lit up the mist like laser beams slicing through the air. The female Auror, who had been providing backup, shifted her focus to Tom, while the other 3 continued pressing Lowes. Tom raised his wand and casually batted away a spell. "That's it?" he asked, genuinely puzzled. "Are you sure you're an Auror?" Compared to Snape's attacks, this felt more like a gentle love tap. Tom had used a bit too much magical force and accidentally sent the deflected spell flying in a wide arc, nearly hitting the others. "You mocking me?" the female Auror shouted, furious. She'd come here for a duel, not a roast session. "I'm just being honest." Tom responded with another burst of spells. The woman tried to do what he had, flicked them aside, but ended up getting blasted off her feet. She was flung into the air and slammed to the ground. A stunner followed right after, and she rolled out of the way just in time, retaliating with a hasty spell of her own. Tom tilted his head and dodged the red flash, then pointed his wand at a large tree and flicked upward, yanking it clean out of the ground and hurling it at her. "She's gonna get flattened," one of the male Aurors panicked. He rushed to help, blasting the tree into splinters midair. With one of their team in trouble, the Aurors had no choice but to split their efforts. The battle quickly became a pair of 2 versus 1 fights. Lowes wasn't doing great. He had basically zero real combat skill, he was surviving thanks to sheer cash investment. His entire body was practically draped in enchanted gear. Tom's side, though. It was domination. He had both opponents pinned down. The female Auror's robes were already shredded, revealing bits of her chest skin beneath. "In this weather, you went commando," Tom said, stunned. Didn't expect wizards to be that wild. You idiot. My robes have a heating enchantment. And I was wearing underwear, until you blew it apart. The woman was losing it. That set of robes had cost her 100 galleons, nearly a month's salary. 2-on-1 wasn't working. Then it was 3-on-1. That failed too. Eventually, all 4 Aurors turned to gang up on Tom. They were done playing nice. The spells they started throwing now weren't for show, they were packing real power. This wasn't just a numbers game anymore. Aurors weren't only trained for solo combat. They were also drilled for teamwork. The 4 split up to surround Tom, locking him into a tight formation, covering each other's blind spots, coordinating attacks to prevent him from casting area spells. For a moment, it looked like they might actually hold him back. Laus, meanwhile, didn't even try to run. The anti-apparition field was still active, and he still had a tracking charm on him. If Tom went down, he'd get caught again anyway. Better to rest and recharge some magic, maybe then he could help out later. Too bad for him, Tom wasn't planning on needing help. After a few rounds of testing their abilities, Tom came to a realization. These guys suck. Was Snape lying to him? This is what passes for an Auror these days. What Tom didn't realize was that everyone had different standards. Some folks wouldn't be satisfied unless they got a 90 out of 100. Others, they'd throw a party for a 50. Aurors were the same. When Snape talked about Aurors, he meant people like Kingsley Shacklebolt, top-tier elites. The ones chasing Laus. They were newbies. Fresh recruits. None of them had been in the job more than a few years. The oldest wasn't even past 30. This ends now. Realizing he'd overestimated them, Tom decided he was done playing around. A glowing energy orb appeared, floating over his head, then launched a blazing red beam directly at the female Auror. Protego Maxima. She tried to block it, but the magical pressure was too much. Her shield shattered instantly, and she was knocked out cold, this time for real. Then the beam whipped toward the others like a giant, searing hot ribbon. It was one of the advanced spells Andrus had taught him, nothing flashy, just pure, compressed magical force that moved with the caster's will. Offense, defense, didn't matter. Even Snape had been jealous of it. He'd tried to trade several of his self-invented spells for it, but Tom had refused. No matter how well you coordinate, Tom muttered, if you're weak on your own, it's pointless. 2.5 seconds later, the remaining 3 Aurors were down. Tom raised his wand and calmly fired disarming charms one after another. The Aurors wand spun through the air and landed neatly in his hand like he was collecting souvenirs. Laus stared at the downed Aurors in disbelief, then turned to look at Tom, who now had an armful of confiscated wands like they were on sale. Where the hell had Borgin found this guy? He just casually wiped the floor with an entire Auror team. Damn. Bro, you're insane. Laus shouted, practically worshipping him. I respect. Tom gave him a weird look. Aren't you British? What's with the American slang? You know about that? Laus's eyes lit up. He looked at Tom like they were kindred spirits. I learned it from some Muggle rappers. How's my impression? You're missing the talent. Man, guess I still need practice, Laus sighed. Then he noticed Tom still holding his wand. Bro, we done here. They were just trying to arrest me. No need to, finish them off, right? Tom tilted his head. You think I'm crazy enough to kill international Aurors? Even if you wanted to off them, I'd stop you. What, you think I'd risk getting on the bad side of the entire International Confederation of Wizards, for 1,000 galleons? Are you insane, or am I? Laus. Chapter 85, Maxed Out Favorability. Everyone, you heard what Mr. Laus and I just said. Aside from the unconscious female Auror, the other 3 male Aurors were injured but still conscious. They'd managed to stagger to their feet by now. Tom gave his wand a little twirl. I'm giving Mr. Laus 1 day. You'll get a day to recover too. As long as he leaves the UK, it's none of my business what happens next. Sound fair? The 3 Aurors exchanged glances. You could see the hesitation and inner struggle in their eyes. Tom noticed their wavering and pressed on, casually persuasive. Come on, we're all just trying to get by here. I'm out here hustling for a few galleons, and you guys are working a government gig, probably barely covering rent. No need to risk your necks over this. Remember, you don't get paid enough for this shit. But if you don't take the offer, I'll have to break your wands. Their faces changed instantly. No. Please, X3. Don't hesitate, Alan, Laos chimed in. Come on, I made a tiny mistake, that's all. That guy, Graves, is just abusing his authority. Shut it, Wilkinson, snapped the chubby Auror, furious. You call that a tiny mistake? Graves used to be your teacher. And you slept with his wife. Yikes. Tom, hidden behind his mask, had to fight hard to keep a straight face. His eye twitched. This was getting so weird. That Graves guy, the Auror deputy director, was actually my teacher. Have you forgotten what he did to me? Laos exploded, clearly fed up. Back then, he had it out for me. I swore I'd get revenge. You think I wanted to sleep with his wife? She's 4 feet 11 inches and 150 pounds. Do you know how hard I had to try just to get it up? That broke everyone. Even the 3 Aurors couldn't hide their reactions, brows raised, mouths twitching. Alan, the chubby one, clearly had a mental image of his boss's wife now. The way he looked at Laos even showed a flicker of sympathy. Still, it gave both sides a way to back down without losing face. The mood lightened a bit. I'll take your deal, Alan finally grumbled. We won't go after Laos Wilkinson today. But after that, I expect you to stay out of it. Honestly, even if they wanted to keep chasing them, they couldn't. Alan's internal organs were probably out of place. He needed healing fast. And the masked guy had a point, no paycheck's worth dying for. Appreciate the cooperation, Tom said simply, returning their wands without hesitation. He wasn't worried they'd turn on him. Most wizards feared death more than anything, especially Aurors with a promising future. These guys were elite, top-of-the-class types. Very few of them were actually willing to go down fighting a dark wizard. And judging by the way Alan and Laos talked, they probably knew each other. Sure enough, the moment he had his wand back, Alan cast a levitation charm to carry the unconscious female Auror. Then he and the other 2 slowly backed away until they exited the anti-apparition zone, then vanished with a crack, fleeing the scene. Laos let out a deep sigh of relief. Safe, for now. He turned toward Tom with a grin and held out his hand. Brother, you really saved me today. Thought I was a goner. Name is Laos Wilkinson. What should I call you? Michael. Then Michael it's. Man, old Borgin really does know people. Didn't think someone that strong would show up to help little ol' me. Laos clearly didn't buy the name, but he didn't care. He gave Tom a bright smile and even pulled out his coin pouch. 1 day's more than enough to get far away. You've gone above and beyond, so take it, it's all I've got on me. Don't mind the amount. Tom didn't take the pouch. Instead, he raised a brow. You're on the run now. Shouldn't you keep some gold for the road? What'll you do if you hand it all to me? Laos shrugged with a carefree laugh. Ah, it's fine. I'm headed to Germany. Got family there. And the German ministry hates the International Confederation. The Aurors won't have any power over me there. Family in Germany. Tom nodded. Purebloods, makes sense. Wherever you go, there's probably a cousin nearby. Especially in America, where most purebloods were originally immigrants. Who knows which branch of the family tree you're on? But this was the first he'd heard about the German ministry being at odds with the Confederation. I'm guessing you've got a tracking spell on you, Tom said suddenly. I can remove it. Seriously. Laos lit up, but then looked awkward. I mean, I just gave you all my money. Can I wire you the gold from Germany through Gringotts? Have it sent to Borgin, he'll keep it safe. Works for me, Tom said with a grin. But I want one more thing. What is it? Laos narrowed his eyes. I want to know what really happened between you and the deputy director. No problem. Laos immediately lit up, clearly proud of his own drama, and dove into the story. As he spoke, Tom started to piece it all together. Laos Wilkinson, Ilvermorny School graduate. Their grudge went way back, started with their families, actually. The Magical Congress of the United States of America was originally managed by 12 founding Aurors. Their descendants inherited both power and prestige, unless the bloodline died out. Some families had dwindled, but others kept growing, helped along by their founder shares. Both the Wilkinson and Graves families were descendants of those 12. Today, they were among the most influential names in the American magical world. Not all of those founding families were from the same background either. For example, Abraham Potter was a British immigrant. Wilkinsons came from Germany. The Graves family? French. And anyone who knows those two countries knows what kind of rivalry that implies. Even after settling in a new continent, the old grudges stayed alive. The Wilkinsons and Graves were constantly fighting, sometimes openly, sometimes in secret. Still, even so, Graves probably wouldn't have messed with a student if it weren't for Lowes running his mouth. Once, while joking around with friends, Lowes had made fun of Percival Graves. Unfortunately, Professor Robert Graves, Percival's grandson, overheard him. Now here's where it gets messy. Percival Graves was the guy whose identity was stolen by Grindelwald. Yep, that Gellert Grindelwald. To his credit, Grindelwald didn't kill him, maybe out of respect for Dumbledore, who also had Percival in his name. But even after being rescued, Percival lived in shame. Some say he even doubted whether his own kid was really his wife got pregnant during the time he was being impersonated. So yeah. Robert Graves was not about to let Lowes off easy. Hiding behind his title as a professor and their equal bloodline status, Robert took every opportunity to make Lowes' life hell. No one would have guessed Lowes would grit his teeth through all of it until graduation, and then quietly go sleep with Robert's wife. And not just that, he even left a little note afterward, "Don't worry. Your son isn't mine." Maybe. If Robert didn't explode after that, he wouldn't be a man. He slapped some trumped-up charges on Lowes and used his influence to call in the international Aurors for a manhunt. Tom could only shake his head after hearing the whole story. The web of drama here was insane. But one thing he was sure of, Robert's father was definitely part of the Graves family. Grindelwald. He'd already been in love with someone else back then. He wasn't the type to fool around with a woman. Now that his thirst for gossip was fully satisfied, Tom kept his promise and cast a counter-tracking charm on Lowes to cancel out the international aura spell. Lowes instantly felt lighter, thanked Tom again, and finally the two parted ways. The next day, Tom, still in disguise using Polyjuice Potion as Michael, returned to Borgin and Burke's. "Ah, our honored customer has arrived at last." Borgin greeted him with his trademark fake smile. "Mr. Wilkinson had nothing but praise for you. Here's your payment, and an extra 500 galleons. I advanced it for him." Tom took the money without hesitation. He was already halfway to affording the dragon heart he needed. "Got any more jobs like that, Mr. Borgin?" he asked. "Not at the moment," Borgin said with a regretful shake of his head. "Clients like Mr. Wilkinson don't come around often. The other available jobs either take too long or involve ancient ruins, risky and low return." Tom gave a short nod. "If something comes up, just send an all to Michael's address." "Of course," Borgin said with another oily grin. Once everything was settled, Tom left Nocturne Alley and got back to his other focus, his Muggle world hustle. Looking back on his holiday, everything he'd done so far had one goal: make money. First, galleons. Now, pounds and dollars. Yep, even in the UK, cash is king. Using a few tricks, he helped Michael get a national insurance number and a driver's license, basically the British version of an official ID. Now that he wasn't a ghost in the system, he could open a bank account and start investing. Tom dumped everything from his secret stash into military stocks, then added some leverage, doubling his position. After the northern conflict broke out, Tom didn't need to check to know stocks would skyrocket. A few years from now, that bubble would peak. When it did, he'd just dump it all into Microsoft and ride the wave. He didn't need a fortune, just enough for financial freedom and a few vacation estates. Of course, the real money was in grabbing up real estate. But that would take time and energy, and Tom didn't want to waste too much time. He chose the lazy route, quick, efficient, and still passive. Leading up to Christmas, Tom stayed busy. Hermione and Daphne both sent letters. Hermione even invited him to visit her home. He turned her down, replying with a brief note about how things were going, then left it at that. He took 2 more jobs from Borgin. One was threatening a wizard into selling an artifact to the shop. The other, debt collection. Borgin had been right, clients like Lowes were rare. These jobs barely paid 200 galleons in total. Still, the upside. Tom finally mastered apparition and disapparition. Way more convenient now. But the dragon heart he'd been after. Still no news. Tom had even lowered his standards. He'd settle for slices instead of a whole one, so long as they were well preserved. Dried-up hearts with no vital essence left were useless to him. He was seriously considering asking Snape for help. With that man's connections, getting a few slices of dragon heart shouldn't be hard. But that might remind Snape of a certain event Tom had taken in the past. You know and I know. Tom decided to wait a few more days. If nothing turned up after term started, he'd take the risk. And if he got caught? Well, he had a backup plan. For example, he could always hand over Peter Pettigrew as a gift. That'd win Snape over. But that was a last resort. Too valuable to waste without maximizing the return. And just like that, it was December 24th. London was blanketed in a picture-perfect snowfall, couldn't have picked a better day for Christmas Eve. For trees stood proudly outside homes, decorated with twinkling fairy lights and shiny lucky stars. Tom even put up a tree outside the orphanage, just for show. People are social creatures. When everyone around you celebrates something, it's hard not to get pulled in. That's the strange, silent power of shared will, it creeps in and changes you when you least notice. Later that afternoon, Mrs. Almond stopped by. She was surprised to see Tom home. They chatted for a bit before she headed off, leaving him with warm holiday wishes. Originally, she'd planned to help tidy up the place, but seeing it already spotless, there was no need to stay. After she left, Tom cooked himself a decent dinner. Nowhere near Hannah's level, but still edible. He skipped the traditional turkey. He'd tried it once out of curiosity and still remembered how dry and tough it was. He set the long table with all kinds of dishes, took a seat at the head, and looked out at the empty chairs. And for a moment, he just sat there, staring. This might have been his loneliest Christmas yet. In past years, the orphanage had been full of other kids. Now, just him. No. Not just him. A thought flickered across his mind, and Tom opened up his mental study space. Merry Christmas, Andrus. The ancient wizard, deep in sleep, stirred as Tom's voice echoed through the void. He was expecting a question. Instead, he got a holiday greeting. Andrus smiled. Merry Christmas, Tom. Andrus' favorability has reached 100%. Congratulations, host. Chapter 86, Gellert Grindelwald. Congratulations, host. Private tutor's favorability has reached 100%. You've earned 100 achievement points and 1 super talent extraction gotcha. First time reaching 100% favorability with a private tutor. Processing bonus reward. Detected, private tutor possesses mythological attributes. Scanning mythic signature. Scan complete. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the 12 Trials, Custom Edition. A wall of notifications hit Tom just as he was about to speak to Andrus, leaving him completely frozen in place. Andrus picked up on his sudden stillness and tilted his head. Tom. You all right? Tom didn't answer right away. He stood there, wide-eyed for a beat, and then a slow grin stretched across his face, wider and wider, until he burst out laughing. Ha! Andrus, you won't believe this, my talent just evolved. And guess what? You're about to get a new colleague to keep you company. Double win. That's what they call a double win. Including the new 100 points, his achievement total had finally passed the 1,000 mark. And the usual talent gotcha had been upgraded into something much, much bigger. His bonus reward was shaped by Andrus mythology, which could only mean one thing. Inside the study space, Andrus was speechless. Andrus felt like Tom was already overpowered. A private learning space immune to interference, him as a personal tutor, the greatest warrior of his era, plus a few of his talents, and the ability to lend Tom strength in times of crisis. He had it all: potential, growth, security, magical foundation. The full package. And now there was more. Was he about to witness the birth of a true legend? Or was this the moment the legend began? Tom, Andrus said, visibly excited, summon him. Let's meet another SS tier guy. Even in death, even as a proud warrior from another age, Andrus couldn't help his curiosity. Hang on, Tom said, eyes still locked on the system screen. Let me digest this first. Andrus sipped his mouth shut, not wanting to interrupt. Tom focused on the new reward. The 12 Trials, even destiny can be pierced with wisdom and strength. Heracles, a mortal, half-blood, man, completed 12 epic tasks. These feats now take shape within myth and manifest as stepping stones on your magical path. Effect: complete trials to earn corresponding rewards. Once all 12 are completed, the host undergoes full body booster, upgrading all talents and bloodlines by 1 tier. Trial 1, the Dragon. Slay a fire dragon in direct combat. No outside help, wand allowed. Bathe in dragon's blood. Rebirth through death. Reward: perfect fusion with dragon bloodline. Massive boost to vitality and magical power. Note: 12-month time limit. If not completed, a new challenge will be assigned at random. No penalty for failure. Tom just stared at the screen. He blinked. 1 full minute passed before he finally shook off the daze. Each trial had its own reward. Complete them all, and his entire foundation, talents, body, bloodline, would reach a new level. And these weren't minor boosts, either. Just look at Trial 1, kill a fire dragon, alone, and you get a dragon bloodline. That was insane. There were always rumors about the origins of wizard kind. Some believed humans and magical creatures had once interbred, granting wizards their unique power. This theory claimed that in prehistoric times, before modern humans existed, only magical beasts roamed the earth. When humans emerged and mixed with them, bloodlines and magical traits were passed down. Others even argued that goblins, humans, centaurs, and house elves might share a common ancestor, just different evolutionary branches. Of course, most mainstream wizards scoffed at this and labeled it fringe nonsense. After all, it threatened the idea of wizards as the rightful rulers of the magical world. Still, there were whispers. Some believed the Dumbledore family carried phoenix blood, which would explain why one just so happened to pop up in their line every few generations. And Tom. He suspected Voldemort's hideous transformation wasn't just the result of dark magic. The men might have mixed in magical creature blood too. If this first reward was dragon blood, then the rest of the trials must be just as mythical. Tom was pumped. He wanted to find a dragon right now and throw down. But reality had other plans. 1. Dragons weren't easy to find. 2. Dragons weren't easy to kill. Everyone in the magical world knew how dangerous they were: armored scales, burning breath, claws like swords. Every part of them could end you. It usually took at least 10 well-trained dragon handlers, working in sync, to subdue one without casualties. Killing one. That was an even taller order. And there was always the threat of a dying dragon's last-ditch counterattack. How great would it be if he could just poison one? Snape's notebook did have some impressive toxin recipes. Tom took a deep breath and calmed himself down, then stepped back into his learning space. Andrus, he asked without preamble, have you ever killed a fire dragon? Andrus blinked at the question. Weren't they just talking about talent evolution? Why the sudden dragon talk? Still, he nodded. Dragons. Yeah, I've taken down 2. One was a black dragon, the other a longhorn. I was broke both times. Back in Andrus' day, there were no dragon protection laws. You saw one. You killed it. Simple as that. Dragons back then were pack hunters. They'd claim fertile mountains and islands, building up huge nests. If you wanted to slay a dragon, the process was straightforward. Step 1, charge into the dragon's den. Step 2, fight through a swarm of fire-breathing beasts, 10, maybe 20 of them. Then kill the dragon. Step 3, walk away like a boss. Simple. Clean. Brutal. What do you think about me? Tom asked eagerly. Do you think I could kill a fire dragon? Andrus gave him a strange look. You. Kill a dragon. Tom rushed to explain, not the way you would, charging in all brute force. I mean a fair fight. One-on-one. A lone dragon. Oh. Andrus visibly relaxed. For a second, he'd thought Tom had lost his mind. Well, it's still gonna be tough. Andrus didn't sugarcoat it. They might be dumb as bricks, but dragons are tanks. Thick hides, monstrous endurance. And you've mostly trained in light magic. It's stable, sure, and it scales well with power and understanding, but it's not exactly lethal. Works great on humans, we're all just meatbags, after all, but against a dragon. You're still not ready. And don't forget, those things can fly. The second it senses it's in danger, it'll take off. And you won't be able to stop it. Tom was just about to say, I'll just chase it on a broom then, when he suddenly remembered the system's rules, no external tools allowed, not even a broomstick. Just him and his wand. Damn it. Then what about dark magic? Tom asked, not ready to give up. Andrus scratched the back of his neck, looking embarrassed. Dark arts, yeah, not exactly my area of expertise. Didn't really study that stuff, and I've got no clue what your generation's cooked up. But, maybe. There's gotta be some way. Andrus, the literal embodiment of noble magic, the Patronus legend himself, was not the guy to ask about forbidden curses. Tom sighed. This was one of those moments where you really regretted not studying enough. Or in his case, pretending to be a model student just to keep Dumbledore off his back. He'd spent so much effort maintaining that image, he hadn't even learned decent dark magic yet. Wait a second. Tom's eyes lit up. He'd been so focused on the 12 trials that he'd almost forgotten he could still recruit another teacher. All he needed was a dark arts expert. Someone who truly understood how to hurt something as tough as a dragon. Andrus, Tom said, grinning. I'm summoning your new colleague. You might not know him, but trust me, he's just as powerful as you are. Another SS tier. Andrus nodded so fast he nearly gave himself whiplash. Being stuck in the study space all day was boring as hell. Sure, he could sleep, but what was the point of a second life if you were just going to nap through it? Finally, someone to talk to. Tom focused. System, spend 1,000 achievement points. Summon a new Century King level teacher. The system responded immediately. 1,000 points vanished from his interface, transforming into a golden beam of light that shot from his body and disappeared into the misty void. Boom. Thick white fog swirled, and the already Quidditch field-sized space doubled in size within seconds. Tom and Andrus stood there, staring at the spot where the mist boiled most violently, waiting for the newcomer to arrive. Meanwhile, somewhere far away. At the top floor of Nurmengard Tower in Austria, an old man in tattered prison robes, his hair long and silver, suddenly froze, eyes wide with disbelief. A moment later, that shock gave way to curiosity. Back in the learning space, Tom and Andrus frowned at the figure emerging from the mist. Is he wearing a prison uniform? Tom asked. Andrus raised a brow. A Century King, in prison. From experience, Andrus knew what it meant to be someone at that level. You could lose, be defeated, even die, but imprisoned. That was almost unthinkable. To wield that kind of power, your will had to be like iron. If you could be locked up, then maybe you weren't really an SS tier. Did something go wrong with the system? Andrus began to worry. He'd come to care for Tom. That 100% favorability wasn't just a number, it meant he saw Tom as his own student, someone to protect. Tom finally broke the silence. Sir? Mind introducing yourself? The man in the prison robes hadn't said a word. He just looked at Tom, then Andrus, expression unreadable. Useless system, Tom thought. Would have been nice to get some info ahead of time. Then the man finally smiled. I'm Gellert Grindelwald. Your second teacher. What? Tom's jaw dropped. You're Grindelwald. Andrus racked his brain, digging through both ancient memories and the books he'd read since being resurrected. Finally, he made the connection. You're the dark wizard who lost to Dumbledore, right? Wait, weren't you supposed to be locked up? Are you dead? At the mention of Dumbledore, Grindelwald's eyes narrowed slightly, but the look faded quickly. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Afraid not. This failure of a man is still very much alive, wasting away in the top floor of Nurmengard Tower. Then his gaze shifted to Andrus, and his smile deepened. But you, sir, you're a legend. Even thousands of years later, your name lives on. When people talk about the Patronus charm, you're the first name they mention. Andrus laughed. Ah, you flatter me. Tom, meanwhile, had taken this moment to mentally scream at the system. System, what the hell? Why did you summon Grindelwald of all people? System self-check complete. No errors found. Reminder, teachers do not have to be deceased. Gellert Grindelwald meets power criteria and was a valid selection. Tom panicked. But what if he leaks my secrets? What if I summon Voldemort one day? How the hell am I supposed to kill him if he knows everything? He'd always assumed his teachers would be long-dead legends, maybe even mythical figures. The idea of pulling in living, breathing contemporaries had never crossed his mind. The system's top priority is protecting the host. All functions serve that goal. Grindelwald has signed a learning space contract. He is bound by all system rules. Once his soul returns to his body, he will be unable to speak of the host or anything learned here. Only then did Tom breathe a sigh of relief. So even after Grindelwald left the space, he'd be magically gagged. No chance of him spilling secrets to Dumbledore. Still, Tom grumbled, Grindelwald is bad enough, what happens if Voldemort shows up next? As much as he hated the guy, Tom couldn't deny it, Voldemort had power. If the system summoned him. Detected. Host has strong aversion to current generation magic users. Once second teacher reaches 100% favorability, optimization will be triggered. Modern-era teachers will no longer be eligible for summoning. Finally. That put Tom at ease. So no Voldemort. No Dumbledore. No more magical weirdos from his time. He turned toward the two men, who had finally stopped exchanging pleasantries, and gave a polite smile. Mr. Grindelwald. I'm Tom Riddle. It's an honor to meet you. Chapter 87, The Heart of Dark Magic. 1 KPS bonus. Ooh. An honor to meet me, you say. But you don't exactly look thrilled about it. Grindelwald's tone was teasing, and Tom felt his face flush with a hint of awkwardness. The former Dark Lord, surprisingly perceptive, smiled kindly. You don't need to worry about me exposing your secrets. Your talent is remarkable, and I have no reason to betray you. Not even Veritaserum, Legilimency, or the Imperious Curse could pull your secrets from me. You have my word. Tom's expression softened, his smile more genuine now. I know. I was just shocked earlier. I thought my ability could only summon the dead like Andrus. No matter how surprised he'd been, the system had ultimately given him exactly what he needed, a master of the dark arts as a teacher. And the more he thought about it, the more he realized the upside. Modern wizards had their advantages. Unlike Andrus, who was clearly from a bygone era, Grindelwald was still in tune with modern magic, and could probably teach Andrus a thing or two as well. If the second teacher had been another ancient wizard, Tom might have actually thrown up blood. Grindelwald himself looked equally pleased. After spending half his life rotting away in a cell, half dead, it was refreshing and miraculous to find himself part of something so strange and extraordinary. A space where powerful witches and wizards from across time could be summoned as teachers, their talents and knowledge pooled together into one person. What kind of monster could such a student become? Grindelwald was genuinely curious. Mr. Grindelwald, Tom began, wasting no time, you've arrived at the perfect moment. I need to learn dark magic strong enough to kill a fire dragon. Grindelwald raised an eyebrow. A fire dragon? That's just a beast. No need to make it complicated. I can teach you how to brew a potion, just toss it from a distance with a charm. If it touches the dragon, its scales will rot and the flesh beneath will decay. Not even dragon hide can survive more than an hour with it. Tom shook his head. I can't use that. I have to kill it head on. No external tools, no potions, no magical plants, not even a broomstick. Just me, my wand, and spells. He added, Andrus said white magic alone isn't enough. I'll need to master a few powerful dark spells if I'm going to stand a chance. Andrus nodded, chiming in, only if you can stop it from flying off first. Grindelwald frowned. So many conditions. Wait, something didn't add up. When he'd accepted the summon into the space, he'd received a brief overview of Tom's background. Hold on. First year at Hogwarts. Grindelwald blinked in disbelief. A first-year student wants to kill a fire dragon using dark magic. He turned to Andrus, utterly confused. Andrus just laughed. You clearly don't know Tom yet, Mr. Grindelwald. How about this, you two have a quick duel? That should clear things up. Tom nodded in agreement. Good point, Grindelwald chuckled. Can't be a proper teacher without knowing what level my student's at. A wand materialized in his hand, not the Elder Wand, but his original wand. At the same time, his appearance began to shift. The old, withered face grew younger by the second. The ragged white hair shortened into a messy but sharp cut. The only thing that remained unchanged was the piercing mismatched eyes, still glowing with dangerous energy. This was the real Gellert Grindelwald, the one who once terrified the entire wizarding world. Gone was the exhausted prisoner, in his place stood the original Dark Lord. He twirled his wand with practiced ease. Come, Tom Riddle. Show me what you've got. Tom didn't waste time. As soon as Andrew stepped back to give them space, he launched into the duel, no holding back. Grindelwald deflected the opening spells with ease, his brow lifting in surprise. Not bad. For most of the fight, he remained on the defensive, calmly measuring Tom's spell work. Every now and then, he'd launch a sudden counterattack to test the boy's reflexes. 3 minutes later, Grindelwald called it off. That's enough. You're already at the level I was when I graduated. No wonder Andrus thinks you've got a shot at taking down a dragon. He smiled, approving. I've got a few spells that'll be perfect for you, especially against large magical beasts. Tom could barely contain his excitement. He wanted to start learning immediately. But it was Christmas Eve, and Grindelwald had just arrived. It didn't feel right to push too hard on day one, especially since he needed to build up that favorability rating. So instead, Tom exited the study space and gave both teachers access to observe the outside world through his senses. Even with 2 instructors now, the system graciously kept the cost steady, 6 credits per hour. Time had flown inside the space, and when Tom returned to his body, the dinner he'd worked so hard on was already cold. With a resigned sigh, he reheated everything while chatting with Grindelwald. It's Christmas Eve today, Tom said, stirring a pot. Do they give you anything special in Nurmengard? Grindelwald snorted. Not even close. There's just a squib who drops off my food. Same bland meals for decades. I've long stopped tasting them. Brutal. I heard Azkaban at least gives out holiday meals. Tom clicked his tongue. Grindelwald really had been living miserably. At least in Azkaban, you could argue with your cellmates, drop soap, maybe even send a letter or get a visitor. Nurmengard was just solitary confinement. Don't ask how Tom knew so much about Azkaban. Slytherin students came from very colorful families. He was convinced half the house had relatives serving time there. It might as well have been the Slytherin Alumni Club. A few minutes later, the food was finally warm. As Tom ate, he casually changed the subject. Mr. Grindelwald, the books barely say anything about your duel with the headmaster. Just that it was legendary. Could you tell me more about it? He expected Grindelwald to oblige. It was such a small ask. But to his surprise, Grindelwald refused. Tom, knowing too much too soon won't help you. Andrus agreed. He's right. Every great wizard has their own unique style and path. You're not ready to process it. If you learn too much now, you'll start imitating us without understanding why, and that's dangerous. With both teachers united on the matter, Tom wisely let it go. He turned on the television, watching the Christmas programming while eating his meal. The 2 teachers bickered in his mind, even offering running commentary on the shows. For once, the silence of Christmas Eve didn't feel lonely. After dinner, Tom checked his system and saw that Grindelwald's favorability had increased by 10 points. Just 10 more, and he'd unlock another talent. The more talents he had, the stronger he'd become, and the sooner he could take down the dragon. So, Tom decided to make a little effort. He plopped down on the sofa and sighed dramatically. If I'd known ahead of time that my second teacher would be you, Mr. Grindelwald, I wouldn't have gone home this holiday. I would have stayed at school, then maybe you could have run into Professor Dumbledore. Your old rival. Grindelwald blinked in surprise, then gave Tom a look of genuine warmth. Tom didn't know the full story between him and Dumbledore, but the fact that the boy had even considered letting them meet again. That earned serious points in Grindelwald's book. A chime rang in Tom's head. Grindelwald's favorability has reached 20%. Talent gotcha unlocked. Pulling talent. Congratulations. You've acquired Speech Charisma. Speech Charisma enhances your ability to inspire through speeches. Your words carry charm. WTF. Tom blinked in disbelief. System, what the hell is this useless talent? The host has one unclaimed super gotcha talent. You may use it to swap for a high-tier talent from Grindelwald. Tom paused, then sighed. Well, even if it's called super gotcha, it only spits out garbage, probably 60% chance for trash, 39% for average, and barely 1% for anything great. But this time, a guaranteed high-grade talent. Congratulations. You've acquired Heart of Dark Magic. Heart of Dark Magic greatly improves your efficiency when learning dark arts. Increases spell power and lowers the difficulty of creating original dark spells. Tom lit up, grinning from ear to ear. Perfect. This was exactly what he needed. With Grindelwald's teaching and this new talent, he'd be dragon slaying ready in no time. Now he just needed to find a dragon flying solo. But there was no rush, he still had a whole year left. He stayed downstairs until midnight, then wished both of his teachers a warm Merry Christmas before heading upstairs to bed. The next morning, he woke to find the floor piled high with gifts, his Christmas haul. There had to be nearly 100 packages of all shapes and sizes. But Tom didn't dive in right away. First, he carefully sorted the packages and pulled out a small notebook. Inside were the names of every student in Slytherin. One by one, he checked off names based on the postcards and gift tags. Sending a gift doesn't mean someone's your friend, but if they don't even bother with a present, that says they don't even want to pretend to care. And that was worth keeping an eye on. Once he finished logging everything, Tom began opening gifts. Most of them were pretty standard: candy, magazines, cheap little toys or models. Symbolic more than valuable. But that didn't matter. He didn't care what people gave him. As long as they gave something, they were officially good kids in his book. His own gifts were about the same: low cost, widely distributable. Still, a few people went above and beyond. Zabini sent a gem-studded brooch that had a warming charm on it. Tom estimated it would last a few months before the enchantment faded. It probably cost several dozen galleons. The gem was set in a sturdy, expensive bone-like material, definitely not cheap. Knott's gift was a wand cleaning kit, the kind Tom had seen in Ollivander's shop, priced even higher than most wands. Honestly, Tom suspected old Ollivander made more money off accessories than actual wands. Then there was Rosier, probably the biggest airhead in their dorm, but his gift was the most straightforward and most appreciated: 50 galleons in cash. Outside of Slytherin, other houses had sent him gifts as well. Susan Bones sent a book on wizarding law. Hannah gave him a bag of beef jerky, tasty, though Tom found it a bit undersalted for his taste. Even Harry sent a present, a golden scarf embroidered with the Gryffindor lion. Really, Potter? Giving a Gryffindor scarf to a Slytherin? Tom sighed. From anyone else, he'd take that as a clear provocation. But Harry, the boy, didn't have the brain for scheming. If he disliked someone, he simply wouldn't send a gift. The twins sent him 10 dung bombs. Classic. Neville gifted him a remembrall along with a thank you note. Apparently, his grandmother had finally agreed to let him get a new wand, and the improvement was noticeable, even if he still had a long way to go to meet her standards. That was about as far as Tom planned to help him. He sympathized with Neville's situation. The gifts kept coming. Snape had sent a letter. It contained a single sentence: another duel. After term starts. Seriously. That had to be a threat. Right. It sounded like a threat. Tom was a little hurt. He'd given Snape a gift out of genuine goodwill, and this was the thanks he got. What did he send, you ask? A book, How to Win the Heart of the Girl You Love. The man was in his 30s, no wife, no kids, and definitely no game. Someone had to step in. Apparently, that someone was Tom. And the men didn't even appreciate it. Sigh, that's what happens when I try helping others. With a dramatic pout, Tom tossed the letter aside and turned his attention to the last 2 gifts, one from Hermione, one from Daphne. Hermione's was a magical lamp that glowed with a soft, warm light. In her note, she'd reminded him to protect his eyesight. She didn't want him ending up nearsighted like Harry. It wasn't expensive, but it was thoughtful, pure Hermione. Daphne's gift was a mirror. On the attached note were simple instructions: say my name to the mirror. Tom blinked. Then, amused, did as instructed. Daphne Greengrass. A second later, the mirror shimmered, and then lit up. Inside, Daphne's face appeared, smiling warmly. Finally awake, Tom. It's almost 10. I was opening presents, Tom said with a laugh. I saved yours and Hermione's for last. This mirror, is it a two-way one? He was right. It worked like a magical version of a Muggle video call. But unlike normal mirrors, this came as a matched set. Only someone holding the second mirror could connect with it. From what Tom could see behind Daphne, she was in her bedroom. A very large bedroom, more like a royal suite, easily over 100 square meters. Decorated in a soft, princess-like style. The girl herself was wearing a cute sleep shirt, sitting cross-legged on a fluffy unicorn-shaped rug. Tom silently updated his mental notes. Yep. The green grasses are loaded. Now that we've got these, we can chat anytime we want, Daphne said happily, then narrowed her eyes. So. What did Hermione get you? A reading lamp. Said I should protect my eyesight so I don't end up like Harry. Tom held up the lamp for her to see. Did you get what I sent you? Yup. Right here. Daphne lifted a slightly awkward-looking sweater and a glass bottle filled with a red liquid. She eyed it nervously. This stuff's drinkable, right? It's not gonna turn me into a vampire, is it? Chapter 88, Fawkes the Phoenix. Daphne frowned. What is this? It's not going to turn me into a vampire, is it? Forget the ugly sweater, the glass bottle filled with red liquid looked seriously suspicious. Tom just smiled. Thank you, Mother Nature, or to be precise, thank you, Riem. Thanks to that magical beast, Tom actually had a pretty impressive Christmas gift to give this year. He'd soaked the Riem's fur in a special herbal solution, enhancing its already formidable magic resistance. Tom even tested it himself. The clothes made from it could withstand multiple stunning or petrification spells, even when he cast them seriously. Granted, the craftsmanship was not great. It didn't look all that nice. But since the clothes were meant to be worn under other layers, it didn't really matter. Out of sight, out of mind. The Riem's blood, though, that was the real treasure. It boosted strength and overall physical health. Way more valuable than the fur itself. He gave both gifts, clothes and blood, to Hermione and Daphne. Most people would kill to get their hands on something like that, but Daphne looked like she was about to cry. Tom didn't know whether to laugh or sigh. There's no way you're turning into a vampire, he tried to reassure her. Just pretend it's medicine. Grit your teeth, drink it fast, and it'll be over before you know it. It'll make you stronger too. And you won't catch colds as easily in the winter, he added, trying to coax her like you would a grumpy toddler. Actually, no, he was really coaxing a grumpy toddler. She'd already caught 2 colds this semester. Girl really had the constitution of a wet paper towel. Daphne still looked like she wanted to cry, but Tom's gentle tone softened her up a bit. Mom said the same thing, she mumbled, her small face scrunched up. She also told me to thank you properly. She said both gifts were really valuable. Tom waved it off casually. Come on, you and I don't need to stand on ceremony like that. Hee hee, that's what I told her too. After much coaxing and a bit of trickery, Daphne finally downed the Riem blood in one gulp. Her little face twisted in disgust. Yeah, the taste was not her thing. Within moments, her pale skin flushed red. She shrieked in panic. Luckily, Tom quickly explained it was a normal reaction. That calmed her down a little, but she still hurried to shut off the two-way mirror. She definitely didn't want Tom seeing her looking like that. Once their video call ended, Tom stretched his arms, ready to go outside for some fresh air before diving back into magical lessons with Grindelwald. Grindelwald was a bit of an unusual case. They had run some experiments the day before and discovered that his consciousness could stay in the study space to rest or return to his main body. But whenever Tom needed him, Grindelwald had to shift back into the study space to teach. Which was very interesting. Even without the other restrictions, if Tom and Grindelwald ever had a falling out in the future, Tom could just summon him at will to the study space. Sure, Grindelwald might be able to multitask, but that would still mess with his focus and power. Then again, Tom doubted things would come to that. Not with the system's power backing him. Not even someone as powerful as Grindelwald could fight against that. Just as Tom was about to step out, a flash of fire lit up midair in his bedroom. Without thinking, Tom pulled out his wand. Before he could do anything, the flame swirled and solidified into a fiery red bird, its talons gripping a neatly wrapped package. A phoenix. Chirp chirp. The phoenix eyed Tom, who was still aiming his wand, and let out 2 angry squawks, clearly offended. Fawkes? Tom asked, lowering his wand halfway to show he wasn't a threat. Chirp. Of course, Tom didn't speak bird, but the phoenix flew over to his desk, dropped the parcel, and started cleaning itself with an air of dignity. Grindelwald. Hey, Grindelwald. Tom quickly called him through their link. Grindelwald, who had been deep in magical discussion with Andrus, blinked in confusion. What is it? Come take a look at this bird. Is that Fawkes? Grindelwald watched through Tom's eyes, silent for a few seconds before giving a small nod. That's Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes. What's he doing here? I think he's delivering a Christmas present, Tom said, pointing at the package on the desk. Same old rule, I can refuse a gift, but you better not forget to send one. At Hogwarts, Tom was usually the one receiving gifts. Slytherins knew how to show appreciation, but when it came to Dumbledore, Tom had to play the other role and send one instead. Still, as the old saying goes, today I bow, tomorrow I rise. One day, when Tom's power was undeniable, even Dumbledore would be the one offering gifts first. But now, Tom had expected nothing in return. He thought Dumbledore would just ignore the whole thing. Instead, the man not only responded but actually sent Fawkes to deliver the gift. That level of formality was surprising. This was Tom's first time seeing Fawkes in person. Even when he'd been to the headmaster's office, the bird was never there. His timing had always been off. And now here it was, Dumbledore using a phoenix for deliveries. Only Dumbledore would do something so extravagant. Currently, the only known phoenixes in the wizarding world were Fawkes and another named Sparky, the team mascot for the New Zealand Quidditch team, the Mautahora Macaws. I want a cool magical pet too. Tom muttered wistfully, glancing at Fawkes. He took out some herbs he'd gathered from the Forbidden Forest, nettle, dittany, and others, and offered them as a snack. Fawkes seemed pleased and nibbled slowly, clearly appreciating the gesture. Only then did Tom unwrap the rectangular package, catching Grindelwald's full attention. Inside were 3 thick notebooks. Tom opened the first page and found a note in Dumbledore's handwriting. These are backups of my correspondences with Nicholas over the years. I hope they'll aid you in your study of alchemy. Tom flipped through the pages. All were in chronological order, dating from 1905 to 1990. 3 entire notebooks filled with discussions about alchemy between 2 of the greatest minds in the field. The content was wild and imaginative, but even a skim would offer tremendous insight, if you had a solid enough foundation to understand it. Tom recalled that Dumbledore was born in 1881, which meant he was just 24 when the first note was written. Nicholas Flamel, on the other hand, was already over 500. Talk about an age gap. Mr. Grindelwald, Tom asked suddenly, did you ever meet Nicholas Flamel? Grindelwald's expression twitched. Meet him. He fucking hated him. If it hadn't been for that old fossil, Paris wouldn't even exist anymore. And then, as if on purpose, Tom stacked the 3 precious notebooks on top of a certain book. That book. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The favorite of every Hufflepuff. Tom, you're still reading that childish nonsense. Grindelwald finally snapped, unable to hold back anymore. This book is no different from fairy tales. Aside from a few exceptions, most magical creatures aren't even worth knowing about. Tom gently stroked the book's cover and replied with a peaceful smile, but I think it's a pretty good read. Something to relax with when I've got time to spare. He looked admiringly at the cover. Newt Scamander really is an incredible wizard. He helped establish a structured understanding of magical creatures and turned it into a legitimate field of study. Doesn't that count for something? Grindelwald nearly exploded. Incredible, my ass. Andrus, standing nearby, glanced sideways at Grindelwald's rapidly shifting expressions, white, then green, then red. What the hell was going on? Did he seriously hate magical creatures that much? You've got time to spare? Grindelwald thundered. At your age, you haven't even mastered basic dark magic. And you think now's the time to relax? Stop reading that useless garbage and come learn some proper magic. Tom was grinning on the inside, struggling to hold back laughter. Chapter 89, News of the Fire Dragon Heart. So dark magic is more interesting than magical creatures? Tom asked, feigning confusion. On the inside, he was grinning like the devil. Hey, mission accomplished, that Dark Lord really can't resist stroking his own ego. Of course, it's. I'll show you just how fascinating dark magic can be, Grindelwald said proudly. And to be fair, he had every right to brag. All right, Tom said quickly. Just give me a second and we'll start. No point pushing his luck. If he kept poking at Grindelwald's nerves, the old man might actually go full meltdown. Not everyone could be like Snape, all cold stares and iron self-control. Okay, Tom just enjoyed bullying these old men. Call it a hobby. Tom turned to Fawkes with a bright smile. Enjoying your meal, Fawkes? Phoenixes weren't exactly pretty birds at first glance, they looked a bit odd, actually. But if you stared long enough, you'd notice the sleek gloss of their feathers and the flickering flames dancing beneath the surface. Not so ugly after all. Chirp. Fox, now well-fed, stretched out his elegant neck. Tom reached out and gently stroked the phoenix's feathers. And then, he grinned, flashing a hint of fong. It's Christmas, Fox. Your master gave me a gift, and I gave you a little something too. So, isn't it your turn to return the favor? Fox blinked at him, confused. I don't want much, Tom said with a disarmingly warm smile. Just 2 tail feathers, and a few drops of your tears. Let's call it a friendly exchange. Before Fox could react, Tom already had a small glass vial ready, holding it gently under the bird's eye. Turns out, even an incredibly intelligent magical creature like a phoenix was no match for a Slytherin with a silver tongue. Fox ended up giving him not only 2 precious tail feathers but also a healthy amount of tears, before flying off in a flurry, probably emotionally scarred. You little snake. Grindelwald muttered, the corner of his mouth twitching. You're cunning that I gave you credit for. Gone was the perfect student from the day before, this was the real Tom, cunning, calculated, and just a bit ruthless. Good, Grindelwald thought. The last thing the world needs is another Dumbledore. Forgive me, sir, Tom said with mock regret. Poor kids like me have to grow up fast. Especially orphans. Gotta make every drop of value count. Grindelwald's tone turned cold and serious. Once you truly master magic, everything else, wealth, power, influence, will come to you like a tidal wave. Remember this, Tom, magic is power. Inside the study space, maybe to prove his point, or maybe just to impress Andrus, Grindelwald immediately launched a spell that was anything but basic. After all, this was a battle of legacies now, one ancient king of a century, one modern king of a century. He couldn't afford to lose face. To truly kill a fire dragon, Grindelwald began, you first have to ground it. Take away its flight advantage. Only then can you hope to defeat it. This is a dark spell of my own creation, Hell's Grasp. Boom. The ground split open. 2 enormous fists of glowing blue flame erupted from the cracks, clenched tightly, then burst apart in a shock wave. Tom's eyes practically sparkled. Coach, I want to learn that. Grindelwald smirked. Your headmaster, Dumbledore, is one of the most talented transfiguration masters in history. We fought more times than I can count. One of his favorite forms in battle. A fire dragon. This spell was made to counter that. With a sweep of his hand, the ambient blue flame swirled into motion, drawn toward him. They gathered together, compressing into a basketball-sized orb of fire, glowing dangerously. There are more advanced forms of this spell, but those are for later. First, you need to master Fiend Fire. And by master, I don't mean just setting things on fire, I mean full control. You must dominate the flames, bend them to your will. Any magic that a wizard can't control is trash. And any wizard who uses uncontrollable magic is even worse. That reminded Tom of Gregory Goyle. Yeah, he'd pretty much burned himself to death with his own Fiend Fire. This was the difference between white and black magic. White magic emphasized slow, safe progression. Black magic. It didn't care. Want to start with unforgivables? Go ahead. Even then, killing a fire dragon was another matter entirely. Their vitality was leagues beyond that of a human wizard. Even a professor's killing curse might only make a dragon weak or give it a nosebleed. No, you needed Fiend Fire Curse. Or dark magic with serious destructive power. Thanks to his affinity with dark magic, Tom picked Fiend Fire up fast. Faster than any other subject he'd studied. Even Andrus was beginning to wonder if Tom was just naturally born for dark wizardry. Andrus had joined in the lessons too, but back in his era, Fiend Fire didn't even exist. He'd barely managed to summon a tiny spark, while Tom was already conjuring entire waves of cursed fire and shaping it in precise directions. The next steps. Refined control, focused forms, heat intensification, until eventually, like Grindelwald, he could toy with Fiend Fire like it was nothing. The next few days, Tom barely left the house. He was locked in constant dark magic lessons, devouring spell work and burning through skill points at a terrifying pace. He activated turbo mode twice a day just to keep up. Thankfully, he'd saved enough credits in advance to afford the extravagance. And since dark magic was still a relatively untapped field for him, he was earning more credits with each lesson. Meanwhile, outside his study bubble, both the magical and muggle worlds were undergoing major shifts. More than a dozen new countries had seemingly popped into existence overnight. A few others had mysteriously lost their big brothers. New governments sprang up in the muggle world. New ministries of magic emerged all over the magical one. Finally, on the last day of 1991, Tom decided it was time to head out again. He, as Michael, went to Nocturne Alley and found a message waiting for him from Borgin and Burks. Without delay, he made his way to the shop. Old Borgin had just finished dealing with a cloaked customer whose entire face was hidden by magic. He was grinning so wide, the wrinkles on his face folded in like an accordion. "Looks like you just made a tidy profit," Tom teased. Borgin didn't mind the jab. "It's not just my lucky day, it's your lucky day too." "Oh." Tom raised a brow, then a realization hit him. "You found something about a dragon's heart, didn't you?" Borgin's smile turned sly. "Not the heart itself, but news about one. And you can have it for the friendly price of 300 galleons. Chapter 90, The Escaped Fire Dragons. Tom didn't even blink, just pulled out the gold and paid. Power was what really mattered. Money. Just a tool. Across the counter, Borgin's grin stretched wider and wider. His hands moved quickly, stashing away the galleons like a seasoned dealer. Customers this generous? If it were anyone else without strength or status, Borgin would have already started planning a double cross. But even now, he hadn't figured out where Michael came from. None of the pureblood families he knew acted like this guy. It was like this wizard had popped out of nowhere, or maybe, wasn't even from the UK to begin with. Still, until he was sure, Borgin would play it safe. He'd stick to being a shady but honest merchant, just one who charged a little more than usual. "You've heard what's been happening up north, yeah?" Borgin didn't dive straight into the good stuff, he eased into it with a question of his own. Tom nodded. There've been more new ministries of magic founded in the past few weeks than in the last few decades. He had a subscription to the Daily Prophets International Edition, and recently, entire pages had been filled with new ministry declarations. Borgin leaned in and lowered his voice like he was about to share a state secret. With all the power shifts going on, a lot of places are falling through the cracks, like, say, the Romanian Dragon Sanctuary. 2 fire dragons escaped. 2 Hebridean blacks, the nastiest kind. Tom's breath caught. Still alive. Borgin rolled his eyes. "What, you think dead dragons run away? Where?" Tom cut straight to the chase. No time for small talk. This was gold, better than he could have hoped for. If he could find the dragon, he'd not only get materials for Project 187, but possibly even complete a trial. One of them vanished completely. The other one's been spotted near the Vosges Mountains. Tom frowned, piecing it together. Border of France and Germany. Exactly, Borgin nodded, voice hushed. That place has been a mess lately. Refugee wizards from up north, scavengers, and now, poachers. It's a madhouse. How many people have you sold this info to? Tom asked bluntly. Borgin put on a mock-hurt expression. Would old Borgin do something like that? You were the first one I thought of when I got the tip 2 days ago. I haven't told a soul, yet. But if you don't act in 5 days, I'm selling it to someone else. I can guarantee you, no more than 5 wizards in all of Britain know about this, and none of them are dragon-chasing types. Tom narrowed his eyes. But you can't say the same for the rest of the world, can you? Borgin shrugged. There's no such thing as a perfect secret. Especially when we got this info the same way others can. If you're serious about going after that dragon, better get your team together soon. They're already waiting, Tom said, turning and walking out without another word. Behind him, Borgin stroked his chin thoughtfully. So he's not a solo act after all. Now that's even more interesting. Using his Michael identity, Tom bought a one-way ticket to Lorraine, France. Technically, you still needed a visa to get from the UK to France. But with a good confundus charm. That little detail became someone else's problem. He landed in Epinal by nightfall. The Vosges Mountains, some people might draw a blank when they hear the name. But across the Rhine, in the German stretch of forest. That's the legendary Black Forest. The area was sparsely populated, with fewer than 1 million people in the entire region, but the number of magical beasts and wizards hiding in those woods. Plenty. Magical creatures roamed freely here, living in large, hidden communities. Tom rested for the night in town and planned to head into the forest the next day to find the local wizard settlement. "You're sure I can use my wand here without any problems?" he asked Grindelwald suspiciously during his nighttime study session in the mental space. "Distance-wise, London to Vosges isn't that different from London to Hogwarts. Wouldn't the trace still work?" Grindelwald smiled. "The trace is a British tracking enchantment. Cross the border, and it stops working. No magical government wants another country's surveillance system snooping around. You're free to cast all you want. Once you get good enough at the Confundus charm, you won't even need to worry about the trace anymore." Grindelwald had taught Tom a clever trick: cast a Confundus charm on the wand itself, trick it into thinking its owner is already 17, and boom, no more trace. Unfortunately, Tom's skill with Confundus wasn't quite there yet. It'd take more practice to pull that off. For now, he'd still need to be careful. The next day, Tom followed a few secret codes passed among wizards and found the gathering spot in the Vosges Mountains. This place was unique. Rich in magical resources, rare herbs, magical beasts, precious metals, it also housed goblin clans, dwarf communities, and even a Vila tribe. Over time, it attracted all sorts of wizards looking to strike it rich and eventually formed a large magical settlement. At its heart was a massive plaza. Every building stood within 2 kilometers of it, and every few buildings you passed another pub or inn. And they were packed. Tom picked a clean-looking inn, checked in, and immediately made his way to the busiest bar he could find. As for his information-gathering strategy, classic bait. He ordered the most expensive drinks and dishes on the menu, flaunted his cash, acted drunk, then staggered out the door. Within seconds, 4 people started tailing him, 2 working as a team, 2 acting alone. He didn't let a single one escape. All 4 were caught and rewarded with a generous dose of Veritaserum, then questioned. Besides the textbook stuff, Tom knew next to nothing about this region. He'd just bought a map that afternoon. So he started with basic knowledge, local customs, landmarks, geography, before moving on to what really mattered, the dragon. Turns out, the rumor had already spread. Even low-level wizards like these had heard about a fire-breathing beast showing up in the Vosges. But despite the hype, not many were actually hunting it. First reason. The dragon was officially registered, it belonged to the Romanian Dragon Reserve, which was under joint control by multiple ministries. Most wizards didn't want to mess with that kind of heat. Second. It was a dragon. Not exactly something the average witch or wizard could take down. One wrong move and you're toast, literally. Sure, its body was made of valuable parts, but who'd risk their life for it? Well, most wouldn't. But over the past few days, professional poachers had started arriving in groups. Based on the intel from these 4 alone, Tom estimated at least 6 or 7 teams were already on the hunt. In other words, he had competition. Plenty of it. And the Vosges Mountains were huge. Trying to find one dragon in a place like this, especially one that could fly wherever it wanted, wasn't exactly easy. With the info he needed secured, Tom didn't bother with the 4 he'd captured. He just headed back to the inn, entered his mental study space, and started working on a plan. He had 2 experienced mentors in his head, not using them would be the real waste. "There's about 10 days until school starts," Tom muttered. "I have to find the dragon by then, or I'll need to come up with some excuse to get time off." Andrus didn't care whether Tom took time off or not, he focused purely on the task and started thinking of ideas seriously. Grindelwald, though, frowned. "If you take leave, I'll have to wait even longer to see Dumbledore again." That line of thought led him to recall a very fitting dark spell for this situation. The blood trace charm. It tracked the strongest scent of blood nearby, perfect for finding a dragon's lair, since a creature like that would leave behind plenty of bloody leftovers. Tom's eyes lit up. "Teach me." He picked it up in one night. The spell had a 5-kilometer range, and when paired with his increasingly precise apparition skills, Tom was able to sweep the forest in expanding circles centered around the settlement. 2 more days passed. Bad news. Still no dragon. Good news? No one else had found it either. Tom wasn't the one feeling the pressure now, it was Grindelwald who was getting antsy. At this rate, Tom really might have to ask for leave. Then, on the 3rd day, Tom ran into a situation. Well, not just people. A group of humans, and a group of Vila. Over a dozen wizards were chasing 8 Vila through the forest. Only, these weren't the charming, enchanting beauties from the pages of storybooks. Right now, they looked like full-on harpies, clawed, red-haired, sharp-featured, and furious. The Vila hovered in the air, lobbing fireballs at the wizards below. They had the aerial advantage, but the wizards were no amateurs. A few had linked their Protego spells into a shield wall that absorbed every attack. The others were blasting spells into the sky without holding back. One Vila had already been hit and was now being carried mid-air by her allies, weakening their firepower even more. But what caught Tom's attention wasn't the chaos or the violence, it was the silver-haired girl hiding among the Vila. She looked 13 or 14, still young, but already had the kind of allure that hinted at her mixed heritage. A half-blood Vila. Tom had a pretty good idea who she was now. He didn't hesitate. He apparat to the edge of the battlefield and shouted. "Stop. Let the Vila go, I'll take it from here." Everyone froze at the sudden intrusion. One of the human wizards, a grizzled man with a scar running down his cheek, barked, "Piss off if you want to live. We spotted them first." Tom ignored the threat. "Answer me one question, and maybe I'll leave." The scarred man snorted. "What? Do you know where the dragon is?" "Dragon." The man laughed like Tom had just told the dumbest joke in the world. "You think you can take on a dragon? Even if I did know, I'd tell you just to watch you get eaten." Tom sighed. "So, you don't know." Then he raised his wand. Hell's Grasp. Boom. A monstrous hand made of silvery blue hellfire erupted from the ground. The Vila and wizards alike watched in horror as it surged upward and closed its burning fist around the clustered humans. Their shield charm cracked like glass under pressure. Within seconds, most of them were engulfed in flames and turned to ash, their screams swallowed by the roaring fire. No. The scar-faced wizard had somehow survived, barely. Enraged, he whipped his wand forward and shouted. "Avada Kedavra." A jet of green light surged toward Tom. He casually sidestepped. Reducto. The men exploded. Chunks of flesh rained down. Tom's hellfire, responding to his will, transformed into streaks of flame that danced like falling stars, crashing down on the rest of the survivors. Within 10 seconds, there were none. Tom looked over the scorched battlefield with satisfaction. All that studying had paid off. The nearly 1,000 credits he'd spent weren't wasted, he'd fully mastered the Fiendfire curse, along with several of Grindelwald's custom variations. Drop him in Paris during Grindelwald's prime, and he might have burned the whole place down too. Now, the forest was dead quiet, only the soft crackle of lingering fire remained. The Vila didn't dare breathe too loudly, frozen in place as the flames still floated in the air, cutting off any escape. Tom gave them a nod and a half-smile. "Shall we talk?" He looked up at them. "But please, calm down first. You're looking pretty dangerous right now, and I'd hate to lose control." Just in case they didn't speak English, Tom switched to French. That did the trick, at least partially. Most of them still looked on edge, but two of the Vila chirped out some high-pitched screeches that seemed to calm the others. Slowly, they descended to the ground, still keeping their distance and shielding the silver-haired girl in the back. To show he meant no harm, Tom reabsorbed the hellfire into his palm, the flames vanishing in a swirl of golden light. "Honorable human sorcerer, thank you for your help," one of the Vila said in heavily accented French. She still looked like a harpy, though. Tom didn't blame them. It was like trying to get a cat to stop puffing up its fur while it still felt threatened. The harpy form was clearly an emotional defense mechanism. And right now, they were very much still on edge. He kept his voice steady and calm. "I'm only here for the dragon. I'm not interested in anything else. And since I did just save your lives, maybe you could help me out. Just point me toward the dragon, and we'll call it even." The bilingual Vila translated for the others. They looked at each other, uneasy and unsure how to respond. The dragon was dangerous. So was this human. And refusing might mean none of them would make it out. Fleur. Just then, new movement stirred in the forest. Another group of Vila in their bird-like battle form swooped in from the distance, more were coming. Chapter 91, The Proper Way to Thank Someone. Grandmother. That urgent cry shook Fleur Delacour out of her stunned state. Finally snapping back to her senses, she shouted up into the sky. A new group of Vila, dozens of them, came soaring down, their leader landing right in front of Fleur while the rest surrounded Tom, baring their teeth. Tom frowned slightly. The Vila who had been talking with him quickly stepped in, explaining the situation in their own language. The aggression slowly faded, but they remained visibly on guard. "Thank you for saving my granddaughter." The villa parted to let someone through. A breathtaking woman stepped forward, with the same cascading silver hair as Fleur and skin so pale and luminous it looked like moonlight itself. Her presence radiated a strange, natural allure that made the mind go fuzzy. Tom, of course, had already activated a clemency. He was completely unaffected. "I'm Polana, chiefess of the Vila tribe," the woman said, bowing slightly. "If it weren't for you, they might not have lasted until we arrived." "Nice to meet you, Madame Polana." "You can call me Michael," Tom said softly. "I'm sure you already know what I want. So, would you be willing to help me out?" "Of course," Polana replied without hesitation. She gently stroked Fleur's hair. "You saved my precious granddaughter. I'll call upon all the Vila and our allies to help you track down the fire dragon." Tom let out a quiet sigh of relief. Finally, some real local help. Things were going to get a whole lot easier now. "If you'd like, Mr. Michael, you're welcome to stay in our tribe while we search," Polana offered. "My people tend to avoid human settlements. Too many with impure hearts." "I'd be honored," Tom replied. Honestly, he was curious about what a Vila village looked like anyway. With the danger past, the Vila gradually calmed down and returned to their human forms. And wow! Dozens of stunning, silver-haired beauties, curves in all the right places, hair flowing elegantly even without wind, walked beside him. The Vila smiled warmly at him, their sparkling eyes practically oozing affection. Even a dog would have blushed under those gazes. But Tom wasn't fooled. He'd just seen their true forms a moment ago. "Mr. Michael," came a gentle voice beside him. It was Fleur, suddenly walking at his side. "My name is Fleur Delacour. Thank you for saving me." A French half-Vila, around the right age. No doubt about it now, this was the Fleur he'd been thinking of when he jumped in earlier. But Tom gave her a serious look. "Miss Delacour, that's not the proper way to thank someone. It's way too half-hearted." Fleur blinked in confusion. "Then how should I thank you?" Tom cleared his throat. "It's like this, if your savior is handsome, you should say, 'I have nothing to repay you with, so I offer myself to you.' But if your savior is ugly, you should say, 'Your great kindness is beyond repaying. I'll repay your debt in my next life.'" Fleur blinked again. "So, which one should I say?" Tom smirked. "You tell me." Fleur hesitated, then cautiously said, "Then I'll repay your debt in my next life." Tom puffed, XN. He was speechless. The Vila who understood human speech couldn't stop laughing. Those who didn't looked around, clearly confused. Even Polana had to hide a laugh behind her hand, her eyes softening as if reminded of something fond. Then, someone translated the exchange for the rest of the tribe. That did it. Now everyone, except Fleur and Tom, was laughing. The sweet sound of tinkling bells filled the forest. Tom, utterly annoyed, wondered why this Michael persona he'd created had to be such a damn ugly man. Suddenly, a gasp drew everyone's attention. All eyes turned to Tom. The polyjuice potion had worn off. Right in front of the entire tribe, Tom's appearance shifted back to his real self. The magic-infused robes adjusted accordingly, shrinking down to fit. "You used polyjuice." Fleur's eyes widened in shock, immediately putting the pieces together. Tom sighed. "When you're traveling, you pick your own identity. If I didn't make myself look older, everything I did would have been a hassle." Polana looked surprised. "Mr. Michael, so this is your real face. Call me Riddle." "Tom Riddle," he said calmly, no longer interested in hiding behind an alias. The Vila weren't the type to care about legal technicalities. They weren't going to rat him out, and even if they did, it was France. The British ministry had no reach here. "Tom, how old are you?" Fleur finally asked the question that had been bugging her the most. Tom looked even younger than her. 11 and a half. Fleur's worldview crumbled on the spot. 11. That was the age kids started school at Hogwarts. And yet this kid had wiped out multiple wizards, adults, with one spell. He'd massacred a dozen grown men in under a minute. And he was this good-looking. Tom raised an eyebrow at her and said with a smirk, "So, Miss Delacour, let's revisit the question." Fleur stared at his face, stunned. Her cheeks flushed crimson. "Wait, can I change my answer?" An hour later, Tom arrived at the villa's hidden village. It was nestled in a mountain valley and didn't look much different from a human settlement, rows of elegant houses built neatly along the cliffside. Polana arranged a private home for Tom so he could rest. Meanwhile, she took the injured villa for treatment. Tom wandered around, inspected all the rooms, and picked out one for himself. Just as he was settling in. Knock knock. He opened the door to find Fleur standing there, with a mini version of herself. "Didn't we just part ways?" Tom asked casually, though his eyes were fixed on the little girl beside her. The tiny Fleur, Gabrielle Delacour, obviously, looked up at him with big, curious eyes, totally unafraid, her delicate face like a porcelain doll. "What's that supposed to mean?" Fleur asked, her tone rising defensively. She'd come back because she was curious, intrigued by Tom's mysterious nature. But instead of a warm welcome, she got a cold brush off. This guy had just teased her about offering herself to him. And now he was acting like he didn't even care. Scumbag. What really ticked her off, though, was that Tom was clearly more interested in Gabrielle than her. Other than a quick glance, he hadn't even looked at her properly since opening the door. His eyes had been locked on her baby sister the whole time. In the Académie de Magie Beauxbatons, Fleur was used to being the center of attention. But with Tom, it was like she didn't even exist. "Big brother, I'm Gabrielle," the little one said sweetly. Tom couldn't help but smile. He crouched down to her level and spoke softly. "Hi, Gabrielle. I'm Tom Riddle. And how old are you?" "I'm 6, she answered proudly. "Wow, 6. That's amazing." Tom gave her a big thumbs up. Like most kids, Gabrielle didn't need to understand why she was being praised to enjoy it. Compliment her, and she'd beam. Sure enough, she grinned so wide her eyes disappeared into crescents. And without being asked, she blurted out their reason for visiting. "Sister said you saved her. So I came to thank you." "Oh, I see," Tom said, pretending to have just figured it out. "Then I suppose Gabrielle knows the proper way to thank someone." "Mr. Riddle." Fleur cut in fast, eyes wide. No way he was about to use that same trick again on a child. Gabrielle was still a baby. If anyone was going to be tricked, it should be her, not her little sister. Fleur could take the hit. Trying to change the subject, she said, "Are we just going to stand here talking in the doorway?" Tom shrugged like it didn't matter. He stood up and naturally reached out a hand. Gabrielle, equally naturally, placed her tiny hand in his, letting him lead her into the house. Fleur's teeth nearly ground together from frustration as she watched. The three of them sat down in the living room. Gabrielle obediently sat next to Tom, surprisingly well-behaved for her age, none of that hyper-energy most little kids had. "Grandmother's busy treating the wounded," Fleur said. "She asked me to check if you needed anything so I can prepare it for you." Tom shook his head. "I carry all my things with me. Don't need anything really, except maybe food." "What do Villa usually eat?" Fleur gave a polite but awkward smile. "We prefer magical berries and enchanted flowers. There's a plantation at the end of the valley. But they're not really suited to human stomachs. Drinking dew and nibbling flowers." It really did sound like something out of fairy tales. If they didn't shapeshift into bird women, they'd pass for woodland spirits. "So what do you and Gabrielle eat then?" Tom asked. "I usually cook for both of us. We just eat simple meals." "Didn't take you for the cooking type," Tom said. "Well, then make something for me too. As long as it doesn't kill me, I'll be fine." Fleur rolled her eyes at how casually he ordered her around. "Don't look down on me. Gabrielle always says my food tastes good." She didn't notice Gabrielle subtly scrunching up her nose. Of course Gabrielle said it was good. With her big sister standing right there, what else could she say? Still, even if Fleur was annoyed by Tom's attitude, she didn't turn down his request. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked, casually, "You're 11, right? So you should have started school already. How come I've never seen you at Beauxbatons?" "That's because I'm British," Tom said simply. "Not French. I go to Hogwarts." "You're British?" Fleur looked surprised. "Then how's your French so perfect? You don't even have an accent." "Languages open doors. I was bored, so I picked a few up." Fleur gave him another long look. This boy was seriously something else. So you came to the Vosges Mountains just to hunt a fire dragon? Of course. What else would I be doing here? Why does Big Brother want to find a fire dragon? Gabrielle asked, blinking up at him with innocent curiosity. Tom suddenly put on a deadly serious expression. It's a Hogwarts trial. If you want to move up to second year, you have to defeat a fire dragon to prove your strength. What kind of insane school even is that? Fleur burst out laughing in disbelief. If Hogwarts really did that, they wouldn't have any graduates left. But what shocked her even more was Gabrielle believed him. Terrified, she threw herself into Fleur's arms. Sister, Hogwarts sounds so scary. I don't want to go to Hogwarts. Fleur shot Tom a glare and gently patted Gabrielle's back. It's okay, Gabrielle. You'll be going to Beauxbatons with me. It's the best magic school in the world. No one's sending you to scary old Hogwarts. At this point, Fleur had mentally added a few new labels to Tom's name: loves to tease cute girls, full of nonsense, and a first-rate scumbag. Tom didn't argue when she called Beauxbatons the best magic school in the world. Not because he agreed, but because arguing about it wasn't worth the effort. At the moment, Hogwarts had no right to claim that title. Not with how they were churning through defense against the dark arts professors like disposable tissues. Gabrielle finally calmed down. Peeking over her sister's shoulder, she looked at Tom and said sweetly, Big Brother, Hogwarts is too scary. You should come to Beauxbatons instead. That way we can see each other every day next year. Tom looked surprised. You live at Beauxbatons? It's their pre-academy program, Fleur explained. Witches and wizards over 7 can start early education at the school. They learn reading, writing, and basic magical theory before formal enrollment. Tom was impressed. Now that's a great system. Hogwarts really should take notes. Even purebloods back home have to self-study until 11. It's all thanks to Madame Maxime's vision. Fleur's eyes lit up as she mentioned the name. She's our headmistress. I really admire her. The three chatted a while longer, until Gabrielle started to nod off, clearly ready for her afternoon nap. Fleur stood and took her little sister home. Tom went upstairs for a bit of rest himself. When night fell, Fleur returned once more. This time, she came to call him for dinner. Chapter 92, A Foreign Language Lesson. Dinner time. Truth be told, Fleur's cooking skills weren't anything remarkable. On top of that, she was a vegetarian and made a massive bowl of salad. But Tom wasn't here to critique, he was freeloading a meal. He ate his fill and stopped without complaint. Not long after, Polana arrived. After thanking him once again, she brought news: half of the villa had already been sent out to search for the fire dragon's whereabouts. And not only were they looking themselves, but they'd also enlisted allies, namely, the centaur and goblin tribes living in these mountains. Tom raised an eyebrow. The goblins. Those stingy gold hoarders are willing to help. Polana chuckled softly. I promised them a piece of gold as a reward. With goblins, as long as you have money, you can make them do anything. Vila, after all, were a very wealthy race. They were the most sought-after cheerleaders in every country. Big events and ceremonies loved to feature Vila dance performances to open the show, and the price for that was steep. So, dropping a bit of gold to get the goblins' help in searching for the fire dragon. Not even worth mentioning for Polana. And none of the other Vila objected either. Well, I appreciate it, Tom said, now realizing she was using the power of cold, hard cash. Polana smiled. Compared to saving Fleur and our people, this is nothing. If you need anything during this time, just let me know, I'll do my best to help. Tom thought for a moment, then added, then could I trouble you to also keep an eye out for those hunters? They're after the same target I am, the fire dragon. If he couldn't find the dragon, he could at least take out the competition first. Classic Slytherin logic. Polana paused for a second, then nodded. Mr. Riddle, please be careful around poachers. They're not just dangerous, they're cunning. Don't worry, Tom replied calmly, I will. Satisfied with his answer, Polana gave a small nod and left the room. As soon as she was gone, Fleur glanced at Gabrielle, who was still locked in battle with her vegetables, then scooted closer to Tom. So close, in fact, that when she spoke, her breath tickled his ear. Tom, why do you have to find a fire dragon? She asked softly. If you need materials from one, I could ask my dad for help. He's got some decent connections in the magical world. Fleur knew how powerful Tom was. That blue fire magic of his still gave her chills just thinking about it, but fire dragons were a whole different league. In her mind, no wizard could take one down solo. I do need the materials, Tom admitted. But the challenge itself is part of the goal. I'm not giving up either. He had considered taking a shortcut. Next semester, Quirrell would try to get past Fluffy using a bribe, specifically, a dragon egg given to Hagrid. That egg would hatch into Norbert, a Norwegian ridgeback. A baby dragon was still a dragon, so maybe it would count as a trial. But, even if he did kill that baby dragon, he'd be risking the wrath of Harry and Hagrid. Not that Tom cared about their feelings, but they'd definitely make a scene. And then it wouldn't just be Hogwarts he'd have to worry about, it'd be the Ministry of Magic getting involved too. Not to mention, the quest required him to bathe in dragon blood. And since Harry's invisibility cloak could cover the entire baby dragon when it was smuggled away, that thing was tiny. Even if he drained it dry, it probably wouldn't be enough. So, better to face a full-grown dragon head-on. This was the perfect opportunity, he had the power, and now he had the excuse. That was the real strength of dark magic, it didn't matter if your power wasn't superior overall. As long as you could kill your target, that was enough. Fleur saw how firm his attitude was and offered another suggestion. Then, how about getting more people to help? Nope. Tom shook his head slightly. But because he and Fleur were already leaning in so close to avoid Gabrielle overhearing, that tiny movement brought their faces even closer, so close that Fleur's soft lips brushed against his lips. Both of them froze, wide-eyed. Fleur quickly pulled back, while Tom hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his face with a look of horror. My first kiss. Your first kiss. Fleur snapped, her face bright red. Mine's the one that just got stolen. And he wiped it off. Like he was disgusted by her or something. Wait, hold on a second. It was barely a graze. There was no actual saliva. As Fleur's emotional temperature skyrocketed, Tom quickly cast a temperature-regulating charm and changed the subject. Besides, bringing more people won't work. Hunting dragons without a permit is illegal. The more people involved, the faster we'll get exposed. That successfully distracted her from her embarrassment and redirected her focus. She hadn't even realized hunting dragons was against the law. But then again, after witnessing how dark the magical world could be, those poachers who chased down the villa, clearly obsessed with their beauty, she was still shaken. If Tom hadn't shown up when he did, even if they'd managed to escape, they would have paid a heavy price. That's why, after Tom wiped out every last one of those bastards, Fleur didn't feel fear, only gratitude. Still, seeing so many people die right in front of her had shifted her views on life. If those wizards could die, why not the dragon? She'd even forgotten about the law entirely. Don't worry, Tom added, this mission was given to me by my family's elders. They know my strength, which is why they sent me. If something really goes wrong, they'll step in to help. Seeing she still looked worried, he tossed in another excuse. Andrus was his teacher, so that made him a family, right? If things got too dangerous, he'd just let the old man take over. Safety guaranteed. Finally, Fleur looked reassured. If Tom was already this much of a monster, then his elders had to be even scarier. That made her feel better. So, Tom stayed in the Vila village for the time being. Starting the next day, half of the Vila would go out daily to search for both fire dragons and signs of poacher activity. And if there was one thing Vila hated with a burning passion, it was poachers. On the very first day, they tracked down a gang of over 10 wizards. Tom operated nearby, then used a disillusionment charm to sneak in, only to find out they'd set up alert wards around their camp. The moment he crossed a certain line, they sensed him. So much for stealth. With no other option, he switched to Plan B, wipe them out. The ambush became a bloodbath. Tom was forced to kill them all. The last two tried to flee via apparition, but Tom pursued them like a shadow and cut them down before they could get away. In combat, unless you're a top-tier wizard, using apparition to escape is extremely difficult. The farther you want to go, the longer you have to concentrate, doing that in the middle of a fight is almost impossible. From the bodies, Tom looted over 2,000 galleons, plus some potions and magical materials, not a bad haul. Guess the old saying is true, no wealth comes without windfalls, and where there's muck, there's money. When Tom returned to the Vila village carrying more than a dozen captured wands as war trophies, he instantly became the most popular guy around. One after another, the gorgeous and enchanting Vila women began doting on him, asking if he was cold, if he'd eaten, if he was tired. They even treated him to beautiful dances right in front of his dinner plate. Only the finest entertainment you'd expect from a magical harem-worthy novel. Tom, for his part, decided to treat this as a challenge to his mental fortitude, an exercise to strengthen his will against temptation. If his enemies ever tried to use beauty as a weapon against him in the future. Joke's on them. For several days straight, his mealtimes were accompanied by live dance performances. Tom, ever generous, even invited Grindelwald and Andrus to enjoy the show with him. Grindelwald barely reacted. Just gave that icy look. Andrus, on the other hand, looked deeply troubled. Tom, you're supposed to become the greatest wizard in the world. How can you let yourself get caught up in soft beds and pretty faces? He paused, then mumbled under his breath. Why didn't I ever think of getting a bunch of Vila to dance for me back in the day? Merlin's beard, if only I were alive now. You're unbelievable. Both Grindelwald and Tom twitched at that final comment. That was the part that really mattered to him, huh? But Andrus wasn't the only one disturbed by how comfortable Tom's life had become lately. Fleur showed up with a serious expression and made a request. I want to learn English. English. Tom blinked, still munching on an apple. But we can already understand each other just fine. Why do you want to learn English all of a sudden? Fleur puffed out her chest, totally confident. Didn't you say learning more languages opens more doors? I've suddenly gotten really interested in English, and with you here as my personal tutor, how could I not take advantage of that? Tom scratched his head. But I still need to find the fire dragon. Fleur gave him that look, the one filled with judgment and disappointment. Yeah, okay, maybe he'd been slacking off a bit lately. But hey, it's not like he wasn't trying, half the Vila were out searching for him. Plus, the blood trace charm he'd been relying on had become basically useless. There were way too many predators in this forest. As soon as he cast it, the map just exploded with red dots. It looked like a horror film radar screen. Grindelwald had roasted him for that one for a solid hour. Tom had even tried asking Grindelwald to use his prophetic abilities to locate the dragon, but the old man just sighed and said he was so weak these days he was barely clinging to life. Predict the future? He could barely manage a simple transfiguration spell. So yeah. Tom had kind of given up for now, counting on the Vila to carry the search. Fine, we'll do English lessons, he finally agreed, and Fleur's eyes lit up with delight. From the next day on, Tom would take a walk outside the village every morning, just in case he ran into the dragon by sheer luck, and spend his afternoons teaching Fleur English. At first, Gabrielle joined them enthusiastically. But kids don't have much patience. She quickly got bored and ran off to play by herself. That suited Fleur just fine. When Gabrielle was around, Tom focused entirely on the little one, which drove Fleur crazy with jealousy. Besides English, Fleur also asked about magic and dueled with Tom every day. After everything that had happened, she now understood how important real power was. The real world wasn't like Hogwarts, it was dangerous, and being strong was the only way to survive. And Tom had to admit, Fleur was extremely gifted. No wonder she'd become a Triwizard champion of Beau's batons later on. She had an exceptional knack for mind-affecting magic, likely thanks to her Vila bloodline. One day, Polana returned to the village with a huge smile on her face. As she entered, she spotted Gabrielle sitting alone in the garden, bored out of her mind, poking at a pair of puff skeins with a stick. Gabrielle, sweetie, why are you out here all by yourself? Where's your sister? Polana asked gently. Gabrielle instantly put on her best sad little girl face, lips pouting dramatically. Sis is off learning a foreign language with Big Brother. She won't play with me. Polana blinked. Oh. A foreign language lesson, huh? She didn't think too much of it at first. Just reminded Gabrielle not to wander too far, then headed toward Tom's place to find them. But before she even reached the house, she heard noises. Rhythmic ones. With occasional soft moans. Boo. Ah. Ugh. Tom, I can't, it's too much. Polana's expression darkened. She wasn't some clueless old lady, she had 2 kids. She knew what those sounds meant. Just hearing their voices back and forth, her brain started filling in the blanks with very inappropriate images. Sure, the 2 of them were beautiful, and honestly, they did look like a good match. But still, they were just kids. Wait, no. The important thing was to stop them before things went too far. What if they ended up making Gabrielle a little aunt to someone 5 years younger than her? Fueled by maternal panic, Polana stormed toward the garden, ready to intervene, only to freeze in place when she rounded the corner. Fleur was sitting on the grass doing a perfect middle split, while Tom knelt beside her, helping press down her legs. His voice was calm and matter-of-fact. Once your muscles open up, your flexibility will improve a lot. You'll move faster in duels and react more efficiently. Tom, I really can't. That's my limit. Then Fleur spotted her grandmother and blinked in confusion. Grandma. What are you doing here? Polana, looking slightly dead inside, replied robotically, Gabrielle told me you were studying a foreign language with Mr. Riddle. Foreign languages are good. Yes. Everyone should learn one. Boo. Fleur let out a small shout as Tom pushed down a bit more. You don't have to be so formal with Tom, she said. Just call him by his name. Tom nodded in agreement. She's right. No need to be formal, Miss Polana. Polana raised an eyebrow. Then you don't need to call me Miss or Chieftain anymore either. Just Polana. Or. She glanced meaningfully at her granddaughter and smirked. You could call me Grandma too. That works. Grandma. What are you even saying? Fleur shrieked, blushing from the tips of her ears to her cheeks. Polana smiled knowingly at Tom, then suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh, right. I almost forgot why I came. Tom, we found the fire dragon. Tom immediately stood up, practically tossing Fleur's leg aside in his excitement. Where? Polana sighed. We got tricked by that sneaky treehorn. It only showed itself briefly in the Vosges Mountains and then disappeared. Turns out, it crossed the Rhine River and flew into the Black Forest, Germany. If you head northeast from the village and cross the river, then go about 200 kilometers east, it's in the valley between the two tallest peaks. Both mountains are covered in silver fir trees, you can't miss them. The goblins found it on their way to trade with some German wizards. Tom's eyes lit up. Game on. Chapter 93, Slay the Dragon. The moment Tom got the news, he didn't waste a single second. He thanked Polana, then immediately operated out of the village. Wait, too. Fleur barely got a word out before he vanished completely, not even leaving behind a shadow. Fuming, the girl smacked the ground hard with both fists. Was that really necessary? At least take the time to prepare before running off like that. Polana watched her granddaughter with a soft sigh. The girl looked so anxious and worried, you'd think she was the one off to fight a fire-breathing monster. It was painfully obvious, Fleur had strong feelings for Tom. But that wasn't so unusual, honestly. A life-saving debt was one of the hardest kinds of gratitude to repay, and among their Vila bloodline, well, it wasn't exactly uncommon. Back in her day, Polana had ended up with that old guy for the same reason. Looking at Fleur now, it was almost the same story, only this time, the guy wasn't some wrinkly old creep. Tom and Fleur actually looked good together. Fleur, Polana called softly. Yes, Grandma. You have to trust Tom, she said gently, brushing a hand through Fleur's silver hair. If you want a lasting relationship, the most important thing is trust. If Tom dares to go after a fire dragon, it means he's confident. Men don't like being doubted, even if it's out of concern. Too much worry, and it starts to feel like mistrust. Understand? Fleur nodded, a little unsure, but she took the words to heart. Meanwhile, Tom had already operated multiple times, crossing the Rhine River and entering the edge of the Black Forest. He stopped to steady himself, the dizziness from repeated apparition was no joke. There were two main ways to apparate. The first, you already knew the destination and focused on it clearly in your mind, willing yourself to break through space to arrive. The second, you didn't know the exact place but directed yourself a set distance in a certain direction, like aiming 20 kilometers east. Tom was using the second method now, since he'd never been to this region before. He was navigating based on the instructions Polana had given him. The urgency. That came from something else she'd mentioned, the goblins had spotted the dragon while on their way to make a deal with some wizards. Meaning the dragon's lair couldn't be far from human activity, possibly near a city on Germany's border. And if word got out and others showed up first, that would complicate things fast. Still, Tom didn't just charge in. After locating the two mountain peaks Polana described, he sat down, calmly ate a whole roasted chicken, scarfed down a dozen strips of bacon, then took a walk around the area to make sure no wizards were nearby. Only then did he head into the valley between the twin peaks. Finally, Grindelwald's so-called trash trace charm proved useful again. It led him to one place with a strong scent of blood. Following the trail, Tom laid eyes on it at last, the Hungarian horntail. Its black scales glinted like medieval plate armor, covering a 50-foot-long body. Jagged spines shimmered along its back, running all the way from tail to skull like the blades of a living war machine. The horntail wasn't the largest breed of dragon, but it was without question the most dangerous. Raw strength, deadly claws, an entire arsenal of natural weapons, it was basically a flying fortress. Tom took a deep breath and, when he was about 100 meters away, he cancelled his disillusionment charm. He didn't dare get closer in stealth. At that range, the dragon could probably smell him. He had considered ambushing it outright, but worried the trial wouldn't count it as a proper challenge if he did. Better to go in clean. The horntail, dozing lazily, suddenly opened its reptilian eyes. Golden irises, vertical slits. Then came the roar. Roarar. It echoed across the mountains, but Tom's face lit up with excitement. Inside his mind, a glowing golden rune appeared, one that clearly symbolized dragon. It pulsed with wild, crude energy. The first trial had begun. With confirmation from the system, Tom relaxed slightly and raised his wand. His first spell. A completely harmless one. Maximum provocation, 0 damage. Roar. The horntail roared again, this time, not a warning. That human had dared mock him. And it was furious. The beast opened its jaws wide and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. Tom stood calmly. At this distance, 100 meters, it would take about 2 seconds to reach him. Plenty of time. He sidestepped the flaming blast with ease and fired back a curse of his own. The horntail banked sharply and dodged midair, then took off, wings spreading wide. But it didn't climb high, just 10 meters off the ground, before it dove, mouth spewing flame again. This time, not a single fireball. A stream of flames, like a flaming whip, 10 meters long. Protego Maxima. Tom shouted. A shimmering barrier appeared in front of him. He didn't counterattack, yet. Just cautiously backed away. As the dragon got closer, the air grew scorching hot, and the magic shield glowed brighter, struggling to block the intense heat. 50 meters. 40. 30. 20. Now. Tom's eyes lit up. His wand whipped upward. Hell's grasp. With a thunderous crack, the ground beneath the dragon split open, and 2 massive hands of living blue flame erupted, one under each wing. The horntail was flying so low, almost skimming the ground. It had no room to react. The hellfire hands clamped down on its wings like a vice. Roar. This time, the dragon's cry wasn't rage, it was pain. Tom didn't waste time. He let go of the spell and immediately operat again, vanishing in a flash and reappearing behind the horntail. The dragon, heavier than 10 tons and moving at full speed, slammed straight into the mountainside. The mountain trembled from the impact. Massive rocks came crashing down from the cliffside. Everything was going exactly according to the plan Tom and Grindelwald had set up. Dragons like the Hungarian horntail usually kept their wings folded, making the skin in that area tougher and more resistant. The only way to cripple its flight with a single strike was to make it take off and fully spread its wings, then hit. Just as Tom was starting to feel victorious, a sudden wave of danger surged through him. He instantly reinforced his shield charm. The pile of rocks that had buried the horntail exploded upward. Several boulders hurtled straight toward him. Reducto. Reducto. Tom cast rapidly, blasting the stones into dust. As the debris cleared, the horntail's battered form came back into view. Its wings had been completely burned through, and in a brutal act of self-preservation, the dragon had ripped them off entirely, leaving behind nothing but raw, muscular forelimbs. Its yellow-brown eyes were bloodshot, and with a furious roar, it swung its thick tail like a whip toward Tom. Tom conjured a massive shield between him and the tail just in time. The impact left the half-meter-thick plate badly dented, but it slowed the strike enough for Tom to dodge. As he sidestepped, he fired 2 obscuro curses straight at the dragon's eyes. The eyes were a dragon's weakest spot. The horntail shrieked in agony and thrashed wildly, now blind. It lashed out with fire and brute force in every direction, completely losing control. Tom took a few steps back and calmly raised his wand. Pluvia Koroshiva, Acid rain. A hissing stream of caustic acid sprayed into the sky from his wand tip, condensing into storm clouds. A downpour of corrosive rain began to fall. Hellfire. Acid rain. Even a dragon with skin as tough as stone couldn't endure this kind of torment forever. For nearly 2 minutes, the Hungarian horntail howled in pain. Its roars hit a crescendo, but its movements were getting slower, its aura weaker. Tom waved his wand again, dispersing the acid rain and canceling the hellfire, hands grasp. He didn't want to ruin the body. The dragon's flesh and hide would be useless if too damaged. The battle was basically over now. It might have looked easy, Tom hadn't even been scratched, but that was only because of how devastating his dark spells were. Without hellfire and acid rain, even scratching a dragon through its scales would have been difficult, let alone killing it. Tom waited. As the dragon's belly turned upward, he struck. Diffindo Maxima. Ryup. A massive gash tore open along the horntail's underside. Blood burst out in a wave. Guts, organs, and muscle spilled onto the rocky ground, sizzling as they hit the dirt. Tom grimaced. Damn. So this is the hard part, huh? Bathing in its blood. Dragon blood was notoriously poisonous in its raw state. But this was part of the trial. The Hungarian horntail writhed feebly, its life fading fast. Tom didn't attack again, just stood there quietly, collecting the blood in specially prepared containers while the beast's bronze scales faded into a dull gray. 5 minutes later, it was dead. The system pinged, dragon slain. Proceed to blood immersion. Tom took a deep breath, then stripped off his clothes. The winter wind bit into his skin as he stood there bare in the cold, holding a vat of steaming dragon blood. Then he tipped it onto himself. Thick, scarlet blood poured over his body like molten lava. The moment it touched his skin, it felt like he'd been set on fire. He almost screamed. In his mind, the golden dragon rune blazed, then exploded into radiant light. His magic surged wildly, spinning out of control as the raw power in the dragon's blood invaded him. The clash began, his own magical core versus the dragon's essence, locked in a brutal battle, using his body as the battlefield. At first, it was evenly matched. The pain was excruciating. But the tide turned quickly. Tom's magic, empowered by the trial's dragon rune, grew stronger and stronger, until it began devouring the dragon energy within the blood. His magical reserves skyrocketed, so dense now they almost had physical weight. A crushing aura rippled outward from his body, cracking the earth beneath him. His bones popped and snapped like fireworks, and in a matter of seconds, he'd grown taller, passing 1.6 meters. Faint outlines of dragon scale patterns shimmered on his skin, and then faded just as fast. But he didn't become a half-dragon or gain dragon blood. That wasn't the point. This wasn't about turning into a dragon. It was about absorbing the best traits, refining them into his own body. After about a minute, the chaos inside him calmed. Everything went still. Tom opened his eyes, and the world felt different. Sharper. Clearer. His vision had improved. His body brimmed with strength. His magic no longer felt distant and formless, it was real, flowing through him like molten gold, just out of reach but very much there. He'd grown taller, leaner, stronger. Every muscle more defined. Right now, he had to clean himself, and the battlefield. Dragon blood had dried on his skin and scabbed into thick crusts. He used a cleansing charm to summon clear water and rinse himself off, then got dressed again. Time to harvest the spoils. Unfortunately, much of the horntail's hide was too burned and corroded to salvage, it reeked of dark magic and was already ruined. Tom carefully cut those parts away to avoid contaminating the usable bits. The heart, liver, and other valuable organs needed to be stored in special preservation fluids to stay potent. Tom had those ready. After a lot of careful work, he packed up everything worth keeping. Then, without lingering, he operated out of the valley. 2 days later, others finally found the scene. They stared at the discarded hide and pools of dried blood in despair. Someone had beaten them to it. Back to the present. Tom's return trip was much faster. Before the trial, the farthest he could safely apparate blindly was about 20 kilometers. Now, that distance had doubled. He made several jumps in a row and returned to the Vila village without any nausea or fatigue. He was feeling great. Fleur, meanwhile, hadn't left his house since he left. She'd been pacing non-stop, eyes filled with worry. The moment she heard the distinctive pop of apparition, she whipped around and ran to the door. She threw herself into Tom's arms. "You're finally back." Tom was caught off guard by how worried she'd been, but quickly smiled and gently patted her back. "Come on, have a little faith in me. Not only am I back, I killed the dragon." Chapter 94, The Second Trial's Requirement. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the massive corpse of the fire dragon slammed into the ground, nearly filling the entire backyard. Even in death, the dragon still gave off a faint aura of draconic might. Most wizards might not have noticed, but Fleur was part Vila, 1/4 magical creature, so she felt it far more intensely than the others. Hearing the commotion, Polana rushed over, only to stop dead in her tracks, eyes wide in shock as she stared at the dragon's enormous body. He really did it. In Western legends, slaying a dragon made you a hero of mythic proportions, your name forever etched in glory. Names like Siegfried, Beowulf, St. George, Lancelot, and St. Martha filled such tales. Some of those dragon slayers had actually been wizards. Real ones. And they'd truly accomplished the feat. But a wizard who managed to slay a dragon at age 11. That was something else entirely. As she watched the boy casually recount his battle with the dragon to Fleur, Polana felt her mind drift. Maybe, just maybe, this was the greatest opportunity their Vila tribe had seen in the past 100 years. If Fleur ended up with Tom, they'd have a legendary dragon slayer on their side. And this dragon slayer? He was only going to get stronger. Sure, the French Ministry of Magic had a good relationship with their tribe, for now, but it was mostly transactional. And within the ministry, various factions were always plotting. There were plenty who had their eyes on the tribe's wealth, or worse, the Vila themselves. The only thing keeping everything stable was the balance of power. But once that balance shifted, they'd need force to get people to listen to reason. And honestly, with the way Fleur was throwing herself at Tom, Polana figured she didn't need to feel guilty about selling off her granddaughter. Smiling to herself, she quietly slipped away, leaving the backyard to the two lovebirds. They were standing close, very close. After bathing in dragon blood, Tom had grown taller. Now, he was the same height as Fleur, who was 3 years older. They actually looked pretty good together. "I used the same magic I used to save you all that day," Tom explained casually. Though the fire dragon was way more of a pain. Normal wizards. It'd roast one of them in a few seconds. But this thing got blasted for minutes and was still flying around. That was fiend fire? Fleur asked, eyes wide. But the books say fiend fire is uncontrollable. Only a few spells can even resist it. Tom shrugged. That just means the people who wrote those books aren't as good as me, or the person who taught me. So of course they think fiend fire can't be controlled. Humph. Always so full of yourself. How is that bragging? If I wrote a book, it'd be way better than any of theirs. Then go write one. Fleur smirked, her bright smile teasing. I'll be your first buyer. Nah, Tom said, shaking his head. I'd be worried no one could afford it. Just the method for controlling fiend fire would drive every dark wizard insane with greed. Whether it was knowledge from Grindelwald or Andrus, it was priceless. Tom firmly believed in the principle, powerful knowledge shouldn't be handed out freely. Only those he deemed worthy, or those with something valuable to offer in return, could earn such secrets. Fleur didn't tease him this time. After watching him slay a fire dragon, she could feel the change in him. Tom's presence had grown sharper, more intense. He didn't just feel powerful anymore, he radiated it. Compared to the other boys at school, who acted like strutting peacocks trying to show off, Tom might as well have been from another world. About half an hour later, Fleur figured Tom must be exhausted after such a brutal battle. She told him to get some rest and left the cabin. But after absorbing the fire dragon's blood, Tom was anything but tired. In fact, he was buzzing with energy. He closed his eyes and focused, diving into his study space to check on the second trial. The ancient draconic symbol had disappeared, replaced by a vast starry sky. Floating in that sky were 12 stellar signs, 11 dim, 1 shining brightly. In Greek mythology, 12 was a sacred number. The zodiac signs were said to be reflections of myths, with even Hercules leaving his mark in the stars, the constellation Hercules. These 12 stellar signs represented Tom's path through the trials. He focused his mind on the second sign, the next trial in the series. Almost immediately, the sign responded, sending its message directly into his mind. Second trial, Sanctity, earn the recognition and loyalty of a unicorn. Reward, blessing of a sacred beast, purify your soul, enhance your comprehension. The first trial had strengthened his body and magic. The second focused on his soul and perception. Both were top-tier rewards. But this one. Wasn't this a bit too much? If anyone understood unicorns, it was other men of culture, like himself. Unicorns were sacred, pure, and highly resistant to dark magic. They were revered in myth, but in real life, their rules were even stricter. For one, they only allowed contact from girls who were pure of heart. That alone put Tom in the "absolutely not" category. He tried communicating with the second stellar sign, asking if the trial could be changed. He wouldn't mind hunting a few unicorns instead, surely that counted for something. Earning their recognition. That was borderline impossible. Was he supposed to cross-dress? Maybe, borrow some of Fleur's clothes. Not seeing any good solutions, Tom decided to pay a visit to the study space and ask his two ancient teachers. But before he could say a word, both Andrus and Grindelwald immediately noticed something was different about him. You fused with dragon blood. Grindelwald frowned. Tom, did you already slay the dragon? Tom nodded. Yeah. Just took out a dragon, then had a nice dragon blood bath. Fused right after. Andrus and Grindelwald exchanged a glance. If it were really that easy, countless wizards wouldn't have died trying. Very few had ever succeeded in fusing with dragon blood. Still, they didn't push for details. It wasn't important. What was important was understanding why Tom had been so obsessed with killing a dragon himself. Now it made sense. There were enormous benefits waiting for him. Andrus looked at Grindelwald and grinned. Well, I guess it's time to raise the training difficulty. Fusing with dragon blood. He can handle 2 more hours a day, easy. Grindelwald nodded in agreement. With advantages like this, if he doesn't work harder, when is he ever going to beat Dumbledore? Tom smirked. Mr. Andrus, let's make it 8 hours a day from now on, 4 with you, 4 with him. I need both dark and light magic if I want to grow in balance. Now that's a good idea, X2. Over the past few days, something unexpected had happened. Andrus and Grindelwald were actually getting along. Tom had been worried at first. Given how different their personalities were, he thought for sure they'd butt heads. But clearly, he'd been overthinking it. Andrus was the very definition of a righteous wizard. You could practically see the word justice glowing off him. But that didn't mean he was naive or soft. Back during the dark ages of Greece, being naive or overly kind-hearted didn't get you far, it usually got you killed. Andrus's sense of justice was clear and unshakable. He didn't bully the weak, and he didn't bow to the strong. If something needed to be said, he let his fists, or his wand, do the talking. His powerful Patronus wasn't some symbol of inner goodness, it came from unshakable will and a freakish natural talent. It perfectly fit that quote, "My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror, everything I do is for justice." As for Grindelwald, he wasn't your typical dark wizard either. Sure, he'd done some horrific things, no doubt about that. But his dream was to build a world ruled by wizards, one where they no longer had to hide from muggles like frightened rats. Call him extreme. Call him obsessed. But pure evil? Not quite. Andrus actually found that idea, somewhat in line with how things worked in his own time, when wizards were nobles, guests of royal courts, not outcasts. So, oddly enough, they had a lot to talk about. Tom broke in, "Gentlemen, the fire dragon problem's been handled. But I've run into a new one." He explained the new trials requirement, to gain the recognition and loyalty of a unicorn, and waited to see what advice these two veterans might offer. Grindelwald raised a brow. "So if you succeed, do you get the unicorn's bloodline power too?" Tom shook his head, and both men let out a visible sigh of relief. Sure, the dragon bloodline was powerful and enviable, but for people at their level, one bloodline ability wasn't exactly earth-shattering. But if Tom had two, even they might start feeling a twinge of jealousy. "No bloodline fusion this time," Tom explained, "but it'll purify my soul and increase its quality." Buffed. Andrus nearly spat out a lung, and Grindelwald's eye twitched violently. "Do you hear yourself?" Andrus muttered, exasperated. "Soul quality. Yeah. That was a big deal. Let's break it down. If a wizard's life potential is represented by a value of 1, and their soul quality is also 1, then their power would multiply out as 1 times 1 is equal to 1. That makes them a regular human. Now, not everyone starts with a perfect 1 in both stats. Some people might have a life value of 1.2, some maybe just 0.8. The point is, boosting either of those numbers increases your overall potential. The potion Andrus had given Tom earlier, that had raised his life essence. It was a strategic level elixir, not something Andrus had brewed himself. It came from another legendary wizard, the prophet Mopsus. Mopsus lived about 200 years before Andrus and was the strongest wizard of his era, a true king of the century. He wielded prophetic magic and had defeated a rival seer named Calchas, leading his kingdom to new heights. Unfortunately, he got tangled up in a royal succession crisis, was betrayed, and poisoned. A tragic end for such a powerful man. But before dying, he left behind a vicious curse on the royal family: your heir will kill you, and your son will marry your wife. This, of course, became the infamous Oedipus curse of Thebes, which triggered 3 generations of disaster, culminating in the Trojan War. Thanks to that potion, Tom's life value had risen to around 1.5, about a 50% increase. Fusing with dragon blood had sent that number soaring again. He was easily a 3.0 now, just in terms of life force alone. But that still hadn't touched his soul value. Now, he was about to level that up too. Even if his soul quality only increased by 0.1, the total power boost would be way more significant than just raising life essence alone. That's the terrifying nature of multiplicative scaling. It's the power of math. Tom looked at the 2 old men hopefully, waiting for some constructive ideas. Grindelwald thought for a moment and offered, "What if we use the killing curse? I've got a unique casting method: kill the unicorn first, then revive it afterward. Total control." Tom's face darkened. "Don't mess with me. I know all about that time you slaughtered a Qilin and tried to trick the International Confederation of Wizards. I need a unicorn's recognition and loyalty, not some undead puppet." Grindelwald's face darkened in return. Low blow. Uncalled for. Not only had Tom exposed his secret, he'd slapped him right across the face with it. The Qilin scandal wasn't even Grindelwald's worst crime, but it had been a real headache to clean up. Still, what really stung was how Newt Scamander had ruined everything at the last second, breaking the blood pact and freeing Dumbledore to fight him head-on. Scamander. Damn that little beast chaser. What a walking disaster. One rejection down, Tom turned to his last hope, Andrus. Andrus cleared his throat. Easy. Beat it. Tom blinked. What? If once isn't enough, hit it again. And again. Keep going till it sees the light. Eventually, it'll come around. Tom felt like crying. One was a Dark Lord. The other? A brute. How the hell was he supposed to reform the wizarding world with these 2 as his mentors? No better options for now, Tom decided to spar with them for a while instead. He wanted to feel how much stronger he'd become after the fire dragon fusion. After an intense hour of dueling, his consciousness returned to his physical body. The results were obvious: his spells were significantly more powerful now. Every spell he cast seemed to carry a natural aura of dominance. That's why fire dragons were the most iconic of all XXXXX-rated magical creatures. Other beasts might be dangerous, sure, but fire dragons didn't just bring destruction. They brought an overwhelming pressure that made anything weaker instinctively bow or flee. Any creature remotely related to dragons, even lesser variants, were at least XXXX threats. Now Tom had inherited that very same pressure. Even without casting a spell, any wizard without a solid mind would start to falter just standing near him. Their focus would waver. Their magic would weaken. It was a terrifying advantage. For now, Tom decided to set aside the unicorn issue. He'd dig into the Hogwarts library and see what he could find before making his next move. Pulling on his gloves, he conjured a set of razor-sharp tools with transfiguration, and began the careful process of harvesting the fire dragon's remains. Chapter 95, The Delacour's Return. Dealing with a fire dragon corpse wasn't just delicate work, it was a massive undertaking. The thing was over 10 meters long, and just stripping the scales, skinning it, removing the flesh, and sorting out the bones took forever. Then there was the categorizing and processing of all the materials. Nothing could go to waste. Fleur had originally offered to help, but the moment she saw the bloody remains, her legs went weak. Instead of helping, she just got in the way, so Tom gently kicked her out before she caused a mess. Huffing with frustration, the Partvila girl felt like he'd underestimated her, so she threw herself into support duties instead. She started preparing tasty meals for him every day, even dragged a few Vila over to give him full-body massages after long hours of work. Tom couldn't really complain. He was exhausted, sure, but also pampered into bliss. And nights weren't any quieter. The two kings of the century took turns drilling him relentlessly. His progress had practically shot through the roof. At first, Tom had been planning to lay low once school started, maybe avoid Snake for a while and let that whole Christmas gift thing blow over. But now, avoid him. Bring it on. He was ready for a showdown. 3 days later, the dragon's remains were finally processed. And in his spare time, Tom had brewed another batch of high body-enhancing potion. This time, it went way smoother. With experience under his belt, he didn't run into any issues at all. He'd only used 1/5 of the dragon's heart so far. The real problem was that he'd completely run out of Sphinx eyes. Still, he managed to brew 20 full vials. After testing one on himself, the results were exactly what he expected. There was still an effect, but it wasn't nearly as strong as last time. Not surprising, really. He'd already fused with the fire dragon's bloodline. Any further enhancement from the potion was bound to hit diminishing returns. Still, a benefit's a benefit. Even if it's small, he wasn't about to waste it. Of course, 20 vials were more than he needed for himself, which gave him an idea. He sold one to Fleur for 1,100 galleons. First bottle free as a trail, to hold it, payment only after she used it. Just normal marketing strategy. There was no way he'd just give it away. Right now, the only person who could get this kind of potion from Tom for free was Daphne. She had helped him unconditionally from the start, and she held a special place in his heart. As for Fleur, they were getting close, sure. But not that close. Besides, selling it to her at all was already a sign of trust. If it were Malfoy asking. Even at 10,000 galleons, okay, fine, if he really offered that much, Tom might reconsider. But Fleur, being on a family visit, obviously didn't have that kind of money on her. She didn't even understand what made this potion so special. 1,000 galleons. That was more than Felix Felici's, and that stuff was already outrageously expensive. Polana didn't know the ingredients either, but didn't hesitate for a second. She paid for Fleur without even blinking. At this point, Tom could have sold her a bunch of weeds for 1,000 galleons and she'd still fork it over. The moment Fleur drank the potion and followed Tom's instructions for the accompanying exercises, she realized she'd hit the jackpot. There weren't many things in the magical world that directly increased power. Most enhancements came from enchanted items or alchemical tools. But this potion. Once absorbed, she could feel the changes happening in her body. More energy. Sharper thoughts. A deeper well of magic. Do you have more? Fleur's eyes were practically glowing as she stared at him like he was the last chocolate frog on earth. I'll take all of it, however much you've got. Tom thought for a moment. I can give you 4 bottles, max. He needed to save a few for Daphne. And probably for Hermione too, though he hadn't decided what he wanted in return from her yet. As for himself, after another bottle or two, the effects would probably stop completely. Just 4. Tom, come on. Give me a couple more. Fleur pouted, clinging to his arm and swaying side to side. With her tearful, pleading eyes and soft voice, she could have melted just about anyone on the spot. But Tom had been hardened by days of training in the Vila village. His willpower was like tempered steel now, he wasn't budging. So Fleur went for the nuclear option. What about Gabrielle, she said, batting her lashes. You're not going to give any to her. Gabrielle had grown super attached to Tom lately. When she was around, Tom was always so patient with her. The little one had even started sleeping at his place instead of going home. Polana had begun to wonder if maybe she'd picked the wrong sister and should have waited until Gabrielle was older before playing matchmaker. And just like that, Tom hesitated. But after a pause, he shook his head. It's not that I don't want to. Gabrielle's just a bit too young right now. Once she starts school, it'll be fine. I'm also missing a key ingredient. If you manage to get your hands on some Sphinx eyes, send them to Hogwarts. I'll brew another batch then. Seeing that Tom wasn't going to budge, Fleur finally gave up, though her clenched teeth said she wasn't done being annoyed. Ugh, that jerk. Her flirting, her puppy eyes, none of it worked. But mention Gabrielle once and suddenly he gets all thoughtful and careful. Tom, blissfully unaware that Fleur was now jealous of her own sister, handed her the 4 vials and gave some final instructions. Don't rush and use them all at once. If you want to fully absorb the effects, take 1 bottle per month. And don't slack off on the exercises I showed you, they'll help your body absorb the potion faster. Everyone's body reacted differently. Tom could take 1 every week, no problem, but Fleur's physical foundation was a bit weaker. Slower wasn't worse, just safer. But the moment she heard that, her mood dipped. So you're leaving? Right. They were students at different schools, Fleur at Beauxbatons, Tom at Hogwarts. This had just been a holiday visit. It was almost time to say goodbye. Tom gave a small nod. This trip turned out better than I could have hoped. School starts the day after tomorrow. I figured I'd head back tomorrow. Can you stay just 1 more day? Fleur suddenly grabbed his hand, her eyes shimmering. My parents are coming. They want to thank you in person. Tom looked a little uncomfortable. That's not really necessary. Fleur gave him a pleading look. You know how to apparate. Even if you leave early in the morning, you'll still make it to King's Cross by 11. Just stay a bit longer, please? Spend the day with me. And Gabrielle. Tom sighed, and relented. He'd already removed the trace from his wand using a Confundus charm, so casting spells outside of school wouldn't be a problem. If he left early in the morning, getting to London in time was easy. The next day, Tom gave himself a complete break, not even using the free hour in his study space. He spent the morning with Gabrielle, helping her build a castle out of magical building blocks. When they were done, he cast a permanent sticking charm on it so it wouldn't fall apart, even if they brought it home. Around noon, Fleur's parents arrived. Mr. Riddle, thank you for saving my daughter, Monsieur Delacour said the moment he stepped inside, seizing Tom's hand with emotion. If anything had happened to Fleur, I don't know what I would have done. Monsieur Delacour was a man in his 40s, balding, barely 5 feet 10 inches, and a bit on the chubby side. Honestly, he looked like the kind of NPC you could run into on any Muggle street. He explained why it had taken them so long to visit. He was the director of emergency response at the French Ministry of Magic, and the holidays had been absolutely chaotic. He'd handled hundreds of cases, most involving roaming wizards from the north. Today's visit was squeezed in on a rare day off. He still had to go back in and work overtime tonight. Suddenly, Tom understood why the guy was balding. And thank Merlin, Fleur and Gabrielle had inherited their looks from their mother. Madame Apollon Delacour was like a Fleur Pro edition, more mature, poised, and at 40, still looked barely past 30. Fleur Pro plus Fleur herself plus Mini Fleur. Put the 3 of them together and no one would doubt for a second they were related. Madame Delacour also thanked Tom, but her attention quickly shifted to sizing him up. She gave him a long, thorough once-over, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she seemed. Polana had clearly already shared her matchmaking plans in a letter, so at this point, the only one still in the dark was Monsieur Delacour. His wife was already evaluating Tom like a future son-in-law. Chapter 96, Snape's Jealousy. The rest of the afternoon passed with casual conversation. Monsieur Delacour discussed international wizarding affairs and recent ministry cases, while Apollon Delacour focused more on Tom's personal life. When she found out Tom was a Muggle-born orphan, the room fell silent. The 3 women all looked like they'd been punched in the chest, especially Fleur, whose wide eyes quickly filled with tears. Up until now, she'd assumed Tom came from a prestigious magical family. With his power, skill, and confidence, how could she not? But the truth hit harder than expected. A boy from the Muggle world with no family, stepping into magic alone, and in just half a year, achieving this level of strength. How much pain must he have gone through? Tears rolled down Fleur's cheeks like broken pearls. She wanted to throw herself into his arms, but someone beat her to it. Gabrielle had already latched onto Tom, sniffling into his chest. Big brother, she mumbled, I'll be your family from now on. Tom couldn't help but laugh. How had this turned into some tragic drama in their heads? Honestly, he was fine. He'd always liked being on his own. Okay, maybe he wanted a family, but he adapted to being a loner. So that's his life path now. And in fact, he was the best among all the orphans. Not pathetic. Orphans lived a miserable life, one that most people couldn't even begin to imagine. And even the normal words might hurt them. With Christmas break over, the whistle of the Hogwarts Express echoed across the platform. The Scarlet train pulled out from platform 9 3/4, heading north toward the Scottish Highlands. One of the compartment doors slid open, and a familiar head popped in. Seeing only Daphne inside, Hermione rushed in without hesitation. "Daphne, have you seen Tom?" "Nope," Daphne said, cheeks puffed in frustration. "He promised yesterday he'd make the train today. I checked every single compartment. Not even a glimpse. Don't you have that two-way mirror? Try contacting him." Hermione's voice edged toward panic. Daphne rolled her eyes. "Obviously I already tried. A bunch of times. He's not answering." "You don't think something happened to him?" Hermione murmured, growing more anxious. Daphne, surprisingly, was the calmer one now. "Relax. Tom's way stronger than both of us. If anyone's fine, it's him." Hermione could only nod, looking worried but helpless. The rest of the trip passed in silence. The two girls barely spoke, occasionally muttering a few words before falling quiet again. Daphne kept checking the mirror, but there was still no response, until just before the train arrived. Suddenly, the mirror flickered, and connected. Daphne jumped out of her seat. "Tom. Where are you?" Hermione crowded in beside her as Tom's face appeared in the mirror. "I'm on the night bus," he said calmly. "Ran into a bit of trouble, but it's all sorted now. I'll be a little late getting to school. I'll explain later." Okay. Daphne nodded quickly, then ended the call herself. She and Hermione exchanged a relieved smile. As long as Tom was safe, that was enough. Whatever had happened, they could find out once they were back at Hogwarts. The two girls hopped off the train and joined the crowd heading toward the carriages. Snow fell in thick, fluffy flakes, slowing the Thestral-pulled vehicles and leaving deep tracks in the path behind them. The cold was brutal. Students jumped down, rubbing their hands and racing for the warmth of the castle. The carriages had no heating charms, everyone was shivering. Luckily, inside Hogwarts, the fires roared in the hearths. As soon as they stepped in, a wave of comforting warmth hit them. There was no grand welcome ceremony. The Great Hall was already filled with delicious food, and students wasted no time digging in. At the Slytherin table, someone quickly noticed something strange. "Wait. Tom's not here." Parkinson and a few others turned to Daphne, who usually knew where Tom was. She just shrugged. "No idea. He told me he'd show up later." At the head table, Dumbledore smiled warmly at the cheerful chaos of the feast. This was his favorite time of the year, seeing students enjoying food and laughter was more magical than any spell. But then, his gaze sharpened. Normally, he wouldn't pay attention to every missing student. But with Tom, or Harry, he kept a special eye out. He turned to Snape, raising an eyebrow. Snape, who was already scanning the crowd, noticed Dumbledore's look and gave a subtle shake of his head. His expression darkened slightly. He had no clue where Riddle was. Maybe that Christmas gift threat had scared him off for good. Squeak. As the plates gradually emptied and the feast neared its end, the heavy oak doors creaked open. All heads turned. XN. Tom Riddle stepped into the hall, snow swirling around him, as if he'd walked straight out of a blizzard. Tom hurried over and plopped down beside Daphne, not even caring that what was left looked like cold scraps. He was starving, he just wanted to eat. But the moment his butt hit the bench, all the food vanished. The golden plates were sparkling clean again, like nothing had ever been served. Puffed. Someone couldn't help but laugh. Then more and more Slytherins joined in, unable to hold back their chuckles. Normally, no one would dare laugh at Tom. But this was too good to resist. Especially with the way Tom's expression kept changing, it was just too funny. Even Dumbledore, up at the staff table, cracked a smile. "All right, everyone," he said with a chuckle, "that's the end of our lovely feast. Off you go, head back to your common rooms and enjoy a warm fire. And don't forget, classes start tomorrow." Then he added, "Mr. Riddle, would you mind staying behind for a moment? I have a few things I'd like to ask you." As the students and staff began trickling out of the hall, Tom made his way up to the head table and followed Dumbledore into a small side room. Snape, being his head of house, came along too. Tom silently opened his study space and summoned Grindelwald. Dumbledore looked at Tom. Tom looked back at Dumbledore. Grindelwald. Of course, he looked at Dumbledore. In the study space, Grindelwald had a complicated expression. The corners of his mouth twitched upward awkwardly, he wasn't even sure what he was feeling. Everything was a mess. In the end, all those jumbled emotions came out in a single sentence. Albus, you've gotten old. Andrus, watching from the side, was completely lost. Wait, weren't these two supposed to be enemies? Why did this feel like a soap opera? Like the main couple who met the right spouse at the wrong time, only to cross paths again decades later. Mr. Riddle, Dumbledore said gently, a faint smile on his lips, I heard from Hagrid that you weren't seen in the carriage. Which means, you didn't take the Hogwarts Express. Would you mind telling me what happened? Maybe I can help. Tom gave a helpless shrug. Honestly, Professor, today's been a complete mess. The train to London was delayed, and by the time I got to King's Cross, it was already past noon. Then how did you get to school? Snape asked sharply. I read about the night bus in a book and gave it a shot, Tom replied. Didn't expect it to actually show up, but it did. The fare was kinda steep, though. Stan Shunpike charged me 2 galleons. I see, Dumbledore nodded, smiling. If something like this ever happens again, you could always call on Fawkes for help. You still have one of his tail feathers, don't you? Just ignite it, and he'll sense your call. What the? Snape's sharp gaze zeroed in on Tom, full of disbelief. A phoenix tail feather? Seriously? How many years have I begged that old man, and that damn bird, for just one feather? Nothing. Not a single one. And this kid, who's only just arrived, already has a tail feather. Doesn't anyone care about seniority anymore? Tom, of course, completely ignored Snape's red-tinged glare. He smiled at Dumbledore and nodded. Got it. Next time, I'll call Fawkes. Wrong, Dumbledore corrected gently. Next time, try not to be late. No matter what, the Hogwarts Express is the safest and most comfortable way to travel. Understood, Professor. I'll be more careful next time. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. This Tom Riddle seemed much more obedient. Of course, if he knew what Tom had been up to over the holidays, he probably wouldn't be smiling like that. Just counting the wizard poachers, not to mention a dragon, Tom had killed over 30 people this past break. Voldemort, even in his entire school life, didn't rack up that kind of body count. All right, Mr. Riddle. You must be tired after your rough journey. Go get some rest. Wait, let's chat a bit longer. Grindelwald frantically signaled from the space, but Tom ignored him and walked out of the office. The phoenix feather, what the hell? Snape demanded the moment Tom left, sounding like a heartbroken girl who just found out her longtime crush gave another girl a promise ring. Dumbledore sighed and shrugged. That's between Fawkes and Mr. Riddle. I had nothing to do with it. Fawkes personally delivered his Christmas gift to Mr. Riddle. He included one of his tail feathers and a vial of phoenix tears. That's not unreasonable, is it? Huh. Snape's breathing turned ragged. Chapter 97, Beware Strange Wizard. Tears 2. Snape felt unfair now. Severus, Dumbledore's expression turned serious, you must have noticed it too, something's changed about Mr. Riddle. Snape, momentarily distracted from his feather-related rage, nodded solemnly and offered his analysis. He's sharp. Overwhelming. His aura alone dominates the room. He must have done something major over the holidays, he added. There's no way someone changes this much without a serious trigger. Dumbledore smiled gently. It's good to see students grow. I just want to make sure whatever changed him didn't come at too high a cost. I'll look into it, Snape said firmly, already planning to duel Tom again. He wanted to be sure that the change he felt wasn't because the boy was using some kind of underhanded shortcut. He didn't mind dark magic, but rushing ahead without proper foundation was dangerous. It might seem like progress now, but when you hit a wall, that's when you realize just how foolish you were. And he would know, he was the perfect example. Sure, he was now one of the most powerful wizards under Dumbledore and Voldemort, but the gap between them and him was still soul-crushing. Thanks, Severus, Dumbledore said with a smile, and then left the office. Only after the old man's silhouette disappeared did Snape realize. Damn it. He sidetracked me again. Weren't we talking about phoenix feathers? How did we end up back on Tom? Back in the Slytherin common room, Tom had barely stepped inside before Daphne dragged him into a quiet corner. She lowered her voice and asked, Tom, seriously, what the hell happened today? Tom let out a heavy sigh, collapsed onto the sofa, and casually cast a silent muffliato to make sure no one could eavesdrop. "What happened?" he muttered. "Just my usual luck, utter disaster." Then, he began recounting his absolutely cursed day. It all started at 6 in the morning. Tom had slipped away from the Vila tribe quietly. He didn't even wake Fleur or Gabrielle. He just said goodbye to Polana and set off for London via Apparition. Things went smoothly at first, until he hit the border between France and England. Turns out, there's a no-apparition zone between the UK and France. It's part of a long-standing restriction to stop wizards from freely hopping between countries without registration. The barrier itself wasn't that strong, it was more of an alarm system. But the second it triggered, 4 wizards in official hit wizard uniforms operated on the spot. Luckily, Tom reacted fast and conjured a black cloak with a tomcat mask to cover his face and figure. No way was he letting them see his identity. Explaining himself was not an option. One wrong word and he'd be spending the night in Azkaban. So, naturally, he ran for it. The wizards were stunned for a second, then immediately locked onto his magical trace and gave chase. They weren't there to arrest people, just to register travelers, but the second Tom bolted without a word, it screamed, "Guilty," to them. What followed was a cat-and-mouse chase across half of Britain. At first, Tom managed to lose them. But the ministry apparently didn't believe in fair fights, they called in 4 more wizards to box him in. Eventually, Tom had enough. He set a trap and took them all down, 8 hit wizards in total, knocked out cold before they could launch a spell. Only then did the mess finally end. But by that point, it was already 2 p.m. The Hogwarts Express had long gone. So, he had no choice but to summon the night bus to take him the rest of the way. Daphne stared at him, mouth slightly open, completely stunned. He was this close to ending up in Azkaban. She wasn't even sure if her mother would have been able to bail him out. "Well, at least they didn't catch you," she said quietly, gripping his hand. "But next time, please, use a safer way to travel." Then she frowned, clearly still annoyed. "And it's all that Half-Vila's fault. If she hadn't insisted on keeping you an extra day, none of this would have happened." Even while Tom was with the Vila, he'd kept in touch with Daphne through their enchanted mirrors, so she knew where he'd been and what he was up to. She also knew about Fleur. Of course, since the mirror could only show one person at a time, she'd never actually seen Fleur's face. But just hearing she was a Half-Vila was enough to trigger some serious hostility. In the Western wizarding world, Vila had about the same reputation as fox yokai in the East: beautiful, seductive, and dangerous. Tom chuckled helplessly. It was bound to happen eventually. Even if I'd come back a day earlier, I still planned to apparate. Same result. He hadn't expected the Muggle idea of splendid isolation to carry over to the magical world. The rest of Europe was trying to unify, and here was Britain, building magical border walls. After chatting for a while longer, Tom snuck out of the common room and headed to the kitchens to finally grab some dinner. What he didn't know was that his little stunt had thrown the entire Ministry of Magic into chaos. The 8 hit wizards weren't seriously hurt, just a few minor injuries, but the real problem was this: a powerful, unknown wizard had forced his way into the country. Who was he? What did he want? Was he working alone? The ministry had no clue. None of the hit wizards even saw the intruder's face. That same night, every single Auror and hit wizard was called in for emergency overtime. The ministry launched a massive manhunt, sweeping through known wizarding hotspots. Nocturne Alley became a war zone. What started as a pursuit turned into an all-out anti-dark magic raid. Tom didn't find out how much of a mess he'd caused until the next day, when he opened the Daily Prophet. "Beware, strange wizard, danger may be closer than you think." That was the front page headline. The Prophet described the event as a premeditated magical invasion. The intruder's identity, appearance, and motives were all unknown, but his power was extremely formidable. The ministry urged citizens to report anything suspicious immediately. Daphne read the paper, went completely blank, then glanced at Tom and burst out laughing. Tom grinned too. Her laughter was infectious, and it made the tension from yesterday feel just a little lighter. The other students were baffled by their reaction, but didn't dare ask. They just kept chatting about the mysterious figure on the loose. Before Transfiguration class, Daphne secretly filled Hermione in on the truth. Hermione was speechless. The ministry caused all that panic. For Tom, she whispered, glancing around to make sure no one overheard. "Not Tom," Daphne corrected seriously. "A mysterious intruder. This has nothing to do with Tom." Hermione nodded quickly, agreeing. No one else could know. If word got out, it could bring huge trouble for Tom. Then she turned to him, eyes pleading. Tom, that hiding charm of yours, could you use it on my wand too? Not being able to practice magic over the holidays had nearly driven her insane. And now that she knew Tom had this kind of trick up his sleeve, she just had to try it. Tom shot her a teasing look. Wow, if it isn't Miss Rule-Abiding Granger. What's the matter? School rules are sacred, but laws are optional. Oh, shut up. Hermione blushed furiously. Daphne giggled, loving the way her bestie was squirming. Hermione swatted Tom's arm lightly, pouting. Stop bringing up my dark past, okay? She was slowly starting to change. Rules weren't absolute anymore. Some were just outdated or flat-out unreasonable. So why follow them? Like that no wandering the halls at night rule, what was the big deal, as long as she didn't miss class the next day? A walk could be good for mental health. Honestly, looking back, she thought her old self had been way too uptight. She was starting to feel like she'd been academically brainwashed. Tom didn't tease her further, no point risking an actual argument. Besides, if he annoyed her too much, he'd be the one who had to make up for it. So he agreed right away, promising to help with the concealment charm after class. Just then, Professor McGonagall walked in, holding 2 owl cages. The classroom instantly fell silent. Hermione hurried back to sit beside Lavender Brown. McGonagall stepped up to the front, scanning the room with her usual stern expression. Everyone, place your holiday assignments on your desks, she said, voice crisp. And don't try telling me you forgot it. It's nothing for me to send an owl to your house right now and fetch it for you. Chapter 98, Mr. Riddle, where is your homework? The students obediently pulled out their homework, yes, even Longbottom, whose luggage had been packed by his grandmother, eliminating any chance of forgetting things. Only Tom. He froze like he'd been struck by lightning, completely motionless. Professor McGonagall had made her way around the classroom collecting homework and eventually stopped at his desk, puzzled at the sight of its utter emptiness. Mr. Riddle, where is your homework? Professor McGonagall, Tom managed a strained smile. I haven't quite snapped out of vacation mode yet. How about giving me a couple more days? I'll hand it in once I'm fully back in the swing of things. Yeah, he'd totally forgotten. He'd offered to handle the homework himself so Hermione wouldn't have to stress over it during the vacation. But once he got to France, it was nothing but beautiful Vila girls every day, who in their right mind would still be thinking about homework. It wasn't just Transfiguration either. He hadn't touched any of his assignments. He brought this on himself, really. It had been nearly a full term since he'd last done homework, he was out of the habit. McGonagall gave him a polite smile. Thank you, Mr. Riddle. I've now heard a brand new excuse I can add to my collection. What happens when the top student in the entire year doesn't hand in homework? Tom didn't know about the other classes, but in Transfiguration, McGonagall made sure everyone was equal. Unsurprisingly, she docked 5 points from Slytherin and told him the homework had to be submitted by tomorrow, each extra day would cost another 5 points. Honestly, she was still going easy on him. His model student reputation softened the blow. If it had been Ron or Malfoy, they wouldn't have gotten off with just point deductions and a late submission, they'd be looking at detention at least. Tom accepted the punishment without fuss, which calmed McGonagall down enough for her to start the day's lesson. The assignment was to transfigure a rock into a wooden pipe, decorated with elegant patterns, of course. Transfiguration was one of the hardest classes in the school, and after an entire term, most of the younger students still hadn't mastered even the basics. The classroom filled with all sorts of bizarre results. Dean Thomas turned his rock into what looked like an elephant's trunk, whipping around wildly, which made the whole room scream. Neville, well, he turned his rock into another rock. The shape was slightly different, but the material hadn't changed one bit. McGonagall sighed and shook her head, turning her hopeful gaze to Tom and Hermione's desks, and only relaxed when she saw their results. Otherwise, the poor woman, who'd been teaching diligently for decades, might have started questioning her entire career. After class, Tom found a quiet spot to fix Hermione's wand issue, then hurried off to see Professor Flitwick and explain the situation. Unlike McGonagall, Flitwick was much more chill. No points deducted, no lecture, and no need to redo the homework. All he asked was for Tom to make a ribbon on his desk perform a short tap dance. Easy. Naturally, Tom breezed through it without breaking a sweat. Next was herbology. Professor Sprout was also understanding. She had Tom help fertilize a patch of pitcher plants and didn't bring up the homework again. As for the rest of his classes, not that important. Professor Binns wouldn't notice anything. Tom just copied different sections of notes from a few classmates and was done. And Quirrell. Tom didn't think that guy even deserved his homework. The real challenge was going to be Snape. 4 p.m., Snape's office. Knock knock. Come in, came the deep, cold voice from inside. Tom pushed open the door. Snape didn't even look up. He wasn't surprised, it was rare for any student to willingly approach his office. Besides the professors and Filch, the only student who ever dared was Tom. Professor, I didn't do the potions homework. Detention, Snape said flatly, eyes still on his book. Nope, that's too much of a time sink. Give me another punishment. Snape's hand didn't even pause turning a page. Then clean the toad carcasses. Gross. Slam. Snape closed the book and finally looked up, his gaze cold and sharp. You're picking and choosing now. He let out a low, sinister chuckle. Fine. Don't want detention. Midnight. Quidditch pitch. Deal. Tom agreed so fast it caught Snape off guard. Before the professor could say another word, Tom was already out the door. That night, Tom spent a few hours finishing the Transfiguration homework. Well, technically, Andrus wrote it first inside the space, and Tom copied it, editing slightly to make it look like his own. It wasn't that he didn't want to write it himself, but McGonagall's assignment was huge. If he tried to do it properly, it'd take him an entire day. Tom wasn't about to waste that kind of time. So, tough luck for Andrus. The mighty king of the century, helping a first-year cheat on homework. Grindelwald was torn between laughing and keeping a straight face, worried that if Andrus quit, Tom would come knocking on his door next. Tom finished copying the last essay just in time, then rushed out of the common room and made his way toward the Quidditch pitch. Snape was already there, standing alone on the grass. When he saw Tom arrive, he didn't say a word, just raised his wand. But Tom wasn't in a hurry. He raised his hands like a peace offering. Just to be clear, Professor, regardless of what happens here, my homework's officially settled, yeah. Snape gave him a mocking smirk. Fine. But no weird tricks, Riddle. Nothing strange or over the top. Don't worry. I won't even use Transfiguration. Snape's smirk froze. His face turned cold. He hadn't forgotten what happened during their last duel. Tom's Transfiguration had caused him plenty of trouble. And now, after just a single break, this kid was already getting cocky again. Snape could sense a shift in Tom's presence. Still, he didn't believe the boy could have changed that much in just a few weeks. He just figured Tom was getting ahead of himself. Perfect. Time to teach the kid a lesson, remind him there's always someone better out there. Snape flicked his wand. A spell shot out to kick off the duel. Tom casually stepped aside to dodge it, then fired back a blazing red blast. The spell rippled with explosive force. Snape's shield charm blocked it, but the sheer impact pushed him back several steps. When he finally regained his footing, he stared at Tom in disbelief. That was just a basic knockback jinx, so why the hell did it hit like a battering ram? Professor, it's only been one holiday and you've already gone rusty. TSK, disappointing. Tom's voice carried a lazy sort of mockery that only made it sting more. He didn't give Snape a moment to breathe before firing off a rapid barrage of spells, disarming charms, stunners, obstacle jinxes. Basic spells, sure, but each one carried a crushing weight, and the way he strung them together felt aggressive, even oppressive. For the first time in a long while, Snape found himself on the back foot. He could barely keep up, scrambling to deflect the storm of spells. The last duel between them had been closer, but this was a one-sided beatdown. At the top of the tallest tower, Dumbledore stood quietly at the window, watching the duel unfold on the Quidditch pitch. With the aid of his eagle-eye charm, he could see every movement, every spell, as if he were right there beside them. That aura, is that like a dragon? Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. As one of the most knowledgeable wizards in the world, it only took a few seconds of watching to realize the truth he hadn't spotted the day before. Tom had fully assimilated the bloodline of a fire dragon over the break. Unless someone directly engaged him in combat, it was nearly impossible to notice. But now that he was fighting, the sheer force of his magic gave it all away. Still, Dumbledore wasn't certain whether Tom had fused with the dragon bloodline over the holidays, or if he had always had it dormant inside him and it had simply awakened. He was leaning toward the latter. Bloodline fusion was exceedingly rare, and even if it happened, it would usually result in physical changes. Tom still looked entirely normal. The Dumbledore family had Phoenix blood in their lineage, so he knew firsthand what early-stage integration looked like. Back on the pitch, the battle raged on. This time, Tom wasn't just holding his own, he was dominating. The tide had completely turned since their last duel. His attacks came one after another like a relentless storm, leaving Snape barely able to react, let alone counterattack. Did Snape have ways to break this stalemate? Absolutely. He had at least 9 different strategies to turn the tide. But none of them were usable here, not unless he wanted to risk his reputation by casting dark magic on a student. Even if he didn't care, there was no way the old man watching from the tower would let that slide. So, as long as this stayed a proper duel, Snape was boxed in, and there wasn't much he could do against Tom. Not only had Tom's spells grown significantly more powerful, but his physical reflexes had also leveled up. He moved with sharp precision and unnatural speed, darting around like a slick eel. In contrast, Snape, well, he'd been sitting at his desk too long. His body just didn't move the way it used to. He was basically a stationary turret at this point. Back in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore remained calm, even after confirming Tom possessed the fire dragon bloodline. But now, his brow furrowed deeply. Every spell Tom cast, every movement, was confident, decisive, and unrelenting. He pressed the attack with precision and force, not letting up for a second. This style. Why did it feel so familiar? Why did it remind him so much of Grindelwald? Something didn't sit right. Another 5 minutes passed. Snape, now visibly sweating, finally raised a hand and called an end to the duel. Tom was tempted to pretend he hadn't heard. Getting payback for their last fight sounded very appealing. But in the end, he chose to show mercy. If he wanted to ask Snape for help in the future, it was best not to completely humiliate him now. So he backed off, though not without a hint of disappointment. Snape stormed off, visibly fuming, but the anger wasn't aimed at Tom. It was at himself. He couldn't believe it. He'd been overwhelmed by a student. His dignity as a professor was shattered. There was no way Tom would ever take him seriously again. Though, truthfully, Tom hadn't taken him that seriously before either. No. This wasn't acceptable. He had let himself slack off for too many years. Even if he couldn't reach Voldemort's level, he couldn't just give up. At the very least, he'd delay the day Tom surpassed him. He had to. Tom had no idea his little duel had just reignited Snape's motivation. If he did, he probably would have demanded tuition fees. After Snape left, Tom didn't head back to the castle right away. Instead, he took a casual detour toward the Forbidden Forest. Unicorns lived in the forest, but how many there were or where exactly they roamed, he didn't know. He wasn't ready to tackle the second trial just yet, but he figured scouting things out couldn't hurt. He'd considered the idea of rescuing a unicorn from Quirrell's hands. If he could save one, that would definitely earn him its gratitude. Unicorns were intelligent and empathetic creatures, after all. But the system didn't want just recognition, it wanted loyalty. Basically, it wanted the unicorn to treat him like a master. Even Hagrid, who got along well with the creatures in the forest, didn't have that kind of relationship with them. They were friends, not subordinates. So, step 1, build trust. Step 2, getting the unicorn to willingly follow him, was going to be much harder. Tom didn't find a unicorn that night, but he did find tracks. That alone made the trip worth it. He headed back to the dorm around 2 a.m. and finally got some sleep. He slept like a baby. But 2 other people? Not so much. In Snape's office, the potions master sat bolt upright in bed. What the hell? How did Riddle get that strong? Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore let out a weary sigh and began pacing. Grindelwald's son. No. That couldn't be. With his homework crisis behind him, Tom was finally free to focus on more important things. Over the next week, aside from attending class and behaving reasonably well, he spent most of his time holed up in the library. He combed through every book he could find on unicorns, learning everything about their habits and behavior. On the last day of the week, Hermione approached him with news. Thanks to the chocolate frog cards, Harry had figured out who Nicholas Flamel was, and guessed that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden behind the trapdoor on the 3rd-floor corridor. Naturally, he and Ron were now panicking, worrying about whether Dumbledore had done enough to protect the stone. Tom just chuckled. Let them worry. If something did go wrong, at least he'd know about it right away. After all, who knew when Quirrell, or rather, Voldemort, would figure out all the traps and decide to make his move? During that week's defense against the dark arts class, Tom noticed Quirrell looked even more pale than usual. He wasn't sure if Voldemort was squeezing him dry or if Quirrell's own anxiety was eating him alive. Either way, the guy looked ready to snap. Tom closed the book he was reading and put it back on the shelf with a sigh. Most of the unicorn-related books only talked about their economic value or how to raise them. Not a single word about how to actually earn their trust. Not surprising, really. Most wizards were after ingredients, not companionship. No matter how pure they were, unicorns were still classified as XXXX-level magical creatures. Dangerous, in the eyes of the Ministry. That night, during training inside the learning space, Grindelwald noticed Tom still frowning over the unicorn problem. He offered a suggestion. Why not ask Dumbledore? The old man knows more than most people on this planet, he might actually give you something useful. Tom gave him a half-smile. Like he didn't know exactly what Grindelwald was up to. Still, he agreed to the plan, but with a condition of his own. Grindelwald had to develop a custom magic, tailored specifically for Tom's physique. That's the payment for the old lovers to meet. Chapter 99, Asking Dumbledore for a Favor. Technically speaking, if you're calling it custom magic, then yeah, you should be creating it entirely from scratch, like a true original. But let's be real, in today's wizarding world, most so-called custom or even original spells are really just modified versions of existing ones. A little tweak here, a small adjustment there. Take Grindelwald, for example. That fiery inferno he conjured in Paris, he called it Protego Diabolica. But at its core, it was just fiend fire combined with a bit of legilimency. A combo spell. Tom didn't see any problem asking Grindelwald and Andrus to design spells that suited his unique style. Once they crafted the framework, he could learn the spells, test them out, and then refine them based on his experience and understanding, tailoring them until they were truly his own. Naturally, Grindelwald and Andrus were stunned when Tom pitched the idea. You little rascal, Grindelwald muttered, half laughing. You really found the laziest way to go about this, didn't you? Tom got to relax, while they had to buckle down and do all the work. Andrus didn't mind. He spent most of his time reading or napping anyway. At least now he'd have someone to talk to besides himself. And Grindelwald, after thinking it over, agreed too, on one condition. Every time you go see Dumbledore, he said, you open the study space. I want to hear what you two are talking about. Tom didn't object. 6 credits per hour? He could spare 10 minutes so Grindelwald could spy on his old lover. The rest of the time was for serious learning, so it wasn't like it was a waste. Once everything was settled, Tom planned to talk to Dumbledore the very next day. But he didn't go in the morning. Instead, he had a house elf send a message to check Dumbledore's availability. They agreed to meet at 4 in the afternoon. With that out of the way, Tom took Daphne out for a walk. Harder. It was still cold, but the next Quidditch season would start, and Gryffindor had already begun training. They weren't even close to the pitch, and yet Tom could hear Oliver Wood shouting at the Weasley twins from all the way across the grounds. The guy was so obsessed with Quidditch it defied explanation. Tom thought if someone like Wood had attended Hogwarts a century earlier, when Phineas Nigellus Black was headmaster, he probably would have been the first student in history to actually assassinate a headmaster. After some time, near Hagrid's hut, his massive hound Fong was barking loudly. He'd been chained to the door, and a group of students were taunting him with bits of jerky, just close enough to tease, but not close enough to reach. Even without seeing their uniforms, Tom could guess which house they were from. Only Gryffindors would be that despicable. They're so mean, Daphne said, frowning at the sight of poor Fong snarling and baring his teeth. Tom personally thought Fong was ugly as sin, but Daphne insisted he was still a cute puppy. She immediately pulled out 2 pieces of beef jerky from her snack pouch and walked over to drop them in Fong's food bowl. With actual food in front of him, Fong ignored the teasing students completely. Now that their toy had lost interest, the group turned their attention to Tom and Daphne, glaring like they wanted to curse them, maybe even attack outright. Tom couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his wand casually. Locomotor mortis. Instantly, the students' legs snapped together like they'd been tied up with invisible ropes. Off balance, all of them toppled over onto the ground with loud thuds. Riddle. What the hell are you doing? One of them yelled. Undo the leg-locking spell, now. Tom looked down at them, arms crossed and expression cool. You act worse than a dog, and then glare at us like you're the victims. Pathetic. Let's see who's stupid enough to help you now. Being humiliated like that by a younger student was beyond infuriating. Their faces flushed red with anger, and they looked like they wanted to fight, but with their legs still magically bound, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and hobble away, fuming. Watching the Gryffindors hop awkwardly toward the castle, Daphne burst out laughing. They live in a tower, right? That's gonna suck. Serves them right, Tom said with a shrug. They started it. Honestly, Tom thought Gryffindors were the most troublesome bunch in the whole school. Hufflepuffs were chill, hard-working and obedient. Ravenclaws. More girls than boys, and the girls didn't usually stir up too much trouble. Because they're the trouble, primarily for boys. Slytherins were intense, sure, but their mischief was usually either focused on Gryffindors or tied to some twisted sense of honor. They didn't cause chaos just for fun. Well, unless you counted Snape. He caused his fair share. But Gryffindors? That house was a breeding ground for hyperactive little maniacs. Half of their trouble came from unchecked curiosity alone. Tom, do you think they'll tell Professor McGonagall? Daphne asked, her smile fading to concern. Tom just shook his head. Don't worry. Gryffindors have too much pride for that. The biggest tattletales are in Slytherin. Gryffindors would rather suffer in silence than admit a first year got the better of them. It made sense. Reporting that they got cursed because they were harassing a dog. That'd be social suicide. The whole castle would laugh them into next week. Even Hermione was ridiculously prideful. The others were no different. After rubbing Fong's head for a bit, Tom took advantage of Hagrid being off tending the garden and led Daphne into the small grove nearby. There, he gave her a physical enhancement potion and helped guide her through absorbing it properly. Once the effects kicked in and she'd processed most of the potion's energy, Daphne looked at him with bright, starry eyes, clearly stunned by how amazing she felt. Tom, this is incredible. You made this. It's so strong. Can I get another one? Forget being a reincarnated and living his second life. If a teenage girl looked at an 80-year-old grandpa with eyes that sparkled like that, even he'd feel 10 years younger. Tom chuckled and gently ruffled her hair. You're still not in great shape yourself. Don't just worry about your sister, make sure you're taking care of your own health too. Daphne was clearly touched by his concern, but her big sister instincts flared up again as her eyes lit up. Do you think Astoria could take this potion too? I feel so warm and full of energy right now, it's amazing. Tom thought about it for a second. The potion wasn't a cure for illness, but it did strengthen the body. It wouldn't cause any harm even if it didn't help much. He gave her a small nod. Daphne instantly perked up, more excited than ever. She practically begged him for another bottle, she wanted to send one home for Astoria to try. I don't have much left, Tom said, pulling out 2 more vials. But here, send these. And make sure to explain the moves I taught you. The potion only works properly when used with the full regimen. If it does help, he added, ask Lady Greengrass to help me collect Sphinx eyes. They're an essential ingredient, and I'm fresh out. The 2 of them headed straight to the Ollery to write a letter. Daphne had her own owl named Winnie, Snow White, sleek, and one of the best-looking owls in the whole tower. Neither of them mentioned money. Tom had no intention of asking, and Daphne casually wrote in the letter for her mother to send over 5,000 galleons. Even if it didn't work for Astoria, she knew exactly how it made her feel, and in her eyes, that was worth every bit of those 5,000 galleons. As Winnie soared off into the sky, Daphne silently clasped her hands together, praying this wasn't just false hope again. At 4 p.m, Tom left the room of requirement, said goodbye to Hermione and Daphne, and headed to the headmaster's office. The stone gargoyle guarding the door perked up the moment it saw him, ready to open the passage, only for Tom to stop it. Hold on now, Mr. Gargoyle. Aren't we supposed to guess the password? Skipping the rules is bad, you know. The gargoyle looked deeply offended. Kid, are you really still holding a grudge over that little joke? It's been a whole semester. Nope. Tom kept a perfectly straight face. You were the one who told me the rule. Everyone says the password. No exceptions. But you know the password. Why do you have to run through the entire candy menu every time?